The world was changing fast. Animals, plants, everything was mutating, and somehow I had a strange watch stuck on my wrist that seemed tied to it all. The dream or memory warned me about a monster with a weakness in its belly and even told me not to lend money to a friend. When these bizarre events started happening for real, I couldn't ignore it anymore. A month ago, when you read this letter, I tell you that the animals and plants have changed, and the world might be a bit chaotic. Ever since I found that watch, an invisible force has been messing with our lives, blurring the lines between past and future. But that's not the main point. You're probably wondering why you suddenly woke up in a cave or thinking it's just a weird dream. Trust me, it's real. Right now, you're on a mission to save the future. Soon, a huge python over 10 meters long will be coming your way. Don't even think about running. There's a silver scale in its belly, that's its weak spot. When you wake up, if someone asks to borrow money, just ignore them. It's smart to keep a few $1,000s handy. Look out for a car with the license plate 727. The driver will be wearing a pirate shirt and a mask. I promise this is all true, even if I didn't believe it at first. Honestly, I really wish I had prepared better. The handwriting is pretty messy, and it doesn't even look like his usual style. LV Pin, who saw the letter just moments ago, couldn't help but snicker. After all, who wouldn't find it strange to wake up in a cave? But now, with blood dripping from the sharp blade in his hand and the still warm python carcass lying in front of him, he realized this wasn't some fake scenario, it was all too real. Is this really the end of the world? His voice quivered as he stepped out of the cave, stunned by the bizarre sight outside. The plants looked completely alien, with massive fungi shooting up toward the sky, releasing clouds of spores. LV Pin instinctively took a step back and felt the mask in his pocket. Suddenly, he felt dizzy, and everything around him seemed to freeze. Images flashed through his mind like fragmented memories. When he came to and opened his eyes, all he saw was the ceiling above him. Was that just a weird dream? It felt so real. As he regained his bearings, he felt a bit lightheaded. The details of the dream were fading, but he clearly remembered what the letter said. This left him feeling uneasy, and he glanced at the odd watch on his wrist only to see the hands moving backward. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take it off. Ever since he received that package and put on the watch out of curiosity, things had felt off. Maybe the strange dream was just a result of his anxiety. What doomsday? That's ridiculous. I'm just overthinking things. He got up, opened the door, and stepped outside, letting out a sigh of relief. Clearly, he didn't take the dream seriously and just went back to his daily routine as if nothing was wrong. Fast forward a month. After hanging up a call from his friend Mubai, who had kindly checked in on him, LV Pin stayed home instead of going to work like usual. Lately, he had been acting a bit strange, all because of a recent phone call from his friend Lao Zhou asking to borrow money. That request inexplicably reminded him of the dream, and he instinctively declined. Plus, the vague news reports lately added to his unease, but he preferred to believe it was just a coincidence. It can't be that unlucky. Maybe Lao Zhou just messed up and needs cash urgently, otherwise, he wouldn't be borrowing from so many people at once. If that dream was true, I should be hiding out in a cave right now. The timing doesn't add up. Despite being a skeptic, LV Pin still found ways to reassure himself. I'll go for a walk, he decided, closing the door behind him. It was midsummer, but the wind felt unusually cold, making him shiver. As soon as he stepped outside, he bumped into his landlord, Chungu, who was out walking his dog. Hey Xiao Lu, heading out? Chungu was a friendly middle-aged guy who got along well with his younger tenants. He had a gentle golden retriever named Duo Duo. Just thought I'd get some fresh air, Chungu. How's Duo Duo doing? LV Pin remembered what the letter mentioned and shoved the mask into his pocket. Duo's been a bit grumpy lately, so I want to take him to see Old Man Wang, Chungu replied, struggling to keep the leash on the dog. I thought he was pretty well behaved before? LV Pin squatted down, familiar with Duo Duo, only to be met with a pair of fierce, bloody eyes that made him jump back. Hey, don't stress. If it's just someone you know, it should be alright. Maybe he needs a shot or something, but it's weird because he just got one not too long ago. Chungu smiled at the slightly awkward Lu Pin. Lu Pin felt uneasy as he glanced at the creepy Lu Pin, then suddenly noticed some strange noise coming from the lawn nearby. When he looked closer, he saw a vine shoot out from under the decorative flowers by the road, snatching a passing moth and twisting it up in an instant. Thinking he was imagining things, Lu Pin felt a wave of panic. He turned to see a blurry figure in a black robe becoming clearer behind Chungu. The figure was waving a sickle, making Duo Duo bark like crazy. Unlike Chun-gu, who was oblivious, even Duo seemed to sense the presence. Just as Lupin was about to shout a warning, the shadow vanished without a trace, like a dark omen that sent shivers down his spine, reminding him of a recent nightmare. Chun-gu, stay home and lock Duo up. This isn't good. Realizing the situation was serious, Lupin didn't waste any more time and bolted toward the street. Before Chun-gu could react, he was already far away, frantically dialing his phone. Where can we find a mountain at this hour? Time was ticking, and Lupin felt his nerves fraying. He wasn't sure if running was the right move or if he should just hide somewhere safe, but it seemed like the best option for now. When the call connected, a lazy male voice answered, "What's up? Where are you, white thighs?" Lupin, panting from running, felt out of shape. "I'm on my way to the supermarket. You didn't mention anything about making preparations, so I figured I'd grab some rice since we're out." Lupin could tell his buddy had just woken up. He quickly filled his old friend in on what was happening, feeling anxious and unsure. After a moment of silence, Mubai responded slowly, "Are you serious? So what do you think? Should we go to that place from your dream, or just stay home and lock up?" "I really think if I stay home, something bad will happen," Lupin said, recalling the eerie presence behind Chun-gu. It felt personal, like whatever it was targeting him. He hadn't died in his dream, so maybe he shouldn't mess with fate and just focus on staying alive. He explained the mountain he saw in his dream roughly. "You mean there's a little bridge in the distance? Can you give me details like its size, direction, and when you were there?" "If you can remember the time, that would help pinpoint which mountain area we can reach," Mubai calmly suggested while picking out 2 quality kitchen knives. "Come on, man. I was dreaming." Lupin thought remembering the rough details was impressive enough. "Stay focused. If the future is set, getting there is inevitable. If there's a mountain with a bridge, I'll randomly pick one and we'll see if we can get a ride," Mubai said, suggesting a nearby mountain based on his memory. Feeling frantic, Lupin took it as a target and started flagging down cars. Unfortunately, during rush hour, no one seemed to care. Just when he was about to give up, he spotted a Citroën with a license plate ending in 727. As the car started to pull away, he got pumped and jumped right onto the front of the car, causing it to stop immediately. "Fatty, you're scamming me." The guy who got off the car couldn't help cursing, and LV Pin's eyes lit up after seeing the other person's shirt, straw hat, and skull. "Brother, do you have time to take me to Lianhua Mountain? I'll give you money." LV Pin felt that he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and then pulled out a few hundred from his purse. "You're crazy, I don't have the time, get out of here quickly." The guy was furious. "I'll give you all, just give me a ride." LV Pin, who felt that this money would be useless in the future, threw out the few thousand on his body, which made the guy frown. Obviously, he weighed the interests and finally said, "Get in the car, I only carry people, don't ask for other things." "Thank you, brother." Then LV Pin got in the car. Now he understood why the letter asked him to keep a few thousand, and the car started. Looking at the passing scenes around, LV Pin felt that his emotions were hard to suppress, and he said in a panic, "Brother, do you have paper and pen in your car? There's one on the side door." The young man just felt that the fat man was a little weird. LV Pin saw a short blade in the door compartment, and he was more certain of what would happen in the future. He hurriedly wrote the contents of the letter according to his impression. Because he was writing in his hand, his handwriting was sloppy, but LV Pin breathed a sigh of relief when he finished writing. Then, while driving, he took the short blade away while the pirate brother was not paying attention. With the bumpy mountain road, he arrived at the destination of this trip soon. LV Pin, who got off the car, thanked him repeatedly. Mysterious, the young man who glanced at the condition of the car immediately found the lost short blade. It was originally used for self-defense. He was not angry about losing it now. After all, a few thousand was enough for several books. Could the fat guy have committed suicide? The pirate brother couldn't help but think wildly. After all, maybe what the other party wrote just now was a suicide note, but he obviously didn't have time to catch up with him. And Lupin, who was still running all the way, was like an ant on a hot pot. In the end, based on his little impression of the dream, he still found the cave. To be honest, just this trip in the mountains has made him discover the obvious abnormalities of the surrounding plants. In the end, he could only stay in the cave in a daze. So what should I do now? Wait honestly? But I didn't prepare anything for a month from beginning to end? Damn it! Lupin, who was rarely so nervous, wanted to call Mubai, but there was no signal in the mountains. In the end, he could only stare at the strange watch on his wrist, watching the second hand that was moving backwards suddenly stop. His eyes were dazed, the direction of the second hand of the watch became normal, and he was like a ghost. What happened in the cave afterwards was like a preset script, completely reproducing the situation in the dream. LV Pin from a month ago took over and killed the white-scaled python that he had brought upon himself, just like in a dream. It was not until he stood up and peeked into the situation outside the cave that the situation was interrupted like in the previous dream, and his body lost control. At least when LV Pin woke up at the same moment, it was like continuing the previous dream, and the whole person fell to the ground because he was startled by the huge fungus. Mask, LV Pin, who woke up, reacted quickly, put on the mask he carried with him, and quickly entered the cave. God knows what's strange about those spores. Does that mean that the troubles I encountered just now were solved by me a month ago? Although the situation in front of him was confusing, LV Pin, who knew that panic alone would not have any effect, still couldn't help sorting out his thoughts. This was undoubtedly a bit absurd. After all, this was equivalent to the future LV Pin affecting the past, and the past LV Pin redeeming himself in the future. Both are indispensable. After he entered the cave, he saw the watch making a strange sound. The warm python corpse floated with light and drilled into the watch. The watch body changed, directly from an ordinary watch to a mechanical watch. There was also a raised button on the watch, as if it could be pressed. A mechanical sound came from his mind. The strongest gene extraction system has been activated, and the full coverage gene of the monster red-eye white-scale larva has been obtained. It has been included in the stopwatch. Please touch the watch body to display the image and use it. Press the button to release it. There is a certain probability of obtaining full coverage genes or some monster race talents when hunting different species of monsters for the first time. This function will have a bonus effect on the attributes. Red-eye white-scale full coverage gene bonus passive attribute effect, bite force +2, flexibility +2. Active attribute effect, snake body mimicry, crystal material armor, calmness. Out of curiosity, LV Pin subconsciously clicked to use it, and suddenly many white scales appeared on the body surface, and the right hand became like a lizard claw, and the eyes became strange vertical pupils, emitting strange red light. Both hearing and vision were obviously better than before. Is it considered as getting a treasure inexplicably? LV Pin felt that his originally noisy mood became more and more calm, and there was an invisible force that kept fluctuating in his body, and then controlled and converged. The distribution of scales on the body surface became even, and LV Pin tried the so-called crystal armor. I saw that a layer of white crystalline substance suddenly formed on the fist, and the white mist evaporated. He waved his fist vigorously, and a hole suddenly appeared on the snake's body. Obviously, it was very good at attacking. Damn it, the strength has become so strong, and the fist has become like a knife. It can be directly stabbed in with a little force, but the consumption seems to be a bit large. LV Pin panted violently, obviously consuming a lot of physical energy, and then released the state. As for the so-called snake mimicry, he did not try it. The current situation really did not allow him to commit suicide. Now the animals and plants have begun to metamorphose. If he continues to stay in this mountain area, something extremely bad will inevitably happen. The monsters may become stronger and stronger. Thinking of this, he could not help but quickly escape from the place of trouble in front of him. Because he had some means to protect himself now, he was not so panicked. He ran all the way to the mountain road with signal and then dialed Mubai's number. How is it? Is it done? Mubai's voice still sounded lazy. At least you are not dead. How are you now? Lupin felt as if something was chasing him from behind, and he could not help but speed up. A mantis shrimp that can shoot air cannon heat waves has sprung out of the nearby fresh food market. It is a little scratched now. At least it is much better than other people who are farted. Many people died. Looking at the large burn on his thigh, he still couldn't help shaking despite holding back. Compared with the people nearby who were screaming in panic, he was able to keep his tone unchanged in such a situation, which was quite calm. Boom! A thunderous roar came. Hey, white thigh, what's wrong with you? Hearing the screams of the panicked crowd on the other end of the conversation, LV Pin was a little scared. Why are you panicking? The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Shouting at this time will attract the attention of monsters. In addition to that shrimp, there are still many shrimp soldiers and crab generals nearby. What's more, at least the phone can be connected, at least it's not desperate. You should still be on the road now, don't do stupid things. Mubai, who was at the scene, was not as panicked as LV Pin. Hearing this, LV Pin looked back and saw a few thigh-thick vines chasing him, obviously attracted by his shouting just now. Damn it! LV Pin, who was running wildly, felt fucked. No one will die. It's just that mantis shrimp blew up the wall of the supermarket. But do you believe it? Its forelimbs, which are a circle smaller than our fists, can actually blast a big hole the size of a wardrobe in the wall. God knows who caught this mantis shrimp, or it is a fundamentally mutant. Mubai said. Anyway, hide now and wait for me. LV Pin finally escaped after struggling. Okay. Mubai agreed, knowing that if he stopped, the other party would come, and hung up the phone. Then he watched the big shrimp crawling towards a girl who was injured by rocks and fell to the ground for help. While keeping his breathing steady, Mubai couldn't help but look at the green hard shrimp shell, and at the same time glanced at the girl's right leg that was obviously broken. He raised his hand with the knife and put it down after weighing it for a moment. He breathed a sigh of relief, so forget it. Later, when Lupin ran all the way to the area where Mubai was probably located, the mess in front of him made him inexplicably speechless. He only felt that he had seen the scene of a terrorist attack. Several large green shrimps were wandering on the street, almost as thick as a human waist. Lupin even saw a crayfish eating a bunch of indescribable things, and a human forearm could be vaguely seen in it, which made Lupin's scalp felt numb, and he couldn't control himself and fell backwards. This strange movement also attracted the attention of the monsters, who all gathered around him. Lupin wanted to touch his watch to change it, but found that his hands were shaking badly. Just when these monsters kept approaching and were about to threaten his life, a kitchen knife flew out and pierced him. At the gap in the lobster's carapace, Mubai aimed his attack at the right moment and swung it hard, instantly cutting off its forelimbs and kicking it back regardless of the pain. Are you here to save me or to trouble me? Mubai, who was holding the kitchen knife tightly, said angrily. Lupin smiled awkwardly and pressed his watch. The forced calmness brought by the red eyes and white scale genes suddenly gave way. His panic calmed down. You need to think of a way out first. Leave these 3 things to me. Then the crystal-hardened fist pierced the shell of the shrimp very easily. Lupin, who entered a calm state, calmed down and finally used this power to cleanly eliminate the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. However, this time he obviously did not have the luck to obtain full coverage genes. There was no harvest of green shrimp yarn, but the crayfish monster gave him the passive talent of omnivorous. In the end, the two gathered some food and quickly left the place of trouble. The place where Lupin rented a house a while later. With his hardened hands, he opened the mouth of the giant golden retriever alive. On the side, Mubai wielded a fire axe and smashed it down until the opponent was completely eliminated. This time, the watch also extracted a loneliness. The body of Brother Chun, the landlord on the ground, was still a little warm. Unfortunately, despite Lupin's kind reminder, he died at the mouth of his beloved dog. In the face of death, all creatures are equal. You are as strong as a monster now, so what are your thoughts now? Should you continue to stay here, or find a more suitable place? Mubai, whose jaws were already split due to wielding the equipment for a long time, gasped for air. I don't even have the strength to move now. Lupin, who had been genetically enhanced for a long time, turned pale, and a strong desire to eat rushed into his heart. In this case, let's rest while we have some spare food. At least the power is still on and the water supply is not cut off, which means the situation has not reached the worst point yet. Mubai knelt down and took his hand from Brother Chun's waist. After unloading a bunch of keys, the two found a residence with a more suitable escape location. The door was blocked with furniture. Mubai applied burn cream to the already blistered wound. He endured the pain and then bandaged it with gauze. He was relieved after his nerves were tense all day. Lupin, on the other hand, took advantage of the working stove and gnawed wildly on Dwudwa's dog legs. The constant replenishment of energy made him feel better. The texture of the monster's meat was very strange. No matter how he cooked it, Lupin felt that it was a little half-cooked and the taste was just bad. It's like eating raw clams, not something humans can eat. Fortunately, the crayfish Lupin killed previously had the racial talent of omnivorous, so there shouldn't be any problems. Although he had stored a lot of food in the supermarket before, Lupin Xiao said he ate a large bag of cooked food on the way. If converted into a double portion, it would not be much. Fortunately, other tenants still have staple foods like rice in their homes. At least from the food point of view, it will be fine for 2 or 3 weeks. However, there can still be vague strange noises from other rooms. There should be others living there, but right now he has obviously no thought of greeting the neighbors. What's the specific situation now? Is there any news on the internet? Looking at Mubai, who was sliding the screen at this time, Lupin felt that the other party was obviously not playing Xiao Xiao. The whole world is like an explosion. It is basically in chaos. It is said that inexplicable alienation of animals and plants has occurred all over the world, and in some specific places, black light pillars falling from the sky have even been observed. What is the relationship between? It's hard to say whether this mutation is related. The government is working hard to maintain order, but in a short period of time, there is no way to get rid of the panic caused by this incident. After all, there are 100 dead people we saw along the way. Others, it will be more serious if the place is not good. Mubai, who was staring at the screen, suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Lupin, who was gnawing at the dog's hoof, was stunned. Judging from the local news, it seems that a snapping turtle with a height of more than 10 meters has appeared in our urban area. I don't know what caused the mutation. It has now gone to the southeastern city. It is said that snapping turtle can also breathe fire from its mouth. And a special fungus that can spread spore powder has appeared in the Lianhua mountain area. It is said that each one can be as tall as a building. The spores spread can cause people to coma and become parasitic. It is said that more than 10 people have been killed. The news also warned people living in mountainous areas to evacuate and wear masks. And based on what witnesses saw, which fungi seemed to move. Mubai spoke, and compared with the monsters he encountered before, the situation had become a little worse. 10 meters high, with a body like a snapping turtle, wouldn't it be more powerful than a tank? And I've seen those big mushrooms before, and there are dozens of them in my area alone. Damn it! LV Pin only knew that compared with these two, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals he had met before were completely the weakest of the weak. These mutated plants and animals have become monsters and will only become stronger. Needless to say, the lethality it can cause in the urban building complex, but it is now heading southeast, which is the opposite of ours. There is no need to worry in the short term. The impact this time is global. Facing such a situation, the police alone will definitely not be able to deal with it. The military will definitely intervene. Let's see what the situation is like at that time. But this time it is not just the impact caused by monsters. The strengthening of human globalization attributes is also a very unstable factor. Human nature is the most unpredictable thing, especially when people gain power beyond their own groups. They are more likely to be driven by their own desires. Once led by such people and controlling the information channels, society will be more prone to turmoil. Mubai silently turned off the screen. He finally found a dozen power banks ready at any time. After all, no one can guarantee when there will be problems with the power supply. At present, the news on the internet is the most important. We must always observe the specific trends. After all, the country is their biggest backer. Attribute enhancement? What are you talking about? LV Pin was stunned. It's the attribute panel that will pop up immediately to add points when you say attribute enhancement in your mind. Many people on the internet are discussing this. I think all humans have it. Don't you know? It was the voice that appeared inexplicably in my mind not long before you called me last time. Mubai was obviously a little surprised. There is such an operation? LV Pin immediately tried it. Sure enough, a blue interface popped up, which can be used to add attribute points and upgrade skills. According to Mubai's description, after killing monsters, everyone seems to be able to gain experience and upgrade. Each upgrade can get freely allocated attribute points. The attributes are divided into 3 major systems: strength, physique, and perception. Each major system is further refined. For example, strength corresponds to wrist strength, leg strength, and bite force, and perception corresponds to pupil strength, smell, and hearing. LV Pin has been fighting all the way, and he has been promoted to a level and obtained 2 attribute points. He can evenly add points to a single attribute, or convert one attribute into 3 refined attributes. LV Pin converted it into 6 detailed attributes, all of which were used to strengthen his leg strength. His leg muscles became noticeably stronger. After all, the mad rush made him realize his shortcomings in this area, and his life was at stake. As for skills, the only ones he showed were crystal hardening and calm omnivorousness. Although he didn't know how others got them, LV Pin didn't have the unique feeling of worry in this regard. As for the gray backpack mall option, he didn't know what it was used for, at least it was useless to click it now. For a moment, the atmosphere was a bit dull. I lost the interest in playing with my phone. I missed the life of a worker that I used to hate. However, LV Pin seemed to have remembered something and couldn't help but say, "By the way, White Thigh, do you think there is something wrong with Lao Zhou?" Didn't you tell me before that he was madly borrowing money from other people? It's too coincidental. Mubai, who has always been quick to react, seemed to react. It is indeed a bit suspicious. After all, it is too abnormal compared to his previous temperament. At least according to my understanding, he did not look like he was in urgent need of money some time ago. Small shrimps like you and me can only borrow 10,000 or 20,000 at most, but other people can borrow more than that. Without buying a car or a house, why would they need such a large fund flow? This is a bit suspicious of squeezing out the value of the network before the end of the world. Mubai obviously felt very suspicious. Then the two began to dial Lao Zhou, but they didn't know whether it was because of some problems with the signal base station or other reasons, and they couldn't get through at all. It's not necessary to go find him deliberately, after all, it's too chaotic now, but this guy may be in a similar situation to you, knowing something in advance. Wait for a chance to meet him in the future and ask him clearly, but what's the matter with your watch, can it predict the future? I can't say for sure, but at least it can help a lot now. LV Pin, who felt that this thing could be the basis for his life in the future, patted it lightly. Anyway, you should be careful in the future, don't let a third person know, rest first, we will go shopping later, come back before dark, take turns to guard the night, so as not to be stolen by monsters at that time. Mubai closed his eyes silently. 2 hours later, at a street in the city a certain distance away from the shelter. The situation outside is still somewhat different from what LV Pin expected. In addition to the huge casualties caused by the monsters at the beginning, the people who have calmed down now, except for some brave ones who are still moving outside, have basically responded to the government's call and stayed at home honestly waiting for information, and have not yet reached the situation of unrest. Police cars can be seen running everywhere on the road, broadcasting to people to stay at home and not walk around, so as to wait for news. Except for a few special monsters, the monsters in the city are basically some shrimp soldiers and crab generals flowing out from places like fresh food markets, as well as mutated pet cats and dogs. Although they have certain lethality, they are obviously not qualified in front of highly lethal hot weapons. They have all been cleared by the police, but the street scene is still horrible. Some zero-yuan purchase incidents caused by the unrest at the beginning are basically gone. With the intervention of the police, the order has gradually returned to normal. Unlike the fresh food markets and large supermarkets that won the first prize at the beginning, some department stores and small shops have become popular. Seeing the people with panicked faces queuing in an orderly manner, Lupin and the others felt it was rare, although this was largely related to the two fully armed police comrades at the door. "Boss, give me a few bags of sugar and a box of water." Mubai glanced at the inventory on the shelf. No choice. The police said that everyone should be allocated staple food and side dishes according to their needs. You can only buy 1 day's worth. You can't ask for more. If you want to buy for your family, take out your ID card and household registration book. The boss lowered his head to install things, obviously not giving Mubai and Lupin the opportunity to choose things. No need to be so troublesome, just for the two of us. Under the police's gaze, the ID card was honestly put down. 200 per person, and I'll charge you 500 for 2 more bags of candy. The boss obviously thought that Mubai was a weirdo who still wanted to buy candy at this time. That's it? Are you in a scenic spot? Looking at this small box of so-called food without 2 kinds of meat, Lupin felt that the price had at least increased 5 times, especially the 6 bottles of mineral water that accounted for at least half of the weight. It was heartbreaking to look at it. Who were they trying to fool? Snacks like shrimp chips and potato chips are not enough to fill you up. Scenic spot? Now you can find a haunted house that is not as exciting as this one, right? Boy, if you want a bargain, go to these 2 young comrades. Everyone is the same price, no more talk, no less. If you don't want to buy, please go somewhere else, there is a queue behind. The boss, who continued to fill the food, was reluctant. Mubai, who was returning the money, pulled away the cursing LV Pin. "Thank you for your hard work, comrades." Mubai, who had no goal to move forward for the time being, couldn't help but hand a bottle of water to the 2 policemen. The 2 who were thirsty didn't refuse. Even if they were fully armed, the experience in just half a day made them nervous and difficult to calm down. Although the city has cleared those monsters, it is still very dangerous outside. "Go back after buying things," the policeman kindly reminded. "We know this and won't add to your workload, police comrade, but are there any areas in our area that are more troublesome now and will be dangerous in the past? Tell us about it, and let us be prepared, so that we don't accidentally step on the landmine." LV Pin on the side couldn't help but say the fundamental purpose. "This one? Look over there." The policeman pointed kindly into the distance. Looking in the direction of their fingers, Lupin and the others immediately saw a high-rise building that had been knocked down and collapsed. They had not noticed it before and felt nothing. Now that they looked carefully, they were inexplicably shocked by the tragic situation in that street area. It was simply there were only a few good pieces of land left, and it was really hard to imagine what kind of behemoth could have caused such a tragic scene. Is it caused by the snapping turtle in the news report? Although he already knew that many behemoths appeared out of thin air, Lupin was still shocked by seeing the impact it caused with his own eyes. No, the previous snapping turtle had already headed towards the old city. This time it was a pangolin. It was smaller in size, but it could also be said to be a giant. At first, it was huddled in the ground without being caught. It was discovered that he has extremely high digging skills and his scale armor is extremely hard. Bullets cannot penetrate it at all, and he doesn't know where it has gone now. The policeman's tone was a little helpless. After all, he was one of the few witnesses. He trembled just thinking about it. The African elephants he had seen in the zoo before were also giants, but they were nothing compared to them. What he experienced during this half-day was really real. It's so magical and completely subverts the worldview. If it weren't for the police uniform he was wearing and the social responsibilities he was supposed to carry on his shoulders, he would have really wanted to go home and take it easy at his age of just a few years out of the army. However, every man is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. Since he has chosen to shoulder this responsibility, when the people of the country are facing such a severe test, he should give priority to the safety of the people. Well, that's really troublesome. Comrade, you should pay attention to your safety. Lao Lu, let's go back first. It will be dark soon. Mubai obviously felt that the night would only be more dangerous. I would also like to remind everyone that you must not go near mountainous areas recently. Compared with the mutant animals that are easier to remove, the mutant plants that occupy the mountainous areas are the real trouble. There are also those huge fungi and lotus that make people helpless. The Shana area has been classified as a restricted area, and the superiors are preparing to dispatch armed forces and experts for in-depth investigation. It is said that the spore powder of some of these fungi can not only cause people to become comatose and lose consciousness, but can also parasitize people and animals, causing people to perform some weird and uncontrollable actions. Will it affect humans? It's hard to say whether the spore powder can be transmitted from person to person, so you must always wear a mask when going out, and you must not go to the mountainous area, the policeman said. You mean zombies? Not only Lupin and the others were surprised, but even other people who heard the news were trembling in their hearts, and they quickly thought about the plot of the biohazard. Hush, don't talk nonsense until the research results come out. We are passing on news to make you more vigilant. It is an order from above. But if you spread rumors randomly, it means you are not cooperating. Everything must be based on the opinions of experts. The other policeman's tone was serious, which made Lupin and others nod in understanding. At this moment, there was a sudden earthquake. Before anyone could react, cracks appeared on the ground, and some already damaged buildings began to collapse. A strong sense of uneasiness surged into my heart, and I turned around to look. Lupin's scalp suddenly became numb. He saw a pair of ferocious bloody eyes hidden behind a building in the distance staring at him. What a big bug! Lupin felt his scalp numb as he was stared at by the policeman. Even the policeman picked up his rifle and pointed straight at the huge bug in the distance, fear filling his heart. Retreat, don't take things, everyone retreat. Shaoli, please don't shoot randomly to avoid stray bullets hurting people. Call the brothers in the team to see what this guy's intentions are first. Compared to the panicked Shaoli at this time, Lao Zhang, who is several years older, is obviously calmer and continues to evacuate people. Feeling bad, Lupin and the others quickly looked for an escape route, but the giant insect kept moving towards them, and the danger gradually approached. Although it is at least a little smaller than the giant snapping turtle described in the news, its basic frame of at least more than 10 meters also makes it look like a bus that can continuously move forward. The speed is determined by its size. Although it looks slow, it has the level of movement of a bicycle. Bringing great intimidation to everyone, bang bang bang. Then Lao Zhang and Shaoli, who was rushing forward, pulled the trigger and released the bullet. Many blood holes burst out in the insect's body, and dark green juice splashed out. It made people's scalp numb just by looking at it, and the muscles on the surface of the insect's body squirmed. However, although the penetrating power of the bullet is strong, the threat it can pose in the face of such a huge body is really limited. There is no way to completely penetrate it. Even if it breaks through the blood hole, it cannot cause a truly fatal injury. The injury only slowed down the big insect. It doesn't seem to be working, Brother Zhang. It was rare for Shaoli to try to focus fire like this, and his hands were numb from the recoil. This guy was a wall of flesh. Stop talking nonsense, retreat and fight at the same time. The two of us will focus on the fight and make a bloody hole first, so that we can throw grenades. Also, what do the people in the army say? Lao Zhang, who accurately focused on the target, vented his firepower. There is no news from the team, but Brother Wang and the others seem to be nearby. I have called them to come and help. Shaoli, who knew that what Lao Zhang said was reasonable, followed the rhythm and accurately focused his firepower on roughly in terms of area. The lethality against big insects has been improved, and the two of them can better share part of the pressure while fighting and retreating. It's useless to have a few more people with guns alone. We have to ask the team to bring the armored vehicle over. We have to use that thing to deal with this big insect. It seems that this guy wants to go to the residential area. We must not let him. Let's move on. We have to stop it here, otherwise it will cause a big disaster. There was determination in Lao Zhang's tone. Even if you die, you have to intercept it here. Do you understand? Understood. Shaoli's eyes also became firm, and his firepower was vented. As Lao Zhang violently threw the grenade that fell into the blood hole immediately exploded, bombing a huge hole, and the big insect suddenly screamed in pain, also became more and more ferocious, coming rampantly. Separate and hide. The two people, knowing that the situation was urgent, distanced themselves and evaded, one to the left and the other to the right. When faced with the dilemma of life and death, both of them couldn't help but burst out their potential. Even if they suffered some wounds due to the reason of evasion, they still couldn't help it. It was as if he didn't feel any pain from the wound. He was reloading and shooting quickly, with the intention of delaying time for the team and sacrificing his life here. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound in the sky, and a group of big-headed flies with obvious changes came one after another, causing trouble to the two people who were already under a lot of pressure. Lu Pin and the others, who were hiding in a safer area, felt very uncomfortable looking at this. After all, although this big green insect is slow to react and does not have strong defensive scales like other giant beasts, if it continues like this, the bullets will eventually run out, and then the two comrades will be in a dangerous situation. There's nothing they can do to help. We have to do something, White Thighs, otherwise if this continues, who knows how much impact it will have. Not to mention that this big insect is a trouble. If there is such a leader who directly leads the monsters to riot, it will be difficult for the police to maintain the order under this situation will immediately collapse. Lu Pin frowned fiercely. Ever since this big insect came out to run around, other flies and mosquitoes have come out to cause trouble. If this continues, I don't know how much damage it will cause. Then what do you think? If you don't have any means to get close to this guy, he will be crushed into a pulp. Faced with such a situation, Mubai was also a little helpless. I want to try whether the snake body mimicry can affect it. There is definitely no problem with crystal hardening armor breaking. If the snake form can be used to destroy it from the inside, it may have unexpected effects. This may be the solution. It's the only way. Lu Pin, who had been directly genetically enhanced, had hardened crystals gradually appearing on his body. During this special period, he obviously did not take into account the physical exertion, and crystals formed in many vital parts. Do you really have to fight so hard? It's no problem for the two of us to escape now. Mubai looked at Lu Pin, who was now wearing armor, and said, "Didn't the two comrades just make it very clear? If we really let this big insect break through here, at least hundreds of people will die. What's more, with such a guy making trouble, we won't be able to sleep peacefully tonight." Lu Pin felt that his level of armor had reached its limit. Then do it. I'll help the two of them clear out the soldiers. Just be careful and don't get shot. Mubai was obviously not a hesitant person, and he quickly walked towards the two policemen. Understood. Lu Pin, who was covered in armor, charged forward. The stray bullet accidentally injured the crystal, leaving only a white mark, and he used this to rush forward quickly. What are you doing? Get out of here quickly, it's very dangerous. Shaoli obviously didn't expect why these two people would get involved in the heat of the moment, but now they were annoyed by these big-headed flies and really didn't want to pay attention to them. If you two continue like this, you will only die together. My friend has awakened his skills. If he takes action, it may have an unexpected effect. Just don't hurt him by mistake. Can someone lend me a pistol? The firepower of the two of you will definitely not be able to withstand it. Mubai tried to make his tone calm. Can you shoot? Lao Zhang was shocked. I practiced in the shooting hall in the Magic City before, and the pistol is barely okay. Besides, we shouldn't complain and doubt each other at this time. Let me help you. Mu Bai spoke sincerely. The two looked at each other and handed over a pistol. After checking it, Mu Bai pulled the safety and then aimed at the big-headed flies flying in the sky. His breathing gradually became stable. Because of the monster hunting during this period, he was able to level up and add all his attributes to the enhancement of his pupil power of perception and refinement. This improved his excellent dynamic and static vision and enabled him to observe more minutely. Even though the fly was vibrating its wings and it was difficult to aim, under his observation, the fluff on its body gradually became clear. He aimed at the position between the apple-sized eyes and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the corpse of the big-headed fly suddenly fell from the sky. Mu Bai, who had found the right angle and aimed, fired several shots in a row, and many big-headed flies were killed one after another, which relieved a lot of trouble for Lao Zhang and Xiaoli. Brother, it's okay. The two people who really didn't expect Mu Bai to be so good were surprised. It's just the inevitable result of having a hobby in this area and strengthening the pupil power. You have to be careful. If the pulp from these flies comes into contact with the skin rashly, it may cause infection. You must kill them all in one go, otherwise there will be big trouble. Mu Bai continued to adjust his breathing rhythm and couldn't help but glance at the position where Lu Pin was. At present, all they can do is to delay time and prevent the monster from continuing to move and cause an impact. The real decision depends on LV Pin. If the stick insect cannot be stopped, then no matter how much they do now, it will be useless. At this time, LV Pin, because he had already warmed up at the beginning, rushed to the vicinity of the big green insect and swung his fist with all his strength. The hardened and sharp fist instantly penetrated the cortex like a cannonball, and the juice splashed on the skin. The corrosive juice immediately affected the skin, but LV Pin, who had to shoot the arrow on the string, did not care about the pain at all. In an instant, the crystal substances on his body quickly linked together in a mimic snake form, forming a layer of snake-shaped armor, which had extremely strong defense and flexibility. Then he suddenly stabbed into the blood hole made by the fist before, and the sharp teeth of the jaws strengthened by the crystal substance quickly bit it. For ordinary people, this juice is like poison, but for his omnivorous talent, the effect it can have is very subtle. With this fierce force, LV Pin, who kept biting the inside of the big worm, accelerated his attack speed. Fortunately, under such pressure, the corrosive juice made his armor gradually become round and highly lubricated. This brought a huge impact to the big green worm. It was originally able to cross and rush, but it was like it was deflated. It stopped in place and kept squirming, but it was difficult to move forward. Feeling that the time had come, Xiaoli and Lao Zhang were about to shoot when they were stopped by Mu Bai, who reacted. He obviously understood that LV Pin had taken the initiative at the moment. If the bullet accidentally hurt the other party at this time, it would be very bad. And this situation lasted for nearly 2 minutes. The big green worm also shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the squirming force gradually weakened. The eyes that made people tremble were also dim. Boom! Finally, a blood hole was opened in the most vulnerable cortex of its abdomen, and the snake head poked out, turning into the head of LV Pin, which should be under the crystal. With the last remaining strength, it completely tore a hole, making it impossible for the big green worm, which was already in a state of drowning, to struggle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the full coverage gene of the magic property Fire Feather Butterfly Larvae, which has been included in the stopwatch. The full coverage gene of the Karma Fire Feather Butterfly adds passive attribute effects, strength +2, flexibility +2 active attribute effects, insect mimicry, cocooning, and turning into a butterfly, firefly. Accompanied by the mechanized words in his mind, LV Pin crawled out with hot steam on his body, and the crystals on his body fell off. Even though he was burned in many places and had armor marks, he seemed to have no pain at all, and just glanced back at the big green worm. Can you be quiet now? Bug, this is how you use the power of monsters. The big green worm stopped moving completely, and as LV Pin's tone gradually faded, he fell to the ground with his eyes closed, obviously unable to sustain the energy consumption. The next day. After waking up, LV Pin, who had a rare good night's sleep, had been trying out new genes. After being a hero yesterday, his level was improved. Not only did he add all his attribute points to the wrist strength of strength refinement, but he also gained an initial skill of charging a strike. Mu Bai, who was also promoted to level 3, also gained an initial skill of precise strikes. This seemed to be something that would happen after everyone's level was promoted to level 3. Although LV Pin's transformation into a snake through genetic mimicry yesterday had a certain psychological impact on Xiaoli and Lao Zhang, because everyone had the attribute board at the moment, nothing unpleasant happened. After asking them if they were willing to report to the nearby police station and being politely rejected, they could not help but let them leave. Of course, the pistol was also recovered. A flame with healing effects? It feels warm, not too hot, so it can't hurt anyone. Besides the snake insect transformation, another pattern has appeared. Is it a mixture of the two? In other words, the power of two monster genes can be used at the same time. This is quite convenient. If the armor transformation and the self-healing property of fireflies are used, the durability of the battle can be improved. Looking at the burning of the silver blue flame on the arm wound, the burn caused yesterday was healed in less than half a minute. Lupin deliberately cut a blood mark to try, and it quickly scabbed in less than 10 seconds. Basically, it can be restored to its original state in 1 minute, but it consumes some physical energy. It seems to be effective. If it can have the same effect on others, it will be a very good auxiliary ability. Mubai, who had a cut on his knife, stretched out his hand. After being covered with flames, it really worked. However, relatively speaking, it was not as fast as Lupin's own recovery. It seems that there is no need to worry about external injuries in the future. By the way, how do you feel about using that bow? I remember that you can condense arrows just by pulling the bowstring. Lupin said. The burning hard bow in Mubai's hand was the equipment that exploded after killing the big green worm before. It was directly stored in Lupin's own backpack, which can be regarded as solving the original doubts about the function. It's okay. It has a flame effect and its power is comparable to some small caliber pistols. The effective killing distance is within 50 meters. It's hard to say if it exceeds this distance. With the precision strike skill, it should be able to reach the level of 100 meters, which is more powerful. In the future, my attributes will probably only focus on wrist strength and pupil strength. Leave the long-range attack to me, and the close combat protection to you. Mubai said. Lupin had no objection to this. After all, his old friend had a talent in this area. But this kind of thing where equipment is dropped after killing monsters is really magical. It's like the whole world is covered with a game template. Since killing that big bug, the monsters have become stable, but some mosquitoes are annoying. LV Pin harvested some usable things from the monsters with a sharp blade. This is just a very normal thing. The time for the global animals and plants to mutate into monsters has only been about a day, and many people have already dropped equipment after killing monsters. And have you seen the notification on the attribute board? This matter has now spread on the internet. Mubai classified these scales. The hardness of these scales is extremely high. Some of them are even on the crystalline material. If you use the complete animal skin as a reference and use some extremely tough meat tendons to connect and integrate, you can barely form a simple leather armor for infrastructure, which is extremely simple and crude. This not only provides a certain amount of protection for Mubai, but also plays a great role for LV Pin, especially when holes are made at the connection between the shell and the leather, so that the crystal material on his body surface can pass through the holes to generate crystals at the connection that the leather armor could not defend. It forms a more comprehensive protection, and the consumption of physical energy for generating crystals will also be reduced to a lower point, which will not have much impact on his own sustained combat. Are you talking about the novice village incident? But it's really outrageous that such a situation would occur. Maybe NPCs will appear. LV Pin, who now has a means to save his life, is not in a hurry. He is still harvesting the corpse in front of him, but he suddenly stops, as if the blade is stuck with a hard object. After a moment, he took out a silver coin from the flesh and blood. The two people who looked at each other immediately checked the corpse and fumbled out a small pile of copper and silver coins from it, scattered in various places. Good fellow, I said that the novice village has come out. How could it be possible that only equipment and no money would be dropped? However, this design is too inhumane. How could it be possible to think of hiding in the flesh and blood? LV Pin was still lamenting about this matter at this time, while Mubai went online to collect information about this. As expected, there are news about the appearance of these currencies. Although it has not started to spread online like the novice village, some news still mentions it more or less. It seems that this thing will most likely replace money in the future. Although there has been no official news from the government, the research and dissection of monsters is inevitable. This matter is very transparent to them. It is only a matter of time before it is spread to others. Since we have discovered this in advance, We can still drink some soup if we can't eat meat due to the lag in information. When we find the novice village, the use of currency is inevitable. We'd better make some preparations in advance. I remember there are many unprocessed monster corpses on the roadside. It would be a pity if we don't seize this opportunity. Mubai couldn't help but calmly analyze the current situation, and the two reached a consensus. Afternoon. The two people wearing masks started their plan to pick up money. Unlike Mubai, who still needed to use a sharp blade to dissect the cortex, LV Pin, who directly used the crystallization of his arm to break the defense, was obviously more at ease. The only pity is that the corpse of the big greenworm seems to have been disposed of by the police, so they didn't get a big bargain. Even so, they gained a lot on this trip. They had 3 gold coins, 17 silver coins, and hundreds of copper coins, which can be obtained by killing small monsters. Although I don't know the purchasing power of the currency, it is indeed a big gain. This is the result of their restraint and not daring to go to other areas to get bargains. After all, it would be bad if they attracted the attention of the police. The reason why they can get such a big advantage now is largely because of the severe arrangement of police force, and most people are honest and dare not wander around outside, so they leave so many resources for them to pick up corpses. If they are really greedy, the police may not like it and confiscate all of them. LV Pin was roasting a chicken leg without any hurry. After the mutation, this white-feathered chicken leg was at least several sizes larger than a cow leg. However, what was strange was that after taking out the copper coins hidden in these monsters, their shelf life seemed to be shortened rapidly, and then the meat was fibrotic or corrupted. And after the love-hate relationship with monsters, LV Pin also found that some monster meat was edible by ordinary humans, but it was relatively rare and tasted average. Speaking of which, there should be a novice village here, but why is there not even a little news? I remember that according to the prompt on the attribute board, the first person to enter the novice village and complete the identity authentication will receive a special reward, right? Even if we can't get it, we can't fall behind too much. After trying it, LV Pin felt that this thing was much better than turkey firewood. It is said that most cities in the country have novice villages now. I think we should have some here too, but the specific location has not been found or announced yet. The government must have more information channels than us ordinary people. Even if there is a discovery, the first batch of people will definitely be arranged by them. But the pressure on the government is not small now. At least from our understanding, the difference in the number of monsters has suddenly increased several times in just one day, and the activities of giant monsters have become more frequent. The southeastern part of the city has been completely occupied by a group of alligator turtles. There are many mutated seafood landing in the coastal areas. The number of monsters is much greater than that in the city. The mountainous area has become a restricted area not only because of fungi, but also because snakes have become extremely rampant. According to news reports, it is said that someone found a white-scaled snake with a body length of more than 100 meters there, but whether it is credible is still unclear. Mubai, who tried monster meat for the first time, frowned. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, it happened too suddenly, and it is a global disaster. It is already quite remarkable that the government can handle it like this. In addition to our rabbit country, many countries have already lost contact, not to mention how chaotic it is. After hearing too much of this kind of news, LV Pin was not bothered by it. At this time, 2 students in school uniforms approaching in the distance attracted their attention. After experiencing the bumps along the way, the students who have long been accustomed to this end of the world were stunned when they saw LV Pin and the other 2 camping in a picnic. It was obviously the first time they saw such a fierce person. Goo! Lu Pin, who heard the stomach noise of the student couple, smiled awkwardly. Would you like some? Lu Pin, who was sitting next to each other, couldn't help but listen to them talk about their experiences along the way. Only then did he realize that they actually came from Cheng No. 2 Middle School, not far from Lianhua Mountain. It is said that that place has now become a completely restricted area. Now the 2 of them are. It is quite remarkable that people can escape from it. That is to say, after being affected by those spore powders, people will really lose control of themselves and behave like zombies? Although I had heard some rumors from Shaoli and Laozhang before, but in reality after confirmation, Lu Pin obviously understood the seriousness of this matter. It can't be said that they are zombies. In short, once they are parasitized by those spore powder, they will behave differently from ordinary people, as if they are controlled by a certain consciousness, and they will focus on executing the same instructions. In short, as long as they are not rash if you come into contact with them, you will not be attacked by them, but they will seem to be restricted by the area and will not easily leave their location. They will also capture some living creatures and hand them over to their spores for parasitism, as if they are invisibly expanding the number of their own kind. We were almost besieged by them when we tried to escape before, and several classmates have become one of theirs. Members like us, who are the first to go ahead, may still have the possibility of escaping, but others may have no chance at all. The male student who was devouring his food spoke nervously. They had been in a nervous state for the past 2 days, relying on fast food to get by. It had been a long time since they had had a serious meal. Although the experience along the way was dangerous, fortunately, there was no danger. For them to be able to escape, it was obviously worth it. But haven't you heard that the armed police have already intervened? It's not like they don't even have a little direction, right? So many students are trapped in one place. It may be okay for a day or two. If it continues like this, food and water sources, there is also a problem on the other side. If something goes wrong, the lives of hundreds of people may be at stake. As long as manpower can be spared, the government cannot ignore it. Feeling that the current order can barely maintain stability, Lupin obviously still has expectations for the police's handling, although the pressure is indeed not small. We also saw this yesterday, but a few armored vehicles entered and were overturned by some giant pythons. Those giant pythons were 20 to 30 meters long. They were located not far from our school. They were covered in scales and bullets. It can't be penetrated and coexists with those fungi. Our school was originally closed and the signal was not good. In addition, the signal base station in the mountainous area was destroyed last night and was not built. Now it is completely cut off from the outside world. There are still several policemen. Uncle is trapped inside. The girl's tone was somewhat panicked, because she had only experienced the apocalypse for a day or two, so she still had some light makeup on her face, but it might not be long before she would no longer be in such a mood. After all, survival is the measure. The benchmark for everything. Can monsters actually cooperate with each other? This is troublesome. Once wisdom can be produced, that will be the biggest challenge that humans have to face in the true sense. Even just listening to the student couple's brief description, Mubai realized the seriousness of this matter. After all, giant monsters are extremely difficult to deal with. If they know how to cooperate with each other, it will definitely not be good news for the government or the common people. After all, in the face of such a global disaster, fighting alone without relying on the strength of the group is destined to decline. A road. Before, there were dozens of police cars and armored vehicles surrounding the mountainous area, organizing armed police to enter the mountain. However, the situation seemed a bit not good. We also took this opportunity to escape. However, from yesterday to now, at least from the known information judging from the situation, whether it is the school or the police, at least hundreds of people have died, and they are now hiding in the building waiting for rescue. When he said this, the boy's tone couldn't help but tremble. This was the first time for him to see such a tragic situation. In the face of such giant snakes, which have basically reached the standard of 20 or 30 meters in length, gathering and hiding in buildings is basically useless. Extremely concentrated, which is a perfect place for animals and plants to mutate into monsters. This rescue operation is obviously difficult. If there is no way to break through it in a short time, it is probably impossible. After all, just some high school students can't hold on for long. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, it is the only place to hide. Some of the people who rushed out earlier were either swallowed by giant pythons or parasitized by fungi. The two of us are already the best among them. Fortunately, there is really no other way. By the way, Brother Mu and Brother Lu, have you been walking outside since yesterday? He skillfully took out a box of wrinkled cigarettes from his pocket, but the two of them couldn't help but wave their hands. They could still resist this little urge to smoke, so why should they compete with the smoker for food? We are just a little braver and want to go out and see if we can find a way to survive. You also know about the attribute board. We brothers now have some life-saving skills. Students like you are lucky to escape. You should go back home as soon as possible. Where is your home? Or is it out of town? LV Pin spoke. We are from Longxi district. We have called our families. Basically, there is no big problem. When saying this, the boy's tone was obviously somewhat fortunate. After all, the area where their home is located is far away from the area occupied by the alligator turtle. It is not a coastal area, so the overall situation with animals and plants is relatively small. It is also an area where people gather more frequently in the entire city. Because of the centralized handling, the police and government have relatively comprehensive protection and the monsters have been cleaned up. On the other side of Longxi River, there should be no problem in and out now. Except for the military and police, other vehicles are also prohibited from driving on the expressway. If you walk along the viaduct, the threat will be relatively smaller, but there is still a certain risk. It's a risk. You'd better think about it. If you want this meat, I'll leave some for you to eat on the way. This stuff is now a common commodity. Mubai couldn't help but speak, and skillfully cut off the pieces of meat. Thank you, brother. The boy thanked him. At this moment, his cell phone started ringing and he opened the screen to check. His expression became a little strange. What's wrong? Lu Pin frowned. My classmates at school sent me a message. They said that a swarm of snakes attacked the school buildings. They had no choice but to escape into the deep mountains and old forests. As a result, they luckily met a village. It seemed to be the one on the internet recently. There is a lot of commotion in the novice village. The village is shrouded in a blue light barrier, like a different space. Monsters dare not approach. They are safe now. The boy's tone was a little lucky. After all, the people who could send him messages at this time were undoubtedly familiar friends. Originally, he thought they were doomed. So what is the current situation like? After hearing this, Lu Pin and the other two people from Novice Village immediately became energetic while marveling at the good luck of those students. Because of the large number of people, they went into the mountains in teams. A police officer and several teachers led a team, and they were one of the teams. There are more than 20 people in total, who are in the same class as us, but the current situation is a bit bad. It seems that the police officer is injured and needs to be rescued. The group of NPC weirdos in Novice Village are no longer willing to let them stay. Go down and drive them away. The boy spoke. Does this mean that out of the hundreds of people in the entire high school, including faculty and staff, there are only about 20 people left in the end? Unlike the two people who could still remain optimistic, Lu Pin only felt that these numbers were chilling. And although Novice Village is safe, can NPCs actually drive people away? If the situation outside is really full of parasitic fungi all over the mountains and forests, a group of giant pythons that can easily swallow people as snacks, plus the rumored white-scaled giant snake that is over 100 meters tall and looks like an abyssal beast, this is simply I just came out of Novice Village and met the big boss directly. What is the purpose of having Shinsho Village located there? Do you want people to give it to you for free? The police can't handle it. Ordinary people can't die there. Why don't they allow the military to carry out bombings with full coverage and then open it to civilians? What's the point of that? The boy, who was originally somewhat lucky that his classmate was alive, suddenly felt cold after hearing this, and his fear of monsters was infinitely magnified. So, what are your thoughts? Mubai asked the frowning Lu Pin. It feels quite risky, but it is a novice village after all. If you don't have the courage to take a risk, you might fall far behind others. However, it is indeed dangerous for just the two of us to sneak in rashly. It's better to notify the police and let them take the lead. Although he knew that there were certain risks, Lu Pin still felt that it was necessary to take the risk to gain wealth, not to mention that his snake body mimicry had more advantages than others. If he could cooperate with the police, it might be able to have a certain effect. In that case, let's go and test it out first. I'll call Brother Zhang and Xiaoli to see what kind of plan they have. This time, since there are injured police officers and more than 20 people, students, coupled with the special existence of Novice Village, it is impossible for the police to just sit back and watch. Because he had shown enthusiastic citizens before, Mubai also exchanged phone numbers with the two police officers for better contact, and then made a call. Lu Pin quickly got on the back seat of the motorcycle that was started at this time, and threw the bag of meat to the two students. I wish you both good luck, see you later, roar. In an instant, Lu and Pin, who had reached full throttle, only left each other with a pair of taillights. After contacting Lao Zhang and Xiaoli and telling them the basic situation of the matter, when the two of them arrived at the edge of the mountainous area and gradually approached the dangerous zone, it was already half an hour later. It's completely different from what they knew. It's really interesting. It seems that I was lucky to be able to come out from here. What did Lao Zhang, Xiaoli, and the others say? Even if he was just a little closer to this place, Lu Pin would feel inexplicably uneasy, as if he was close to the monster cave. The feeling of edge is not at the same level at all. It only takes a day or two to make people feel so uneasy. If it continues like this mountainous area will inevitably become a cancer that can never be erased in the city, and it will make people even more unknown and fearful. Yes, there are countless monster caves like this all over the country, let alone some countries abroad that are vast and sparse. If these animals and plants are allowed to continue mutating, the monster camp will continue to expand. Whether humans can become the masters of this planet is still a big question mark, so for individuals like them now, the more they know, the less they fear. The information about the novice village must not be missed, otherwise they will definitely fall one step behind others. They already know that you can transform into a snake. If we rashly attack a monster cave like this, if we provoke them from their original place of survival, who knows how much manpower it will take to completely clear them out. What's more, this place is too close to Longxi village, where humans mainly gather. Given the size of the giants, this distance is even more insignificant. So this time, in order to prevent the monsters from rioting, we are also preparing to send a small team into the mountainous area, relying on light weapons and intelligence gathering as much as possible. Let's send him a message when we arrive. Mubai spoke while editing the information. The signal near the mountainous area has become extremely unstable. Because of the fear of causing monster riots, the number of armed police in this operation will inevitably be controlled within a safe range, mainly focusing on intelligence gathering. And Cheng No. 2 Middle School will be responsible for it. Is that so? Then there is nothing we can do about it. LV Pin was a little disappointed, knowing that the police might not take any major action this time, but he still understood. But this is also a pretty good gene pool for you. Mubai silently prepared the hard bow. With the strength of the two of them, there was no problem at all to protect themselves. That's right, so now I also want to try my luck. You wait for me here for a while. If the police come, you don't have to wait for me. Just leave a message. I won't try to go deeper. Lupin obviously wanted to take this opportunity to try his luck. Although the area of Lotus Mountain has been occupied by pythons, the entire mountain area is very vast, and the area occupied by pythons and fungi is only a relatively core part of it, so the danger is relatively small in this periphery. Okay, just be careful to grasp the degree, and try to control the time within half an hour. Mubai, who knows the strength of LV Pin, will naturally not do anything to hinder him from gaining experience. Well, LV Pin, who was directly undergoing genetic enhancement, turned his eyes into vertical pupils and then sneaked into the forest. In the forest, looking at the monster squirrel in the distance, which was a circle larger than a buffalo, LV Pin felt that the fur on the other party was quite high-end, but he didn't know what the genetic talent of the squirrel was. Was it storing food? He had missed the opportunity in the first hunt, so it was obviously difficult to know. But his target this time was obviously not a furry little guy. It was the giant stick insect lying on the ground in the distance, like an old tree trunk, with a body length of more than 10 meters. It was somewhat similar to the big green insect that LV Pin had encountered before, but its body was relatively small. However, it was much more oppressive than the previous big green insect, and its shell was hard. If it had not been for the fact that the opponent was in motion when LV Pin discovered it before, it would still be unclear who was the prey and who was the hunter in the dark. The stick insect, which was originally a highly hidden insect in the forest, had already exerted its mimicry to the extreme. It seems that the entire Lotus Mountain area is too wide, and it is not easy to encounter fungi and giant pythons in the more marginal areas. However, there may still be spores floating in the air, so we must be careful. I just don't know if this thing will cause infection when it comes into contact with the eyes. LV Pin, who has entered a calm state due to genetic enhancement, obviously will not panic because of the opponent's size. He is on the tree and quickly gropes for the best time to attack the opponent. If he can get the opponent's genes and perform insect mimicry, then he can not only improve his strength, but also move more conveniently in the forest with stick insect mimicry. Gradually groping to a place closer to the stick insect, LV Pin, who has occupied an advantageous position, restrains his breathing, and sees his 5 fingers armored, and then launches a surprise attack, breaking through the defense with lightning speed. After the sound of metal collision, it penetrates like a knife, and blood gushes out immediately. The stick insect's shell is undoubtedly extremely hard, but in front of LV Pin's crystal armor material, it obviously has limited effect. Even so, compared with its huge body, this insignificant wound is undoubtedly difficult to really hurt its roots. The stick insect, feeling the pain, immediately lifted it up and immediately shook LV Pin far away. The distance between the two was pulled apart, and the thick forelimbs quickly grabbed LV Pin. LV Pin, who had crystal armored his hands, tried to resist, but was pushed away by this huge force. LV Pin, who knew its power, naturally did not dare to confront it head-on, and quickly retreated to avoid it. Although the hardness of the crystal material was enough, he was obviously not the opponent of the stick insect in terms of strength. Such a head-on battle was absolutely powerless for him. It seems that it is necessary to get a close combat weapon. It would be great if there is equipment for this purpose. Fighting these giant monsters with bare hands is not an advantage after all. After taking a hard blow, LV Pin felt his hands go numb. This guy is indeed not an opponent that can be easily dealt with. It seems that he can only think of some tricks like he did with the big green worm before. Hiss! The stick insect in front of him made a hissing sound, and sharp rock spikes kept protruding from the ground, which made LV Pin quickly dodge. Fortunately, he was wearing armor with strong defensive power, so he did not suffer a heavy impact. Even so, he could not help but add some wounds. Good fellow, this is much more difficult to deal with than the big insect before. It seems to be a monster with a more comprehensive degree of alienation, just like the alligator turtle reported in the previous news. The previous alligator turtle could spit fire, but this guy can actually summon earth thorns? These monsters may still have different attributes. LV Pin, who immediately raised the threat of this guy in his mind to a higher level, frowned and stared at the joints of the stick insect, considering the parts that he would most likely dismantle violently next. Although the stick insect in front of him is huge, it is relatively narrow and long. If you want to use the method of breaking through the inside to deal with the big insect before, it is obviously not possible to copy it. After all, the opponent's body is relatively narrow and long, especially the front end, which is narrow and hard in shell. Only the environment in the back abdomen is better, but this stick insect is too vigilant and is only willing to face the enemy head-on. Unlike the big green insect, it has a wider activity space and an extremely hard shell. Unlike snakes, they do not have clear weaknesses. If they really drill into the segmented insect body in front and cannot break through the shell when their strength is weakened, they will be suffocated to death. Therefore, they can only try to use these joints as breakthrough points. This is the safest way. Boom! LV Pin, who knew that he had to seize the time, did not hesitate. He used the snake-like movement to quickly close the distance between the two. Just when the hairy forelimbs were about to sweep across him, he mimicked the snake shape and produced crystal substances that were different from the shell shape that was mainly used for protection in the past. Instead, it directly changed into a sharp blade shape that fits like teeth and spreads around the snake body. With its speed obviously increased, it quickly wrapped around the thick hind limbs of the stick insect, and after its sharp teeth merged and extended to the gap between the hind limbs for 2 circles, the snake head suddenly exerted force to rush forward, twisting with powerful force, and immediately caused the already fragile joint connection to be directly torn and blood splashed. Therefore, LV Pin, who had made some achievements in the attack, was obviously unwilling to let go of the prey in front of him. He skillfully followed the way he dealt with the big insect before, quickly drilled in, twisted from the inside, and the powerful snake body combined with the sharp blades all over the snake body immediately turned the already soft insect body upside down. Finally, under the powerful twisting, the wings on the hind abdomen were directly broken, and the stick insect, which had been full of energy, suddenly entered a violent state. This time, LV Pin's attack obviously caused it to suffer heavy damage. In a furious state, it moved its front limbs immediately, but because it had lost the support of its hind limbs, its strength was significantly weakened. Lu Pin had anticipated this and used his charged attack skill and raised his fists to block it. The stick insect, which had only the front half left, suddenly found it difficult to maintain its balance and was instead flipped over. Looking at the stick insect that was struggling on the ground, LV Pin would not miss this great opportunity to attack. However, as soon as he moved, something strange happened. A rumbling sound came from the ground. The strong pressure made LV Pin feel dangerous and he quickly retreated to keep his distance. Boom! As expected, the ground where LV Pin and the stick insect were just now was full of cracks. A section of the snake covered with white scales directly hit the ground, covering the area where the stick insect was. Each piece of white phosphorus was at least the size of a door. In terms of size, LV Pin felt that the guy was at least a circle larger than a basketball court. In terms of length, it was even more difficult to describe. It was definitely not the 100 meters that was reported on the internet. It was like a giant beast from the abyss. The snake body just smashed the stick insect into a meat paste with a light hit, and the sound of its death came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the full coverage gene of the monster rock insect, which has been included in the stopwatch. The rock insect fully covers the gene bonus passive attribute effect, bite force +2, flexibility +2 active attribute effects, insect body mimicry, ground spikes, fire ash splashing. The mimicry of the stick insect is obviously better than the previous big insect, and it can play a better role in the surrounding environment, thus playing a strong camouflage effect. The ground spike skill directly summons a hard ground spike that is taller than a person. It has a cooling time and is an active skill that Lupin rarely gets. As for the fire ash skill, it needs to use the mouth to focus fire for splashing, but there is obviously no time to try it now. The huge white scaled snake in front of him, just revealing a part of the snake body, gave him an indescribable sense of oppression. He couldn't resist at all, and his body was stiff. And this white-scaled snake obviously noticed this little guy, staring at him with red eyes, just looking at him, and Lupin's hair stood up. Ding, detected that the universe-level monster Red-Eye White-Scaled Blood has noticed the existence of the host, please escape quickly. The watch vibrated uncontrollably, and the two pairs of vertical pupils looked at each other. LV Pin regretted his recklessness this time. Human? Or my child? A voice that gave people goosebumps came. LV Pin, who knew what to do, was stiff at this time. Then he thought quickly and entered the snake. The white phosphorus with the same luster looked like a small sleeve version of the big snake in front of him. LV Pin didn't know if this would work, but at least the eyes of the white-scaled snake in front of him were not as sharp as before, and the huge snake body kept moving. Interesting little guy, I don't know what your intention is, but please tell those humans who want to invade my territory not to play with fire. Now in this world, humans are no longer the benchmark for measuring everything. Put away your self-righteous arrogance. After the words fell, LV Pin could only watch the snake twisting its body and gradually going away. The next day, in the temporary shelter built by the forest police. Because LV Pin had encountered a supergiant red-eyed white-scaled monster before, and nighttime operations might bring danger, the police did not continue to organize operations after LV Pin returned. Fumbling with the automatic rifle he had just obtained, Mubai, who was equipped with police equipment with other police comrades, gradually became familiar with it after a little exploration. Lightweight thermal weapons such as firearms can be widely used to deal with ordinary monsters. Of course, if they are used to deal with giant monsters that have mutated, the effect they can play is more subtle. Of course, these can only play a weak role for LV Pin, and even firearms such as automatic rifles may hinder his combat rhythm. He only needs a small pistol for self-defense. It is relatively small and can be used to save physical strength and is enough to deal with ordinary monsters. After all, he is one of the few who can fight giant monsters before the large thermal weapons of the armed police force are deployed. It can be said that he is an extraordinary existence with the help of genes and attribute enhancement. It is also the power needed for this operation, so the identities of LV Pin and his partner who participated in the police operation are somewhat special. It is a special enlistment similar to the conscription of militia, and it does not restrict freedom. After all, the current state of combat readiness is different from any previous war. It is a fight between humans and monsters. In the case of a hasty response to human resources, special treatment is naturally needed. Lupin and Mubai are not unique. There are many people who have obtained extraordinary power first. With the approval of the central government, other provinces and cities have also opened such a precedent. After all, special treatment is given in special times. As long as you have the determination to shed blood for the motherland, this is no different from real enlistment. Comrade Xiaolu, does that mean that the white-scaled snake really warned us not to rashly invade its territory? Lao Shang, who is already experienced and serves as a contact person, naturally participated in this operation. That's right. Maybe some of the personnel and military weapons we sent before angered it, so it showed up to warn people. That guy is too threatening. Coupled with its huge size and hard scales, even a tank would be scrapped if it were crushed. The biggest trouble is that it has wisdom. Besides, such individuals are probably not unique in the country. Facing a race that also has wisdom skills and speaks human language, this is the biggest trouble, but this is not something we should consider. Thinking of the previous situation, LV Pin felt more pressure and backed out. But the fact that the red-eyed white-scaled creature had intelligent thinking also sounded a warning bell for everyone, making him feel that this opportunity should not be missed. There will inevitably be sacrifices in the current situation, but it can also be said to be a major change that has not happened in a century. Facing this unknown race invasion, humans must fight back. Before thinking of other better ways, the situation of the novice village and the so-called identity authentication must be obtained at the moment. As the old saying goes, the more you know, the less afraid you are. The higher-ups will make a decision on this matter. Our top priority now is to solve the current task. When I went to report the news to the higher-ups just now, I saw some information about the novice village on the internet. People from other parts of the country have already entered it. Most of them are our comrades. Lao Zhang introduced to them what he knew, because there were reports of news about novice villages from all over the country. So their mission this time has changed a bit, mainly to find out the situation in the novice village and how to open it to the military, police, and the public. Because of special circumstances like Akame Shiragen, the original plan to dispatch fighter jets to support the Air Force was temporarily shelved. I hope that this operation team can complete the mission without angering the snakes. According to the intelligence above, novice village identity authentication is essential. Because identity authentication is related to the future development of the entire people of Lianing City. The map of the Lianhua mountain area has also been delivered through yesterday's drone aerial photography. It includes the location of the novice village and the approximate location of the major monsters. As long as we control our actions this time, basically there was a big mistake. Lao Zhang took out a stack of professionally drawn color pictures of mountain shapes. If I had known that you had arranged for aerial photography with drones, I wouldn't have had to be so reckless yesterday. But can we use drones to figure out the current situation in Novice Village? Lu Pin looked at the picture. Understanding the basic terrain of mountainous areas is just a trivial matter. The reason why so much time is wasted is because it is necessary to understand the daily schedule and activity range of the giant monsters, plus professional drawing to ensure accuracy. However, the novice village is surrounded by under a layer of light. The situation inside can't be seen clearly. Lao Zhang couldn't help but point to a certain point that was specially marked on the map. It could be seen that the person who drew this map was very careful. Not only did he depict some details of the mountainous terrain, but also some giant monsters with a high degree of threat. The trajectory of his daily life activities was also marked. Lupin Mubai, who saw this scene in his eyes, remembered it all. Since we have decided to take action, we need to be more cautious in the distribution of personnel this time. Heavy weapons are not allowed to enter, and we should try to choose a route that can stay away from the territory where the snakes are. In terms of number of people, this time we will include Lao Lu and me. There are only 12 people in total. In my opinion, it is better to divide them up and control the number to about 5 or 6, so as not to cause commotion among the monsters. Mubai spoke after briefly analyzing the situation. In the absence of heavy weapons intervention and Air Force support, there is actually no difference between a small team of more than 10 people like them, whether they are in separate teams or acting together. Even in larger numbers, they may be exposed. Further refinement is also a wise move. In that case, let's assign 2 groups to carry out the operation over there. One group will be the advance force, and the other group will be the backup. This time we will plan the route first and make all preparations. Xiaolu Xiamu, you will accompany Lao Zhang and I will act as a vanguard and evacuate immediately if the situation goes wrong. As the highest-ranking police officer among the people, Lao Wang obviously has the decision-making power of the team for this operation. Xiao Zhou and Lao Chen, you have rich experience in field operations. Let's act together as the advance force. As for the others, we should find suitable sniper points and try our best to clear obstacles for the advance force. We must be careful and don't fight with the monster swarm. Too much trouble. After analyzing the direction of the map for 15 minutes, start taking action. While completing the tasks assigned by the superiors, you will rescue the students and comrades trapped in Xinqiu village. Do you understand? Lao Wang said this with a serious expression. Yes. While responding sonorously and forcefully, everyone saluted. Later, when Mubai used his bow and arrow to shoot down a troublesome fruit bat, and Lupin crushed it to death with a finishing blow, more than an hour had passed. Waving the Zhangba snake spear in his hand, after killing the fruit bat, Lupin unexpectedly obtained a racial skill called Soundwave, which could detect the path by emitting soundwave vibrations. This snake spear looks good. Mubai once again aimed at the distant prey. It's not bad. I have a handy weapon. It can cause shock when attacking. I am no longer so passive when dealing with those giant monsters. It seems that only by killing those giant monsters can I explode the equipment, except for the size. In addition to the differences in aspects, these monsters should also be divided into levels. Lupin gently swung the snake spear in his hand, put it into his backpack, and Lupin's tense nerves relaxed. Looking up, you can already vaguely see the protective light shield of Novice Village. The original journey time of less than half an hour has doubled, which is enough to illustrate the hardships and the level of infestation of monsters on the road. This is a shortcut they deliberately chose. You can reach your destination in just a few more minutes, but the next journey may be an area where snakes are active, so you have to be more careful. Looking at several injured comrades, Lao Wang said in a serious tone, Lupin squatted down and used Ying to help them heal the wounds. The smell of blood may cause chaos among the monsters, so it's better to be cautious at the moment. I'm going to trouble you next, Comrade Xiaolu. Lao Wang said. Don't worry, Brother Wang. Since I promised to help, I will deal with it seriously. You can follow. His eyes turned into vertical pupils, and his body was covered with white scales. Lu Pin, who resembled a snake, slid quickly along the ground. The few people who were exploring the way ahead did not dare to be careless and followed cautiously with rifles in hand. I didn't encounter much trouble along the way, and gradually got closer to the mask. Ding! The presence of the nearby novice village has been detected. Do you want to enter by contacting the protective shield? The blue attribute board popped up immediately, and a series of annotations appeared. Naturally, no one would refuse this. Lu Pin, who had already transformed into a human form, touched the light mask in front of him with his hand, but was not resisted. The scene in front of him became transparent and everyone's figures disappeared. Rustle! The golden wheat fields danced with the wind. Looking along the stone path, the village buildings were vaguely visible in the distance. The people who stepped on the soft soil were shocked by the scene in front of them. Is this the novice village? It feels like I have come to another world. Although it has long been known that such an existence beyond reality must be magical, LV Pin was still shocked when he really saw it. Are all the people living in the village NPCs? Please go to the center of the village to transmit the crystal for identity authentication, and the attribute board will appear again. Interesting, let's go. LV Pin couldn't help but greet a few people, and Mubai took out his mobile phone to check if there was a signal but found that it was completely black. The camera that was originally brought to take pictures was also in black screen state. Obviously, electronic products in this novice village cannot be used. Going forward along the village road, you can see many NPC villagers wearing cloth robes on the way. It seems that there is not much difference between their skin color and appearance and ordinary people. LV Pin doesn't know how to describe the clothing. It is a style that he has never seen before, and some cloth robes have strange patterns. The most special thing is the faintly visible tattooed black eyes on their foreheads and the strange machines on their hands that look like watches, which seem to have extremely important meanings to these NPCs. Old Wang quickly ordered them to put away their guns, so as not to point the guns at them and cause trouble, but these NPCs did not have much emotional fluctuations after seeing the unfamiliar faces of LV Pin. They were not very enthusiastic, but I think they would not do what the students said before and drive them out. Looking at the pink-haired girl selling unknown fruits and vegetables, old Zhang took out a red grandfather and squatted down. Little sister, can I buy your things with this money? This time the little girl still kept her previous smile and did not speak. Can you tell me where the crystal is, little sister? Old Zhang did not believe it. The little girl was still smiling. Could it be that the people in this village can't detect us? Old Zhang was puzzled. And after glancing at the actions of the surrounding villagers, Mubai and LV Pin found that they were obviously buying and selling items with gold, silver and copper coins, and gently put down the currency they had obtained from hunting monsters before. It's an honor to have you as a distinguished guest. May I ask if there is anything I can help you with? The little girl, who practiced an unknown dialect, smiled like a flower. Old Zhang, who took the money back, felt that the times had changed. It looks like there are a lot of things for sale. Looking at the things in front of him, Mubai, who wanted to pretend to be familiar and talk, froze. Why did he feel that the glittering thing wrapped in a gift box looked more and more like a kale, and what was the herb similar to Isatis root with a sign that it could cure all diseases? Could this girl be pretending to be an NPC and selling fake medicine under the guise of a novice village? If you don't do identity verification, you will be treated as a 3-no person and cannot trade in the village. I'm EZ, who sells herbs. You can come to me after completing identity verification, customer. Yi Zi, who was particularly patient with money bags, smiled. What will happen if you become a 3-no person, little sister Yi Zi? LV Pin, who couldn't help but think of the phone call from his student before, spoke. You will be kicked out because you can't stay overnight because you are a 3-no person. You can't do identity verification if you haven't hunted monsters, but you can. Yi Zi smiled. After hearing this, LV Pin and his friends understood. After all, unlike a group of special forces and 2 outliers like them, ordinary students, unless they are brave, may be weak in the face of monsters even if they hold a handy weapon. It is normal to be driven out without certification. Then everyone exchanged glances. Knowing that they could not do anything without certification, they walked along the village road. The teleportation crystal was in the center of the village. The overly gorgeous purple color made LV Pin feel a sense of plasticity. Every 10 copper coins could be spent for certification. LV Pin and his friends, who already had money, naturally dared to be the first. A ray of light flashed and covered them. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first player to undergo identity certification in the novice village of Laning City. Players will receive special rewards. After knowing the conditions for identity certification, LV Pin, who knew that he might get ahead of the group of unlucky students, was not surprised. A series of voices came in his mind. The special title of White Scale Patron has been obtained. With this title, you can obtain the protection of the divine blood creature Red Eye White Scale. The current favorability is _casual acquaintance. The non-bound skill book Frost Archery +1 has been obtained. Experience points +100 have been obtained, and the player level has exceeded level 4. Ding! The player's Tau power value has reached 40, which meets the certification level of the wild level. You can spend 10 silver coins or 1 gold coin for professional transfer certification. Do you want to continue? The professional function can be reflected at Tau power 50. LV Pin, who feels that this thing is beneficial and harmless, will naturally not refuse. LV Pin saw the interface pop up in front of him. There are a total of 3 options for him to choose, namely Warrior Archer and Life Surveyor. There are just 3 simple names, without even any notes. LV Pin can make up the first 2 by himself, but he feels perfunctory for some reason. Following the value of choosing the best over the worst, LV Pin naturally chose the third one. After all, the name sounded very impressive. Mubai, who spent 10 silver coins, also considered it and finally chose the archer profession, which has extremely high requirements for pupil power. It is just different from ordinary archers, with attributes. Because the money for other people's certification was also counted on LV Pin, the originally overflowing money bag suddenly saw the bottom, but even so, this time the 2 of them had already gained a lot. I didn't expect that identity certification actually requires conditions. It seems that those students may have been kicked out before. Even if they hunted monsters, they could not meet the currency conditions. But what is this Tau power value? Is it linked to the so-called level? I don't understand. Old Wine, who is a few years older, obviously doesn't understand these fancy things. Anyway, let's find out where they are now, and then think about what methods can quickly and unimpededly enter the novice village. Mubai couldn't help but think about this problem. After all, even for those who are physically strong, this journey is still difficult, not to mention other ordinary people who are physically and mentally weak. Let's disperse first to find out the situation in the village, 2 people in a group, and gather back at the crystal in half an hour. If there are any special situations, you can report them in advance. Lao Wang couldn't help but assign tasks to everyone again. Mubai Lu Pin, who would not separate, naturally assigned a group and continued to go to where Yi Zi was. At this time, in the coastal area of Laning City. As a freighter covered with strange black lines approached the shore, a man in a black robe jumped off the deck and landed, looking back at the freighter that began to shake violently. Sorry for bothering you, you can go back now. The man seemed to be talking to the air. Then something strange happened. The strange black lines on the hull of the freighter were constantly peeled off, turning into black viscous liquid dripping into the sea and disappearing. The freighter that lost this force also corroded and corrupted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into wreckage and ran aground on the reef. It's really a convenient ability. You can split your body and parasitize any object to achieve control. Then, where is the so-called divine creature next? The hood was taken off, revealing a face with mixed blood characteristics, and the voice had an indescribable charm. As if he had just learned how to speak, he smiled with his eyes slightly squinted, which made people feel no warmth at all, but a chill on the back. Tear. Because he broke into this coastal area where few humans set foot, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding monsters. After all, the coast can be said to be the second most dangerous area in the entire Laning City after the Lotus Mountain area. Although there are few giant monsters stranded and landed, the groups of monsters that can be seen everywhere are also a great threat, especially the shellfish and shrimps that are common along the coast. Now they are surrounding the black-robed man. A cat's-eye snail shaped like a small car spits out bubbles of poisonous gas. The fishy smell of seafood made the man in black robe frown. He took out a knife from his waist. He had no intention of attacking these monsters. Instead, he made a cut on his index finger, causing blood to drip continuously. This kind of self-mutilation, the behavior is clearly puzzling. What exactly will be at the end of life? Perhaps this is a bit too profound for you who have suddenly changed your body and have not yet opened your spiritual intelligence. After all, you are just human tools. The cat's eye snails moved forward slowly, and with the blood dripping, their situation suddenly became a little bad, and cracks began to appear in the extremely hard shells. And the shrimp soldiers and crab generals nearby who did not come to join in the fun were also inexplicably attacked, and fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. It is really puzzling why such a situation happened, as if they were persecuted by some invisible aura, hidden in the sand and stone. The small shells that fell under the water also returned to the west one after another, and the blood stained the pure white beach in front of them red. The coastal fish seemed to be affected, rolling their eyes and floating. The entire area where the man in black robe was located seemed to have been invisibly deprived of life. In the end, only a mantis shrimp that was looking for food was left alive. A creature with a very interesting body structure, an interesting little guy, but it's a pity that it's not divine blood. After looking up and down at the pippy shrimp, which was obviously one of the many seafood-type monsters, the somewhat curious black-robed man approached. The pippy shrimp didn't seem to resist him and allowed it to get on his back. It was probably also attracted by the other party. He was shocked by the weird trick he just revealed. In that case, let's go. If you surrender to me properly, I won't treat you badly. As long as you can obtain enough divine blood, you have the potential to go further. The man in black robe smiled, finally left with each other. Lupin, who was still in the novice village, naturally didn't know that an uninvited guest came to Laning City at this time. At this time, he was still listening to Yi Zi's explanation about the power value, so as to understand the so-called monsters and humans. What is the relationship between them? After all, times have changed now, and it's time to make up for this information. According to Yi Zi's description, after they authenticate the player's identity, the daily value and other functions of the attribute network will be opened. The daily value itself is linked to the level. It can be said to be the basis for measuring a person's comprehensive strength, but under normal circumstances below, factors such as equipment and skills will not be taken into account. Even if a person has not undergone identity authentication, the initial value of his or her power will generally be in the range of 10 to 15, and the level will therefore be at level 1. Once you gain experience by hunting World of Warcraft, and your Dao power value exceeds 20 through promotion, you can be promoted to level 2. The same will be true for the 2 after that. For example, if your Dao power value exceeds 30 and you are promoted to level 3, etc., it seems that you can only reach level 3 if your Dao power value exceeds 30. Only when the force value is 100, the contrast between the two will change. Breaking through level 3 can not only obtain a basic skill, but also obtain professional certification, and thus become a wild level player. This can also be said to be a unique experience, so Lupin, who currently has a power of 41, can really be said to be extraordinary. The alien. In terms of large levels, they are divided into the universe, from strong to weak. According to Yi Zi, the reason why those monsters can change to a huge level twice is that they are affected by the power value. The standard for secondary mutation is wild level, and those that can succeed are basically monsters with a power value of 50 or above and relatively high potential, which are difficult for ordinary humans to deal with. Similar to the difference between mobs and elite monsters. Of course, it is not so easy to say clearly that abyssal behemoths like red-eyed and white-scaled divine blood are completely natural disaster levels. He gave the last little bit of money left in his wallet to Yi Zi in front of him as a bonus. Seeing that Lao Zhang and the others were nowhere to be seen, Lupin handed the skill book to Mubai and told him to put it away. Mubai's power value now reached 37. If he makes more use of his skills, equipment and career advantages, I believe it won't take long, the two of them will be on an equal footing and help each other. Ever since he met the red-eyed white-scaled man, a stone has been weighing on his heart. Right now, only strength is the driving force that drives him forward. By the way, Yi Zi, since you are a novice village, are there any tasks issued to players? It's like picking up some broken leaves outside the circle, and then coming to your place to exchange for a few bags of gold coins. Lupin gestured shamelessly, but all he got in exchange was Yi Zi's eyes as if he was seeing aqua. Do the people in our village look so stupid? What's more, with the strength of you people, you may not be able to defeat the rhubarb at the entrance of our village. How can we give you such a free chance? After weighing the copper coins in his hand, Yi Zi could barely keep smiling. It doesn't have to be gold coins, copper coins are also fine, or rewards such as experience and skills. After all, it is a novice village, so it doesn't even have these. Lupin, who only wanted to gain some benefits in this village, spoke. If you're talking about the task bounty list, then I advise you to give up the idea now. It will only be open to players after the village becomes rich. Now this village is so poor that even we villagers can hardly survive. Where is the surplus food for you players to get for free? Yeezy looked like she would never let LV Pin get for free. Then she put all the copper coins she got into the strange machine on her wrist. Suddenly, a string of strange numbers that kept decreasing appeared. Because the coin value increased, LV Pin and the others who saw it were puzzled. This is time. For us, it is also an alternative currency. It can be used for trading or purchasing. Unlike you players, what we need to ensure is that this string of values can continue to flow. So if you want to get benefits from the village without spending a penny, I advise you not to think so. The smile on Yeezy's face gradually converged. So what will happen if we stop playing during this period? Looking at the indescribable expression on Yeezy's face, LV Pin felt horrified even though he vaguely guessed it in his heart. Isn't this obvious? Yeezy obviously didn't want to talk too much about this topic. Mubai couldn't help but glance at the string of numbers. Only more than 800 hours? That's just over a month. It seems that the relationship between NPC and players is a coexistence relationship. So, what she said about the village being rich enough to issue tasks to players should also mean that the survival time of most NPC villagers has been greatly increased, so that they can focus more on players after solving the survival problem. This setting is quite unfriendly. Then the two of them couldn't help but ask about the students before. According to Yeezy's description, the group of students who were driven out of the village because of not having identity authentication did not really return to the location of the Lotus Mountain area, but were directly captured by the village guards and thrown into the forbidden area to open up wasteland. While they were left to fend for themselves, they also served as free labor. According to Yeezy's description, in addition to the wheat fields that LV Pin and his friends had passed by before and the village in front of them, the novice village in front of them also had a large area of limited land reclamation in the back mountain. It is said that to go to the land reclamation area, you need to pass through a very dangerous area. Even the people in the village are rarely willing to go there. This time, the group of students is basically in danger. Are you familiar with that group of idiots who look uneducated? Yeezy, who told what he knew, was very confused. Not all of them are familiar, but I have to take care of them for some reasons. By the way, what do you mean by danger? Could it be that there are some powerful monsters hiding there? If there is really any life-threatening danger, LV Pin and his team will not risk their lives for a group of strangers. However, since this is related to Lao Wang's mission, they still need to ask for help. It is up to them to decide whether to provide rescue. I don't know exactly what the danger is, but I heard from the villagers that if you want to go to the back mountain to open up wasteland, you have to pass through a section of land that must be kept extremely quiet. You must wear cotton shoes and move forward. You can't talk or make any noise, otherwise something bad will happen. I don't think you are bad people. It's better not to plan to go there, otherwise people will die. The place where the village is located is not safe. Don't do stupid things. Yeezy obviously knew a little about this matter, but he still kindly reminded her. After hearing this, LV Pin and Mubai looked at each other, and it was obvious that they had made a decision in their hearts. There's no need to be too anxious about this matter. Now we need you, Yeezy, to introduce us to any interesting places in this village. It's good to sell cheap equipment or learn skills. LV Pin obviously still felt that it was more important to understand the situation of the novice village at the moment, and Yeezy, who looked like a money grubber, would naturally not miss this opportunity to make money, and stretched out her hand. Helplessly, Lupin took out a silver coin from the interlayer of his belt and put it in Yeezy's palm. A moment later, in the novice village tavern, Yeezy, who accompanied Lupin and the others to stroll around the village, found a window seat and asked them to sit down. Along the way, they met most of the important NPCs. Although there was basically no transaction, they were familiar with each other, which provided a basis for the next upgrade plan. Sister Shaner, give us 3 cups of grapefruit tea and pastry cakes. I'll treat you today. Yeezy, who made a lot of extra money today, was obviously in a good mood. Tea and snacks were served, and Yeezy lightly grabbed the metal stick handed over by the other party, and half an hour passed. This easy way of trading made LV Pin and the others a little stunned, and they really didn't feel the heaviness of using their lives as a transaction. If people in our village buy some daily necessities by themselves, the price will be relatively realistic. 1 copper coin can be exchanged for 1 hour of time. Except for some expensive items, we usually trade with time, which is easier, but you players can't do it. Yeezy said. LV Pin, who felt that he had seen a lot, couldn't help but fumble for the vine ring on his hand. This was bought from the blacksmith uncle for 2 gold coins just now, and it was used to summon vines to attack or hide himself. If it can be used with the stick insect gene simulation, it can achieve a natural effect. The equipment level is also divided into heaven and earth, black and yellow, corresponding to the player level of the universe. Whether it is the vine ring or the snake spear hardbow that LV Pin and his friends got before, they are all yellow level equipment, but for LV Pin and his friends, it is enough. If those big guys still want to rescue those 3 no people, I can help you lead a part of the way, but this is extremely dangerous, you'd better think about it. Now that Yi Zi is familiar with LV Pin and the others, and feels that it is profitable to follow them, she is very happy to help. Don't worry, we know the limits. We also understand the specific situation in the village. In less than half an hour, we will go to the crystal to gather and then leave here. If there is a chance in the future, we will treat you. Mu Bai said calmly. After discussing with Brother Wang and others, they finally decided to pass on the information before launching the rescue. LV Pin and the others will escort Brother Wang, Lao Zhang, and others out of the village to a place with a signal to report to the superiors, so that they can send special people to carry out the rescue. As for how to conveniently teleport to the novice village, according to the discussion of Brother Wang and others, it is very likely that the underground passage and air transportation will be used as a breakthrough point, and the most convenient and cost-saving method will be selected from them. After all, this will be open to the public in the future anyway. And as long as you get close to the protective light shield, you can teleport, which makes these 2 methods possible. However, the decision will be made by the superiors and local governments. However, this has nothing to do with the 2 of them. Once they escort Wang Gu and his team out safely, their mission will be perfectly completed. Even if they have enhanced attributes, they are just ordinary people. Naturally, they cannot participate in such a dangerous mission involuntarily. Later, when LV Pin and his team escorted Wang Gu and his team to a safe area, it was already getting dark, and the faint roar of beasts at night made people uneasy. Since you have already had dinner, just stay here for 1 night. You have worked hard today. Wang Gu obviously has a good impression of the 2 young people in front of him. No need, Wang Gu, although it is dangerous at night, we also plan to take advantage of the night to practice a wave of levels. Now the monsters are getting stronger and stronger. If there are any changes, please remember to notify us. For LV Pin, who is increasingly eager to become stronger, it is obvious that this is not the time to rest. In that case, let it be up to you. I will report this matter to my superiors today and give you a credit. Although you are not brothers who have received professional training and have stepped out of the team, the motherland is in danger now. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. I still hope that you can always remember your original intention and share your worries for the construction of the motherland. Brother Wan's expression gradually became serious. Always be prepared for the motherland to return to its previous social stability and order. The 2 of them saluted with a fairly standard military salute. On the road at night, putting his hand on the bow string and pulling it quickly, the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Ice crystals were seen condensing on Mu Bai's fingertips. As the bowstring was tightened to the extreme and then slowed down, the silent arrow shot out of the air. The giant bird standing on the building was still there. Before he could figure out the situation, he was struck directly to his vital point and his body was frozen. It fell from the sky with a snap, and its body fell into pieces like ice. Lupin, who had been prepared for a long time, moved forward, squatted down and took out a few cold copper coins from the pile of ice slag. Sometimes, I really envy your boy's eyes. His dynamic vision is so strong. That's all, the angle is so extreme right now, it can actually hit the vital point directly and penetrate the soul, but this frost archery skill is too strong, it will freeze into ice pimples. It's not bad. The skill attack attached to the arrow should spread from the inside of the blood to the whole body, so the specific attack position must be more precise, otherwise the effect may be limited. Mu Bai, who was gradually getting familiar with his equipment, spoke calmly. At this moment, seeing the change in Lupin's eyes, he quickly turned his face to one side, and the 8-foot-long snake spear shot through the air along his cheek, and instantly pierced the wall of the building in the distance. A whale came out immediately, and he saw a lizard that originally took advantage of the darkness of the night to mimic the surrounding environment and integrate with the architecture appeared in its original form. It seems that relying on your eyes alone is not enough. At least I am far inferior to you in sensing the scent of monsters. I need to pay more attention in the future. Rubbing his numb cheeks, Mu Bai turned his head and looked at the trapped people in front of him. The little guy who lives here seems not to have his mood changed due to anything. It can only be said that you have a level advantage. What are your plans next? The watch changed, and Lupin directly activated the genetic enhancement of the stick insect. The lizard immobilized in front of him undoubtedly became the best experimental subject. The mouth area was hardened, and the hot limestone directly covered the lizard. Black smoke suddenly came out from his body. In less than 10 seconds, the gray rock was burned away, and all that was left in front of him was the 8-foot-long snake spear and the copper coins that glowed with stars. The effect of the skill attack was obviously not targeted at his own equipment. What else can we plan? Let's practice the level first, and then see what news comes from Brother Wang and the others. The monsters are getting stronger all the time, and we can't keep up with the pace. Mubai, who ordered Baowazi from Brother Wang, lit a cigarette and puffed away. Although the current situation was relatively stable, for some reason, there was always an indescribable sense of threat in his heart. What else did Lupin want to say about this? After feeling the vibration of his watch, he glanced at it and his expression became a little surprised. Mubai, who was confused about this, couldn't help but ask. It feels a bit like the situation where the future was changed before, and the hands suddenly moved normally. Frowning, Lupin Yang raised the watch on his hand, and as expected, it was already moving normally. That is to say, as long as you use your watch now, you can know what will happen in a month? It is like a dream, but it can make you change the future now? In this case, are you going to try or do you still need to prepare? What kind of backup plan? Mubai's brows also furrowed. I don't know if it's a month, but I have a hunch that the watch is not stable right now. If I press the switch, I should be able to enter that weird experience of predicting the future. What will happen in the future? I don't know, but now that there is such an opportunity, I think we should not let it go. At least it can help us predict future dangers in advance. Lupin, who felt that he might not be able to use genes or enhancements in such a state, obviously still planned to try, but at least he needed to find a safe place. Since you want to give it a try, you have to strike while the iron is hot. But in the next period of time, you will probably have to carry pen and paper with you. Let's go back to the shelter first. I will help you guard it tonight. After understanding Lupin after he came up with this idea, Mubai obviously expressed his support. Even if he is alone now, there is no problem in protecting Lupin and himself as long as he relies on the shelter as a position. Shelter a moment later. Although I don't know what your principle of predicting the future is, but since there have been previous attempts to prove that it is true and reliable, you'd better give yourself enough psychological hints, such as hinting that you will predict the future. I will carry a pen and paper with me in the future and leave enough time to write down reminders. This is the safest way at the moment. These two effects should be related. Just like the actions you make in the future, it is very likely to affect the prompts you get after the next time travel, and the changed situation you have now after time travel will indirectly affect your future actions, which is an inevitable result. Of course, if you travel to the future and find that the situation is completely different from what you imagined, and you want to force a change, what will happen? But you can't say for sure. Looking at the watch that was vibrating more and more strongly at this time, Mubai couldn't help but sort out the possible results of traveling through the future. Although it sounded a bit messy, it at least gave LV Pin some clues. That is to say, as long as I keep hinting to myself that I will carry paper and pen with me in the future, then I will get some information tips from my future self later, right, just like before. LV Pin felt that except for the time when he faced Akane Balan before, this was the most nervous time for him. After all, it was different from the previous time when he was forced to do something. Now he was really prepared to change his future. He just hoped that it would not be a situation that he could not cope with at all. It would be better if he was not in a situation where the future collapsed at the beginning, otherwise if he died accidentally, he would have nothing. Although I really think that knowing your future direction is not a good thing, but now that it is inevitable, I can only wish you good luck over there. Mubai looked at LV Pin who was lying down and spoke. LV Pin, who kept adjusting his breathing, pressed the button. Unlike at this time, Mubai just looked at LV Pin and closed his eyes. LV Pin, who was in a weird future dream at this time, had completely different senses. He only felt that his whole body was very hot, as if he was burned by fire. His body was constantly rolling on the ground, as if he was hit by something. Finally, under the exchange of the two consciousnesses of LV Pin himself, he regained consciousness and opened his eyes. The hot ground suddenly woke LV Pin up, and he felt numbness in his limbs. My goodness, what kind of difficulty is this start? The fireflies with healing effects burned on his body, which relieved his pain. Although he did not expect that he would be unlucky enough to enter the battle directly after crossing, the current situation was still really overwhelming. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but search for things on his body, but he didn't find the so-called note reminder. He only found his broken screen mobile phone and a black pager that didn't work. The only information that could still be of some use was the blood-red date of July 27th on his forearm. It was obviously cut with a knife not long ago and was still bleeding. Good guy, is it possible that he has nothing prepared for the future? But now it was obvious that there was no time for him to continue to be dazed. There was a creepy sound of limbs climbing, and a man in a black robe and a hood appeared in front of him. The man sitting on the seat was a colorful mantis shrimp. Allah Allah, I really like this body, but you are not dead yet? It's really interesting. Since you are not dead, then allow you to answer a question for me. Where is the novice village? Or have you seen a white-scaled snake with a body length of more than a kilometer? If you are willing to help me lead the way, I can spare your life. The black-robed man put on a high-handed attitude, which made Lupin extremely unhappy after hearing it, but he did not dare to move rashly. At the moment, he really didn't know what was going on. But at least he had a hunch that the identity of the black-robed man in front of him was definitely not simple. Really, we are speaking the same language, but you, a human, didn't hear clearly what I was saying? What I hate most is you guys who don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Since you want to play with fire so much, then I will accompany you. The black-robed man who was looking at Lupin in a daze obviously felt that the other party had neglected him. He spread out his 5 fingers, and orange lightning flashed, and finally turned into 5 lightsabers in the air. The patterns on the swords gradually became perfect, and they broke through the air and came straight to Lupin, as fast as lightning. And Lupin, who knew that the other party was not simple, naturally couldn't stand there stupidly as a live target. He took out the Zhangba snake spear and quickly dodged the lightsaber attack, but the lightsaber kept entangled, as if it could track automatically, and he couldn't even get rid of it, which immediately made the situation tense. The physical strength has obviously improved. I think it should be due to the strengthening of the attributes. This level in a week is normal. But in other words, is this kind of future travel really random? By the way, where did the guy with white thighs go? Dodging the attack, Lupin, who felt frustrated, muttered in a low voice, and then swung the snake spear in his hand hard to hit the lightsaber in front of him, and the force generated almost made him lose his hand. The sound of metal collision was particularly harsh. Fortunately, the Zhangba snake spear was not damaged. On the contrary, the lightsaber was obviously dimmed a lot. Such an attack can work. After this attempt, Lupin no longer avoided consuming physical energy like before. He held the Zhangba snake hair and hit them point by point, hitting and consuming these lightsabers, and finally dispersing them one by one. The expression on the face of the black-robed man who saw this scene did not change much. Instead, he clapped and cheered like a cat playing with a mouse, which made the dusty Lupin really difficult to understand his thoughts. You are really amazing to be able to become so strong in such a short time. However, if you can reach the Hong level, I may not be your opponent. Unfortunately, you are still far away. But it is really strange. Why do others run so far? It's as if they are avoiding some potential danger. Do you know something in advance? This journey is interesting. Not only did I meet my kind, but I also saw you interesting little guys. It would be even better if I could find the location of the divine blood creature. As the black-robed man finished speaking, the nails grew longer, and the narrow nails scratched the skin of the forearm. A few wisps of black smoke rose, and blood dripped into the mouthparts of the mantis shrimp under the seat, revealing an expression of watching a good show. Lupin naturally didn't know what effect the other party's self-mutilation would have. He just felt a little uneasy in his heart. After entering the genetic enhancement, his eyes turned into vertical pupils, and crystal substances appeared on his body. Holding the snake spear, he wanted to keep getting closer and solve it once and for all. However, he had just walked a few steps after adjusting himself to the strongest state when he suddenly stopped. An indescribable feeling arose in him, as if something inexplicable had entered his body, making him feel uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. With a click, the crystal substance on his body suddenly shattered inexplicably, turning into stars and falling off his body. What? Seeing this strange situation, Lupin was a little scared. And the situation seemed to be getting worse. Not to mention the crystallized substance on his body, even the sporadic snake scales on his arms due to gene enhancement faded and aged rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a transparent state and fell off. Then, I don't know if it was Lupin's own illusion, he actually felt difficulty breathing, and his body was increasingly out of his control, and was about to fall. Looking at the black-robed man's cat playing with Mouse Smile, he couldn't help but feel terrified. At this moment, the arrow broke through the air and hit the black-robed man's abdomen directly, and the life-depriving force was thus reduced, giving Lupin a chance to breathe. Lupin, who knew that this was Mubai's secret attack, had not had time to be happy. The severe pain in his abdomen made him feel as if he was the one who was shot by the arrow just now. He saw that his abdomen really had a blood hole strangely broken, and blood kept flowing out. The scene was extremely weird. Damn, could this guy still believe in the evil god cult? Lupin, who felt that he had started with the difficulty of hell, really didn't know how to complain. LV pin. Mubai's roar came from somewhere. Remember, keep a circular radius of 100 meters. You must not fight this guy in close combat. Once you enter this range, all living things will be directly deprived of vitality. This may be controlled by him. The same result will come from attacking him rashly. He can control the hostile creatures within the affected area to bear the same attack. The farther away, the weaker the power of life deprivation will become. You must keep a certain distance from him. While shouting to LV Pin, Mubai and his men began to move their positions, keeping a distance of at least more than 100 meters from the black-robed man. Then you should at least tell me how to deal with this guy and what kind of weaknesses he has. Otherwise, what's the point of running away like this? Out of trust in Mubai, LV Pin endured the pain and ran involuntarily, not daring to approach the black-robed man in front of him as recklessly as before. The other party was Mubai a week later. If there was really a way to deal with the black-robed man in front of him, he would definitely tell him the way after this bizarre dream was over. I don't know. You have to figure it out yourself. Anyway, you have to try to run to a place where there is no sound. Mubai's words made his heart sink, and at the same time, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up. Seeing the prey that was originally easy to deal with, now playing with him like a monkey, the black-robed man couldn't help but get angry, and wanted to annihilate them all. Although I don't know why you know my ability, since you know so much, I will definitely not let you live. The black-robed man was extremely angry. As the wound cracked more and more, this strong life deprivation became difficult to suppress. All the surrounding animals and plants were affected, dried up and withered, and even though they had been nearly 20 meters away from him, LV Pin was still affected. Not only was the crystal material affected, but even his originally healthy skin began to turn yellow and age. In response to this, LV Pin not only put away the snake spear, but also took off the armor that affected his running speed. The silver-blue flame burned on his body to repair his body. Although it could not keep up with the speed of aging and collapse, it could also have some delaying effect. The black-robed man who would not let him go also gradually caught up. Danger, gradually approaching. Early morning, in the shelter. LV Pin, who was lying on the bed and experiencing a bizarre dream, was in a very strange situation. It had been like this since last night, and Mubai, who had been on guard all night, naturally knew it. Finally, under his sleepy gaze, LV Pin woke up with a start and gasped violently. The relatively clear memories in his mind kept fading, and finally only a rough outline remained, which made him feel that his mind was as messy as a nest of paste, and it was difficult to stay conscious. Did something difficult to deal with happen? Mubai obviously wanted to ask LV Pin at the moment when his memory was clearest. LV Pin, who had reacted to this, also told what happened in this bizarre dream, explaining the perverted ability of the nightmare-like man. After hearing LV Pin's description, Mubai's brows were even more furrowed. That is to say, in a week, we may encounter a man who is so powerful that he is perverted? He can use his ability through self-mutilation to arbitrarily deprive the lives of creatures within the control range, and if he himself is attacked within this range, he can also control the living creatures within the range to bear the attack with him. This ability is indeed a bit tricky. Mubai also understood the seriousness of the matter. How did you deal with him after that? Did you figure out who he was, what his purpose was, and what his weaknesses were? Mubai said. I don't remember this very clearly, but it seems that I was fighting a guerrilla war while driving him towards the Nava city. I don't know whether I could annihilate him. As for his identity, I think from the way he speaks, he doesn't seem like a human. Everything that happened in the bizarre dream gradually became blurred. Lupin only vaguely remembered some fragments of memory. He remembered that he led the black-robed man to the novice village in the end, and vaguely remembered the face of a very beautiful woman, but what kind of relationship did they have? I really can't remember it, and it's still a question whether it can work. The harder I try to recall, the fainter the memory of this period became. If it's not human, then this matter is a bit troublesome. Assuming that in addition to the animals and plants that have transformed into monsters and NPCs, there are non-human third-party forces in the world, it will not only be a huge trouble for us, but also for the government and the world. Mubai said. I always feel that Guy is like a big boss. So do you think we should tell Brother Wang and the others? If we can use the military's heavy weapons to concentrate fire, we might be able to directly annihilate the other party at a long distance. Lu Pinley, who really felt that it was stupid to rely on himself to fight the other party, still thought that he should rely on external forces. After all, that guy's ability was too abnormal. We must notify him, as long as you don't reveal that you can predict the future. However, it is obviously questionable to ask Brother Wang to report to the superiors for urgent fire support because of our verbal statements. What's more, you still remember what happened to the red-eyed white scale before. If you cause dissatisfaction with the other party because of the urgent fire support, you may get into a bigger trouble. Although he has never seen the red-eyed white scale in the true sense, even if he only hears Lu Pin's description, Mubai can figure out who is more threatening between the two. That's a real problem. If all else fails, we can only lead him to the direction of the novice village. I just hope the forbidden area Yi Zi mentioned can have an effect on that guy. LV Pin now understood why Mubai didn't tell him exactly what to do in the future. Even if he knew what to do next, he couldn't make it too clear in front of the black-robed man. Unfortunately, the uncertainty of this matter was too great. Even if he really led the other party to the novice village, whether he could solve it like him would still be a big problem. This is the only way to do it now. Not long after you traveled to the future, Brother Wang and his friends also told me some bad news about Qing No. 2 Middle School. Mubai's expression was a little serious when he said this. Could it be that the spore parasitism has begun to infect the outside world? LV Pin shuddered. It's not that serious. It just caused a certain degree of local infection. Some police officers who took action were also infected. It didn't affect the Longxi district. However, according to their news, the threat level of these fungal spore infections is more advanced than before. Not only can people lose consciousness and be controlled, but bacteria can also grow in the infected person's wounds to cause secondary infections. However, this phenomenon varies from person to person. Experts are also working on why such a result occurs. Research, it takes some time. After understanding so much unfavorable information for his own side, Mubai obviously felt that the current situation was not very optimistic. The spore infection did not seem to be as big a threat as the man in black robe, but from a long-term perspective, this would be a big threat to Lanning City. It must be a greater hidden danger. After all, just like monsters that can continue to evolve, if the spore infection methods of these fungi become more and more sophisticated, then while humans are wary of monsters, they must also pay attention to the impact in this area, but they will be besieged on all sides, especially now that there may be in the case of third-party forces. That's better. So, do Brother Wang and the others have any ideas? Lu Pingwang felt a headache just thinking about the zombies walking all over the ground. This move into Qing No. 2 Middle School did not go well and caused a lot of trouble for the armed police. It is said that although fungi can affect their behavior, in fact the threat they can pose is not great. However, according to expert research, although they lost consciousness, they did not actually die, so they need to be more cautious in the use of firearms. Mubai frowned. Because there was no reason for the death of these people, the police would be relatively restricted in the use of firearms, and could only deal with the problem by imprisoning people. Going deep into mountainous areas to kill sterilants can easily cause dissatisfaction among the snake population. However, if it is not dealt with, once it spreads outward, it will only evolve into a more difficult to deal with situation. If they are alive, it will indeed be a bit troublesome. They are all students in their prime. Without knowing whether they can be rescued, the police cannot actually use firearms to kill them. Although at the moment it is an extraordinary period, but it will still cause a certain amount of public opinion, but it is absolutely necessary at this time. Lu Pin obviously knew that this was not an easy matter to solve. So Brother Wang and others have also sent us news. It is said that our previous action government agreed with it. Because of the strengthening of attribute boards, many people like you and me with extraordinary strength have appeared in various parts of the world. The same is true for powerful individuals in the military region, and many people in other regions have already verified their player identities. According to the news on the internet, there have been many perverted individuals with a power value exceeding 50, so the government also plans to assemble this non-governmental force that cannot be ignored to prepare for the restoration of social order in the future. It is said that there are already many veterans were rallied to answer the call of the country. The military and police have confirmed that they are planning to hunt monsters together to upgrade their levels, so as to train an army that can better deal with monsters in a short period of time, thereby regaining the management and rule of some areas. Brother Wang seems to be in charge of our Jinlong district. On the other hand, the main purpose is to regain management rights in some areas and expel monsters to ensure that the signal base station will not be damaged or constructed. Lianhuashan district and Cheng No. 2 middle school are also within his jurisdiction. It is really difficult to deal with these two tough bones, so he also wants to ask us if we can help them again. He has already reported to the army for us. We are ready to march to some of the fringe areas of the Lianhua Mountains. What is missing now is the gathering and training of personnel, so we need to be our guides. This message was sent last night, so Mu Bai obviously had his own ideas. What he needed now was Lu Pin's consent. Of course there is no problem. Just be careful not to expose the watch. And as long as you don't step too deeply into the territory of the snake group, it shouldn't attract the attention of the red-eyed white-scaled one. Besides, I need to tell Brother Wang and the others about the man in black robe. Lu Pin, who had already considered this idea, would naturally not object. Facing the monsters that had caused global riots, individual strength alone was naturally not enough. In such a situation, joining a group was undoubtedly a wise move. How could Lu Pin give up on such a skill? Compared with the collective, the power of the individual is fragile, especially in the face of such major changes that have not been seen in a century. It is natural that we should board the big ship of a community with a shared future for mankind and go with the waves. That's good. I just explained to him the difficulties encountered this time. If there is no way to destroy the opponent in the forbidden area of Novice Village, we can also use the armed police to leave a backup force, so that we will not be completely unprepared. Lu Pin said calmly. Afternoon. After killing an edible monster to replenish their energy, Lu Pin and the others, who were well rested, also came to the vicinity of Cheng No. 2 middle school where the crisis broke out during the trip under the arrangement of Brother Wang and others. The monsters on the street have really been eliminated a lot, but now it is obviously more and more difficult to increase the power level. If you want to upgrade as soon as possible, you may have to find those giant monsters to practice. Lu Pin, who had killed many kittens and puppies along the way, once again held the Zhangba snake spear tightly in his hand. Sure enough, this time he was approaching the mountainous area and he couldn't help but feel nervous again. Now this place can be said to be this is the most dangerous area in Lining City. There are 2 military and police vehicles parked at the school gate, but obviously because of the red-eyed white scales, the military and police organization will not have too many manpower this time. It is said that in order to prevent the possibility of fungal spores continuing to spread outwards, right now the entire Cheng No. 2 middle school has been used as an important isolation place. The armed police will be stationed to prevent the incident from expanding further. Because they were already familiar with Brother Wang and other brothers in the team, after asking the comrades of the armed police stationed at the door, Lu Pin and the others came to where Brother Wang and the others were. The buildings on the campus seemed to have experienced an earthquake, and many of them collapsed as a result. It was hard to see what they were like in the past. Brother Wang and the others chose to live in a well-connected location on the campus. Although more than half of the original buildings had been destroyed, the entire building was still intact at this time. Zhuoqing No. 2 middle school is particularly conspicuous. A strange building made of amethyst appeared in the place of the original building, like a square Rubik's Cube. If Brother Wang hadn't opened the door for them personally, Lu Pin would have almost thought it was another one. What kind of product was created by a monster? The starry sky camouflage uniform has a unique charm. As soon as he pushed the door open, Lu Pin was shocked by the pair of solemn and lively eyes. This kind of eyes was exactly the same as the soldiers in the National Day military parade on TV. These young comrades are the elite among the elite at first glance. Report to Comrade Lin Yun, the 2 comrades have been brought here, please continue to instruct. Salute the female comrade in front of him who is at least 10 years younger than him. Unlike the occasional joking tone with LV Pin and others before, Wang Gu looks serious at this time. No instructions have been issued, Comrade Wang Feng, please introduce me first. Silently returning the military salute, although she looks about the same age as LV Pin and others, and is in a good age of youth and vigor, Lin Yun's words at this time are obviously capable and can easily lead the rhythm of others. LV Pin was a little curious and glanced over the other's shoulder. Wow, 2 lines with stars. Then Wang Feng introduced their respective situations to both parties and the situation they would face next. When he introduced that Miss Lin Yun in front of him had a Dao power of 52 and that the Rubik's Cube house in front of him was her masterpiece, LV Pin felt his scalp tingling and his eyes became more cautious. According to EZ before, most of the monsters that underwent secondary mutation and enlargement were only at this level. The young lady in front of him was a humanoid monster. Moreover, because of his own Dao power, LV Pin is more aware of the difference in strength caused by the level and the strength of Dao power. The closer to the end, the more difficult the upgrade will be. To be honest, because his own strength is different from that of ordinary people, even if LV Pin is unwilling to admit it, he is still a little arrogant in his heart. After all, this is the inevitable change caused by the strength. This is all the result of the strange watch, but now in a short period of time, the other party can reach this level by himself, which is enough to show that it is really amazing. Although this may be related to his military identity, it is enough to make people admire it. Comrade LV Pin, right? I am Lin Yun, please take care of me in the next period of time. The wheat-colored skin looks healthy, without makeup. Lin Yun shows a calmness that does not look like this age, and confidently extends her hand. I am LV Pin, this is my friend Mubai, please take care of Miss Lin Yun and other comrades in the future. LV Pin, who had a very good impression of him at the first meeting, did not seem restrained. He clasped his hands lightly, and the roughness brought by the calluses on his palms immediately made him realize that the other party was a martial artist. Then the two sides introduced each other's abilities. Lin Yun obviously knew about LV Pin's situation. Whether it was the snake-like mimicry or the hardening of the crystal material, she knew it because of Lao Wang's introduction. She didn't seem to want to know more about it. After he introduced himself, LV Pin knew that the other party actually had the ability to mimic birds, and the amethyst in front of him was also the product of her evolution in this way, with a certain hardness and plasticity. It is said that this was the result of a tube of injection obtained after hunting a bird monster. Generally speaking, it is somewhat similar to LV Pin's situation. Although the probability of such a situation is extremely low, under the influence of the mutation of the national people hunting monsters, there will still be many exceptions. Fortunately, Lin Yun is one of them, and she is also a military person. Because of her own seedlings, she has also received support from the military, so her Tao power can be improved so quickly. Of course, a big reason is also related to her own efforts. At present, LV Pin was undoubtedly mistaken by them as such an existence, which was a good thing for him, as it could avoid a lot of trouble. Comrade Wang Feng has already explained to me about your affairs. The motherland is in danger at the moment. Your participation in its construction is enough to show your love for the motherland. Lin Yun said calmly. It is natural to do your part for the motherland, but Miss Lin Yun, what do you think now? As long as the two of us can help, please don't be polite. Mubai on the side couldn't help but take over the conversation. Lin Yun didn't continue to greet them, but told them the purpose that needed to be achieved this time. Although the time of global plant and animal mutations was not long, the government had a better estimate of the threat posed by monsters after judging from the monster riots that broke out in various parts of the world in a short period of time, and thus had new considerations on regaining the ruling power in some areas in the future. Information about the novice village has been spread on the internet. The monster level of the universe is not new news. It is said that many supergiant monsters like red-eye white scale that can understand human wisdom have appeared all over the country. At present, it is also regarded as the most difficult problem that the government needs to overcome. Because they are extremely threatening to humans, the public's attitude towards them has changed from absolute hatred at the beginning to subtle. Of course, this is also largely due to the social opinion and turmoil caused by the online rumor that an aircraft carrier of the United States of the Bald Eagle was broken in half by an unknown tentacle creature in the high seas not long ago. It is said that this is very likely to be the largest supergiant monster that humans have discovered so far. According to eyewitnesses, the diameter of the smallest part of each tentacle is probably at the level of 100 meters. Even the previous red-eye white scale was left behind by it, and its surface cannot generate extremely high hardness armor, which is unstoppable and difficult to resist when waving. It is said that because of the military operation of the dual carrier battle group, one was destroyed and the other escaped, and the Bald Eagle country also used the satellite positioning system to carry out accurate bombing in all aspects without blind spots. Unfortunately, the effect was subtle, and the missile bombardment on the surface of the armor could not even break the defense. The effect that the Air Force can play is even worse. It is said that once the combat and reconnaissance aircraft approach the sea area where it is located, they will be invisible. The magnetic field will affect it and it will be difficult to maintain normal flight. It will fall silently into the sea and disappear. This is the situation reported by the pilots who flew away from the scene by chance. The first struggle between the strongest military power of mankind and the strongest monster ended in complete frustration. Not to mention winning, even the location of the monster's body is still unknown, let alone its specific size. Experts can only make a rough prediction based on the size of its tentacles, with limited accuracy. Fortunately, the monster seems to be more docile. Even if it wins, it has no intention of expelling and retaliating against humans. Instead, it stays honestly in the sea area where it is. Otherwise, if such a giant beast from the abyss impacts the land, the coastal areas of some countries may suffer, and because of this change in public opinion, it is necessary to take into account the panic of the people. The country's attitude towards these abyssal beast-level monsters will naturally change. It is no longer a blind counterattack, but a more docile division of territory. It is to use negotiation methods to demarcate a certain area and allow them to move around, and humans will no longer enter, in order to exchange for peace. This has become an inevitable trend across the country and even the world. So you want me to lead the way and find that red-eyed white-scaled head for negotiation? Lupin couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling when he recalled the previous scene. Although since the blood-red tentacle incident went viral on the internet, people are now panic-stricken. It is normal for such a policy to appear. Indeed, since that red-eyed white-scaled head can understand people's wisdom and has always lived in the Lotus Mountains and has not gone to other places to cause trouble, it means that there is still room for negotiation in this matter. If it is allowed to be enlaning sweeping through the city, not to mention that the military will be under great pressure, it is still unknown how many casualties such a huge abyssal beast will cause. Although he just listened to the words, in Lin Yun's heart, he has obviously regarded the red-eyed white scales as a supergiant monster second only to the tentacle monster. There are too many interests involved, and negotiation is the safest way to avoid casualties at the moment. Laning City can't stand the trouble now. The number of people in this operation will be controlled to a very small number to prevent the other party from misunderstanding. My plan is for you and me to act together, and you will lead the way, and I will negotiate on behalf of the military. However, this matter means great risks. After all, no one can tell what kind of thoughts the monster has, but I will choose to come here as a representative of the military, and I am ready to die here for the country. You are also a member of the people, and there is no need to sacrifice your life for this, so even if you don't go with me this time, we will forgive you. Lin Yun said calmly that although the journey would be more difficult without Lupin as a middleman, she obviously had the confidence to complete the task on her own. As her words fell, Lupin could also feel the gazes of other people. Although they were not threatening, but seemed sincere and solemn, it also made him a little nervous and excited for no reason. Now that I'm here, I'm already prepared. If this matter can help Laning City return to its previous order faster, then please consider me one of you. Lupin, who was saluting the military salute, said simply. Very good, Comrade Lupin. On behalf of the military and the people of Laning City, I would like to say thank you. Lin Yun's eyes softened at this time, and the two reached out and held hands again. The next day, after making relevant preparations, the two immediately entered the forest. Regarding the matter of the man in black robe, Lupin also explained it to the military. Apart from not exposing the weirdness of his watch, he basically made them prepare in advance. In the forest, although there is no longer the cover of the previous multi-person cooperation, because Lupin is already somewhat familiar with the route in the mountainous area, and both of them have relatively high levels of power, they do not encounter much trouble in their current journey, just getting rid of a few obstructive monsters. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the snake activity area marked on the painted map. Seeing Lupin's eyes turn into vertical pupils, his eyes glided cautiously. Lin Yun, who followed closely behind, did not dare to be careless. He hid the firearms and other things in place, which was considered a sign of sincerity in negotiating. After all, he was facing that red eye and white scales, these things are no different from toys. Rather than causing dissatisfaction on the other side, it is better to be more candid. Lupin, who led the opponent forward, encountered many large snakes, but I don't know if his appearance played a role, or if the god-blooded red-eyed white-scaled snake noticed their arrival, so his descendant's son did not attack the two. The deeper he went, looking at the giant pythons around him that might be able to twist a small car to pieces if twisted hard, Lupin, who was built like one of their grandchildren, felt inexplicably panicked, which meant that his calmness skills would not mess up his mind. To be honest, having a special title makes him feel more at ease. After all, they are also the favored ones of their ancestors, so they should not be bullied as grandsons. Of course, he won't regret it. After all, he hopes that Laning City can be peaceful. He is just a little panicked at the moment. After nearly an hour, the two people, who had traveled over the mountains and ridges to search the large area in front of them, finally couldn't help but look at the map and fell into deep thought. Originally, a body as big as Akame Hakushin should be extremely easy to find, but now it was not possible. No trace. Are you sure the information on the map is accurate? It's been a day or two. Could it be that the red eyes and white scales simply slipped away? Lupin, who had exhausted a lot of physical energy, was no longer willing to maintain his mimicry. Impossible. I only contacted people outside before departure. What's more, we have been in this mountain shelter from yesterday to now. If such a huge thing moves, we will definitely be able to feel the vibration. It is impossible to connect, there was no movement at all. Lin Yun looked at the map in his hand with some doubts. He suddenly frowned and looked at the surrounding mountainous environment with strange eyes. After comparing it with the map in his hand, he noticed the subtle changes. What's wrong? Lupin, who was always paying attention to the changes in his expression, said. It feels like our current location is a little wrong. According to the description on the map, we should be in a flat area, which is in sharp contrast with the surrounding mountains. But why are we on a small hill now, and the surrounding environment looks completely different? Lin Yun always felt something was strange. There shouldn't be a problem with the map. This is really weird. LV Pin, who was also puzzled by this, couldn't figure out a solution, but felt a little uneasy for some reason. Then he looked around and was stunned. Lin Yun, who followed his gaze, also noticed something was wrong, because a row of neat, different-sized strange caves appeared in the hills in the distance. The two just walked from that place. How could this be possible? Be careful, I'll try it. Calculating the distance to the cave, LV Pin took a few steps forward, used the soundwave skill he had acquired not long ago to send it back to the cave, and then immediately listened with both ears. When the soundwave effect was fed back to his ears, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, his hair stood on end, and he shouted, "Hurry up, those caves are the holes formed by the gaps between the teeth. We are basically on the snake now. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." After saying this, Lupin quickly looked for an opportunity to escape, and Lin Yun, who understood what he meant, reacted quickly and sped up to escape. At this time, there was an obvious shock, and Lupin, who was caught off guard, almost escaped being thrown. He fainted, but fortunately, he finally escaped safely with this bare power. Although Lin Yun did not grasp the opportunity, he already transformed into a bird and fled the scene. The vibration caused by the twisting of the snake's body caused an unaccustomed tinnitus. Lupin and the others who were nearby suffered even more from it. Fortunately, Lin Yun reacted in time and grabbed his shoulders with her claws, allowing the two of them to escape safely from the scene, and finally came to a relatively safe zone. The huge snake head stood upright, and Lin Yun's hands were shaking as she returned to human form. She was undoubtedly shocked when she saw this abyssal beast for the first time. Even though she had been prepared for it for a long time, she was still shocked at this time and could not move at all. No. Even Lupin's situation was not much better, because he had not had time to exit the sonic skill state, so he, who had extremely sensitive hearing, received a major impact after the snake's body twisted, and blood continued to flow from his ears. Firefly attached and began to heal his injuries. To be honest, based on their Taoist strength, they can be said to be relatively high-ranking existences among the human collective. But facing the red eyes and white scales in front of them, they look no different from ants, and they are simply unlucky. I can't afford the slightest resistance. It's a lie, this guy could have said more. Lupin, who glanced at the current situation of the red eyes and white scales, felt his scalp numb. If the previous red eyes and white scales were only as thick as a basketball court, now the area is at least multiplied by 4. In the past, even if it could be called an abyss monster, its body length was only close to 1,000 meters. But now, at a glance, you can only see a vague snake body, and you can't see the end at all. It is wrapped in the soil and covered with trees. It's as hard as a mountain to notice. Did this guy take a swelling agent in a short period of time? Moreover, there are 2 more strange protrusions on its head, and the scales on its body are no longer as pure white as before. Instead, they have a little scarlet at the joints, making it even more threatening. It is really confusing for people to understand. What happened in these 2 days? Kid, haven't I warned you? Don't trespass into my territory without permission. Now you dare to bring an inexplicable alien in front of me. Do you want me to kill you? Red Eyes and White Scales, who had already regarded Lupin's behavior as a provocation, emitted an irresistible force field, which shocked the two of them and turned pale. At present, the other party only needed to wave the snake's tail lightly to cause the shock to make the two of them completely wiped out. This made their hearts jump into their throats. Fortunately, the words "blessed one" appeared on Lupin's head. This seemed to calm down the red-eyed White Scales, and he did not attack immediately. He leaned down. Even if he was still frightened, at least the crisis was relieved. The two couldn't help but he breathed a sigh of relief. Red Eyes and White Scales, I represent the military, Lin Yun just spoke, but Lupin, who noticed that something was wrong, covered his mouth. He felt that the red-eyed White Scales seemed to have an extremely subtle attitude towards Lin Yun, and maybe it was too subtle. It is related to the monster gene in her body. If it is angered, she will be in big trouble. I feel like he dislikes you. From now on, don't speak. If you have anything to say, I'll tell him. If we piss him off now, the whole city of Lanning will be in trouble. Don't do stupid things. Seeing the originally nervous Lin Yun's eyes gradually calm down, Lupin let go of his hand. Then he turned his attention to Red Eyes and White Lins, and said with a flattering expression, "Lord Red Eyes and White Lins, you are truly the most powerful eternal-level monster I have ever seen. My admiration for you is as endless as the torrential river. It is a sin to bring people here to offend you and disturb your peace." Under the strange gaze of Lin Yun, the expression on Lupin's face after saying good things was very exciting. I don't know if these words really made by Lin feel good, or if he felt that the posture of the human in front of him was a bit novel. At this time, the slightly twisting snake body gradually calmed down. "Boy, please don't explain it clearly. There is no need to waste your time on such useless words. What are you two here for?" Red Eyes and White Scales watched the two people quietly. Lupin, who heard the slight change in the title and its voice, continued to maintain the shameless attitude before and told them the purpose of their visit this time. Then he couldn't help but add some details about his previous encounter with the man in black robe in his weird dream. Of course, this did not include the details of his watch's function of traveling into the future. Because the black-robed boyfriend had said before that he was looking for a divine creature, Lupin felt that it might be related to the red-eyed white-scaled creature in front of him. If there was an imaginary enemy between them now, then the negotiation would be relatively easy. A little bit, it can be regarded as a different kind of transfer of hatred. After the positions of both parties were confirmed, after Lupin fought for it himself, and Lin Yun negotiated on behalf of the military, the two parties could barely reach a consensus on the matter of territorial governance. The Lianhua mountain area will be the area where Red Eyes and White Scales and their tribes live and inhabit. Except for practicing operations in the fringe areas and leeching out of the novice village, humans are not allowed to gather in groups and conduct military operations here, otherwise it will be regarded as a threat to the people. The provocation of Red Eyes and White Scales. And for this, Shimu Balan must also restrain his own people, so that they will no longer go to areas other than Lotus Mountain. Of course, this is only effective for the giant python group. Other things like fungi need to be solved by humans themselves. Shimu Balan said that he was too lazy to get involved. Although a consensus has been reached at present, Shimu Balan obviously has conditions, that is, LV Pin and others must solve the black-robed man, or drive him out of Lanning City. After basically confirming the situation, the two left. You are sure that the intelligence of the third-party forces of the so-called black-robed man is correct, right? I have already notified the superiors last night. If there is no way to confirm that it is 100% correct, the loss of manpower and research arrangements will be huge, and both you and I have to bear the responsibility. Looking at Qing No. 2 Middle School, which is already vaguely visible in the distance, Lin Yun couldn't help but speak seriously. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid like that. Since I told you this, I'm confident. Anyway, we've already reached an agreement with Akane Byakurin. If possible, try to arrange firepower support to avoid casualties. LV Pin glanced at the school gate and found an extra military vehicle. He naturally knew that it must be someone from the military. He thought that they were here to ask about the results of the negotiation and the matter of the man in black robe. LV Pin, who had already agreed with Mubai, was not worried that his old friend would let the cat out of the bag. As long as the military could send enough firepower support, even if the killer move of the novice village did not work, there would be no backup plan. There were unique ball cages formed by purple crystals along the inner wall of the campus. Some students who were infected with fungal spores were imprisoned in them. Experts are still investigating how to eliminate this symptom and prevent it. It will take some time. So it is understandable to accommodate them on the spot. Pushing open the door, LV Pin immediately saw several unfamiliar faces. Xiao Yun, a girl who was also wearing a military uniform, couldn't help but hug Lin Yun, who pushed the door into the house. It was obviously her acquaintance. Xiao Fu, why are you here? Lin Yun, who was hugged by her, was also surprised. Why didn't you tell me? I'm worried about you. If I hadn't asked my uncle, I wouldn't have known you were here. Unlike Lin Yun, who always showed a work attitude, Xiao Fu obviously looked more like a girl of her age. She didn't smile until she saw someone else around, and kept a calm look. It's not that dangerous, and I came here on my own accord. Until she met someone she knew, Lin Yun spoke more softly, not as old-fashioned as before. Even though the sisters in front of him looked good, LV Pin, as an outsider, was embarrassed to stare at other people's faces. He wanted to divert his attention to find Mubai's location and explain the situation to him, but when he accidentally glanced at the teardrop mole at the corner of Xiao Fu's eyes, his expression suddenly froze. It wasn't that his DNA moved, but he felt that Xiao Fu in front of him had an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't tell the feeling, which was really disturbing. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a half step closer and glanced at the other person's neck. He always felt that there seemed to be something there, and this action naturally attracted the attention of the two. Comrade Lu Pin, can you be more respectful? Lin Yun, who had a good impression of Lu Pin, looked at him strangely. Xiao Fu, who was protected by him and pinched his neck with his hands, smiled awkwardly. Don't get me wrong, I just feel a little familiar, as if I have seen her somewhere before. Lu Pin, who was misunderstood for no reason, was not dissatisfied. He couldn't explain this feeling. It was just his illusion. It was really not good to keep looking at others when meeting for the first time. This is Su Fu. I have known her since I was a child. We are now comrades in arms after joining the army together. Don't look at her as if she is weak. If there is no Dao power, she will have no problem beating at least 3 of you. What's more, don't you think your words are a bit old-fashioned? She won't be your cup of tea. Lin Yun, who was holding Su Fu's shoulders, acted like she was mine. Lu Pin, who only felt the strong fragrance of oranges, couldn't help but smile awkwardly and left. Mu Bai, who was hiding in a corner and watching him lose, raised his lips. LV Pin could not help but explain this experience to him. That is to say, the negotiation went smoothly. Since the relationship with the monsters can be handled in this way, the policy will probably change in this way in a short time. After you told Shimu Balan about the black-robed man, did it have any reaction? Mu Bai could not help but be curious. I feel that it may know something, but it is hard to say about such things. LV Pin frowned when he recalled Shimu Balan's reaction. Anyway, we have to be careful during this period. According to Brother Wang and the others, before the military sends people here, it is best for the 2 of us to act with them and stay here. Mu Bai did not have much objection to this. In fact, they could even take advantage of this opportunity to practice in the Lotus Mountain area to better deal with the black-robed man in the future. The professions they chose could also be used after the daily value broke through, and their strength would be improved by a level. And I think there is still room for consideration regarding the third-party force of the black-robed man. According to your description after waking up, I even suspect that there may be similar people on the other side. Mu Bai obviously felt that this possibility was not ruled out. It was a pity that since LV Pin woke up, the things about the bizarre dream became vague, and he could only barely remember the general idea of some things. Otherwise, knowing the present and the future, this crisis would have been easier to solve. Anyway, we will go to practice a wave of levels later, and then go to the novice village to see what kind of doorway the so-called Forbidden Land has. Feeling the gaze, LV Pin couldn't help but look back in confusion, but what he saw was still Lin Xiufu, who was still negotiating about his experience during this period. Neither of them obviously paid attention to him, but this feeling of being seen through made him feel uneasy for some reason. He always felt as if he had overlooked something. Evening. Baishan City, located in the coastal area. The high-speed rail station, which was originally brightly lit, now seemed quiet against the backdrop of the night. After the power facilities were destroyed by monsters, the general situation can only be seen vaguely by the weak moonlight. Fortunately, Li Ran, who has worked here for many years, can still know the general location by his own memory, holding a large bag of collected instant food in his arms. Unlike Laning City, which had maintained order in some major residential areas with the cooperation of the military and police, Baishan City, which was more seriously affected by the monsters, was obviously not so lucky. Baishan City, which was originally a coastal city, was severely impacted by monsters at the beginning. Some areas became the basis for the habitat of monster populations. The number of basic livelihood construction and signal base stations destroyed was also quite large, and they could not be repaired in a short time. The signal network in most areas was not good, and the people were strictly ordered by the local government to stay at home and wait for news. There was no way to collect better external news. Although a small amount of food distribution and water supply were not interrupted, the panic atmosphere caused by this was getting worse. From the day when the animals and plants mutated, Li Ran, who knew that the situation was not good, had been staying in the house with his family. Fortunately, he was not affected by the impact of monsters, and his wife and children were safe. The reason why he took the risk of walking at night this time was because his daughter cried and was hungry. After all, 2 adults could bear it, but he couldn't let the children starve. The flashlight in his pocket was a little warm, but he didn't dare to turn it on at the moment, because when he was searching for food just now, he vaguely heard a sound coming from outside. At first, he thought that someone else had the same idea as him, but the weird atmosphere at the moment always made him feel uneasy. He had a hunch that there was something dirty hidden outside. The house he rented was not far away from the moment, but the distance was difficult to walk, and he even had the idea of kneeling here to spend the night. After all, if he really died here, it would be fine. It could only be said that his fate was bad, just like most people who died in a confused state at the beginning, but if there was really something dirty that followed him and brought him back to his residence to implicate his wife and children at home, that would be something he couldn't accept. No, I can't die here. If I die, no one can take care of them. Thinking of this, Li Ran's eyes gradually became firm. He bravely fumbled for the flashlight and gently pushed the door. He didn't want to expose his position by turning on the flashlight at this time, but he wanted to have something to rely on. Because he had worked here for many years, he was very familiar with the general location and environment of the high-speed railway station. As long as he was careful enough and kept silent, he could still escape safely, provided that he didn't alert the monsters. Hoo. Just a few steps forward, Li Ran could feel the strong beating of his heart. He could only try to regulate his breathing and try not to make noises by touching objects. Hiss. Suddenly, a strange sound came from not far away, which made his heart tighten suddenly, and then there was the sound of the door closing gently, not far behind him, obviously the place where he had just entered and exited. This made his heart rise to his throat instantly, and his hand holding the flashlight kept shaking, cold sweat dripped down his mouth, and he held his breath, not daring to make any sound. He was sure that something dirty had sneaked into the high-speed rail station, and it was probably not a large monster that was so large that it would make a loud noise when it walked in and out. On such a special day when the whole country was on alert and the whole city was under curfew, no one would be stupid enough to play a prank. But are these monsters that have mutated from plants and animals really that smart? Do they know how to play tricks on people? Li Ran, who closed his eyes, felt like a stupid ostrich with its head tucked into the sand. This was the first time he felt the chill that rushed straight into his heart since he was born. He slowly opened his eyes after a while, but what he didn't know at this time was that at the moment he opened his eyes, several tentacles that merged with the night gradually approached him. Under the bleak and soft moonlight, one person and one shield flashed. Boom! Accompanied by a sound of metal collision, the vibration caused by the two made Li Ran fall backwards, and the food that he had collected was scattered all over the ground. The tinnitus made it more difficult for him to suppress the fear in his heart, and he couldn't help but hold his head and scream a few times. Don't worry, since I'm here, it's okay. The shield in his hand suddenly exerted force to resist the force of the tentacles in front of him to continue to rush forward. Under the reflection of the moonlight, a face with clear edges appeared in front of Li Ran, with a firm look. Even though he looked a few years younger than Li Ran, these confident words still made people feel a kind of trust in him, warm and powerful. Eat, you, human. The words were childish like a baby's words, but they were made by an unknown creature in front of him, which really made people feel strange. Li Ran, who saw this situation for the first time, swallowed his saliva, and the tentacles in front of him kept entangled, trying to push the shield away while gradually exerting force. A beast that can speak human language? It's not the first time I've seen it, but no matter how difficult it is, I will never allow you to hurt anyone here. Looking at the shield that was gradually entangled, the man holding the shield suddenly exerted force, and the edge of the shield protruded a sword blade, which turned into a shield sword to break the dilemma and distance himself from the monster in front of him. With his breathing, mist floated from the corners of his mouth, and the muscle lines on his body appeared while accumulating power. Yan Hui Wuxian, silently throwing away the camouflage jacket on his body, only revealing the short sleeves underneath, the light suddenly appeared in the silent night, and the man holding the shield gradually appeared one after another with strange fluorescent lines on his body, and finally burned a red light with a hazy color, gradually extending towards the shield sword. Transformation _ June. The sword blade converged at the edge, and the shield in front of him suddenly appeared, and the surface pattern changed and protruded, turning into a hideous appearance, which was a little larger than the previous small shield. Boom! The man, who had already accumulated enough energy, rushed forward and knocked the anthropomorphic tentacle monster in front of him away alive. The powerful impact instantly crushed the opponent into minced meat. The flame carried on the shield seemed to have autonomous tracking, and it was still burning the minced meat on the ground. Looking at a small piece of black tentacle that was still trying to escape the scene, the man's heavy shoes immediately crushed it into a meat paste. Under the burning of this unique flame, only a pile of gold and silver coins were left on the ground. Without even the interest to take a look at the number, the man put it into the bag behind him and walked towards Li Ran, stretching out his thick palm towards him who fell. Don't worry, brother, it's okay now. My name is Zhang Yong. If you are still worried, let me take you home. It's dangerous for you to go alone on the road. Zhang Yong stretched out his hand and spoke righteously, his solemn and sincere eyes made people want to believe him. What the two of them didn't know at this time was that at the moment when Zhang Yong was about to help him up, an invertebrate crawled out from the pile of tentacles and flesh, biting a hole along Li Ran's calf, and then injected anesthetic mucus into the body through its mouthparts, attacking the back of the neck. Li Ran, who shook hands with Zhang Yong, suddenly stiffened and was no longer under his control. Brother? Feeling the hand holding him getting stronger and stronger, and abnormally hot, Zhang Yong obviously also noticed the strangeness of the matter, and saw the gloomy Li Ran in front of him raised his mouth. This is the first time I have seen a human as powerful as you. No matter what, I will not let you continue to ruin my interest in my territory. Go to hell. At the moment the words fell, several bone spurs pierced Zhang Yong's forearm along Li Ran's arm, breaking the defense directly when the shield had no time to return to defense. Suddenly, there was a sense of spatial vibration, and a series of abnormal spots appeared on Zhang Yong's forearm, which was affected, bringing an indescribable feeling of pain. Knowing that the situation was not good, Zhang Yong twisted the bone spur with force regardless of the pain in his forearm, and then pulled away, but it was too late. His forearm seemed to be entangled by something that was difficult to break free, and it quickly spread throughout his body. Under the influence of the vibration of the surrounding space, a crack appeared out of thin air. Finally, under the gaze of Li Ran's cold smile and disdainful eyes, Zhang Yong, who had not yet figured out the situation, was swallowed up by the space crack and disappeared without a trace. Even if you have a stronger power, it doesn't matter. A mere human can't do anything to me. But this human is really strange, as if he has the breath of divine blood, and there is that shield. Unfortunately, there is no way to completely eliminate him, and there is no guarantee that he can parasitize on him. After doing all this, Li Ran raised the corner of his mouth, threw the food he could collect aside, recovered the bone spur extending from his forearm, and then walked towards the direction of his impression of home according to the memory in his mind. The next day in the forest. After clearing the monsters near Qing No. 2 Middle School, LV Pin and his team once again stepped into the territory of the novice village. Although they had solved a lot of monsters along the way, most of them were inferior, with few giant variants. In terms of Taoism, he reached 42, and Mubai also successfully broke through level 4 after many hunts. It was obvious that the Taoism became more and more difficult to improve. Afterwards, under the leadership of Yi Zi and the village blacksmith, they came to the forbidden section leading to the back mountain. From a distance, it was a wasteland, and it was hard to tell what it was. According to the village blacksmith, although there would be no safety problems living in the novice village, there were actually monsters active in the back mountain area. The reason why it did not affect the daily life of the villagers in the village was also related to this extremely dangerous and necessary road. Because in the area where this must-pass road is, there is a monster that is extremely sensitive to sound. They can easily judge any movement caused by the slightest sound. Basically, being entangled by it means death. The only good thing is that their eyesight is very poor, which is a big trouble for monsters, but if it is a human, basically as long as you wear cotton shoes and don't deliberately commit suicide, you won't be hurt. Regarding this, Brother Wang and his team have also tried it. The students and police officers have been rescued before, and are now imprisoned in Qing No. 2 Middle School for isolation. Now they are the second group of players to try to enter this forbidden area. LV Pin and his team are more or less confident. They are wearing cotton shoes and have not brought any odd items that may make strange noises. As long as you don't go deep into the back mountain and only move around in the edge, you too shouldn't be in danger with your strength. Unlike most of the mutants in your outside world that have begun to mutate, the monsters you live with are relatively pure in blood, and are also connected to the back mountain area of other novice villages. Don't go deep if it's not necessary, otherwise you are likely to get lost. The village blacksmith Shirtu is also a middle-aged man with a strong physique. His bronze skin and full and firm muscle lines are all proof of his professionalism. At least before, LV Pin saw the other party smash a piece of ironstone into a pancake with a hammer, so he no longer doubted the strength of these NPCs. In his opinion, the reason why the other party lacked gold, silver and copper coins was probably because they were limited by their NPC status and could not hunt monsters. After all, NPCs cannot leave the novice village, and monsters cannot invade, which makes the two not connected. Moreover, according to EZ, NPCs in the village will be protected by the halo, so no matter how strong they are basically useless. Are the villages in the back mountain area connected? In this case, can't we players go to villages in other cities by crossing these areas? Mubai couldn't help asking curiously after hearing this. That's true, but I advise you not to have such an idea now. The deeper you go into the uncultivated area in the back mountain, the greater the possibility of encountering powerful monsters. If your own strength is not up to the Han level, basically even protecting yourself is a big problem. Seeing that the two people in front of him seemed to be very interested in the topic of the village, Shirtu couldn't help but explain to them. According to him, although there seemed to be a layer of protective light film between their novice village and the outside world, it was actually an independent space completely different from the outside world. The independent world formed by countless novice village buildings, NPC orcs and elves gathered in the city, ancient ruins, mountains, forests, lakes, and seas where monsters live, belongs to a completely existing alien space, and this big world that generalizes all things is called the inner world by them. The world where LV Pin and his friends are is the outer world, and the two coexist. If you want to explain it simply, you can imagine the inner and outer worlds as a completely integrated white paper. Before the global flora and fauna mutation, it was in a situation similar to a paper ball. People living on the surface of the paper ball are in the outer world, and the inner world is some gaps and internal spaces below. The NPC orcs and monsters living in it can practice and strengthen themselves by extracting a substance called Tau power from the inner world, which is something the outer world has never had. In the environment of the paper ball, the inner and outer deeds will not affect each other, nor are they connected, and can only enter and exit through some cracks. The current situation of global plant and animal mutation is equivalent to completely spreading out the paper ball. In addition, the world begins to connect together, and people and creatures in the outside world can also feel the power of Taoism and practice. In the end, this phenomenon of unrest will gradually disappear. Since the inner and outer worlds are connected, then except for the situation of the novice village, it means that the monsters and orcs in the inner world can escape to the outer world, right? Mubai, who understood what he said, asked again, and this was exchanged for Shida's nod. This should be possible for some powerful monsters, and although the creatures in your outside world are nourished by Taoism, it is unrealistic to want to mutate into extremely powerful individuals in a short period of time. You should have seen a white phosphorus snake that is extremely large, right? Shirtu spoke. You mean the kind of giant python that can flatten your entire village with one tail? Then I must have seen it. Lupin, who really didn't expect to get so much good news from the blacksmith, spoke. He didn't know whether the government departments had already understood the news, but he thought it would be better to explain it to Brother Wang and the others when he returned. After all, once this kind of news spread, it would be a big shock to the whole world, far more shocking than the current mutations of plants and animals. That is a kind of divine blood monster called red eyes and white scales. She came out from our side. It can be said that she is a monster with extremely high wisdom and kindness. She will not cause trouble like other monsters. It is said that because of her acquaintance with the ancestors of our village, her tribe also takes good care of the people in our village, and she can be said to be the patron saint of our village. The stone spoke. These words could not help but clear up Lupin's doubts about red eyes and white scales. No wonder the other party would always occupy the Shinsho village and become the king. It turned out that they had such a relationship. As for the kindness, the other party said, compared to the tentacle monster that directly smashed the beautiful country's aircraft carrier, the red-eyed white-scaled monster only turned over to scare people when humans broke into its territory. It can indeed be called kind. He is just enclosing the land and becoming a king. By the way, Brother Shirtu, do you know if there is a racial force in this world that has the same appearance as ordinary humans, and can gain life within 100 meters of itself by injuring itself? Is there such a race? Lupin asked curiously. The two of them were undoubtedly surprised that the blacksmith could tell them so much information this time. If they could learn about the black-robed men's forces through him, it would naturally have many benefits for future actions. It's a pity that Shirtu, who had always talked about everything, shook his head helplessly at this time. At least according to what I know, there is no such race. With such a weird power form, it seems that only some monsters can achieve such effects after turning into humans. Because they stay in the village after waking up, in fact most of us people don't know much about the conditions in other parts of the world. If you want to know more, you might want to ask the village chief and the priest. The blacksmith was obviously an honest man and didn't say much about this topic that he didn't understand. This made Lupin a little disappointed, but Mubai found another bright spot and said, "Brother Shirtu, are you saying that monsters can also change into human appearances?" Yes, as long as the power level reaches the flood level and has high potential, one can speak human language and transform into human form. However, it may be a little rough and unskilled at the beginning, and for some divine blood creatures, it is even easier. There won't be any identifiable flaws, Shirtu said. The two people who heard this nodded their heads. At least Lupin thought that there should be no such possibility. After all, judging from the performance of the man in black robe at that time, it did not look like he had just simulated a human form, let alone wanted to simulate it. The humanoid cultivation level must reach the flood level and above. If the opponent really has this strength, then how could he have been entangled with the opponent for so long and led him to the novice village when he was in the weird dream? After knowing that the inquiry was fruitless, Lupin Mubai couldn't help but focus on the wasteland in front of him. I saw that although the two areas were not far apart, they were separated by a river at the edge and could only be crossed by a suspension bridge. There is a light film in the middle of the bridge, which is obviously used to distinguish the two sides. Leaving this light film is equivalent to leaving the area where Novice Village is located. Since the hearing of those monsters is extremely sensitive, it seems that the sound we are talking about here should not affect them when separated by this layer of light film. As long as they are protected by this layer of light film, they will absolutely. Is there no way to invade the Novice Village? Mubai took out his bow and strung it silently, aiming at a pine tree in the distance. That's true. As long as we don't commit suicide and break through the desert beyond the suspension bridge, the people in our village can stand here and influence the situation inside, but the monsters inside have no way of affecting us. Shirtu, who understood his intention, kindly reminded him. Understood. Mubai, who had aimed at the target, let go and hit the target. The powerful arrow impact immediately caused the tree trunk to explode, and the sound caused by the tree trunk slowly falling to the ground was heard. Hisses. There was a sound like grinding teeth, which made Lupin and the others feel their hearts tightening. In an instant, like a phantom passing by, countless black tentacles seeped out from where the tree trunk had fallen, shaking constantly. Just looking at it made people feel numb. So disgusting. The ground cracked, and a monster covered in bone spurs broke out and rolled to the ground. Lupin and the others felt their scalps numb as they imagined what kind of situation they would be in. It was too fast, it only took less than 2 seconds, and you would basically burp if you were not careful. Good guy, if you get caught by this kind of monster, you're basically going to die. Seeing this scene, Lupin felt his scalp go numb. The speed was so fast that he had no way to react in time. Now do you understand why this place is called a restricted area by the village? If you players go in without reaching the flood level, if you accidentally make a move, you will die. Even if you reach the flood level, you will die. You must be careful, except for the divine blood monsters that can reach the level of the universe, others are basically dead when they encounter them. However, their eyesight is quite limited, and they can almost be said to be blind. They can only judge their prey through hearing and smell, so basically as long as they use some skills and don't have pungent smells on their bodies to get close to them, even if they really provoke them now that it's here, there won't be any way to deal with it. Shirtu, who thought the two young men Lupin were a bit interesting and couldn't bear to lose their lives to monsters because of their carelessness, kindly reminded them that although these monsters were not big in size, they were extremely aggressive. Once they were noticed and attacked, there would be no if there are enough coping methods, it will be a dead end. That is to say, as long as they detect the sound, they can create another sound point, and basically resolve the crisis, right? Mubai, who got a nod from Shirtu, looked at the hard bow in his hand. He could still shoot silent arrows without deliberately aiming at anything. 2 seconds was enough. I will also complete the storage ring you asked me to refine as soon as possible, but is the installment payment you mentioned reliable? Shirtu couldn't help but change the subject when he saw the two people who obviously didn't give up the idea of continuing. Don't worry, with the level of the two of us, the money will be paid soon, and you may even make money by then with interest. Entrusting the pager in the paper that had been used as a record to Yi, Lupin couldn't help but speak confidently, obviously having some confidence in himself. The backpack that comes with the attribute board can't even store currency except for storing equipment, which is really too useless. So after knowing that there are things like space equipment, Lupin and others naturally can't let it go, but the price is a bit hurtful to their wallets. Then you have to come back alive. Anyway, I wish you good luck. I will help you complete the ring matter as soon as possible. Looking at the two people walking on the suspension bridge, Shirtu said. Mubai, who glanced back at the thing in Yizi's hand, was also curious, and couldn't help but take this last opportunity to speak. During the dream before, besides the mobile phone, didn't you only have the pager on you? Since there is no future. There may be reminders in the paper, why do you need to make more preparations? It can be regarded as being prepared. I don't remember the content of the previous dream very clearly. What's more, I also want to try to make changes in some small things without changing the general direction of the future. Create a different future. Lupin obviously had his own opinions on this matter and was unwilling to completely submit to the future direction caused by the strange watch, even if it was decided by himself. This kind of non-life-threatening thing is better to predict the future. If in the future, I might just belch when I wake up from the dream, I won't have to follow this established ending and not change the status quo, voluntarily go to death. This is definitely unrealistic. So before encountering this situation, Lupin also wanted to try whether the future of the weird dream could change this. At least he had to know where the specific bottom line was, so that he would not be completely unprepared. It's something worth trying again and again. The two people who didn't continue talking couldn't help but relax and entered the forbidden area. But it was different from the two Luan Pin who were wearing cotton shoes and cautiously entered the forbidden area. Zhang Yong, who had been inexplicably framed before and swallowed up by the space rift, now looked at the scene of deep mountains and old forests in front of him. His head couldn't help but feel a little square, and the sound of birdsong could be heard in his ears, which made his mood slow down. Although his body was fine, if he looked carefully, he could still see the faint poisonous spots on his arms. They were obviously complications left after Li Ransbone's spur stabbed him last night, but basically they wouldn't cause any damage. What a big impact, at least no pain was felt. What on earth is this place? Is it an inexplicable time travel? It feels a little bad. Zhang Yong patted the dust on his shield and looked at the unfamiliar environment around him. For a moment, the monk Shang-Er was confused and didn't know what to do. Now he was a little confused as to whether the place in front of him was the earth. Did he die inexplicably in the end? Zhang Yong only felt that things should not be so dramatic. As a soldier who has been stationed in snowy areas and protected the frontier, it is rare for him to take a leave to go home to celebrate his grandfather's 90th birthday. The experience along the way is undoubtedly extremely magical. First, he met a giant turtle that was on the verge of death. He inexplicably changed his job to become a legendary professional shield demon, and got this turtle shell shield. Then there was a sudden change in animals and plants around the world, which caused the global order to collapse even more than a war. The special incident completely shattered his worldview. To be honest, even with the help of his own inexplicable strength and the powerful skills brought by this shield and profession, he survived and gained great power. But in fact, he had barely adapted to this state of coexisting with monsters not long ago, and after reporting the incident to the military commander, he assumed the responsibilities of a PLA soldier and joined the Baishan City local government. The government is working to maintain order and rescue the people. But now it's good. Why did he come to such a deep mountain and old forest inexplicably? We have to get out of this hellish place as soon as possible. After checking the pager, mobile phone and other electronic devices on his body, he found that they were basically in a black screen and could not be used. Although he still couldn't figure out where this place was, Zhang Yong, who felt that he shouldn't stay here and continue to waste time, couldn't help but hold a shield and groped vigilantly in the mountains and forests, trying to find a way out. He had already it's not Ling Tuqing who faced the sudden changes in animals and plants at the beginning. In the face of global changes in flora and fauna, many mountainous forests and coastal beaches where monster riots have been serious have basically become restricted areas with few human presence. There are lush green plants in this place, and there must be dangers that are difficult to ignore. Even if he has confidence in his own strength, he cannot be careless. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly there was a burst of animal noises. Zhang Yong, who was extremely vigilant, naturally did not dare to be careless. He took off the sharp knife from his waist and looked back. Sure enough, a giant wolf comparable in size to an African elephant followed closely behind. The hair on his body is thick and flowing, and the overall color is purple and white. His mouth is full of intimidating sharp teeth, and his eyes are piercing, as if with a biting light. Just from the first glance at him, Zhang Yang understood that this guy is definitely a tough opponent and understands human nature. Following several beastly roars from the leading wolf king, the green wolf that followed could not help but surround Zhang Yang, forming an encirclement that was difficult to escape. Although its size was relatively smaller than that of the leading wolf king, it was still far away. It was larger than a buffalo, and each weighed over a ton at least. Zhang Yang, who was surrounded by them, suddenly felt something bad. Different from the animals and plants that had just undergone mutations that he had encountered before, this wolf pack might be far inferior in size to some monsters that had become huge after mutations, but just this. The look in his eyes and the aura he showed were far beyond what they could compare to. If he had to make a metaphor, in his opinion, if the wolves were compared to elite soldiers who had been tempered many times in the war, then the latter would be new recruits who had just joined the army and knew nothing. Even if they looked the same in size, there is no need to compare them. Even though Zhang Yang had been prepared, the leading wolf king in front of him did not seem to have the intention of calling his subordinates to attack directly. It had been in this world for a long time and obviously rarely saw humans. Curious about this, it kept approaching. Zhang Yang, who noticed that the other party did not show hostility, frowned. "Human, why are you here?" The huge giant wolf in front of him suddenly uttered a childish voice, which undoubtedly made people feel a little funny, but Zhang Yang frowned even more. Because the other party can speak human words so fluently, it also means that the Taoist power level is at least above the Hong level. Such an opponent is not easy to deal with. You have the breath of the blood of the divine blood monster. Although I don't know what's wrong with you, I don't want to be your enemy, human. After the words fell, accompanied by the Wolf King's lifelong roar, before Zhang Yang figured out the situation, the Wolf King led the wolf pack away. Although he didn't know what was going on, Zhang Yang obviously didn't plan to stay there any longer, and continued to explore the situation in the forest. At this time, LV Pin and his team, under the condition of being careful enough, did not encounter any trouble when they just passed through the forbidden area. There was also a layer of light film separating the forbidden area and the afterlife area. After touching and entering it, there was no need to worry about the monster's surprise attack. However, this was just the beginning. Even if they didn't have to worry about the danger of making noises and attracting monsters, the threat posed by the lush forest in front of them to the two people should not be underestimated. Apart from the existence of abnormal individuals like Chimu Bilan, the threat and shock brought by the forest in front of them was even far greater than that of the Lotus Mountain area. After all, what was in front of them could be said to be the appearance of the forest in the real world. How could a group of animals and plants that had just begun to mutate be compared with these pure-blooded ones? Mu Bai, who could always vaguely hear the roar of the beast, signaled LV Pin not to be too aggressive. Now the two had plenty of time, and then carefully observed the surrounding situation. Because it is not far from the exit of the forbidden area, many of the lands in this relatively spacious open space are in a semi-open state, and farm tools that can be used for opening up fields are randomly placed. They are obviously used by some people who were exiled from the novice village. In addition, there is a small hut that can only be used for shelter from the wind and rain, storing some unknown plant seeds, farm tools, and simple daily necessities. It should be the place where those people who came here through the territory live and survive. After all, this place is on the edge of the land. As long as you don't go deep and make too much noise, it will not attract the attention of monsters. It should be arranged by the novice village. The seeds in the fields that have been opened up have begun to sprout. Maybe it is the masterpiece of the students before, and they obviously have no idea of staying to be farmers, and continue to go deeper. The plant species in the inner world are obviously completely different from those in the outside world, and it is really difficult to judge whether they are aggressive by appearance. For this, they can only be cautious and guard against their inadvertent small movements. I feel like I've been here before. Weird. Looking at the surrounding environment, LV Pin's brows furrowed more and more, and some memory fragments began to loosen. Is it about the future dream? Hearing this, Mu Bai suddenly became alert. It should be somewhat related. The final scene when I woke up from the dream seems to be around here. As for what happened afterwards, it should be taken over by my future self. It's a pity that I can only barely remember some vague fragments. LV Pin, who tried hard to recall, felt a severe headache, but he could not recall a complete scene, only some memory fragments flashed vaguely. If we can come here and wake up from the dream, it means that at least our plan is successful. As for whether the monsters in the forbidden area can solve the black-robed man, that is another matter. Can you remember where you were when you woke up? This is a very important point. Mubai, who really didn't expect that LV Pin would have such a harvest after coming here, couldn't help but have an idea worth trying. Even if LV Pin's direction in the weird dream in the future cannot be easily changed, it is also possible to prepare some backup plans for him after he escapes from the weird dream. In the inner world, whether it is the novice village or the uncivilized areas in front of us, the fact that electronic equipment cannot be used is no longer a new topic. But the use of most hot weapons is not affected. This matter needs to be discussed with Wang Lin Yun and others. If some conventional hot weapons can be prepared in this forest in advance, LV Pin will know about it in the future, and it can also play a surprising effect. However, this matter needs to be planned in more detail after returning. It may be difficult to figure out where it is, after all, just thinking about it gives me a headache. But logically, it should be around here. I can't remember the specific details at all. LV Pin, who tried to recall it to no avail, finally had to give up. This made Mubai stroke his chin and think about it, and he couldn't help but come up with an idea. Are you sure you have no memory of the details of what happened in the bizarre dream now, right? How did you escape in this forest? You can't remember it at all? Mubai asked, and LV Pin nodded in confirmation. After all, it was a rare whim to remember that the forest in front of him was the place where he woke up from his dream. How could he think of other details? Now even the general framework is a little vague. That would be great. I have an idea that we can try, but before that we must figure out which terrain is more suitable. As if he had some interesting ideas, Mubai continued to go deeper into the forest and choose the right terrain for an ambush. Curious about this, Lupin could only follow him. Finally, he found a relatively well-connected place in a relatively marginal area, surrounded by many green plants, and hidden enough. It was adjacent to the river in the east, and was connected to the forbidden area by only a suspension bridge. There were two places that could lead directly to the depths of the forest. Mubai had explored them one by one, and it was not dangerous. As long as you are well prepared, escaping is not a problem at all, and the green plants that are lush enough can also hide some explosives for the next plan. This needs to be applied to Lin Yun and others. Although the Black Rogue Man deprives people of their lives at a distance of 100 meters, this is indeed difficult to ignore, but as long as you grasp the rhythm and detonate the explosives at the right time, with the convenience of thermal weapons, it is still possible to directly annihilate the opponent, which is also one of the many backup plans to deal with the Black Rogue Man. First determine the place, and then leave some arrows on the road as a guide. In this way, even if there is no way to communicate with you in the bizarre dream, you can be accurately guided to the place we have prepared through these information left behind. Mubai, who drew an X mark on the soft soil with a branch, spoke. That is to say, because I can't remember the bizarre dream clearly now, even if the situation in the bizarre dream has been changed by my past self, I can guide the change through this alternative method. Anyway, I can't remember what I did in the dream now. Maybe it will really work. Anyway, the situation in the dream is also vague. Lupin, who temporarily understood Mubai's intention, only felt that this method was very feasible. It seemed that the future changed by using the strange watch was not completely determined, and could actually be changed in this way. After all, he doesn't remember anything related to reminders in the dream. Under such circumstances, it is not a bad idea to change. If such an attempt can really succeed, then in the future, if he can predict and change his own future through the strange watch, what will he know about it? Changing the future direction will not be such a passive situation, and changes can be made on the general framework. Of course, that's only if he didn't burp directly. Then let's go back quickly and tell Lin Yun and the others the news, so that they can make arrangements as soon as possible. There are only a few days left, so we must be fully prepared. Lupin, who felt that this plan was extremely feasible, couldn't help but speak. But just as they were preparing to return home, a faint cry for help came from their ears, which not only attracted the attention of the two of them, but feeling that the situation had changed, they followed the location of the sound source. After closing the distance of tens of meters, the two people hiding in the green plants suddenly discovered a boy with animal ears being chased by several giant dogs. They called for help in the vast forest, but not only did the boy not get any help from others, Redemption, on the contrary, exposed his own position, and he was chased more closely by these monsters. Seeing that the young man carrying a huge luggage was gradually being approached by the giant dog, the messy things in the luggage were ignored and thrown away, which barely made him increase his speed, but even so, he could not escape the fact that the distance between the two gradually narrowed. There is no need to say more about what will happen to the young man if this continues. Lupin and the others frowned. A single NPC? Or other races in the other world? Or a monster that barely takes human form? Lupin, who looked at the distance gradually shortening and felt that the young man could not hold on for half a minute, muttered in a low voice. If it were a monster that could take human form, it wouldn't be chased into such a mess. It should be the first two. If left alone, he will definitely die. Do we want to intervene? When Xiang Mubai heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Although there was no need to risk danger for an unknown person and fall into a bigger turmoil, as an aboriginal of the other world, if the other person could save him, you might get a lot of information that you don't know. These three big dogs don't seem to be impossible to deal with. Let's save him first. First, shoot an arrow at the head of the leader, and then find the right opportunity to fire a second arrow. I will do it all the time. Be ready to rush out, you don't have to worry about them getting close, Lupin, whose body hardened again, said firmly. Mubai's eyes became solemn as he responded lightly. He pulled up the bowstring and aimed at the giant dog that was running at extremely high speed. His powerful dynamic vision allowed him to judge the opponent's figure at this time and where he would stop next. 3 points were presented. A line of arrows shot through the air. The arrow that had been aimed accurately hit the target, and the attack with the effect of the frost archery skill not only blinded the giant dog's eyes, but also had the freezing effect that taught the giant dog how to be a human in minutes, and directly paralyzed half of its body with freezing. The head fell to the ground, losing its fighting power. This situation immediately aroused the alertness of the other two giant dogs. They rushed in the direction where the arrows had just come from, and they had obviously discovered the location of Lupin and Mubai. Out of trust in his companions, Mubai didn't panic at all. He put his hand on the bowstring and tightened it, and continued to aim at the head of the giant dog on the left. But this giant dog has obviously begun to understand human intelligence. It quickly moved around knowing that the opponent had long-range attack methods, which put a lot of pressure on Mubai and made it difficult to carry out precise attacks. At this moment, the vines broke through the soft soil and directly entangled one of them. Lupin's vine ring skill took effect, and Mubai, who had been waiting for this opportunity, shot through the air. It penetrated the neck and caused an ice explosion effect, directly freezing it into an ice pimple. But in such a short distance, coupled with the extremely fast speed of the giant dog's attack, Mubai's limit was already to deal with both ends. Knowing that he would not have time to fire the third arrow, he drew back his bow, and he had already accumulated strength beside him. After a long time, Lupin's horsepower was fully charged, and he rushed away in an instant. The armored material on his body seems to have become less transparent than before due to the improvement of his own strength. It is like a crystal with a slight pink luster on the edge, and its hardness has improved. Boom! Lupin, who knew that his strength had improved during this period, did not dodge, and faced him head-on. His whole body was hardened and looked like a humanoid armor. He effortlessly withstood the attack of the giant dog with both hands, and the two sides exchanged blows. While wrestling, he gradually exerted his strength and suppressed the opponent. The effect of the charged blow skill came into effect. The giant dog, which was unable to suppress Lupin in terms of strength, was immediately pushed away. The 8-foot-long snake spear appeared out of thin air. Lupin waved it in his hand and seized the time to attack. Use brute force to penetrate the opponent's head alive and end the battle. In this collision of pure strength, an overwhelming victory was achieved. It feels like the power level is close to 40. It can only be said to be an extremely weak existence on the edge of this mountain forest. I just hope it doesn't attract the prying eyes of other monsters. After fighting against the opponent, Lupin, who knew the overall level of the giant dog, spoke. Gaining experience points by hunting monsters immediately increased their spiritual power, and Lupin even gained the racial talent of enhanced sense of smell. Pure-blooded monsters are not only not comparable to those animals and plants that have just mutated in terms of strength and momentum, but also in terms of experience points. From the previous experience of LV Pin and his team, they have at least doubled. This made them feel that leveling here might be a good choice in the future, and then they walked towards the direction of the boy with animal ears, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling. Looking at the items scattered on the ground, LV Pin picked up one of the bags with some curiosity, and then he was directly shocked by it. Wow, it turned out to be a large bag of barreled kangshwebo? Or the most classic braised beef? Why did I see this thing in the other world? What the hell is this? The things found later were also bizarre. LV Pin even found 2 small cans of tea from them. They were all sparse and ordinary things in the outside world, but now they appeared in the hands of a boy in the other world, which was really strange. Hey, after all, we are your saviors, so at least say something. You shouted for help so loudly just now, why are you silent now? Looking at the ugly boy in front of him, Lupin couldn't help but tap him lightly with his foot. If the other person's ears were real, he should be a subhuman from the other world. This time, they rescued him in order to get information about the inner world. How could they let him be cowardly all the time? They had to tell him some new things that they didn't know. Ah, the young man, who was in a dazed state, finally reacted. Looking at the two people in front of him who looked like saviors, tears flowed down his face, which made LV Pin and the others feel a little overwhelmed. Finally, after the other party's description, they also knew that the other party was indeed a subhuman race from the inner world, named Calais. After the inner and outer worlds were reintegrated, he had been responsible for reselling materials from the inner and outer worlds and making a little money, a bit like the courier boy in the outside world. It is said that their tribe belongs to the neutral camp in the entire inner and outer worlds, and is called the Kakadar tribe. Because they are good at carving sculptures of gods, they have been protected by the blood of gods for generations. They never intervene in the struggle of any forces, but only seek benefits from some small things and make a little money. Although the mountains and forests in the inner world are full of dangers and hide many extremely threatening monsters, there are actually many places that can be used for teleportation. You only need to pay money to use them, which can basically avoid most of the dangers on the road. Originally, as a native of the Calorie world, you could reach your destination safely through these teleportation points. Unfortunately, in order to save a little money on the way, and because you knew a shortcut, this tragedy happened. Fortunately, you were rescued by LV Pin and others. So you teleported through the novice village, went back and forth between the inner and outer worlds, and did the work of buying things for others? LV Pin, looking at the bag of Kang Shuibo below, felt that the ideas of the natives of the inner world were really weird. They even asked others to buy instant noodles for them. It was really rare. But since you said that your Kakadar tribe belongs to the neutral camp and is protected by the god blood monster, why are you being chased by these three dogs so embarrassed? Unlike LV Pin, who only lamented the curiosity of the natives of the inner world, Mubai inadvertently felt the subtlety of these daily visible things, as well as the distinction between the relationships between the camps of the inner and outer worlds. The understanding of monsters by people in the outside world and the existence of the inner world may have only become clear in recent times. After all, this kind of thing is very obvious. If the government agencies of various countries really have some understanding of the inner world, they will not continue to cause unrest when the animals and plants mutate, or even the terrible thing that the carrier was defeated by the god blood monster in one move. They will definitely be prepared in advance. People in the outside world don't know about the inner world, but from the current situation that people in the inner world let Calais buy daily necessities in the outside world, it seems that this is not a secret to them without knowing how long this phenomenon has lasted, which is very unfavorable to the outside world. It is undoubtedly creepy. After all, even the governments of all countries in the world are not aware that their world is being watched by another world, just like being monitored. Whether it is well-intentioned or has other intentions, it is very passive and disadvantageous. Although we are protected by the god blood monster, as long as we do not show hostility to ordinary monsters, we will not be attacked, but this is also unexpected. They may be starving just now. Kale still felt his scalp tingling when he recalled the situation just now. Sure enough, the money for the teleportation point cannot be saved at all. Fortunately, he can be saved in this deserted situation. However, when he came to his senses, he felt that it was a very strange thing to meet these two weirdos at the moment. But two young masters, are you from the village? Kale, who felt that LV Pin and the other two were not like lone NPCs, asked uncertainly. No matter for either side of the inner and outer world, the existence of the novice village is relatively special, and the inner world is even more so. For them, the Aborigines, the people in the novice village can be said to be the ancestors of the god blood monster. If they were from the village, they wouldn't be running around outside. We are players, and we were just planning to walk around this edge and leave. We didn't expect to meet you and encounter such a thing. But are you an orc from the other world? LV Pin said in a calm tone. Well, our Kakadar tribe has always been very friendly to outsiders. Whether they are orcs, elves, dwarves, or even travelers who accidentally entered the other world, as long as they are willing to join our big family, we will accept their identities. I am also a not uncommon sub-human race among them. After knowing that LV Pin and the others were players, Kale did not show any discomfort except for a little surprise. After all, he often needs to do purchasing work and has seen many people from the outside world. But since you are a purchasing agent, you can't just bring these few things. Even if these things are popular here, they are just daily necessities after all. They can't be of much value. Mubai simply calculated the value of the items and obviously felt that it was not worth wasting a labor force to run around, unless it was just for the sake of carrying them. There must be more than just these things. Kale couldn't help but pat his belt and said, "This is a space equipment built by the dwarf uncle in our village. It can be used to store large items. My cargo packages are stored in it. The other small things are just because they can't fit in, so I have to carry them myself. These things are indispensable for our business." Even though it was their first meeting, Kale smiled shyly without any sense of vigilance towards the two of them, which made Lupin and the others look at each other and smile helplessly. This guy really has no sense of vigilance. Then Kale could not help but solemnly salute and thank the two of them, and sincerely invited them to visit the village where Kakadar village is located. The two of them, who felt that they had plenty of time, did not refuse. After all, they also wanted to see what the so-called teleportation site was like, and they could also learn more about the information about the other world on the way and lay a good foundation. Later, because it was located on the edge and Kale was chased by the giant dog and lost his direction, when they came to the closest teleportation point, it was already getting dark. Looking at the crystal pile in front of him, which was a circle smaller than the central crystal of the novice village, Lupin felt that it was quite technological. It could be teleported by inserting coins into the crystal column in the middle to provide energy. Each person paid 2 copper coins at a time, and could select a point through the crystal column screen. If they crossed the long distance of the site, they had to pay more money. Basically, there was no need to worry about encountering any big troubles when teleporting. On the side, Mubai was studying the map of the inner world in his hand. It not only marked the places where the divine blood monsters lived, but also the addresses of other villages that had transactions with the Kakalal people. Although it seemed crude and the drawing skills were limited, but it is also very rare information right now. The most precious thing is that it identifies the locations of some transmission sites. Due to the malfunction of the camera he was carrying, Mubai, who was unable to take photos and records, could only borrow pen and paper from Carl to draw and record some important locations, and supplemented some details by asking the other party. When a more formal map was drawn, they also arrived at the destination of their trip, a village where the Kakara people lived. As soon as I stepped into the village, I saw lifelike sculptures of human beings. They were obviously made of transparent and powdery crystals, but they carved the appearance of delicate skin and clearly visible clothing. The texture makes it even more difficult to ignore its fineness. If we can get this thing, we will definitely sell it for a good price. After touching the statue, which was far more detailed than other human figures and wax figures, Lupin was even more surprised that the touch on his hand actually felt like caressing the skin, and this kind of sculpture, which was obviously a sculpture, was able to bring out the emotions. How is the phenomenon of tactility in clothing achieved? Just this try made him feel that the thing in front of him was valuable, and it might also contain some equipment principles, otherwise it would be impossible for ordinary objects to achieve this level. According to Kale, the origins of these statues are not simple. They are all works of art carved by the highest level of forging craftsmen from the Kakaral tribe in cooperation with relevant personnel. There are 12 statues in total. They are the leaders who saved the ancestors of the entire inner and outer world. They are inextricably linked to the camp of the divine blood monsters. It is said that the reason why the Kakadar tribe can be protected by the divine blood monsters is very important. It's largely related to this. After taking a look at the whole statue, Lupin also discovered a very interesting phenomenon. He found a rather special being among them. Because the textures on his clothes were different, it was easier to distinguish. Among them, the texture of clothes on one of them was very similar to that of people in Novice Village. That was a man who seemed to be in the age group. A young man in his 20s and 30s. Of course, if we talk about it from a historical perspective, the other party may have been from several centuries ago. There are also many parts of the body that are scaly, with white and red scales, and different horns on his head. The most conspicuous thing that is different from other statues is that there is a white scaled python wrapped around his body, which is different from the white scales on his body. The scales are extremely close, as if they are one body. If he were to describe it more vividly, he would look like the sage turned Yakushi Kabuto in Naruto, but without glasses, and his appearance would be better. Moreover, the unique patterns on his clothes made Lupin suspect that he was related to the novice village where Yi Zi and the others were located. After all, according to Shirtu, the ancestors of their village had an inexplicable connection with the current red eyes and white scales. Kale also said that these sculptures are the leaders of the ancestors' remnants. In this way, the two are connected. This can't help but make Lupin very interested in the past of the 12 statues in front of him. After all, it may mean a certain history that they don't know. After all, these 12 savior-like heroes have a glorious history of saving the world inside and outside. History, then there must be enemies. Who are the enemies they face? At least Lupin will definitely not be the monster they need to face now. After all, according to the information currently known, the so-called divine blood monsters can already be called emperor-like existences among all monster species. These 12 leaders were actually related to the divine blood monsters. Unless the divine blood monsters, there are also camps between them, which will lead to a confrontational situation. After that, the few people didn't stay in this place for too long. After entering the village, Kale couldn't help but say hello to the people in the village and introduced the two saviors in front of him. Just like when Grandma Lu entered the Grand View Garden, the two people who came to the village where the Kakadar tribe lived for the first time had gained a lot of experience. There were orcs with horns on their heads and wings on their backs, and dwarves who could comfort even the commander. They are generally only about 1.2 meters tall and have dark and strong skin. According to Kale, most of them are very skilled craftsmen. It's a pity that Lupin didn't see the legendary elf, but even so, the beast-eared girl who can be seen everywhere has greatly satisfied their impressions. But recalling what the other party said before, Mubai still couldn't help but ask, Kale, I remember you said before that there are still travelers from the outside world living in the Kakadar tribe, right? There are no differences between animals and plants in the outside world. Before the change, weren't the inner and outer worlds inseparable? Well, that is true to a large extent. However, although the inner and outer worlds are not connected in general, there are still some people and creatures who have traveled to the inner world through certain cracks due to changes in space, but they have just come over. Basically, there's no going back. Kale couldn't help but answer their questions. Is this phenomenon relatively normal in the other world? Travelers from the outside world should not be limited to the Kakadar tribe. What is the approximate population base? Mubai felt that if it were not a rare and unique case, then these outsiders would gather together and would inevitably become a force in the inner world that could not be ignored. And what Kale said next was in line with his idea. Although the probability of space cracks between the inner and outer worlds was extremely low, each crossing event was not just for individuals. There were many crossing events, like hundreds of people crossing at one time. As long as they did not cross to a place full of monsters, but crossed to a more civilized area, the possibility of these crossers surviving was very high. Because a considerable number of these crossers mastered a skill brought from the outside world, and they could feel the existence of Tao power in the inner world in practice, so relatively speaking, after living here, life would not be very difficult. And according to Kale, because of the addition of crossers in recent years, the knowledge of the crossers who originally lived in the inner world has been greatly supplemented and updated. The oldest outsiders at present may have been traced back to nearly 100 years ago. Their descendants are in the 4th generation and have basically merged with the entire alien world. They are not out of place because of the identities of their ancestors. Regardless of whether they are 4 generations of travelers who have lived in the outside world for a long time, or the travelers who have been continuously added in recent years, they basically live in a city-state established by themselves, located in the inside world. In a remote dense forest in the southeast of the world. Because it has always claimed that its camp is neutral, does not form an excessively large army, and only focuses on researching civilian items for business, it has not been much rejected by the indigenous camp in the other world. In this regard, Kale also pointed out a place on the map marked as the Little Ball City-State for Mubai. It is said that to get here, you not only need to pass through multiple teleportation points, but also need to pass through a relatively dangerous jungle and underground area. Channels, generally speaking, even businessmen driven by profit need to hire highly capable guards to ensure that they are safe while going to that place. Mubai silently kept this in mind. The existence of such a force may not be a good thing for people in their outer world. After all, this way they can have a deeper understanding of the situation in the inner world. It is said that there is also a neutral force that can buffer it. Later, at the request of Lupin and the others, Kale couldn't help but take them to the place where the village chief lived. Along the way, there were inquiries about the men in black robes, and they were naturally not left behind. Unfortunately, Kale, who always talked about everything about his benefactor, obviously had nothing to do this time. Like Sure too, he didn't know much about the man in black robe, but according to him, their village chief was a brave man who wandered between the inner and outer worlds when he was young, and he also did a lot of research on the history of the inner world. The most knowledgeable person in the village may know something, and what interests Lupin the most is that it is said that the village chief is a genuine elf and the most precious clan member in the village. After a while, Lupin and the others also came to a retro building that was larger than other private houses. Because they needed to be careful of monster cleaning at all times, except for the more centralized cities, most of the buildings in the world were relatively low-rise. It is short and does not build too many floors. After entering the house, I saw a maid wearing a mask pushing a wheelchair. In the wheelchair was a gray-haired old man, wrapped in a layer of yellowish bandages all over his body. His eyes were hollow, and he couldn't help but feel sad just by looking at it. People were a little cautious and panicked, as if they were seeing a walking corpse in front of them. Mr. Village Chief, I delivered the goods safely and brought 2 distinguished guests. If it hadn't been for their help, I might not have been able to come back. The Kakadar tribe seems to be very concerned about etiquette. Paying great attention to it, Kale knelt down in the direction of the wheelchair as soon as he entered the room. Very good, my child, have you brought the food back safely? The hoarse voice had a sense of vicissitudes of life. Mubai frowned and felt weird, and Lupin had an indescribable expression on his face. To be honest, he originally thought it would be a beautiful elf whose 2 heads were so big when he saw it, but he was a little frightened by this posture. And why did he feel that the so-called food was not talking about Kong Shuaibua, but about Kong Shuaibua? Does it mean the 2 of them? It's been a long time since outsiders came. The reason why you came to me is because you want to ask me something. For the sake of saving my people, just ask me if you have anything to ask. Because even his head was tightly bound with bandages, leaving only his eyes, nose and mouth, the village chief's words were undoubtedly a bit bluffing, but regarding the purpose of Lupin's trip, and after reports from other tribesmen, he obviously had the same idea in his mind. Somewhat low. Lu and Pin, who felt that the other party could still communicate with each other, were naturally not polite. They immediately told the story about the man in black robe, hoping to get the information they wanted from the other party. While listening to what they said, the village chief looked unusually calm, giving the impression that he was too slow or just had such a temperament. After listening to what they described, he waved. Karai, my child, if you have nothing else to do, please step back first. I have something to say to the 2 guests in front of you. The village chief, who asked Kale to step aside, sounded calm. Kale, who had never dared to disobey the village chief's orders, naturally had no choice but to obey and retreat. The other party's actions also made Lupin and the others happy. This performance looked promising. It wasn't until he felt that Kale was some distance away from the house that the village chief slowly spoke. The 2 guests are the first players to come to Kakadar village, and they are probably the first to understand the existence of the other world. The world inside and outside is currently in a crisis, not only the struggle between the inside and outside world, no one in it can avoid it, this world needs salvation. The 2 people couldn't help but frown when they heard these blabbering words. Mubai, who felt it was really difficult to understand, couldn't help but ask, Mr. Village Chief, what do you mean, no matter whether people in the inner world or people in the outer world? It should be the real enemy. Are the enemies we really need to face the third-party forces mentioned just now? What kind of existence are they? Mubai, who felt that the situation was different from what he had originally expected, sensed trouble. For the inner and outer worlds, they are invaders that must be eliminated. According to the instructions left by the ancestors, they are called Zerg. They do not belong to the inner and outer worlds. They are completely opposite to the human race. They have been there since ancient times. He has always wanted to invade this world and take the place of the human race. Although the village chief's words were a bit slow, they always had a sense of stability. Zerg? LV Pin frowned, recalling the image of the black-robed man in his dream. He felt that the name did not describe him. Could it be that there was something he did not know? You can think of this as a game that keeps repeating. This invasion is not the first time that humans and Zerg have fought against each other. I do not know about the deeper past, but it is said that a long time ago, the ancestors had successfully resisted the invasion of the Zerg. This generation of humans has been lagging behind at the starting line for too long and must wait for the appearance of the savior. The village chief spoke in a flat tone. Are you talking about the 12 statues at the entrance of the village? LV Pin shuddered. No, that was the leader of the ancestors, the savior of the previous generation of human camp. Now he is completely dissipated in the dust of time and it is impossible for him to appear again. Now humans need a new savior. Only by expelling the Zerg can the inner and outer worlds merge as before and no longer be in turmoil. The village chief spoke. Is it enough to just drive them out? Since humans successfully repelled the Zerg under the leadership of 12 leaders, why not just wipe them out? Wouldn't this avoid a lot of trouble? Lupin obviously felt that this worldview setting is a bit difficult to understand. And when he talked about the so-called savior, he couldn't help but glance at the strange watch in his hand. Is there any connection between the two? I don't know much about this. Maybe there is nothing I can do for some reason. Regarding this issue, the village chief was obviously helpless, but then he slowly said, human beings are the spirit of all things. Whether they are people from the outside world, orcs, dwarves and other ethnic groups in the inner world, they can maintain their cultivation without Taoist power. In the past, the human race with its wisdom and powerful creations stood far above thousands of creatures, which was not conducive to the balanced development of the inner and outer worlds. The insatiable greed for the world's resources may be God's punishment for human beings. The Zerg are completely opposite to human beings, like natural enemies. Perhaps only human beings realize their own greed and no longer use themselves as a measure of all things. Standards, so that the cycle of fighting from generation to generation will truly end. Blindly asking for things cannot last forever. The village chief's words seemed a bit pessimistic, which made Lupin feel uncomfortable. At the same time, he couldn't help but recall what he said when he first met Hakim Shiralin. On the other hand, Mubai fell into deep thought after hearing what the other party described, and then said, so according to what you mean, village chief, those people in Novice village are all a race left over from human civilization. Is that why we are called the remnants of our ancestors? This is indeed the case, yes, but in a sense, they are dead. What remains now is just consciousness and wisps of afterimages with perceptions. They played a role in this situation. He plays the role of guiding mankind to move forward, helping mankind successfully repel the Zerg this time, and completing the continuation of reincarnation. Those who retain part of their consciousness will also have the same mission. The village chief's words made Lupin and the others' scalps tingle, and they felt more and more that being unable to escape the so-called reincarnation was definitely not a good thing for all human beings. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but ask what was going on with the savior, and what happened. How to defeat the Zerg completely. The so-called savior refers to the person chosen by God who was favored by God. Only by being recognized and inherited by the divine blood monster can he bathe in the divine blood. This is the only possibility currently known for the cultivation level to break through to the universe level. There is also it may be possible to awaken a legendary level profession and obtain a more powerful power bonus, which is an indispensable force in the fight against the Zerg. If the inside and outside world is regarded as a battlefield, then the human Zerg and monsters are the three largest forces among them. The former two are hostile, while the latter remains neutral and does not favor anyone under normal circumstances. According to the village chief, the god-blooded monsters played a crucial decisive factor in this, because even though they are found all over the world, in fact this group is completely integrated and extremely xenophobic and wants to repel the Zerg. Humans need their approval. In other words, if you want to break through the eternal level, whether you are a human or a Zerg, is the divine blood monster a level that you have to pass? So what are the characteristics of the Zerg's abilities? Will they be the same? What do you think? Human beings are lagging behind the starting line from the beginning. Does this mean that they have more advantages in strength than humans? Apart from anything else, if every Zerg has the power to deprive life of a region, regardless of whether there are differences in abilities between bodies, this would definitely be a very terrifying thing. Such a question caused the village chief to shake his head. Except for the two common racial talents of parasitism and super speed regeneration, the abilities of each Zerg individual are completely different. The one you mentioned is very important to the entire Zerg. In general, it's just a very common ability. Daily is the most powerful weapon for humans to fight against the Zerg, and the Joe-level powerhouse is the basis for determining who is the real winner in this war. These words only gave Lupin and the others a headache. After all, just a man in black robes now required them to deal with it carefully. They really couldn't imagine how they would deal with it if there was a huge race behind it. They would have to mobilize everything. Only the available power will do. However, you will not completely lose confidence because of this. Even if the Zerg completely dominates at this time, the number of races is still far lower than that of humans. As long as strong humans can be born continuously in the future, there is a possibility of victory. It will continue to increase, and the gap between Zhou level and Hong level cannot be bridged simply by relying on quantity. The gap between the two is like a god compared to a mortal, so if you don't want to lose too badly in this war, the god-blooded monsters are the power you need to rely on. In the same way, the Zerg who understand their importance also I will not give up any opportunity to find them and get recognition. As long as there are enough divine blood universe-level humans to appear before the two forces, they will not have no right to speak at all. Seeing the frowning expressions of Lu Pin and the other two people, the village chief, who didn't want to hit them, smoothed things over. This made LV Pin understand the intention of the black-robed man in the previous dream to find Chimu Balan. It seems that he must not be allowed to succeed. Otherwise, let alone Laning City, the appearance of a god-blood Zerg will inevitably have a great impact on the strategy of Rabbit Country and even the entire outside world. Now that the strength is not up to the Hong level, it can cause the impact of depriving life within 100 meters. Who knows if it will continue to improve and reach the Zhou level that the village chief said is comparable to the gods. Will it be a field that will directly affect the people of the entire city? After all, Chimu Balan is only the Zhou level. According to the words of the village chief, for the Zerg, the concept of profession also exists, so there must be skills. This threat to human civilization will only be continuously magnified, so this time he must be stopped. But if you say so, judging from the performance of Chimu Balan, maybe this is also a test for you. Mubai couldn't help but speak with the information he got at the moment. LV Pin, who suddenly understood what he meant, nodded subconsciously. Now thinking back to the strange attitude of Chimu Balan at that time, it does have some meaning. After all, judging from the opponent's strength, no matter how powerful the black-robed man is, it would be a piece of cake to beat a small bug like this to death. There is no need for Lu Pin to help him. After asking the village chief some more detailed questions, the two of them had to stay in the village for one night because it was getting late. In the early morning, after understanding the importance of the information obtained this time, the two people said goodbye to Kale and headed to the direction of Novice Village through the teleportation station. After returning to the outside world, they headed to the shelter non-stop and informed Lin Yun about what he had obtained this time. General situation. They also explained to him their plan to ambush the men in black robes, and reminded them to request arrangements from the military as much as possible and prepare for the ambush. A moment later, Lin Yun, who was holding a camera that took a full view of the topographic map of the world, watched the two people leave with a frown on her face. After listening to Lu Pin's description, she naturally understood the importance of this information to the national strategy and we have to notify our superiors as soon as possible. As long as the information conveyed by Lu Pin and the others is true, we must be more cautious in dealing with the white-scaled snake in Laning City. This is a strategic force that any country must pursue, especially now that there is a third-party force involved. In this case, the threat of Zerg is the primary target. Xiao Yun? Did something happen? Why did they leave in such a hurry? Su Fu, who was walking over with documents in hand, couldn't help but curiously asked. Lin Yun, who had absolute trust in his good sister, naturally did not hide it. After finishing the story, he fell into deep thought, obviously considering his own action plan after reporting to his superiors. In this case, leave it to me to report to the superiors. The signal here is not good, and we can't be leaderless. In this special situation, you have to sit here, otherwise there will be big trouble. Anyway, I'm free even if you are idle, you can still do such a small thing as reporting. Su Fu, who wanted to share Lin Yun's worries at this time, smiled softly. After Lin Yun hesitated for a moment, he couldn't help but pat the other party's shoulder, and said in a serious tone, "In that case, I will leave this matter to you. I will let Wang Feng and the others protect you when you go out. Remember to pay attention to safety. There are also fire support matters, which I may have to trouble you with. Don't worry, I will take care of everything and I will never let you worry. During this time, you have to work hard to practice monsters and level up, but you must also remember to get more rest." Su Fula was very confident about this. Clenching his fists, Lin Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time felt that he should be more serious. But when she turned around to sort out the documents, she didn't notice that the smile on Su Fu's face gradually faded as he looked at her back, with a biting cold light in his eyes. A few days later, Lu Pin, who had been hunting monsters and leveling up in the mountains of the inner world, returned to the outer world again. After all, it was very close to the scheduled future time, and they didn't want anything to go wrong at this time. The military is also ready. After several days of leveling up, they also made a breakthrough in terms of their Dao power. Mubai quickly caught up and reached 48, while Lu Pin reached 49, only one step away from professional awakening. Although Lin Yun was somewhat concerned because Lu Pin Mubai and the two refused to reveal the origin of the man in black robes, as the saying goes, do not doubt the suspects but trust the employees. Out of trust in the two people's repeated performance, they did not continue to deepen the relationship. After all, who doesn't have a little secret in his heart? It is said that Lin Yun's strength level has reached 55. During this period, in order to better deal with the men in black robes, she also settled in a farmhouse in the other world with some people arranged by the military to take actions in this regard. Arrange and deploy, and set up multiple sniper points and blasting points for response. In recent days, Lin Yun also asked the Lanning City military police to help find out about the man in black. Only yesterday did the police report that they found a large area of dead animals and plants in the area where the snapping turtle community lives, and then the military sent people into the mountain to inform them. Therefore, Lupin and the others are also planning to take advantage of the fact that there is no deviation in the time this time and go to the places where the men in black robes may appear to conduct inspections. Maybe the scheduled time in the future has arrived. At present, the snapping turtle group can be said to be the biggest threat facing Lanning City except for the red-eyed and white-scaled group. The leading snapping turtle is a behemoth nearly 100 meters tall. Although according to the current intelligence, it should not reach that level. It is at the level of a supergiant god-blooded monster, but it is definitely the top of the flood-level monsters. It is like a real mobile fortress, and its ferocity is overwhelming. The nearly perfect defense of the tortoise shell allows it to ignore the bombardment of most thermal weapons, leading members of the race to move between the area and the coastal zone, which has a great impact on many residents who have no time to escape from the area. It is currently maintained by Lanning City. A cancer in order. With its huge size, perfect tortoise shell and invincible mobility, the man in black robe would initially suspect that it was a god-blooded monster, and it was not difficult to understand why he chose to get closer to test it. After all, compared to this small tank bumping around, the real universe-level beast is still lying in the mountains and sleeping in. After a while, the two people approaching the location can already clearly feel the vibration. I feel that this place is inexplicably familiar, as if I have been here before. White thighs, maybe it started here. Lupin said, although it was his first time here, but he felt inexplicably familiar. Judging from the current situation, this should be the place where the weird dream begins. In that case, let's separate first. I'll contact Brother Wang and the others. You should park your motorcycle in a more conspicuous place so that you can find it easily. I have installed a mobile navigation system on the motorcycle. I think as long as you can think it through, you won't make any mistakes. I will try my best to help you make more preparations in conspicuous places. You don't have to worry about anything. Just focus on what will happen after you wake up. Then Mubai took out an arrow from the quiver on his back and said, the arrow is equipped with a positioning chip. With the help of frost arrows, it should be able to be directly fixed on the black-robed man. There will be a watch on any motorcycle that can be used to measure the distance of the chip. I'll mark it. You should wear it later. Remember to use it when you wake up and keep a good distance. Although this alternative distance measurement and positioning system was roughly processed in a hurry, it is enough for now. It is said that it has achieved certain results in the initial trial in the other world. Although it occasionally fails, this is the current situation. There are few electronic devices that can function in the other world. Although it is unclear how this works in the absence of a satellite positioning system, even if the signal is unstable, it is definitely enough for the current situation. If that's the case, then please be more careful next time. LV Pin patted Mubai's shoulder. It's the same for both of us. Mubai, who only hoped that the other party would take his own safety as the basis after waking up from the bizarre dream, also patted back. Then he did not stop and continued to move forward to the location agreed with Wang Feng and others, preparing for an ambush in advance. LV Pin, who was looking at his back, gradually became determined, and then explored the area with a deeper impression, trying to find the place where he encountered the black rogue man in the dream. The vibration caused by the walking of the huge monster has not dissipated yet. LV Pin can only see a huge turtle shell from a distance, like a small hill, constantly moving forward. The streets and past buildings have long been reduced to ruins. In front of this alligator turtle that is like a super large land battle tank, there is no resistance, like a bubble. Good fellow, if I can kill one, even if it's a small one, and if I'm lucky enough to get the full coverage gene, my attribute power will definitely be improved. LV Pin, who felt that this guy's threat was second only to the red-eyed white-scaled one, sucked a pound of cold noodles. This tortoise shell must be much harder than his armor. Even if that black rogue man meets him, it's probably enough, but I think as long as that guy has a good brain, he won't be able to fight such a monster to death. After all, the influence determined by strength is too great. One may not have reached the flood level, while the other is the king of the flood level, and has an overwhelming body size. There is no comparison at all. Just like you can see each other's blood bars in the game, even if the black-robed man's ability is against the sky, assuming that the alligator turtle's blood bar exceeds 10,000, the regional killing effect that the black-robed man can cause may be constantly reduced by 1. In this case, he may be crushed to death before he can retreat. After all, the opponent's strength is not high at present, and the limit is too great. While moving forward, LV Pin could not help but slow down his pace as he was attracted by the distance. He saw a small alligator turtle that looked like the grandson of the leader of the alligator turtles being knocked down on the road. The turtle shell seemed to be cracked and damaged by a strong impact, and the viscous liquid kept flowing out, but it obviously still had some life characteristics and struggled desperately. This made LV Pin's eyes light up, thinking that this was a good opportunity to make up a knife, and then quietly approached. Compared with its companions, this alligator turtle was a little smaller in size, but judging from its height alone, it was about 5 meters, equivalent to the size of a house. I don't know what kind of force it was hit by, so it fell directly on its 4 legs and its turtle shell was seriously damaged. At least LV Pin felt that he could not reach such a level of strength even with a charged attack. It might be the black-robed man or some kind of monster that focuses on strength. However, it was really bold to do such a thing in front of the group of alligator turtles in front of him. Looking at the alligator turtle in front of him, LV Pin was inexplicably helpless and could only approach its more vulnerable wound, which caused the other party to struggle and tremble in anxiety. Worried about attracting the attention of other alligator turtles, LV Pin did not hesitate and directly transformed into a snake and opened his bloody mouth to eat and drill into the wound. Although the external defense of the alligator turtle was strong, the internal flesh was obviously fragile. In the end, under the tossing of LV Pin's snake body, it completely died. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the full coverage gene of the alligator turtle, which has been included in the stopwatch. The alligator full coverage gene adds passive attribute effects, bite force +3, constitution +1. Active attribute effects, turtle mimicry, flame demon flash, armor form. Compared with others, the mimicry of the alligator turtle is undoubtedly more focused on defense. Although its mobility is weakened, it is also because of this characteristic that LV Pin's original armored crystal material defense has been improved. With the armor form, it is equivalent to having 2 layers of defense. The skill of Flame Demon Flash can be said to be the most amazing skill that LV Pin has obtained so far. It can create a flame wall for defense, which is not affected by itself, but has a heatwave burning effect on the enemy. This is just one of the effects. The firewall can be created up to 3 sides, and passing through it can make a short-distance space teleportation. The only disadvantage is that the existence time of the firewall will be limited, and it will be consumed by the enemy's attack, but it is enough to use in a short battle. After crawling out of the corpse of the alligator turtle, LV Pin tried the application of hardened material. As expected, in addition to the change in color and gloss, it is no longer pure, and the hardness is the same. A layer of blue armor can be formed on the surface to form a double layer of protection. The defense power has at least increased by more than 2 times compared to before, but the mobility has been weakened. After the downforce value has a breakthrough, the attributes that can be allocated have to be added to the leg strength. But it would be troublesome if I encounter that guy. I must save some energy. Although my Dao power has not increased yet, I should be close to a breakthrough. Unfortunately, I don't have time. Knowing that the opponent was not easy to deal with, LV Pin removed the hardening and decided to go into battle lightly. After moving forward for a while, he paused when he saw the familiar scene in front of him. He had a bad premonition and suddenly a heat wave hit him. Boom! The forelimbs of the giant mantis shrimp bounced forward. Even if it did not hit him head-on, the kinetic heat generated by just brushing against his body also damaged LV Pin's extremely tough clothes. The paper in his pocket fell and was burned to ashes by the heat wave. The whole person kept rolling on the ground. During this rolling, his consciousness kept changing. Finally, LV Pin, who got up, seemed like a different person. While talking nonsense, he also did not forget to grope for something on his body, but he never found what he wanted. He heard the sound of limbs climbing beside him, and he looked up at the black-robed man in front of him with a confused face. At this time, Mubai had already gathered with Wang Feng and others. He kept expanding the map on his mobile phone to confirm the distance. When he saw that the signal was lost and the sound of fighting was faintly heard in the distance, he knew that LV Pin had obviously encountered the black-robed man. Brother Zhang can go and inform Comrade Lin Yun and the others. That guy must have appeared. Brother Wang, let's go. Maybe you will have to inform the brothers to clear the obstacles on the road later. With Lin Yun's consent, Mubai, who was in charge of this time, gave instructions to the two. Old Zhang, who had no doubts about this, immediately left the team to send a signal, while Wang Feng followed Mubai to grope in the direction of the sound source, not daring to alert the enemy. After finding a bunker to hide, the two couldn't help but check the situation in the field. Lu Pin, who had already entered the state, was being chased by a lightsaber, and the situation seemed anxious. "Brother Mubai, do you really want to keep such a long distance? Moreover, Comrade Xiao Lu's situation looks very bad. Isn't it dangerous for us to just watch and not take action?" Lao Wang has obviously mixed up with the two of them. "I'm familiar with it, but it's still really puzzling to face the situation at hand." "Hush, Brother Wang, the Zerg is different from any enemy we have encountered before. We have almost no understanding of him. Although the distance should be enough now, there is no guarantee that he will notice it. In that case, our success will be in vain. And from now on, we must ensure that our soldiers and police officers keep a distance of more than 100 meters from them, otherwise they may be affected." Mubai, who was worried that something like this would happen, said cautiously, which immediately made Wang Feng cover his mouth. Lin Yun had explained the importance of the Zerg to him before, so naturally he did not dare to be careless now. Looking at Lu Pin, who was using Zhangba Snakespear to deal with the lightsaber, and wanted to turn around and fight back, Mubai silently said to Lu Pin, "When I hit the target later, I will shout to Lu Pin. Brother Wang, you have to be ready. Follow my footsteps and never be thrown away. Always pay attention to the value on the watch, and inform comrades on the road to be careful as well. The value cannot fall below 100. He stared at the target attentively and kept his breathing steady. Even if Lu Pin was deprived of life in his field of vision, it did not affect him at all. The range of more than 100 meters was also a certain pressure for him, not to mention the need to attack the opponent. Avoid vital points while moving around. Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly to confirm the timing, and using his precise strike skills, the arrow was released immediately. The silent arrow was like a ghost, hitting instantly, and the life-depriving force field was immediately affected. Mubai immediately stood up, shouted to Lu Pin, and warned him about the weakness of the other party's ability. Then, under Lao Wang's somewhat puzzled gaze, Mubai stood up and shouted to Lu Pin, leading the other party to escape quickly. After hearing what he said, Lu Pin reacted after being stunned for a moment. Just like what happened in a dream, he quickly fled the scene and distanced himself from the angry black-robed man, and the two chased him. Because the distance was not far away, Lu Pin, whose skin was still affected by the deprivation of life, was aging and could only rely on the self-healing effect of fireflies to resist for a while. However, after walking around a few streets, he also discovered a conspicuous sign not far away. He was sitting on the motorcycle in front of him, and with sharp eyes he glanced at the large bunch of keys on his waist. Is there a backup plan left behind? In this life-and-death chase, Lu Pin, who had just traveled through time, was a little dazed, but he obviously reacted quickly and fumbled for the key to try. When the second key attempt was successful, Lu Pin saw several lightsabers bombarding him, and Lu Pin, who did not dare to hesitate, suddenly hit full throttle, and with a whoosh, he made a powerful strike like a rabbit. In an instant, he distanced himself from the man in black robe in front of him and avoided the lightsaber bombardment. Lu Pin managed to escape, and his body's aging state was significantly weakened, but this also angered the man in black robe even more. Damn guy, I don't believe I can't kill you anymore. Chase me now. He directly pulled out the arrow from his abdomen, but the chip contained in it was frozen in his body along with the frost archery technique and exerted its effect. The man in black robe obviously did not notice the changes in his body. Under his command, and the Pippi Shrimp, whose limbs were constantly crawling, also chased after it. At this time, Pippi Shrimp was like a small electric motor. Although the speed was slightly slower than that of a motorcycle, the distance between the two did not widen because of Lu Pin's full throttle. The mobile phone in the car is equipped with a positioning system. Is the place it is pointing to Novice Village really? And does the value on this watch show the distance to the man in black robe? It seems that it should be left behind by the white thigh. You're right. Looking at the content of the note posted on the phone screen. Although he didn't know exactly what would happen in the future, Lu Pin felt that he had to distance himself from the man in black robes and lead him to Novice Village without hesitation, and continued to move forward using the navigation system. Because of the arrangements made by Mubai and Brother Wang, the road had already been cleared by the military and police. Lu Pin, who was driving his motorcycle, ran at high speed without encountering many obstacles. It didn't take long for him to reach the Lianhua mountain area. Looking at the rugged mountain road in front of him, Lupin did not abandon the car and continued to advance forward with the front of the car. However, the speed was slightly affected. On the contrary, Pipi Xia, who was under the black-robed man's seat, was hesitant and did not dare to approach the Lianhua mountain area, moving forward as quickly as before. It's interesting. Did you meet someone who scared you? Or is it divine blood? It feels like the atmosphere in the Lotus Mountain area is completely different. The black-robed man's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something interesting. It was really interesting. The Pipi shrimp under him had a power value very close to his own. It was impossible for ordinary flood-level monsters to cause such obvious effects. The oppression, as expected, must be right here. What that woman said is true. There is indeed a god-blooded monster in this small city of Laning, now that its location is known. That doesn't matter, let's get rid of this annoying brat first. Lupin was obviously a little angry with him. After patting the Pipi shrimp under the seat to encourage it, he slowly chased after the black-robed man on his back, not daring to run rampant like before. On the other hand, Lupin could only choose to abandon the car because the terrain was too complicated. Fortunately, the speed of the man in black robe had slowed down, so the data table on his hand had always maintained a value above 100. There was no affected by life-depriving forces. Perhaps because of the consideration of the red eyes and white scales, the black-robed man did not use his ability as a Zerg at this time. After all, this might be a provocation to the god blood monster. He kept sniffing the remaining scent of LV Pin and slowly followed him, and Mubai followed closely behind him. In the end, the three entered the novice village one by one through the barrier light screen. After entering the village, LV Pin rushed to the back mountain without stopping, and the black-robed man followed closely with the mantis shrimp and entered the village, which undoubtedly caused a commotion. But for these NPCs, the black-robed man obviously did not pay attention to their thoughts. He just looked at LV Pin, who was approaching him gradually, and moved his fingers again. Orange lightning flashed, and 5 lightsabers condensed and stabbed at him. Good guy. LV Pin frowned, knowing that he was still some distance away from the back mountain. If possible, he didn't want to delay time in the novice village, but once he was entangled by these lightsabers, he would inevitably be pulled closer if he couldn't get away, and then he would be in danger. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, gunshots suddenly rang out. Many gunmen who were lurking at the sniper point 100 meters away quickly adjusted their positions and fled after firing a shot. A wave of bullets went towards the lightsabers. Several shots missed, but they instantly smashed 3 lightsabers into pieces. Another wave of bullets took the black-robed man as the main target, and instantly made 3 blood holes in his abdomen, thighs, and head. The black-robed man, who was severely injured, naturally reduced his consciousness control. The lightsaber that was originally tracking at high speed became a little trance and floating. LV Pin, who found this opportunity, took out the Zhangba snake spear out of thin air and instantly picked up and smashed the 2 lightsabers. Taking advantage of this momentum, he ran towards the back mountain. Damn humans, they are really annoying. The granulation grew and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black-robed man who was shot several times seemed to be unaffected by the injuries on his body. After less than 10 seconds, he had recovered more than half and could walk normally. However, this time was enough for LV Pin to distance himself from him, and for the snipers to find a better building shelter. Then, the people who targeted the black-robed man did not hold back, and the gunshots rang out. They wanted to win against this inhuman monster under fire suppression. But unlike before, the black-robed man who was already on guard could not be easily hit. He easily avoided the attack with the help of perception, and then seemed to find the guerrilla warfare of the sniper fighting and retreating a bit annoying. Then he waved his 5 fingers and turned into 5 light shields to protect himself. In the Lotus Mountain area, he would not use his own Zerg ability. Although there was no problem with normal fighting in the novice village, if he accidentally hurt the NPC and violated the order that should be in the area, it would be a big trouble for him. Although the NPC would not attack players and other travelers in the setting, it was just a wisp of consciousness. But once it was attacked, the person who attacked the NPC would not only trigger the punishment of heaven, but also the NPC itself would have the opportunity to fight back. So using the Zerg ability at the moment was completely suicidal. At this time, LV Pin, who had pulled away, slowed down his speed, stepped onto the suspension bridge carefully, and entered the restricted area. Because LV Pin had already discussed with Mubai in the future, leaving a series of obvious footprints on the ground of the restricted area, LV Pin, who was entering the restricted area for the first time in a real sense, did not completely lose his sense of direction. He continued to move forward in the direction indicated by the footprints, not daring to be careless. Finally, LV Pin, who successfully escaped to the inner world, panted violently. Looking at the unfamiliar environment in front of him, he felt a little flustered. Fortunately, the previous series of footprints on the soft soil in front of him did not disconnect. LV Pin, who continued to move forward and came to the thatched house, thought that Mubai would leave some tricks here, but there was nothing else except seeds and farm tools in the room. Finally, he found a note, a pistol, and a detonator in a pile of grains. The note recorded Mubai's next arrangement for ambush on the black-robed man. After seeing clearly what he should do next, LV Pin, who knew that this should be Mubai's backup plan, crumpled it into a ball and stuffed it into his mouth to chew and swallow it like the previous paper. Obviously, he didn't want to leave anything for Lin Yun and the others. The value on the table was decreasing at a relatively slow speed at this time. LV Pin knew that this meant that the black-robed man was probably not affected much in the restricted area, but just slowed down. Now there was not much time left for him. Knowing this, he didn't delay any more time and continued to move forward with the previous footprints. When the value on the table obviously decreased and the speed increased, LV Pin also knew that the other party might have caught up, and then he couldn't help but speed up. What he had to do now was very obvious, that is, to go to the location marked by Mubai's military and detonate the military CL-20 buried underground while keeping enough distance from the black-robed man. LV Pin didn't know how many tons of CL-20 were buried in the marked area, but he had to grasp the degree. With his physique far superior to that of ordinary people, plus the protection of the hardened crystal material, he should not be affected by the explosion range as long as he didn't get too close. Although the performance of the sniper just now has proved the abnormal self-healing nature of the Zerg physique, if he was in the center of the explosion, this wave should have sent him to the sky. Seeing the values gradually maintain a relatively uniform state, LV Pin, who was running fast, finally came to the marked location and directly messed up the X-shaped mark drawn by Mubai with one foot. Then, as if he had turned on the overclocking state, he ran at a high speed with the detonator in his hand, regardless of the physical consumption, and wanted to distance himself from the black-robed man. Whether he could successfully ambush or not depended on whether he could detonate smoothly next. At this time, in the shelter temporarily built by the military, Lin Yun frowned as she observed the situation at the marked point with the help of a telescope. She had received reports on the situation of the snipers in the novice village before, and knew about the Zerg's almost abnormal self-healing physique. This situation is naturally not good news for their military. But it's really strange. Why do you have to make things so complicated? You have to put the detonator in the thatched house. Are you worried that it will be damaged in the battle? And LV Pin is a little too nervous. Lin Yun frowned as she looked at everything through the telescope. When encountering an enemy that is difficult to resist, you still need to perform the detonation. If you perform such a difficult task, you may lose yourself. Although anyone who takes on such a task will feel a little nervous, it is inevitable. However, LV Pin in this state makes Lin Yun feel a little strange. He is very different from his usual appearance, but he can't tell where the problem is. She also knows about the footprints that Mubai made. Although it was prepared for the purpose of ambush the powerful enemy, there is nothing wrong except being cautious. But Lin Yun always feels that something is wrong, as if something is being hidden from her. However, the current situation does not allow her to have any doubts. Seeing that the black-robed man has entered the detonation area, and LV Pin has pulled a certain distance away, but has not detonated yet, this really makes her confused. Why did LV Pin fail at this critical moment? If we don't seize the opportunity, that guy will leave the explosion area. Moreover, if he is on the edge, far away from the center of the explosion, with his abnormal physique, the damage will be minimal. Lin Yun, who didn't know what LV Pin was doing, frowned so much that the lens of the telescope in her hand cracked because she squeezed too hard. Su Fu, who was not far behind her, looked at her miserable appearance with a smile on his face and slowly closed the door as he left. Compared with Lin Yun's anxiety at this time, LV Pin was like an ant on a hot pot, pressing the button of the detonator in his hand, but no matter what, the explosion sound he imagined did not come. He was already prepared and covered his whole body with crystalline substances, but what the hell was this thing suddenly malfunctioning? As LV Pin's attempts failed several times, when the value on the single meter dropped below 10, he couldn't help but feel depressed. The familiar and nightmare-like sound of limbs climbing came, and the black-robed man had already arrived not far behind him, and all his careful preparations were in vain. Hey! Weren't you running in a hurry just now? Why are you suddenly staying here now? Have you accepted your fate? Unlike LV Pin, who was running all the time and sweating all over, the black-robed man who easily caught up with the shrimp under his seat was obviously relaxed and looked like he had won the battle. At this distance, he could obviously release the life deprivation force field and completely end the battle, but he enjoyed the cat and mouse feeling very much and obviously wanted to play with LV Pin for a while. As an excellent hunter, he always looked forward to the desperate look of the prey before death. Why don't you press it now? Didn't you want to blow me up just now? Press it for a while longer, maybe it will work later. The black-robed man looked at the other party's depressed expression with a smile on his face, and this made LV Pin's eyes widen, his face full of disbelief. How could this guy know? Is there an insider? Hey! Don't you already know about our Zerg? You are not naive enough to think that Zerg is just a very small group, right? Didn't I remind you just now? I have seen my kind? The black-robed man was obviously disappointed when he saw LV Pin's dull appearance. Just then, there was a movement in the distance. Why don't you just kill him? Is it really okay to talk nonsense with a mere human? Sufu walked out from behind the bushes with his eyes narrowed, and came to the black-robed man under LV Pin's puzzled gaze. The teardrop mole that matched his face and brought a little charm made LV Pin a little confused. For him who was still in a weird dream, he obviously didn't know the other party at this time. Then, accompanied by a feeling of dizziness, he squatted down and hugged his head as if affected by some force, and the consciousness of the past and the future interacted again. Hey, it's no fun if you do this. I haven't started yet. Really, otherwise I'll cripple one of your legs first, and you scream a few times to relieve my fatigue. The black-robed man was obviously very dissatisfied with LV Pin's performance. He spread his 5 fingers and summoned the lightsaber again, aiming at LV Pin's legs, trying to cut off the possibility of his continued escape. The lightsaber suddenly started. Boom! Suddenly, a graceful figure with purple fire burning on her body flashed across the sky, accompanied by the dancing wings behind her. Several purple crystals fell from the sky like cannonballs, smashing the lightsaber to pieces, resolving LV Pin's crisis. Lin Yun, with a puzzled look on his face, landed on his back. What are you doing at this time? Lin Yun couldn't figure out why LV Pin would show his weak side to the enemy at this critical moment. After landing, looking at Su Fu standing next to the black-robed man, he couldn't help but widen his eyes with disbelief on his face. I was wondering why I always felt something was strange when we first met. So this is what happened. LV Pin, who finally got out of the bizarre dream state, stared at the expressionless Su Fu not far away with anger in his eyes, wanting to imprint her face in his heart. Because of this woman, all the preparations they had made so hard for so many days were ruined. Hey, Xiao Fu, what are you doing? Stay away from that man, he is very dangerous. Lin Yun, who didn't understand the situation, was stunned, but the only thing he got in return was Su Fu's increasingly cold gaze. Lin Yun, who had never seen his friend show such an expression, just stepped forward and was stopped by LV Pin's shoulder. It's okay. We always focus on the black-robed man and don't pay attention to the fact that the Zerg can parasitize any creature. Now there is no way to keep him, although he didn't know how to comfort him. Facing 2 powerful enemies at the moment, it was obviously not the time to worry about such things. Xiao Fu, are you controlled by them? Even though she had understood the truth, Lin Yun still had tears in her eyes, hoping that things were not as bad as she imagined. Don't interfere with this woman. I want to leave her a complete body. I'm tired of using this skin. I just took this opportunity to replace it with another one. She is the granddaughter of a senior official. Making good use of her identity will only be beneficial to the development of the tribe. Don't reveal the truth. For Lin Yun's boring question, Su Fu obviously had no intention of answering. I understand, the black-robed man, who had no intention of competing with his kind for prey, responded softly. Also, they should have installed some kind of machine in your body that can be used to locate and calculate distance. You'd better not let it get in the way. Su Fu stared at Lin Yun coldly. You should have said it earlier. I was wondering why they were so smart and knew how to fight guerrilla warfare with me. But it's really strange. How did my ability leak out? Recalling the previous situation, the black robe that pierced his abdomen with his hands without hesitation smiled strangely, and kept stirring and groping in the blood. Finally, the foreign ship was crushed to pieces. It's all this man's fault. You'll know when you parasitize him and explore his memory later. Su Fu looked at LV Pin with a cold expression. Then from now on, the cat and mouse game begins. As the wound on the black-robed man's abdomen cracked, he didn't seem to have any intention of healing it, and the life deprivation force field took effect. Run! Looking at the crystalline material that cracked instantly on his body, LV Pin, who felt bad, pulled Lin Yun up and wanted to escape. Unlike the previous self-harm, this time the deprivation force field was extremely powerful, affecting some monsters around. The weak ones were directly crushed to death, while the strong ones ran over like crazy. Several hounds in front of them roared uneasily, but they dared not come forward. The fur on their bodies fell off due to aging, and rabbits bite people when they are anxious. Although they are very cautious about the black-robed man at the moment, they will inevitably rush into the fire once they can't bear it anymore. Do you want to live? Go over there and bite that guy to death. Don't try to run. You can't escape my control. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly, having an interesting idea for no reason. Woof! The giant dog, who had just understood human nature, led the group without hesitation, turned around and chased after LV Pin and the others. Fly! Lu Pin, who could only rely on fire to resist aging, was anxious, and Lin Yun soared into the sky. Hey, this is a bit of a foul. It doesn't matter if you hurt someone. The man in black robe said. Whatever, let's separate them first. Su Fu said indifferently. Understood, then break her wings. The man in black robe had never been serious about using the deprivation force field on Lin Yun. Lin Yun, who was flying normally, suddenly fell down. What became even worse was that for some reason, her right hand was out of control in the air and hit Lu Pin's cheek directly, causing the two to separate. Lu Pin fell to the ground in disgrace, but when he saw the giant dog charging at him, he couldn't help but carry out genetic enhancement. Fire Demon Flash. A wall of fire sprung up, blocking the attack of the giant dog. Lu Pin, who was wearing armor, removed the hardened substance and his body became noticeably lighter. He held a Zhangba snake spear and charged up a blow skill and swung it violently, hitting one of them instantly, and his head exploded. Then Lu Pin hit a stick insect fire to burn the ashes and followed the trend to finish the attack, and quickly retreated. This made the giant dog's offensive become more ferocious, breaking through the wall of fire and attacking. Bang bang bang. Several bullets came with silent arrows, causing many injuries to the giant dog, allowing Lu Pin to escape faster. Knowing that Mubai and the military were secretly covering him, he used a vine ring to tie one of the dogs. The firepower instantly turned it into a sieve. What a bunch of annoying guys. The man in black robe, who was not as scrupulous as before, shook his fingers, and the 5 lightsabers headed in the direction of Mubai. The fire support suddenly stopped, and all the fire support was concentrated on the lightsabers. The mute Lu Pin could only deal with the giant dog in front of him alone. The situation on Lin Yun's side was also not good. She struggled to get up and watched Su Fu getting closer. The original expression of disbelief turned into full of anger, and he clenched his fists as he looked at the familiar person in front of him. Human beings are really interesting creatures that are easily affected by their own emotions. Su Fu only found Lin Yun's incompetent rage amusing, with a playful smile on his face. I won't allow you to say such things with this face. Lin Yun had reached the limit of his patience. Really? But what can you do to me? Su Fu felt that the other party was inexplicably ridiculous. Lin Yun was silent. But since you are so interesting, I won't let you completely lose your way of survival. Unlike those parasitic skins in the past, I can try to preserve your consciousness and let you clearly see what you cherish. People all died under your own hands. Let's play a game. The uglier Lin Yun's face looked now, the more interesting Su Fu found it. Stop daydreaming. Lin Yun swore that even if he really died here and cut himself into pieces by self-mutilation, he would never fall into the hands of the other party. Snap. But the next loud slap made her stunned. Feeling the numbness on her cheek and her uncontrollable left hand, Lin Yun couldn't believe it. Have you not always been curious about what the Zerg's abilities are? Now you should also be wondering about the difference in abilities between me and that kid. It would be too boring to end it so easily and forcibly parasitize you. I have not a bad idea. At this time, Su Fu narrowed his eyes and smiled, which made Lin Yun feel uneasy for some reason. Chen Miao, a soldier at the sniper point in the distance, aimed at Su Fu's head. Facing his former colleague and the goddess he admired, after knowing that the other party was now an enemy, he silently fumbled for the trigger. Just when he was about to pull the trigger, he felt an indescribable sense of voyeurism. In the next second, a sudden change occurred, and his originally dark skin suddenly exploded, and his body fell backwards uncontrollably, as if affected by some force, and hit the tree trunk hard. Countless bone products broke out from inside his body, and under the background of his horrifying screams, they tied him tightly like a bone ball, and finally stopped abruptly with the screams and exploded with a bang, turned into countless pieces of flesh and bone. This situation naturally attracted the attention of others. Unfortunately, facing their comrades who had already turned into a pile of flesh and blood, the few people who came from the nearby sniper point heard the sound and had no other choice but to be shocked. Suddenly, they could not suppress their anger. They all aimed at Su Fu, who was most likely to do this, and wanted to beat him into pieces in an instant. Several people gnashed their teeth in anger. "Brother Wang, calm down. We still don't know what her abilities are at all. Even if we shoot her, it will not cause any harm except to relieve her anger. It will only make her angry. If we advance like this, we will lose everything. This is not allowed. Let other brothers understand the sacrifice." Seeing a soldier sacrificed in front of him, Mubai was also unwilling to do so, but if he rushed forward now, his sacrifice would really be in vain. "How do you want me to calm down? Mr. Qian has been following me to guard the snowy area since he was a new recruit. Originally, he only had to guard the residential area to maintain law and order this time. I called him here because I saw that his marksmanship is good. How do you want me to explain it to his parents?" These shouts of self-blame brought tears to the corners of Wang Feng's eyes, who had always been strong. Mubai didn't know how to persuade him for a moment. The muzzle of his gun had already been pointed at Su Fu's head, but when he thought of the many brothers at sniper points, he was very worried. There was a possibility that innocent people would lose their lives, so the trigger was not pulled for a long time. Tears flowed silently. Lin Yun, who was standing opposite Su Fu, had dull eyes. She had arranged the positions of most of the personnel. Even though they were far away, she could still imagine what the tragic situation was like. As long as the person whose skin I have touched is within the scope of my control, whether it is the bones of the body or the five senses, I can control and share them as I please. In other words, as long as I am willing, you military everyone, including you, must die. Su Fu narrowed his eyes and smiled, as if he had just done an insignificant thing. Lin Yun felt that her scalp was numb at this, and she couldn't help but recall that when Su Fu first came to Lianhua Mountain, he shook hands with other people in the army and said hello. At that time, she only thought that this girl had a cramp in her head and would deliberately talk to a group of masters. They were friendly, but now I think about it. Lin Yun's scalp was numb. "Don't be so nervous. Didn't you say you want to play a game with me? It would be too boring to kill you all like this. From now on, I will not hurt you in this way, and you can try your best to I'll attack, and if I can win, it's up to you. As for the time limit? From now on, I will kill one person every minute until they are all dead. If you can't hold on by then, your body will be mine. After taking over your identity, I will find an excellent reason for your death," Su Fu said. Lin Yun only felt that the other party now looked like a devil. "You all remember this, you must not shoot this guy, and you must not have the idea of leaving here." Lin Yun almost shouted the last half of the sentence through gritted teeth. Then she didn't dare to waste time and directly pulled out a Tang Dao out of thin air. This was the most outstanding piece of equipment she had exploded after killing the giant monster. Combined with her warrior profession, she was invincible. The blade was wrapped with purple ghostly flames. Lin Yun dived forward, the air vibrated due to the blade. Although it is not like Lu Pin who has a plugin such as a time stopwatch, in terms of power value and professional bonuses, Lin Yun is still far superior to Lu Pin in single-target combat. But even so, Su Fu was still at a loss when facing him. The opponent was too fast, and his perception was stronger than Lin Yun. He could easily avoid her offensive with ease. And on Lu Pin's side, although he didn't know what happened to Lin Yun, he really couldn't care about it now. Taking advantage of this double armor, he couldn't help but wrestle with the giant dog in front of him whose strength value was close to 50. The 8-foot-long snake spear emerged and crushed the opponent's head with one blow. Ding! The player's power value has reached 50, he has been promoted to level 5, and he can freely allocate attribute points. The professional use effect has been met, and the special professional life measurer takes effect. To obtain career-specific skills life measurement, guaranteed real damage, and life extraction. Current career development level, level 1. The life measurement skill has been enabled, players please be prepared. His eyes were shining with blue luster. With his eyesight improved, whether it was the man in black robe in front of him, Lin Xiafeng in the distance, or even Lu Pin himself, there were blood bars on his head. Things, showing detailed figures. The man in black robe's number is 877, which has not decreased. Lu Pin's number is 527. Lin Yun's number starting with the number 5 is a bit unclear in the distance, but it should be more than him. Su Fu's number also starts with the number 8. The life deprivation force field has always been effective. Lu Pin is falling at a speed of 8 per second. It is currently over 400, which is a battle-damaged state. Although Inghua can recover, the effect is minimal. This is really an unexpected surprise. The life measurer called him such a slut, so that's what he meant. Lu Pin, who was calculating how long it would take for him to burp, then added attribute points to his physique. Tootin immediately increased by 10 points, and Lu Pin also felt that his strength was getting stronger and stronger. It seems that attributes will also affect the value of the health bar and will not be limited by level. If you can see the health bar, even if you are a god, I will kill you for you to see. Although he did not have the advantage at the moment, Lu Pin's confidence increased inexplicably. Knowing that he could only stay for 1 minute, he did not hesitate and retreated first. Sure enough, after retreating a certain distance, the blood bar decreases significantly. If the impact of the life deprivation force field is related to distance, then Lu Pin estimates that if he fights the black-robed man in close combat, even with Inghua's blood recovery, he may only be able to last for half a minute at most. This time is definitely not enough. And that doesn't include the time to escape. But the man in black robe naturally couldn't let him keep the distance with peace of mind, so he immediately encouraged Pepixia to chase him. The distance between the two gradually narrowed, and the health bar dropped sharply again. Bang bang review. Lu Pin took out his pistol and kept shooting. For such small caliber bullets, the man in black didn't even think about dodging. He let them pierce through his body, causing granulation to grow, and he quickly recovered. Lu Pin looked at the health bar to make a judgment. Each bullet could cause 12 damage to the opponent, but it would be recovered by the opponent very quickly in an instant. However, this recovery was not complete. Every attack had damage. Guaranteed to reduce the blood volume by 3 points. This should be related to his professional skills, which are the so-called guaranteed real damage. Although the opponent seems to have recovered as well as before, there is definitely no way to use super speed regeneration to heal himself in a short period of time. Taking advantage of the moment of changing the magazine, Lu Pin observed the skill introduction. Guaranteed real damage. This skill can cause real damage effects, ensuring that the real damage is retained on the original basis. The upper limit is 5 and the lower limit is 1. It can cause an attack effect with a minimum of 1 damage to people or things. The real damage effect time is limited to 1 hour, and the restriction will be cancelled once the time limit is over. This is simply a last-hit weapon. Although his strength is not as obvious as other professional bonuses, Lu Pin somehow felt that he was not at a disadvantage. He glanced at the black-robed man who came with Pippi Shrimp, and he didn't seem to have any. He was aware of the 18 points of real damage caused by the 6 shots he had just taken. This guaranteed damage effect does not seem to be fed back to itself, causing pain. Lu Pin couldn't help but feel that this was an opportunity, but the bombardment from Pippi Shrimp's forelimbs had already arrived. Lu Pin generated a flame demon flash to slow down the attack. In an instant, he was genetically strengthened into the strongest defensive posture with 2 layers of armor superimposed. He blocked his chest with both hands, trying to withstand the bombardment of Pippi Shrimp. Boom! There was almost no suspense in the confrontation between the two. The wall of fire formed on the film was extinguished at the first touch. After withstanding the attack, it only lasted for less than 2 seconds. Lu Tai was blasted away with his armor on his body. He was shattered, his health bar was reduced by hundreds, and the heatwave caused by the impact also caused some damage to him. Fortunately, with the help of this impact, Lu Pin was like a cannonball, instantly widening the distance from the man in black robes. The effects of life deprivation began to decrease sharply, and he continued to regain blood with the help of Inghua. Finally, when LV Pin broke several tree trunks, he showed a tendency to stop. Kneeling down and coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, LV Pin dared not sit idle. He aimed his gun and kept shooting. The black-robed man who didn't care about the subtle damage took it hard with a disdainful expression. The outcome was already decided. Bang, bang, bang. When LV Pin finished shooting several magazines, the black-robed man who walked down from the mantis shrimp was already very close. What's the point of struggling so hard? The black-robed man, who had no idea that his blood volume had dropped a lot, had a playful smile on his face. To be honest, even if he didn't rely on the life-crushing pressure field and super speed regeneration, he would still crush LV Pin in front of him with only the Dao force value. The reason why he didn't kill the opponent by force, apart from the mentality of playing, was just to ensure the integrity of the opponent's body. After all, their Zerg parasitism was not completely without disadvantages. With the racial talent of super fast regeneration, it is indeed possible to quickly restore damaged flesh, but its upper limit is also determined by the physical condition of the host during parasitism. If Lupin lost an arm at this time, even if the black-robed man killed him and parasitized on him, he would completely control his body. There is no way to use super-speed regeneration to complete the body. The same is true for the wounds on the body during parasitism. It can only be treated by suturing. Once the wounds on the body cannot be restored, his identity will inevitably arouse suspicion, which is naturally not what he wants to see. They Zerg also have requirements for the host's body, unless it is a last resort. Seeing his skin aging and the blood bar value decreasing, LV Pin was inexplicably helpless. Even if the effect of the guaranteed damage is extremely good, it takes enough time. Unfortunately, the opponent has activated the life deprivation force field, and he is bound to lose anyway. However, when he thought that he might die in this place where no one is going to shit, LV Pin was inexplicably unwilling. He thought he could fight back with the convenience of skills, but now it seems that he is totally overthinking. Although Lin Yun looked anxious in the distance, in fact, in the eyes of LV Pin who could see the blood bar value clearly, it was just a cat and mouse trick. Lin Yun could not last too long. At this moment, a silent arrow came, but the black-robed man who had already sensed it turned his face to the side and easily caught the arrow. He glanced at the direction where the arrow came from, and raised the corner of his mouth. Except for the slight remnant of breath, he could not sense any human presence. What an interesting human being. The black-robed man who crushed the arrow thought in his heart. It seems that he is a person who cares very much about whether you can survive. At this time, he still wants to fight for a chance for you, but don't worry, I will send him down to accompany you later, with your hands. The black-robed man who wanted to appreciate the desperate expression on LV Pin's face had a ferocious face. But LV Pin's expression did not change at all. After Mubai made a move, he felt more and more unwilling to give up, and couldn't help but try the last professional skill, life extraction. I saw that the maple tree behind him that was in contact with his body aged and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a rotten deadwood, and the blood bar affected by the deprivation of life slowed down, and even appeared to be flat blood recovery, but this phenomenon did not last too long, and the blood bar continued to decrease. Is this skill actually replenishing itself by extracting the life value of people or objects? LV Pin, who felt that only some physical energy was consumed, had his eyes brightened, but then dimmed. The black-robed man who noticed this strange phenomenon frowned. His life-depriving force field has only been aimed at LV Pin from the beginning to now, and it is impossible to affect the environment. This situation is not a good thing for him. In order to prevent unexpected changes, his skin began to crack, and black tentacles spread, hitting LV Pin. At this time, he didn't care so much. If it was damaged, it would be damaged. At worst, he would sew it one by one and not use his identity. As long as he controlled the other party's body, his memory would also be known by him. Wouldn't he know everything at that time? He was getting more and more interested in this guy. Knowing that the situation was not good, LV Pin could only avoid it temporarily, because the crystal material was overused just now, and it could no longer condense. Seeing the crisis coming, a man in a shield fell from the sky and appeared in front of him. Boom! The sound of metal collisions was heard frequently. The black tentacles endowed with the power of the black-robed man could not move forward at this time. They were blocked by the shield covered with thorns. This incident attracted the attention of everyone in the field. Don't worry, nothing will happen now. If you want to ask why, it's because I'm here. Zhang Yong, who looked energetic in camouflage uniform and short hair, saved the scene in time like white moonlight, which made Lupin feel relieved for some reason, not because of the other party's savior-like words. That was because the value of the other party's health bar was the only one in the 4 digits among all the people present. Where did you come from, a person from the other world? The black-robed man was obviously very dissatisfied with the inexplicable person who came out to disrupt the situation, but after sensing the other party's breath, his face changed and his brows frowned. This was actually the smell of divine blood. Did the other party inherit the divine blood monster? Such an ugly posture, you are not a human, right? Zhang Yong, who rushed over after hearing the gunshot and had been watching for more than 10 seconds, obviously decided to help after the black-robed man showed the posture of the Zerg. Zhang Yong thrust forward with his shield in hand, and immediately sent many black tentacles flying. The black-robed man who stepped back a few steps frowned, and the opponent in front of him was obviously not so easy to deal with. Little brother, although I don't understand what's going on, internal fighting between soldiers at this time is also against military discipline, right? Zhang Yong, who who didn't understand what was going on in front of him, couldn't help but point to the direction where Lin Yun and the others were fighting. Now that Zhang Yong appeared, Su Fu obviously became serious. One of them is in the same group with the guy in front of him. They are all Zerg, the enemy of mankind, and the existence that the government military needs to eliminate this time. Brother with a short hair, be careful. This guy can affect the life of people or things and deprive them of it. Moreover, his body has a strong ability to recover. Even if most of it is destroyed, it can be easily restored. Don't suffer a loss. Although he only met Zhen Yang for the first time, and he didn't even know his name, LV Pin, he can only choose to trust him in this situation. Is that so? Thank you very much, little brother, but can I trouble you with something? The shield in his hand turned into a shield sword, and Zhang Yang held it tightly in his hand. Please attract the other so-called Zerg enemy here. I will annihilate them all here. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if they escape. Please. Zhang Yang, who couldn't tell who was the enemy between Lin Yun and Su Fu, could only ask LV Pin to help. Then take care of yourself. Seeing the black-robed man's life deprivation force field activated, Zhang Yang's health bar only continued to decrease by 1, so he didn't think that the man in front of him would lose in the duel. Seeing that Lin Yun in the distance was gradually unable to hold on, he couldn't help but speed up and rush towards the other side. The black-robed man, who didn't want LV Pin to run away, turned into several lightsabers to chase him, but was smashed by Zhang Yang's powerful sword energy wave. The two of them fought head-on. On the other side, Lin Yun's situation was really bad. After Su Fu got serious, he was completely at a disadvantage. He only had the momentum to parry, but no power to fight back. Even the extremely good Tang sword had many gaps at this time because of the disparity in strength. If it weren't for preserving Lin Yun's body, Su Fu would probably have started a killing spree at this time, but now because of Zhang Yang's appearance, such patience gradually became subtle. What's the point of holding on like this? You're already defeated. Now I only give you two choices. Either you continue to delay, and then I will wipe them out in an instant, or you choose to obey me obediently and don't make such a meaningless resistance. Maybe when I'm in a good mood, I can let these humble humans go. Su Fu said with a smile. Obviously, he wanted to get Lin Yun's more complete body without wasting time. Lin Yun was stunned and a little shaken in his heart, but at this moment, a figure fell from the sky. LV Pin, holding a Zhangba snake spear, took advantage of Su Fu's relaxation to break a big hole in his chest. If you are not of my race, your heart must be different. Don't waver at this time. Although the attack of the charged attack was swift, LV Pin, who could see the blood bar value, knew that the effect of attacking the vital points of humans was subtle. Looking at LV Pin, who was like a god descending from the sky, Lin Yun, who was stunned for a moment, shouted anxiously, "Stay away from her. If you rashly fight with him in close combat and come into contact with her skin, you will be controlled." LV Pin was suddenly shocked when he heard this. It's too late. Su Fu's bloody hand was already close. Two silent arrows came through the air and hit Su Fu's palm. The frost arrow technique took effect, causing him pain, and his delicate hands were instantly frozen into ice lumps. An ugly human who only dares to hide in the dark and dare not show his face. Su Fu, who sensed the breath and could not find Mubai's trace, was so angry that his teeth itched. Even if he enabled the vision sharing of the group of soldiers, he could not find the other party. It seemed that he had expected it and acted separately first. This guy always made a knife and ran away inexplicably, disrupting her rhythm. In terms of hiding his ability, he is almost catching up with them Zerg. Don't let her find him. But don't compare the noble me with you ugly humans. No matter how fast your arrows are, they can't beat my regeneration. Anyway, I'm going to abandon this body. The hands that were frozen into ice lumps collided together and turned into fragments. Orange lightning flashed, and the bones and veins were constructed and flesh and blood were generated. Almost in an instant, the tender white hands stained with blood foam regenerated at super speed. The punching speed was so fast that Lu Pin couldn't even simulate the snake shape. Surprised at the opponent's self-healing speed, he could only block his chest with both hands. The crystal material structure was originally for lightness, but the hands of the simple armored material were not able to block the Zerg's strange power. Boom! The simple crystal that was originally condensed for light movement was instantly crushed. It was obviously just a pink fist that was recently generated, but it only made Lu Pin feel that his hands were hit with a dent. Spitting blood, LV Pin was blown away alive. Naturally, under this violent bombardment, the two people's skin came into contact, and the Zerg ability took effect. Ding! It detects that the host has external force and flesh invading. Whether to extract life. Although he didn't understand what was going on, LV Pin naturally couldn't refuse at the moment. Ugly human, I will tear you into pieces and kill you in the most intense way. Su Fu, who didn't care about the integrity of the black-robed man's parasitic body, immediately used the Zerg ability. LV Pin, who was affected, suddenly felt a sense of voyeurism, and then, there was no more. What? Su Fu, who felt that he was cut off from LV Pin's flesh and blood, was shocked, but no matter how he tried, it didn't work anymore. LV Pin checked himself. Not only did he not find any problems, but he inexplicably added 20 points of blood, which was simply inexplicable. How is this possible? Su Fu, who had never doubted his ability like today, was inexplicably shaken. He felt that it was really difficult to estimate this guy Lu Pin with common sense, even though their skin had already touched. And she had just felt the connection with his flesh and blood, but it was inexplicably broken. This was simply incomprehensible. It would be fine if she knew the black-robed boy's ability in advance, but was this guy specifically designed to defeat them? Curious, Su Fu inexplicably felt that Lu Pin's memory was becoming more and more tempting. Hey, the situation is not good now. What exactly is this woman's ability? And we'd better lead her to the bald guy. Lu Pin was stared at by Su Fu. Although being stared at by such a beautiful woman with a fiery gaze was also his little dream as a gentleman, it was inexplicably disturbing at this moment. The other party was completely determined to kill him. Although the life extraction skill seemed to have some effect, who knows if there is anything special about this guy's ability. Lu Pin dare not be careless at the moment. This guy can control other people's bodies through skin contact and share the 5 senses. I and other brothers in the camp have been infected. How come you are fine? Feeling that LV Pin did not seem to be affected, Lin Yun took a few steps back consciously. She was not worried that the other party would be controlled by Su Fu to hit his teammates, but she was worried that she would be controlled and accidentally hurt him. Wouldn't it be easy for you to be killed by the other party? LV Pin, who knew that this ability was very abnormal just by listening to the description, widened his eyes. Well, but they Zerg may also have conditions for parasitizing other people's bodies. It is also to keep my body intact to delay so much time, but it is hard to say in this situation. She seems angry. Lin Yun, who is very self-aware of her own strength, naturally does not think that the other party did not let up in the previous battle. Anyway, you should get closer to me first. Give me your hand, I may have a solution. LV Pin lowered his voice and spoke as he watched the other party gradually move away. Lin Yun frowned, and then he didn't think much about it. As soon as he touched the other party's palm, he felt the warm touch and the voice in his mind sounded. Ding! Sensing the alienated part of the flesh and blood in the contact object, whether to extract life. LV Pin naturally did not hesitate about this, and thus recovered a wave of blood, and the Zerg ability was disconnected again. Su Fu, who did not deliberately control Lin Yun's body, did not figure out the situation. At this time, her attention was completely attracted by LV Pin, and at this time, a strange sound came from the sky. Sensing something, she frowned and evacuated, only to see a loud bang. The mantis shrimp, which had been unstoppable and waving around before, was now rolling on the ground like a kite with a broken string. After continuously breaking several tree trunks, it turned upside down like a turtle, appearing to be in a state of fainting. On the other side, the black-robed man was also losing ground in the battle with Zheng Yong. He had not yet reached the Hong level, so even with the advantage of being a Zerg, it was difficult for him to play an effective role in the confrontation with the opponent. Zheng Yong was once again in a vigorous and resolute attitude, basically hitting wherever the human body was weak. In the end, even the black-robed man's own regeneration speed could not catch up with the opponent's destruction speed. Half of his body was hammered to pieces and fell hard to the place where Su Fu had just stood. Ha, little brother, it seems that it is clear who is the enemy and who is the friend. After this battle, Zheng Yong didn't even breathe a sigh of relief. Now LV Pin and Lin Yun are holding hands like a young couple. Isn't it clear who is the enemy and who is the friend? You are really useless. You were defeated by a mere human. Although Su Fu knew that Zheng Yong was not easy to mess with, he obviously didn't expect the black-robed man to retreat so quickly and lose so badly. The black-robed man who was helped up regenerated his body quickly. He looked at Su Fu with a face full of resentment and an expression of, if you can do it, you can do it. Is this a human? This is a monster. Yan Hui Wu Xin. Red lines appeared on his body, and the whole person's momentum exploded again. At this time, Zheng Yong was like a small red sun, and the fire column rushed straight into the sky. Transformation _1000 faced _shield demon. As Zhang Yong walked out of the fire column, orange lightning flashed, and a mixture of gold and silver armor appeared on his body. The previous shield had already turned into a breastplate to protect him. He looked at the two people in front of him with contempt. Just in terms of momentum, he crushed the two people to death. Under the protection of this armor, the black-robed man's life deprivation force field can play a more subtle role, and this godlike posture made everyone present stunned. Emperor armor? Or golden legend? LV Pin felt his scalp tingling, and the relief he felt for the convenience brought by the profession was inexplicably diluted. This is simply a human-shaped beast. This is the posture that a Chinese man should have. Transformation is indeed the romance of men. Legendary profession, this guy is actually divine blood? Unlike LV Pin's bad taste, Su Fu was really scared when he saw Zhang Yong's posture at this time. Facing such a pervert, let alone the black-robed man alone, even if the two of them joined together, they would inevitably be beaten up by the other party. After all, they have worked so hard for so long, don't they just want to become the same existence as the other party? What's more, the other party's current Dao power value is obviously higher than theirs. You knew that this guy was divine blood, but you didn't remind me. Do you want to kill me? Su Fu was almost mad at the black-robed man, this pig teammate. If he had known that the other party was so strong, why would he continue to waste time here? Now, the situation has become difficult to deal with. What can I do? Now I still think about how to leave this damn place. Seeing that he was also at fault, the black-robed man obviously didn't want to be scolded by his companions. If you want to leave now, it's too late. Although I don't know what kind of existence you are, since you are the enemy of the country and the people, I will annihilate you all here, and I will never let you leave here and cause trouble. Zhang Yong, who was already very powerful at this time, naturally couldn't let the two of them leave in peace. Really? Although the two of us can't beat you, it's no problem to escape from this hellhole even if we're seriously injured. Besides, do you really plan to fight to the death? Come out. Although the current situation has become a little awkward, Su Fu obviously feels that it has not reached a desperate situation. As she finished speaking, the soldiers hiding in many sniper points in the forest came out uncontrollably, pointing their pistols at their temples, and everyone was suddenly shocked. What's going on? Zhang Yong, who didn't understand the situation, obviously couldn't understand it. Among these people, he unexpectedly saw a few familiar faces, and their current state was obviously not normal. You are despicable. Lin Yun, who thought that the battle could end when Zhang Yong appeared, was extremely angry. The other party was threatening them with the lives of other soldiers. So, let's make a deal. As long as you let us leave, whether these lovely soldiers will sacrifice here or not depends on you, the boss, and that guy named Lu Pin. Don't try to play any tricks. Su Fu obviously couldn't let Lu Pin, an alien, act rashly. With more than a dozen hostages on hand, she obviously didn't worry that the two would not be able to escape safely. Then why do you make us believe you? What if you kill us as soon as you leave? LV Pin was being closely watched by the other party, and there was obviously nothing he could do. Approach those soldiers and use life extraction. We Zerg are not as untrustworthy as you humans. Whether you are willing to believe me or not is just a matter of words for you. If you really want to fight to the death, it will only cause you to suffer greater losses. Moreover, I can observe your actions through visual sharing. If you really dare to catch up secretly, don't blame me. Su Fu, who understood the other party's mentality, was obviously sure of victory. This made everyone look gloomy. Indeed, they really had no choice. In response, everyone turned their attention to Zhang Yong. After all, what the result would be now depended on the other party. Facing such a situation, Zhang Yong could only nod helplessly. But at this time, the armor on his body was not removed. Even though he had no intention of fighting anymore, he still had to face the two people in front of him with the strongest attitude to prevent them from making despicable sneak attacks. Then everyone could only watch the two men leave. Fortunately, Su Fu was still trustworthy and did not ask the people who were hit to commit suicide after leaving. In the end, under the effect of LV Pin's life extraction, the military personnel resolved the crisis. Su Fu seemed to be controlling them through the alienated flesh and blood in their bodies. After the crisis was resolved, even the elites who had experienced many times collapsed on the ground. After all, if anyone's body was out of control, he would pick up a pistol and point it at his temple, and his finger was close to the trigger. It is estimated that the psychological pressure would be great. Even Wang Feng, who had experienced hundreds of battles and had never been afraid of giant monsters, had a layer of hot sweat on his forehead. In today's difficult battle, except for the sacrifice of a few soldiers, fortunately, after Zhang Yong appeared, it did not result in the annihilation of the whole army. But I really didn't expect that we could meet in this situation, Brother Feng. Zhang Yong, who was then relieved of his armor, said, and seeing the face hidden under the armor, Wang Feng couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The next afternoon. After the previous battle, Lu Pin and his companions from the military undoubtedly experienced an unfriendly dream last night, and they deliberately changed into more sullen clothes. Lu Pin and Mubai's faces were a little gloomy, and they felt heavy-hearted as they looked at the names that had just been engraved on the tombstones in the cemetery in front of them. Not long ago, they were alive and lovely people. Originally, according to the previous action plan, this matter could be solved perfectly without any bloodshed. Unfortunately, the unexpected appearance of Su Fu, the mole, caused this matter to move forward in an unexpected direction. It evolved into what it is now. Lu Pin couldn't help but clenched his fists when he thought of this. Damn the Zerg. Afterwards, Lu Pin, who walked out of the cemetery, looked into the distance in a daze, because it was a special period right now. Although they felt sorry for the sacrifices of many comrades, they had to focus entirely on the troubles they might encounter next, not to mention the need for preventing monsters. Suddenly I felt someone tapping my shoulder. Lu Pin took a quick look and saw that it was Zhang Yong who had saved his life before. Ha, little brother, being depressed at this time is not the way a soldier should be. The sacrifices of comrades are certainly regrettable, but at this time, if even we soldiers are not at the forefront, does this country still have a future? So those of us who are alive must inherit their will, continue to move forward regardless of our own lives, and risk all the power we can use for victory. Being extremely close, the loud voice almost made Lu Pin deaf. When he was rescued by the other party before, he didn't feel anything at all. It may be because of the mentality of the rescued person, but now Lu Pin realized that this man actually spoke so loudly. It's like having speakers installed. My name is Zhang Yong. I used to be a soldier stationed in the snowy area. I got this power because of some accidents. Our company commander once told me that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Since you and I having gained such great strength for the first time and being willing to serve the country, now is not the time to shed tears. Only by becoming stronger and safeguarding the peace of the people can we be worthy of Comrade Qian Miao and other comrades' sacrifice this time. Those who can be buried here are all the ancestors who sacrificed their lives for the country and the people, who participated in many wars, and who fought fires and saved the people. Most of them have no descendants, and they are even heroes whose names cannot be engraved on stone tablets. But since we stand here today to remember them, then we are their sons and daughters. From the time I started serving as a soldier, I have had the consciousness to become them. Other comrades have already participated in the construction of the military. The only thing I can do is to level up monsters to become stronger and better ensure their safety. Are you willing to join me? Brother Lu Pin Zhang Yong solemnly handed his hand to him. Looking at this hearty smile, Lu Pin was inexplicably dazed. Because Zhang Yong and Qian Miao were comrades in the same place, he was the most excited when he saw the pile of indescribable flesh and blood. But now, it must be such a heavy heart to endure it with such a smile. Please bring me a share, brother Zhang Yong. Lu Pin felt something inexplicable in his heart. The time that the several people who then entered the other world together to spawn monsters and level up was quite fulfilling. Because Zhang Yong was there was no need to worry about the safety of the three of them. Lu Pin took advantage of this to achieve a breakthrough in spiritual power, reaching 55. Mubai also received the professional awakening of the archer, and his Tao power was equal to Lu Pin. Lin Yunze has worked harder and harder after experiencing the previous incident, and his power level is close to 60. It can be said that he is the person with the highest power level except Zhang Yong. Because of the last hit on the pippy shrimp left by the man in black robe, he also obtained the opponent's full coverage gene. Not only was his body greatly strengthened, but he also obtained the Warhammer air cannon and 6 eyes. These two it can be considered a relatively powerful skill, and coupled with professional bonuses, its strength has been greatly improved. Although he did not obtain full coverage of genes through leveling and spawning monsters in the past few days, he also obtained a racial talent called Silk Thread Ton, which was revealed after killing a giant spider. Lu Pinyu I've tried using it, but it's just a pile of sticky, indescribable substance, which is of no use for the time being. Moreover, during the past few days of killing monsters, they also discovered an interesting phenomenon, that is, in terms of gaining experience points. At the beginning, Zheng Yang would often cripple some monsters, and then let Lupin and the others do the finishing touches. However, the distribution of experience points in this way did not seem to be comprehensive, and the profit was not high. Later, such useless actions were no longer done. This was undoubtedly a pity for the military. Although there is some lack of power value, due to the bonus of genetic enhancement, Lupin is no less than Lin Yun in terms of strength, and the health bar is extremely close. It's night time. Lying on the soft lawn, Lupin looked at the starry sky. The night scene in the other world seemed to be obviously brighter. This tranquility inexplicably relieved him from the fatigue of grinding monsters and leveling up all day long. The evening breeze blew, looking at the calloused palms. This feeling of growing strength made Lupin feel at ease inexplicably, as if everything was worth it. Brother Zhang Yong, did you and brother Wang Feng serve as soldiers in the same place before? Even if the night in the other world is not safe, with someone accompanying him, Lupin doesn't have to worry about these little things. Zhang Yong, who was extremely perceptive, was protecting them, and Mu Bai even closed his eyes and took a rest. Well, Brother Feng is my company commander. I stopped following him a long time ago. Even though leading everyone to level up is stressful, Zhang Yang always looks full of energy. Company commander, LV Pin was not surprised to hear this, and then asked curiously, by the way, Brother Zhang Yang, why did you choose to join the army? The reason for joining the army? Zhang Yang said this in a flat tone. I used to ask my grandfather this question, why did my father choose to become a soldier, and went to the battlefield when I was very young, and never came back? Since then, my mother has been crying, and my brother who is a few years older than me has not smiled for a while. Dad became a photo hanging on the wall at home. At that time, I still couldn't understand why my father was there motionless, why my mother was sad, and why the people in the village sent rice and oil to my family during that time. I remember when I was 18 years old and became an adult, I understood it at that time, but I still asked my grandfather this question, asking why my father chose to join the army. Is it because Grandpa also joined the army when he was young and participated in the first foreign war after the founding of the country? Or is it because he admired Grandpa's glorious deeds when he was young and never participated in it? But if someone must sacrifice for this, why is it my father? Grandpa also participated in the war, didn't he? He made contributions to the motherland, didn't he? But why did my father have to sacrifice in another war? Zheng Yang sat up and looked at the starry sky, his eyes seemed very calm, and Lupin stood up and listened quietly. Grandpa didn't rush to answer me at the time. He just patted my shoulder and pondered for a long time before speaking to me. Zheng Yang patted LV Pin's shoulder with his thick palm and said calmly, the land of this country under your feet is not only mine, but also yours. When he chose to become a soldier, he was not just my son. Your father, my comrades who died on that battlefield, also had no descendants, but they laid the foundation for the development of this country. Now your father is just their son, rushing to that battlefield again. LV Pin, who was patted on the shoulder, felt inexplicably heavy. At the moment, they were also facing a war that was different from the past and unpredictable. Hey, little brother Lupin, what do you think death feels like? It's like falling into an ice cellar and feeling cold, or like falling into a deep sleep, without any feeling. Although I was very angry after knowing that the pile of flesh and blood was Qian Miao, at least if it was resolved in an instant, 5 fingers clenched into fists, Zheng Yang said with tears in his eyes, at least, he shouldn't feel pain. After hearing this, Lupin didn't know how to respond for a while. Zheng Yang lay on the soft grass again, looking up at the sky without any borders. Originally, I didn't know how I would die. If I have the right to decide what I will look like when I die, then I hope to die like my father, in the support of everyone. Silently wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Zheng Yang smiled again. Lupin couldn't help but lie down and close his eyes to rest, letting the evening breeze blow, with a lot of feelings in his heart. The next day. Because there are still many things that need to be dealt with by Lin Yun in Lining City, the 4 people who can't continue to level up at ease at this time can only choose to go their separate ways. Zheng Yang left with Lin Yun. It is said that they intend to make plans for the alligator turtle this time. After all, the other party has a great influence on the construction of Lining City and has a greater role. At the same time, it is also to prevent the Zerg from sweeping back. Although the Zerg duo has not shown any signs of haunting during this period, they are still a big problem for Lining City. LV Pin and Mu Bai continue to stay in the inner world to level up. After all, Lining City doesn't need them to be of much use now, so they also accept Lin Yun's commission and start exploring the inner world, especially the control of information on the small broken ball city-state, and friendly visits to other subhuman indigenous races with wisdom in the inner world to obtain more information about the Zerg. That is, when electronic equipment cannot be used, try to use notes to record some information that may be effective, and then bring it back to Lai Ning City and hand it over to Lin Yun to submit to the superiors. Although it is somewhat dangerous, the two of them are undoubtedly the best candidates to carry out this task, and it is also of great benefit to the improvement of their strength, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. It is said that after they submitted the intelligence they obtained last time, various regions across the country began to explore the inner world through the novice village. Many comrades and professionals have entered it. As for the news from abroad, although it is not clear yet, it should not be too far behind. A wild boar with its hair plucked was placed on the bonfire. This kind of pig unique to the inner world can be said to be a rare delicacy in this forest. It is a rare existence with fresh meat among many monsters. When it grows up, it can almost catch up with the size of an African elephant. The skin is hard and thick, and it has a strong impact. Combined with the condiments they brought with them, it was a nice little meal in the forest. For this delicacy, the two of them went around for a long time before getting rid of the other party's parents. Because they had enough knowledge of their own strength, they basically moved forward from the edge of the small feeding area while following the simple map. In this way, the possibility of encountering giant monsters would be relatively reduced. After a full meal, the two of them couldn't help but put out the campfire and put the remaining food into the packaging bag for easy carrying. This was also some experience they understood after staying in the inner world for so long. The smell of food easily attracted monsters, and the temperature of the campfire was the same for some more sensitive monsters. After handling all this, the two were not in a hurry to leave. Mubai spread the map on the ground and wiped the blood stains of the arrows on the quiver behind him with a white cloth. This was the equipment that was exploded when I followed Zhang Yong and his team to kill monsters before, one armor-breaking and one cloud-piercing. The former has extremely high collision force, which is incomparable to the arrows of the previous hard bow, while the latter can increase the range of the hard bow arrow itself. It has a strangling effect when penetrating into the body and is also a magic weapon, which improves Mubai's own strength. White Thigh, you said before that there should be a subhuman race living area nearby, but why do I always feel something is wrong? It doesn't seem like there is any sign of civilization. As LV Pin said this, he ate the thigh meat in his hand and did not forget to observe the surrounding terrain. Due to the gene enhancement during this period, his appetite has also increased, but his figure has not changed much. On the contrary, he has become more, although he still has a piece of abdominal muscle, but at least he is much slimmer than before, and his movements are more flexible. If the information on this map is not wrong, and there has been a monster turmoil nearby, leading to racial migration, there should be a subhuman race, called the White Fang people, a kind of half-orc with purple skin, short and bloated stature. According to the information, it should be a hybrid evolved from the mixture of orcs and dwarves. They are not too repulsive to foreign races and have their own beliefs in gods. Mubai, who can only be described by a few notes on the map, frowned. Although the map that Kale gave them should be unlikely to be fake, after all, their current understanding of the other world is really limited. They can only use this map as a guide, but not as a standard to measure everything. If they are not too exclusive of foreigners, and it is not too far from the exit of the restricted area. This may be the first race to negotiate, which is beneficial to the development of Laning City. It's just that it doesn't look like there are traces of civilization at the moment. It's a bit troublesome to find out where they live. After all, the clues provided by the notes are really limited. How about it? Can you detect some weird places through your sense of smell? Mubai couldn't help but asked curiously. Lupin sniffed lightly at this, using the gift of smell he got from the previous giant dog to judge the difference in smells in the air. He frowned after a while. I feel that there is a very subtle smell in it. I have never experienced it before. I don't know if there is a connection between the two. If the color of the other party is purple and it is so conspicuous, there should be no solution. Perception and judgment, and since it is a demi-human race with intelligence, there should be a building at least, and it is impossible to just find a cave to live in like a caveman. Although he could only see trees all over at first glance, Lupin felt that they shouldn't even have the buildings they should have, even the small houses like those in Kakadar village before. If that's the case, then use the current large area as the search standard and try to find their presence. Don't go too deep, otherwise the chance of encountering giant monsters will increase. Let's proceed with caution now. Okay. Mubai said. Later, as Lupin searched for the scent, the two of them came to a dense area with many unknown root-like plants growing in front of them. There was a circle of irregular lines on the surface, which looked obviously different from other surrounding plants, as if it was planted here deliberately. I can barely smell a stinky smell, which should be left here, because it is a bit weak. If you want to find the source, you may have to go deeper, but are these things deliberately planted? I remember that it seemed like it was halfway there. Have you ever seen it? Is it obviously different from other plants in the other world? Lupin knelt down and stared at these cultivated plants. Apart from the lingering smell of unknown creatures, these root-like plants vaguely exuded a light fragrance, which made people inexplicably energetic just by smelling it. It should be planted because it has a certain value. In other words, it is very likely that this is a crop grown by the Bayar people. It is either a unique plant source or has certain medicinal value. Mubai observed the surroundings carefully, and sure enough, he found some relatively short and secretive fences around these root-like plants. It must have been planted here deliberately. Putting this into practice, Lupin used a knife to cut blood marks on his arm, and watched as the blood bar dropped by more than 10 points. Lupin, who was gifted as an omnivore, was not afraid, so he picked a leaf and chewed it in his mouth, and suddenly felt a rush of blood. A cool feeling spread throughout the body without causing any discomfort. Then I checked the health bar, and sure enough, it was replenished very quickly, and it was restored in less than 2 seconds. It's a pity that I didn't make a few more strokes, otherwise I would be able to detect where the upper limit is. Maybe it should be a medicine that can restore oneself. In this way, we will need to look for this kind of medicinal herb in this world and collect it in the future. Looking at Lupin's scabbed wound at this time, Mubai knew that he would use the opponent's body to strengthen it. It is absolutely impossible to achieve this kind of self-healing speed with such intensity. After saying this, he immediately took out a pen and paper to sketch, and took the portrait back to Lin Yun. It might come in handy. Unfortunately, electronic products couldn't be used at all. Fortunately, he still clicked on this. Since they came mainly with friendly intentions this time, it was naturally impossible for Lupin and the others to have any unreasonable thoughts about these root-like plants and continue to follow the smell and go deeper into the forest. After a while, they stopped looking at a treehouse surrounded by many trees in the distance. It seems that this place is good. Let me check the situation first. If something goes wrong, we will run away. Anyway, we won't have no escape route by staying here. Lupin, who was not sure what the situation was inside, couldn't help but use his sonic skills. Try, and then listen to the echo. But before he could analyze and judge the situation inside the house, a strange noise came from the direction of the treehouse as if he noticed something, and then a strange voice came, "Who is outside?" Naturally, the language spoken by the Aborigines in this other world cannot be Chinese. This is a mysterious language that is somewhat similar to the language spoken by the residents of Novice Village. Lupin had obviously never heard such words before, but what was strange now was that the two of them could actually understand what they meant, but it was relatively weird. It seems that the other party's hearing must be very good. Let's go. Lupin, who judged through the sound waves that there might be 3 people among them, did not panic and walked ahead to lead the way. When I opened the door, it was exactly what the map notes said. The Baya people are a race of people with purple-black skin. Different from their skin, their teeth are extremely white. Lupin even suspected that the other party's teeth could shine. In terms of stature, it is relatively bloated and short, but slightly better than a dwarf. Except for some smoother body parts, wavy hair will grow in other places. It exudes an indescribable odor, but after getting used to it, Lupin thought it was nothing. What's even more weird is that they don't seem to live by standing. Instead, they slightly protrude their legs and hover a short distance from the ground, as if they are floating. I smell a fresh, healing scent from them. Are these actually 2 rare walking male roots? It's really strange, Jolio. One of the fattest Baya people spoke up. In terms of body shape and weight, she was almost the same as the other 2 combined. If the skin color and the rare downy parts of her body were removed, and the skin color turned pink, then she would almost be Majin Buu's. The 3-dimensional version looks a bit chubby. Don't be stupid, Myanmar. It's impossible for Malai to walk based on how they can be planted in the ground. They must be very rare grasses that can walk. If Fairy Maligan knows about their existence, she will definitely do it herself. Accept them as servants, and then we may be able to take the opportunity to make wishes. The slimmer Jolio on the side spoke. No, then I don't want to lose my ears like Philip. Myin Man couldn't help but cover her fat ears. Lupin was inexplicably uncomfortable hearing their conversation. Forgive me, are they as oily as the green ones? Feeling that it was really difficult to understand the other party's brain circuit, he finally had no choice but to say, "Hello friendly and kind-hearted Yair people, we are human players from the outside world, and we came here specially to visit this time." Oh my god, these two forgiveness plants can actually talk. Are they messengers sent by fairy mail gen? Even if he covers his ears tightly, it obviously does not affect Ma Inman's hearing. If that's the case, then your ears may be missing now, Mainman. Although he spoke very calmly, Jolio couldn't help but cover his ears at this time. Lu Pinmu looked at each other blankly, with helplessness in his eyes. It was really difficult to understand the brain circuits of these Baya people. They couldn't communicate at all. It didn't seem like they were on the same channel. That's enough. You two are almost deafening me. They are distinguished guests. You can't be so rude. Fortunately, the older Yair man tapped his hand. Quan Zhang reluctantly shut up the fat and thin pair, but they still stared at Lu Pin and Lu Pin curiously. The two of them, feeling like they finally had someone to communicate with, breathed a sigh of relief. Then Mubai couldn't help but tell the purpose of their trip to the people in front of him. Whether it was what Lin Yun explained or what Mubai himself understood, basically everything was told without too much flaw. The Yar people are the first to come into contact with the original people of the other world outside of Kakadar village. Naturally, they should be more cautious, and it is best to establish an alliance with them. After all, the subhuman race in the world is now an indispensable force in resisting the Zerg. Naturally, we cannot give up easily if we can fight for it. It turns out that the Zerg invaded, and the reincarnation of the inner and outer worlds has begun again? No wonder there have been large-scale monsters scurrying around recently, and the inner and outer worlds will fall into turmoil again because of this. The old man holding the scepter in his hand was trembling a little when he spoke. As he floated off the ground, Lu Pin inexplicably felt that the other person seemed to be using the scepter as a support. In other words, do the human civilizations in the outside world want to get help from the White Yair tribe? Although the old man's feeble tone made people worry that he would die in the next second, it also cheered up the two of them. Lu Pin even nodded and said, "If this can be done, then it is naturally the best. So, may I ask, has the savior of the human civilization camp appeared?" When the old man nodded in confirmation, his eyes gradually recovered. Ah! Lu Pin didn't know how to respond when he heard this. When he mentioned the savior, he couldn't help but think of Zheng Yon. In a sense, the other party did fit the savior described by the Kakadar clan before. Setting, but why does the other party ask this now that he has nothing to do? If there is no savior in the human camp, it is impossible for the Yair tribe to intervene in this war. The old man sounded decisive. But once we lose the war with the Zerg and are destroyed improperly, we will treat it as just the human race in the outside world. Wouldn't the indigenous sub-races in our own world also be affected? Aren't we all tied to the same rope now? A grasshopper on the ground, isn't it? Although I think the other party asked whether the savior exists, it may be to consider the probability of human beings in the outside world winning. But such decisive words still made Mubai feel a little strange. He felt that this matter was not as simple as they thought before. No, unlike the human civilization in the outside world and the Kakadar tribe that remains neutral, as Li World's original famous people, we will not be affected by this war as long as we do not intervene in this war. Once the civilized world civilization after being defeated by the Zerg, the inner and outer world will be closed again, and the outside world will be ruled by the Zerg. The races in the world will not be greatly affected and will continue to evolve. The old man spoke. These words could not help but make the two of them feel confused. The alliance between the two parties was not as inevitable as they originally expected. Even for the Yairs, it might be better not to intervene in this war. The choice was damned. But how can Baya be willing to intervene in this war and help mankind fight against the Zerg? Judging from the other party's tone before, Mubai felt that the possibility of negotiation was not completely non-negotiable. It must be related to the so-called savior. After all, if the other party had no intention of getting involved in this war, they would not bother asking about this matter. This would definitely bring benefits to the tribe he represents. The world is full of hustle and bustle, all for profit. The other party is not an old fool, and his actions must be justified. In response to this, the old man tapped his scepter a few times, and then said, "If you want to get help from our tribe, the savior of human civilization, you must come forward to sign a contract with our tribe and marry the most beautiful person in the Bayir tribe." The two of them could not help but widen their eyes. That is to say, as long as the savior is willing to come forward, you will not only use your whole family to help mankind, but even give you a wife? After hearing this, Lupin didn't know how to describe the expression on his face, let alone reproductive isolation. Question, just thinking about Zhang Yang staying with this group of Bayer people, he couldn't help but find it funny. The thinking of these aborigines is really puzzling. To take such a big risk for this, it is very likely that there will be casualties in the Zerg struggle. This must have some benefits for the Bayer people. I feel that I still know too much about the thoughts of these aborigines. The superficial Mubai continued to ask. The old man did not give an answer to this, but silently floated to the only window of the treehouse, and then continued, in the evolution of the outside world, there are countless tribes formed by mixed blood like the Bayer people. With the passage of time, it will inevitably become part of history and disappear in the long river of time. Even if we don't intervene in this struggle between humans and Zerg, other races similar to the White Yayers will eventually be unable to escape this fate. This is an inevitable result, and if we want to solve the problem of the continuation of the race to survive, we must rely on the power of the savior of mankind. Only in this way can the elite of our tribe become a near-eternal existence like the rest of the ancestral remnants. This made LV Pin and the others frown, feeling that there must be some important information hidden in it. Then they asked curiously. The old man did not hide it and explained to them the reason for this, as well as the identity and significance of the human civilization in the outer world in this reincarnation. It turned out that for other races, with the passage of time, the extinction of the race was inevitable. If they wanted to change this situation, relying on the human savior to become a similar existence to the ancestors was the best way to make the race continue forever, just like the novice village where Yi Zi and the others were before. They had helped the human savior fight against the powerful tribe of the Zerg, and they turned into many villages in the passage of time. In this reincarnation, they played a role in guiding future generations. So whether it was for the White Fang people or the other natives of the inner world, choosing to help the human savior was a very good choice, which was conducive to the continuity of the race. Every human savior could choose a tribe in the inner world to sign a contract, and the two sides would support each other until humans won or lost. This is also the reason why the old man was so obsessed with the savior at the beginning. If there is no savior in human civilization and they choose to sign a contract with them, then they will not be able to intervene in this war anyway. This can be regarded as a deal. The savior who inherited the blood of the gods will either inherit the blood of the gods or be recognized by the other party. Once they enter, they will transcend the mortal body and be on par with the gods. They are in another dimension. Once they win, the tribal elites who are protected by their contract will become close to eternal existence. After listening to what the old man said, the two of them frowned and fell into deep thought. Obviously, this is beyond their ability to decide. There is no free lunch in the world. Before there is enough benefit, it is undoubtedly difficult to let the White Fang people help the outside human civilization. And if it involves the savior, at least according to the situation that Lin Yun introduced to them before, from the intelligence reported from all over the country, Zhang Yang is the only one who can barely confirm the identity of the savior in the country, so all decisions in this regard must be made with great caution. According to the other party's description, each human savior can only choose to sign a contract with one tribe in his lifetime, and the two can support each other and achieve the strongest. At present, they only have Zhang Yang as their only child, and no one knows what position the White Teal people have in the entire inner world tribe. In the case of other options, they naturally have to compare and choose, and these White Teal people seem to have limited combat power. Fortunately, even if they did not respond in time, the White Teal elders did not seem to be in a hurry about it. Instead, they allowed them to move freely in the area ruled by the tribe without restraint. It's a pity that Lupin and others wanted to ask about information about other races, but the other party pretended not to hear and did not respond, and quietly floated to the corner like a grass nest to rest. Although this matter needs to be discussed with Lin Yun and the outside world, the two are not in a hurry to leave at the moment. After looking at each other, they walked towards Xiao Liu and the others. It may not work to deal with the old ones, but maybe they can find a way to ask something from the two young ones. Hey, Giorgio, 2 forgiveness grasses are coming towards us. Main Man was obviously very curious about LV Pin and the others. She squinted her eyes and looked at them, especially at LV Pin for a long time. Don't be silly, Main Man. Grandpa Tristan has already said that they are humans from the outside world. Giorgio was obviously helpless about his companion's slow thinking. Then he turned his head to look at LV Pin and the others and said, if you want to understand other races, then asking us won't help. Don't be so nervous, Giorgio. Although there is no way to establish diplomatic relations and become an alliance through the savior, individuals of our race can also become friends, right? Mubai would not be dissatisfied with Giorgio's indifferent attitude and somewhat repulsive tone. But if we have too much contact with you humans, it will only make the Zerg think that there is a connection between the two, and our tribe will be implicated innocently. Moreover, even if the Savior really signed a contract with you, I think this is just an unnecessary transaction. The current situation of many ancestors and survivors is not what the White Fang people should pursue. Unlike the old generation like Trison who want to use the human savior to continue the race, the younger generation of White Fang people obviously pay more attention to the future development of their own tribe. Jolio couldn't help but turn his face away when he said this, and then left the treehouse under the gaze of the two. The two could only smile helplessly. Don't mind, Jolio has been like this since he was a child. You are from the outside world, right? Tell me, is there anything fun over there? It is said that there is a place called the Little Broken Ball City-State in the depths of the mountains and forests. Are you people who came to the inner world through the way of crossing like them? Main Man, who has adapted to the identities of the two, is obviously still curious about them. The two people who felt that the other party might be a breakthrough point suddenly became excited. Lupin took the opportunity to tell her some things about the outside world, and Main Man became more and more interested in it. After a while fiddling with the small metal plate called a mobile phone in her hand, Mayenman said with interest, as long as you use this little gadget, you can contact other people from a distance, and even communicate with each other through images? It's really unbelievable. This is just one of the most basic functions. Before the inner and outer worlds merged and the monsters rioted, this thing could even cover everything we need in life, from daily life to entertainment activities, and it needs electricity to maintain consumption. But its composition principle is too complicated, and I can't explain it clearly. Lupin couldn't help but laugh and said. The previous one had been destroyed and scrapped by a heat wave from the mantis shrimp. Now this one is for Lin Yun to use, but now that he has come to this world, it is basically not as good as a brick. It's really hard to imagine that there is such a magical product in the outside world. Is it a thing called a mobile phone? And the so-called electricity. Mayenman's acceptance of these new things is obviously quite strong, and he has no doubts about it. This thing can actually have the same communication ability as Chuan Yubata. It's a pity that I can't see it with my own eyes now. However, there seem to be some strange things in the small Broken Ball City-State. I don't know when I can go there. After fiddling with it for a while, the screen of this thing was still black, and Main Man returned it helplessly. Chuan Yubata? Is it an interesting little thing? Mubai was curious. It is a little thing called Bata, which is a small pet unique to our inner world. As long as it is modified by certain methods, it can control the frequency of the input of Tau power for long-distance communication. Many intelligent races will be equipped with a Chuan Yubata. Unlike Jolio's rejection of outsiders, Main Man is obviously not difficult to communicate. There is such a good thing? Hearing this, Lupin immediately became excited. The lack of communication means in the inner world has always been a big problem for them. After all, without communication equipment in this world, they are completely blind and can only rely on map search without any communication means. If this kind of Chuan Yubata can really achieve such an effect, it will be a very rare weapon for LV Pin and the military. This is nothing new for the people in the whole inner world. It is said that the reason for such an idea is also spread from the small Broken Ball City-State. Main Man didn't think that thing was new. Then Main Man, can you teach us how to get Chuan Yubata? Mubai, who knew the importance of this thing to them, naturally wanted to strike while the iron was hot and asked about the principal drawings of this thing. This won't work. There is no free lunch in the world. As Jolio said, if you want to get something, you must pay an equal price. If you want the drawings of Chuan Yubata, you must do me a little favor. When it comes to matters related to interests, Main Man, who met the two people for the first time, will obviously not be vague and obviously has her own conditions. At this, LV Pin and the others smiled helplessly. This kid named Jolio is really annoying. Then just ask us if you need any help. As long as we can do it, we will definitely complete it seriously. However, since we have agreed to send the production drawings of Yubata, you can't just give us nothing for nothing. After we help you, you can't give us nothing. Mubai obviously felt that there was a need for a deal. Don't worry, we White Fang people will never break our promises. I can swear to Marley and the fairy. Regarding the credibility of the White Fang people, Main Man obviously did not dare to be vague. Then Main Man could not help but explain his needs to the two. Although Lupin and his team only encountered Main Man and the other two, in fact, the area where the White Fang people live covers any corner of the entire inner world. Even in Kakadar village and the small broken ball city-state, there are other people living. It can be said that they are one of the races with a wider dispersion in the entire inner world. Although the number of masters is not as large as that of other orcs, elves, and dwarves, it can also be said that it is a race with a wider distribution in the inner world, which is different from ordinary small tribes. Except for a few people who build villages, most of the Baya people live together in groups of 3 or 2, and there are quite a few people who live alone. Main Man is such an independent living being with his own buildings, but he has to temporarily live in Tristan's house because of some troubles. It is said that a powerful monster occupied the home of Main Man and Jolio, making them homeless. So you want us to help you solve this trouble? Lupin said. He felt that this might be a thankless hard work. If the opponent is a difficult character, it will be troublesome. That is an extremely powerful electric turtle. It is almost as big as a house. It has extremely strong defense and lightning properties. It can spray high temperature and paralyzing laser cannons from its mouth. If you are accidentally attacked by it, it is estimated that you will not be able to move normally in a short time. You'd better think it over. Even at this time, it is understandable that you give up on me. As a Bayer, Main Man is obviously not very good at fighting. Naturally, it is impossible to fight against powerful monsters, so he can only pin his hopes on Lupin and the others. In that case, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll go back and ask for help. Can you tell us the specific address? The more detailed, the better. Mubai couldn't help but take out the simple map he had taken before. Before they knew exactly how powerful the opponent was, they naturally couldn't retreat just because of Ma Inman's description. At least they had to see how to deal with the electric turtle. If it didn't work, they would ask Zheng Yong and the others for help. Mai and Jolio's original residence was not far from the teleportation point, probably near this teleportation point. Ma Inman pointed to the teleportation point marked on the map and said, "As long as you get to this place, you can basically find my residence within 200 meters of the southeast direction. Jorlio and I planted a horsetail herb garden there. It's not difficult to identify it, but if you want to go there, you have to remember to be careful. I have 5 walking root bombs here. You can take them with you. Maybe they can be of some use." Ma Inman took out a small string of fruit-like things out of thin air and handed it to Lupin. The two couldn't help but look at it in a daze. This is an explosive made from a magical plant called walking root. Don't be fooled by its small size and easy to carry. Once it explodes, the power it creates can easily blow down a house, and the maximum explosion limit depends entirely on the user's own Tau power. The method of use is to input Tau into it until it overflows and becomes hot, then you can throw it out. It will explode 3 seconds after it becomes hot. However, if you want to maximize its explosive power, you'd better not throw it on the turtle shell. The effect will be greatly reduced, otherwise, the power can be greatly increased. Because the other party is helping her, Ma Inman gave the 2 people a friendly reminder, which made the 2 people feel that the things in their hands are not small. Isn't this the same as consumable equipment? Lupin stared at the small thing in his hand with some curiosity, especially these bombs will be improved with the different strengths of the users. Is it because of the different Tau power input? The manufacturing formula of this thing is very necessary to get it. The structural principles of things in the other world are really difficult to understand. Even Mubai couldn't help but sigh at this. Although he was not sure whether these things were unique products of the Baya people, it would be unusual if they were sparse in the entire other world. It is worth mentioning that the powerful power that the intelligent races in the entire world can exert cannot be underestimated. After all, their understanding is still too little. After that, Lupin and the others did not stay any longer and continued to move towards the teleportation point mentioned by Ma Inman. Fortunately, the place they were currently in was not far from the teleportation point. After several turns with copper coins, they finally arrived. The destination of this trip, they also found a lot of wild male roots on the way. Mubai put them into his backpack along with the soil, preparing to take them back to Lin Yun and the others to try to cultivate them. After all, if they could succeed, they would undoubtedly play a certain role. Following the direction pointed by Ma Inman and looking at the buildings in the distance, Lupin knew that this was the goal of their trip. The past few days of exploration and experience in the other world made them understand that even though they seemed calm in front of them, they would inevitably it contains dangers that are difficult to ignore. If you are not careful, you may be in danger. Did you find anything? Mubai, who was watching with a telescope in his hand, frowned sharply. Although he didn't notice anything at the moment, since Ma Inman reminded them many times to be more careful, it must mean that the electric turtle's still lingering around here. It is impossible to leave so easily. Moreover, the atmosphere nearby was a little too quiet. Judging from their past experience with Zhang Yong, this may also mean that there must be some kind of powerful monster lurking around. This makes other monsters dare not act wantonly and wander around here. After all, powerful monsters have already begun to understand human nature and have a certain sense of territory. Lupin did not rush to respond to this, nor did he use his sonic skills to detect it like before. Instead, he chose a safer way, using his keen sense of smell to observe the possible odors in the air to judge the electric turtle. Possible direction. After finally calming down and sniffing for a while, he finally noticed the strange smell emanating from the forest in the distance. Although it was subtle, it was somewhat different from the surrounding smell. After Lupin noticed the opponent's presence, a health bar showing numerical values appeared in the distance. Although the life measurer professional skill allows Lupin to barely see the opponent's health bar value, it still has some drawbacks. At least without noticing the opponent's existence, he has no way to observe the opponent's health bar, so it is obviously unrealistic to use the professional convenience card loophole to sense the opponent. 756, this guy's strength value is probably around 70. It's in the bush over there. If you look closely, you should be able to see its outline. The turtle shell makes people feel hard just by looking at it. Maybe I can't. The Zhangba snake spear may not be able to leave a hole even if it is struck with a charged blow, and it is also the most difficult type of lightning to provoke, so it would be a bit troublesome for just the two of us to deal with it. Lupin felt that the tortoise shell of the other party was much harder than the tortoise shell of his mimicry, and it was shiny. Ordinary hardened crystals and armor were definitely not comparable to the other parties. After Lupin pointed out the specific location, it was not difficult for Mubai to detect the existence of the electric turtle with his strong eye power. It was exactly as Ma Yinman described. It was not an easy thing to solve. In places where the gap between the turtle shells is relatively weak, you may be able to use armor-piercing arrows to directly break through the defense. If you look for weak points to attack, your moves may also have a certain effect, but they are too risky. If you can only use them at close range, you will be pushed away by the other party as soon as you pass by. You must cooperate. Mubai, who already knew Lupin's strength, naturally knew what kind of combat power the two of them could produce together. Although he should not be careless when dealing with the electric turtle in front of him, he was not completely unmatched. You can fight. However, this must be done when the two of them cooperate very well. After all, if the electric turtle is stronger, they may have to go back to the outside world to recruit reinforcements. Do you think if I walked up to him in the form of a turtle and said a few words, could I coax him away? Lupin, who silently took out his weapon, said half-jokingly. You can try, maybe the other party will treat you as a mother and follow you. The smile on Mubai's face, who also strung his bow, gradually faded, and his eyes became serious. I'll attract its attention, please be careful. Lupinchu knew that he had to lure this big guy out if he wanted to fight. Understood. Mubai gradually drew the bowstring to full length and aimed the armor-piercing arrow in the direction of the Shuzhong. When he stopped the watch on his wrist and pressed down, the crystallized substance gradually spread all over his body, and the armor was applied accordingly. Lupin, who knew that his opponent would not be easy to deal with, showed his strongest stance from the beginning. Lupin's entry was like entering a specific area to arouse the boss. The electric turtle, which had been resting peacefully in the trees, rioted. Its strong sense of territoriality allowed it to ignore Lupin's behavior. The movement of the huge body suddenly produced a vibration that could not be ignored. The white and red carapace was slightly shiny, and there was a strange pattern on it that was hard to ignore. Those eyes were like weak light bulbs that were hard to ignore. Although compared to the giant monsters Lupin had encountered before, even though the electric turtle in front of him looked like the size of a room, is dwarfed by comparison. But except for the red-eyed white scales, the 100-meter-tall giant snapping turtle king, and the giant pippy shrimp that the man in black robes rode before, Lupin was sure that this guy was definitely the strongest monster he had ever encountered. Even because of the lightning attribute, it may not be inferior to the shrimp. The electric turtle was obviously extremely angry at being intruded into its territory by others. He opened his mouth to condense lightning, and the blue lightning surged all over his body, attacking strongly. Boom! With the sudden force of the electric turtle's thunder roar cannon, the lightning with a strong magnetic field immediately attacked Lupin. Lupin, who had expected this, did not dare to take it head-on. Once hit by the lightning, even if he was not seriously injured, the paralysis caused by the lightning would definitely make him unable to move. Observing the size of the opponent, Lupin quickly moved. Fortunately, although these lightning attacks were powerful, the speed was not so fast that people could not avoid them. Relying on his own strong leg strength, Lupin was barely able to dodge them. This made the electric turtle even more manic and violent. Although these lightning bolts were slow, they had a certain tracking ability. After recognizing Lupin as their prey, they would always inexplicably migrate in his direction and track him continuously. Countless trees were burned by them. Lupin, who glanced at this scene from behind, felt inexplicably cautious. And the surface of the turtle shell is covered with lightning, which makes Lupin wonder if he will be affected by the lightning if he approaches rashly. This guy is really tricky. Fortunately, this guy's attack speed is too slow and relatively simple. He can only attack Lupin remotely through the thunder roar cannon. After continuous exploration, Lupin can barely grasp the regular speed of the opponent's thunder roar cannon. It is easier to dodge. As both sides continue to consume, Lupin finally finds the opportunity to attack. His hands are covered with crystal material, gradually closing the distance with the electric turtle. When the thunder roar cannon is lured by itself and restrained, and cannot quickly return to defense, his hands are bent in a strange posture and suddenly bombarded forward. Mantis shrimp mimicry, Lupin's hands suddenly changed. With the help of his strong leg power, Lupin, who was constantly closing the distance with the electric turtle, used the skill of charging a strike, and rushed forward with a warhammer, directly hitting the turtle shell. The powerful impact force immediately left a hole on the surface of the turtle shell, and the second wave of impact heat brought by the warhammer air cannon almost overturned the electric turtle. However, in front of its huge size and weight, such impact force was obviously not enough, and the impact feedback that followed also made Lupin suffer. The crystalline material was directly crushed under its influence, and Lupin, whose hands were numb, felt that these hands were not like his own. This can be said to be his most powerful skill combination at present. Except for powerful monsters like the electric turtle that mainly rely on defense, even monsters with a higher Tau power than Lupin, being hit by such an impact, are basically not far from death, but at the moment, it just makes the electric turtle more furious. Although the blood bar is reduced by a section, the effect is still relatively subtle. At the moment when Lupin used the impact force to make the electric turtle move, Mubai, who had pulled the bowstring to the full, found the right time to shoot the arrow. The armor-piercing arrow with a precise strike effect immediately hit the gap in the turtle shell along a unique trajectory. The frost arrow technique took effect, and the electric turtle was frozen. Knowing that this was a good opportunity, Lupin naturally couldn't let it go, regardless of his numb hands. He took out the Zhangba snake spear out of thin air and bombarded forward, aiming at the bloody wound that Mubai had just broken. Instantly, the electric turtle was hit hard again. Looking at the blood bar of the electric turtle that was already more than half, Lupin didn't dare to be careless. He quickly widened the gap between him and the electric turtle, holding the walking root bomb he had obtained before and injecting Taoism, wanting to throw it out during the escape. Unfortunately, this was too late for the electric turtle in a furious state. The electric turtle, who had been extremely angry with the little thing in front of him, immediately launched an offensive. As a result, Lupin also witnessed the second attack method of this guy. He saw that the surface of its shell suddenly showed many lightning rays. Lupin, who was unable to escape, was hit by the powerful lightning, which immediately paralyzed his whole body and he had no way to escape the area in a short time. Fortunately, the arrows that Mubai attacked before, the frost arrows, played a skill effect, making the electric turtle frozen and unable to move forward on its own, otherwise Lupin would have been crushed to death by the opponent. But even so, in the stalemate between the two sides, Lupin, who could not escape as flexibly as before, could only become a living target. Although the electric turtle was inconvenient to move, it was not affected at all in using the thunder roar cannon. Seeing that the opponent's attack was about to work, Lupin used the vine ring first. Although the vines that broke out of the ground were not strong enough for the electric turtle, they still lifted it up a little. The direction of the thunder cannon's attack deviated. Lupin gritted his teeth and used his remaining strength to throw the extremely hot bomb in his hand, which rolled into the gap where the electric turtle was lifted up. The vines were not strong enough and broke, and the falling turtle body immediately crushed it. There was no sound for a while, which made Lupin look a little surprised. Oh my goodness, a dud? Boom! The situation that followed made Lupin realize that he had thought too much. Just like covering firecrackers with an iron bucket, there was a loud bang, and the electric turtle, which was originally as stable as Mount Tai, was immediately affected by the impact force. The huge turtle body pushed up and a big pit appeared on the ground. Mubai, who had been hiding in a secret place waiting for the opportunity to attack, had already pulled the bowstring to its full extent. He kept adjusting the angle to aim at the electric turtle falling from the sky, judging the law of its descending rotation. When he finally confirmed the timing, the cloud-piercing arrow on the string broke through the air and went straight to the target. Under the influence of the three factors of his own pupil power, adjusting the angle and the precision strike skill, the cloud-piercing arrow that staggered the turtle shell with extremely strong defense instantly pierced through the head. Not only did the arrow penetrate from head to tail, but the frost arrow skill took effect, and the internal organs of the electric turtle that kept rolling in the air were also greatly affected. Almost half of the body inside the turtle shell was frozen into an ice lump. After rolling, it fell to the ground with a click. Under LV Pin's observation, the blood bar that had already lost a large part was close to the freezing point, and finally disappeared completely. This guy was actually killed by them. Because he couldn't know the reason for the other party's blood bar like LV Pin, Mubai, who didn't dare to come out of the hiding point, kept twitching the bowstring to make up the knife crazily, and didn't appear until more than 10 seconds later. Did we finally kill this guy? It seems that the power of that walking root bomb should not be underestimated. Did we get any genetic gains? Mubai, who walked out of the secret spot, did not completely relax his vigilance. Although it was his attack that ultimately resulted in the final kill, it was actually the inevitable result of the cooperation between the two. Nothing, but my Dao power has increased a bit. LV Pin, who didn't hear the system prompt, was not disappointed. He just watched Mubai squat down to collect the spoils, and then he was on guard around him to prevent other enemies from attacking. Mubai accelerated the cleaning of the spoils and put them into the storage ring. Most of the monster's body parts can play a certain role, and handing them over to the blacksmiths in the novice village can be exchanged for a certain reward. LV Pin and his team are already familiar with this. The tortoise shell has extremely high defensiveness and hardness. It can be used to make the main component of armor equipment. Although the impact of the walking root bomb just now is not small, it did not cause much impact because the attack range is too wide. However, except for the hole caused by LV Pin's Warhammer air cannon, the tortoise shell is intact and the overall value is not small. If it continues to grow, it has the potential to break through to the flood level. Just when Mubai had basically collected all the spoils, he saw two white lights suddenly appear in the distance. Lupin looked over vigilantly, only to find that they were actually Main Mansulio and the other person. They had used some secret technique to teleport here, and they caught up with him not long after the battle ended. Their noses were sharper than a dog's. Look Jolio, let me just say they are good people. They helped us get rid of the bad guys who occupied our home. Now we can finally go home and my male roots can start planting again. Looking at the corpse of the electric turtle that had been turned into a puddle of flesh and ice by Mubai, Ma-In Man obviously had a better impression of the two of them. Don't be silly, Ma-In Man, this is just a fair and just transaction, and they just want to take away your formula. It was obviously impossible for Jolio to change his views on the two of them because of this kind of thing. Then he turned around and headed towards his residence, which consisted of 2 rooms, one large and one small. It was said that he had his research room there, specializing in tinkering with weird gadgets. Don't be angry, Jolio has this kind of character. Before he knows anything about other people, he will always feel repelled by them. If you are willing to get in touch with him, you will definitely not be interested in him after you get familiar with him. That's it. Ma-In Man was obviously helpless about this. Ma-In Man doesn't need to explain so much. Introverts are like that, and it's not a bad thing. By the way, didn't you say you wanted us to help with 2 things before? So what exactly is the second thing? After successfully completing the first mission without any danger, Lupin obviously wanted to get the recipe for Chuano Badat as soon as possible. After all, there is no doubt about the importance of communication means. If they can get it, it will not only be a great help to the two of them, but if it can be spread through Lingyan side and mass-produced, it will be a great help to the whole Laning city and even the whole country. Is of strategic significance. After all, this means that the cooperation between teams can be more coordinated and convenient. The other world will inevitably become an important battlefield for human development in the future, which cannot be ignored. I didn't expect that you could defeat this electric turtle so quickly, so the second thing is not completely impossible. Ma-In Man obviously has more confidence in the two of them. Then he couldn't help but explain the details of the matter to the two of them. Similar to the situation with the electric turtle before, this time Ma-In Man needed Lupin and the others to find a monster called the Fire Toad, but it was different from taking back their homeland. The thing they needed to get this time was in the opponent's belly. An ornament the same size as an ordinary ring. It is said that every Yaer woman will exchange a ring made by herself with her best sister before getting married, and will not take it back from the other party until the wedding day. This is the tradition of the Yaer people, and it is also very important. A thing of meaning is related to the happiness of life. As an unmarried woman of the Bayar tribe, my man naturally did the same. She exchanged rings with another friend, Jenny. However, her arm was bitten off by a fire toad at night. Although her arm was restored to its original state with the help of the powerful regenerative power of the white Yaers, the ring was lost. This is naturally not good news for man. It goes without saying that the importance of a ring to every unmarried white Yaer woman is. Jenny is a good sister she has known since she was a child. For this reason, man has not seen her sister for a long time. What she is worried about is that she does not want the other party to know about the loss of the ring. But this matter has always been a thorn in her heart, but she has not been able to find a way to deal with the fire toad. If this continues, it will only be discovered by the other party, which will lead to conflicts. That is to say, this time you want us to deal with a fire toad that we don't know which area it is in, and we don't even know whether it exists or not? Lupin only thought that this mission sounded obviously better than the electric toad he killed before. The turtle is even more difficult. Just not knowing the opponent's location is enough to kill two people, not to mention the specific strength of the opponent. I can help you point out the specific activity area. After all, the fire toad also has its specific activity time, which is basically at night. Moreover, when I was attacked, the people from the escort team also came to the rescue in time. The monster also suffered a lot of arrow wounds, and there should be a lot of arrows left on its body now. If found, it should be easier to identify. As for the strength, it should be almost the same as this electric turtle. Not to mention that he was injured because of it. It's just that he may encounter some obstacles in his movements at night. Can you help me? I beg you. Man couldn't help but request this. She had obviously regarded Lupin and the two as the best candidates to regain the ring. After all, the White Yaers were not a powerful race that was very good at fighting. When it came to dealing with monsters, there is no advantage at all and it is biased toward manufacturing. In this case, it is not completely impossible. It is indeed dangerous to move at night. Please point out the specific approximate location to us first. After knowing that the strength of the fire toad may not be much stronger than that of the electric turtle, I feel that this matter is more likely and feasible. The only trouble is that I can't confirm the location at the moment, but I still have a lot of time to find it slowly. As for strength, there is no need to worry. Sneak there at night to observe the threat of the fire toad. If it doesn't work, return to the outside world to seek help from Zhang Yong and the others. Anyway, it goes without saying that the importance of this legendary Obada will only be achieved if the two of them can achieve it. Under such circumstances, it is natural to save manpower as much as possible. If it really doesn't work, we can only seek help from Zhang Yong as much as possible. Probably in such a large area, there is likely to be a small group of fire toads breeding there. You should be careful. If there are too many, don't be reckless. Try to attack the opponent when he is alone, otherwise he will be attacked in other places. If you attack rashly in front of the fire toads, they may cause a group riot, which will make it difficult to ensure safety. Man is a native of the other world. Obviously he has a better understanding of these monsters. Don't worry, we are sensible about this. If we hurry up, we may be able to help you get it done tonight. If it doesn't work, we can also look for help from other people. I will definitely not leave anything behind for you. After Lupin dealt with the electric turtle, he became more confident in the cooperation between the two. He then took out the walking root bomb and asked, "By the way, man, can you tell us about this thing? How did you get it or what's the specific principle? This gadget is quite useful. This is a consumable bomb developed by our Bayar tribe. I can't explain the specific principle. It is said that it requires relevant professions to make it. It is mainly used for the guards of the Tatar Principality. Our tribe can also buy it, usually used for self-defense. If you need it, if you give me enough copper coins, I may have a way to help you buy it." Regarding this matter, man was helpless. After all, she is just an ordinary Yaer woman. The Principality of Tatar? I remember it was marked on the map. Is it a unique human civilization in this world? While saying this, Lupin couldn't help but collect the copper coins and silver coins on his body, and directly collected most of them and handed them over. Seeing Ma Man in front of her, she couldn't help but look at the currency in her hand. The Principality of Tatar is a large collective jurisdiction created by human civilization. It governs nearly one-fifth of the world's huge landmass. The branch of the Bayar tribe in our principality also falls under the jurisdiction of the other party, although to a greater extent it is still left to us. Ethnic autonomy, but after all, you are still a member of it. While explaining, Ma Man counted the currency in his hand and finally said, "It may be cheaper for the Bayar people to buy it, but it is only about 10 at most." The upper limit of the walking root bomb is determined by the quality and manufacturing of the walking pole. It depends on the craftsmanship of the craftsman, so the price will be different. The ones I gave you before were relatively cheap. If they are of good quality, the money may not be enough to buy one. After Lupin and the others helped her regain her home, Ma Man also established a sense of trust and did not hold back on such a profitable thing. The price is not cheap, but the power is indeed good. Mubai, who estimated the unit price of the walking root bomb, couldn't help but say, compared with the thermal weapons of the outside world, the fact that the power can increase with the strength of the user is very good. After all, if Lupin used it, he could blow up the electric turtle into the sky. If Zhang Yong used it, wouldn't he be able to blow a hole out of the 100-high snapping turtle? This is a rare commodity. If you want to enter the other world, large thermal weapons cannot enter, and the effectiveness of conventional thermal weapons is really limited, especially when facing giant monsters, so this makes the walking root bomb in front of you very meaningful. This is especially true for strong individuals. So there is still a need for more storage at the moment. I will pay more attention to you regarding the walking root bomb. I will leave it to you regarding the fire toad and the ring. As long as I can bring the ring back and tell you about Obada, I will definitely give you the blueprints as promised. Ma Man said after counting the currency. Don't worry, we will try our best to help you get it done. After giving Ma Man a guarantee and watching the other party go back to sort out the building furniture, Lu and Pin didn't stop there. Lupin was somewhat injured in the previous battle with the electric turtle, and looking for the fire toad might be a tough battle. So Ma Man also specifically explained that the two of them could pick the male root in the medicine garden. Keep some in case of emergencies. Male gen is undoubtedly an economic medicinal plant with very broad strategic significance. Basically, it can be said that it is full of treasures. Not only the roots, but also the leaves and branches have extremely high medicinal value. The leaves and branches are renewable resources. As long as you have fertile land and continue to cultivate them, you can continue to pick them. Most of them are the same as true for the harvesting methods of cultivating male root. The root is the essence of the male root medicinal plant. It is the core part and has extremely high medicinal value. It can be used for the manufacture of more advanced medicines. Generally speaking, the older the root, the higher the value. It is a pity that the cultivation of this Malagung not only has extremely high requirements for the soil, but also the technical means of the cultivator, as well as some requirements for frequent water source irrigation, which all require real effort. Therefore, the specific cultivation is only the ability of the Bayar people and other orc tribes. Regarding this, Mubai's previous idea of cultivating Malagens will undoubtedly be scrapped, so he left one or two strains to take back to the outside world for research. The wild male roots collected on the road were also handed over to Ma Man for cultivation, occupying a small area, and could barely survive and develop. However, according to Ma Manyo, due to neglect of management and limited growth years, this wild male root has not actually reached the standard of mature form. Although it also has certain medicinal value, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. There's no way to compare to being bred. Looking at the wild male root with yellow leaves in the corner of the medicine garden, the two people picking the leaves were inexplicably helpless. At this moment, Mubai found someone leaning against the window in the distance and couldn't help but nuzzle Lu. Taste the shoulders. This was the same Jolio who had previously ignored the two of them. His frown undoubtedly meant that he was troubled, which made the two of them a little curious. The boy seems to be in some kind of trouble. Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can get some benefits. Because helping Ma Man find the fire toad can only be achieved at night, so the two of them have plenty of time now, so naturally they want to let's see if we can get some benefits by passing it to Jolio. Hey Jolio, are you in any trouble? If you need any help from us, don't be polite. As long as we can, we will try our best to help. Lupin, who felt that being friends with these white Yayers would bring a lot of benefits, was naturally in a positive state. Although this race has limited combat power, it is still somewhat capable in tinkering with some weird gadgets. It's just like NPCs giving out tasks one by one. You two are really in a panic, Jolio said in a calm tone. Although he still had a paralyzed face as if someone owed him hundreds of thousands of dollars, at least because the two of them had a share of the credit for helping him regain his home, his eyes were no longer as sharp as before, although his tone was still disappointing. It's annoying, this guy is much more difficult to take care of than Main Man. We just want to see if there is anything we can do to help. We can solve the problems that you can't deal with, which is also a kind of mutual benefit. Mubai said. Humans are really a kind of creature that puts interests first, whether it is the people of the Tatar Principality or the people of the outside world. But that's right, we White Fang people are the same. If it weren't for me buying some agave materials to study how agave changes the shape of the soil, and I didn't clean it up, Myanmar and I wouldn't have lost our home. Looking into the distance, Jolio's tone was flat, but he still blamed himself. Afterwards, after the other party's narration, Lupin and the others realized that agave is a very rare demonized plant with the special ability to control soil attacks. It is also a food source that the electric turtle likes very much. And Jolio bought those agave materials and didn't clean them up, which was also the main reason why their home was invaded by the electric turtle. Fortunately, the two of them were not injured, and the planted Mollygon was not destroyed. It was a blessing in disguise. It was a pity that Jolio's research institute was a mess. And the reason why he frowned so fiercely was also related to this aspect. This time, there was a turmoil caused by the electric turtle attack. Not to mention the furniture and research items that were destroyed, all the agave materials he had spent a lot of money to buy were also destroyed. This was a huge trouble for his subsequent research. After all, where they were, this area has limited connections with the outside world, especially in terms of mutual trade of goods. Although they have many transmission points, in fact, except for their own trade and the patrol personnel sent by the Tatar Principality, very few people come to their remote little place. The agave they bought last time is gone. I don't know how long it will take to meet one again. It is not an exaggeration to call them the five scums of war. Apart from their strong regeneration ability and barely functional brains, they have no other advantages. They can only live in a general area. He rarely moves at night, and he can only stay away from monsters with an angry temper. So even if there were some wild agave around, with his small arms and legs, he really didn't have the capital to collect it, but the experiment couldn't continue, which was really frustrating. Are you saying that we need a magical plant called agave? In this case, it will be night for us to find the fire toad anyway. We will help you find it while we have this time, but you have to help us. We need to clearly define the possible areas. Lupin felt that this was easier than dealing with the fire toad. What's more, they are indeed idle at the moment. They are most likely trying to go out to brush monsters and level up. Instead of doing this, they might as well do another job and brush up on the arrogant white teeth in front of them. In terms of favorability, you won't suffer any loss anyway, so why not? Are you willing to help me? Although agave is rare, it is also one of the favorite foods of the electric turtle tribe. Before they grow into a complete body, the electric turtles will stay aside and wait for food. Generally, they will leave behind after eating. The roots continue to develop, and the seeds are eventually spread with the electric turtle's feces, which is a symbiotic relationship, not to mention that they are somewhat aggressive and can manipulate the soil. Although Keolio knew that Lupin and the others had some strength after they dealt with the electric turtle, he was obviously not optimistic about it, not to mention that he himself had this attitude. Why did the two of them still keep talking to each other? Cold butt, are you helping yourself? Do you have your own agenda? This is the only way to solve this problem at present, isn't it? Anyway, we have to level up and clear monsters, so it's not a big deal to help you. Maybe if you are lucky, you will find Tequila directly. Well, we are confident in our own strength and will not take risks easily. Lupin felt that what the other party was worried about was not a big problem. If it didn't work, the two of them ran away. Who would be stupid enough to rush forward when encountering a monster that they couldn't fight against? These words made Jolio not know how to respond, so he could only silently mark the areas where agave might grow for them on the map. Although there may be conflicts of interest, it still made him feel that he had been a little bit like a villain before. The heart of a gentleman has reached its limit. Finally, after understanding the specific symbol of agave, Lupin and the others did not stay any longer. After preparing everything, they headed to their destination, because the area where agave is produced is relatively close to the area where fire toads live. Get close, so they don't plan to take this opportunity to explore the terrain around the fire toads so that they can slip away quickly without taking advantage. Afternoon. The two of them, Lu and Pin, who had used the barbecue to deal with them casually, hid in a secret herd. According to Ma Inman's description, the fire toad has extremely strong night vision, so it generally lives in gloomy and dark caves, and most of them move at night. It is very likely that they are hiding in the cave where they are during the day. Unless they have special means to detect, it is extremely difficult to find them. The reason why Lupin and the others were able to find this place is largely due to their sonic skills. Now they are one by one. Hiding in a cave on a hill, you have to find a way to force them out alone, otherwise it will be troublesome to be besieged by them. Lupin, who was constantly judging the internal conditions of these caves through his sonic skills, frowned, trying to find the lonelier ones among them so as to lure them out, and the two of them surrounded them. These guys are not small in size. Judging from the rough outline of the sonic detection, there are at least 15 of them. The largest one is in the large cave far away. It may be as high as 10 meters high. The bad thing is that they are at the Hong level, and if we take the median, they are basically the size of an electric turtle. If we really provoke them all, we will definitely be doomed. Lupin only felt that this battle would not be easy. Then let's try to be careful. See if we can lure those little ones out first. If they move at night, they may not be so sensitive during the day. This is an opportunity for us. After figuring out the specifics of the matter, Mubai obviously felt that fighting during the day was a good idea. After all, they had a huge advantage in terms of field of vision. Then I will lead them out one by one. You are ready to serve with bows and arrows at any time. Lupin, who stopped his watch when he pressed the button, immediately imitated a snake, twisted his snake body and crawled into the cave where the smaller toads were hiding. The cave looked dark and damp, but fortunately it was daytime, so it was not completely dark. The mimic snake body can be said to be the most adaptable gene mimicry for LV Pin at the moment. After all, this is a full coverage gene obtained from the beginning, so it will naturally be relatively proficient. As he went deeper, the snake body also appeared to be covered with crystalline substances. Although the approximate size of the opponent has been detected through sound waves, LV Pin is still a little uneasy at this time. A big reason is also because of the dark environment of the cave in front of him. If the opponent notices it and makes a move, it will not be so easy for him to escape. Fortunately, the reaction of this toad monster seems to be extremely slow. It is in a sleeping state and did not notice LV Pin's arrival. LV Pin gradually recovered his human form and approached with a snake spear. Because of his own gene enhancement, LV Pin's vision was not completely blocked in the dark environment. He kept approaching with the snake spear and observing the opponent's vital points while breathing. The blood bar value is more than 560, which is slightly lower than LV Pin himself. This should be one of the weakest ones among the group of fire toads. Even so, it is necessary to find the weakness of the bar as soon as possible and lure it out. Finally, after noticing the opponent's weak defense, he used the skill of charging a strike and stabbed it suddenly. The sharp spear tip and the powerful force of charging a strike instantly broke the defense. The toad monster, which was originally in a deep sleep, suddenly woke up, and its health bar was reduced by a section after being attacked. LV Pin did not dare to stop and observe this. He pulled out the snake spear and turned around and ran all the way. The furious toad monster naturally no longer lived in the cave and slept soundly like before, but its movement speed was too slow. It chased LV Pin, but it was difficult to keep up with the rhythm. At least when LV Pin escaped from the cave for a distance, the opponent slowly came to the entrance of the cave. This guy is so slow, it's much easier to deal with than the electric turtle. Seeing that LV Pin did not wake up the other fire toads, he was immediately happy. Unfortunately, this guy's body was smooth, and there was no arrow wound or arrow that Ma Inman said. It was definitely not their target this time. However, this guy is so slow, it is better to kill him first. But before LV Pin could turn around and fight back, the next move of the fiery toad made him realize that he had underestimated his opponent just now, and he quickly retreated. The fiery toad opened its mouth like a mortar, and like a volcanic eruption, countless indescribable sticky substances spewed out of its mouth, constantly hitting LV Pin, who was the target. Although the movement speed of this toad monster is slow, the speed of the sticky substance falling from the sky is unambiguous. LV Pin, who feels that this thing must be something extraordinary, naturally dares not take it head-on. Relying on his own strength and leg strength, he quickly moves around and dodges the attack. The attack effect of these sticky substances is also really extraordinary. When they fall to the ground, they make a sizzling sound. LV Pin turned his head and saw that the soft soil was rapidly yellowing and cracking. After contacting this sticky substance, many grasses also quickly dried and yellowed, and then burned with flames. LV Pin felt that the temperature around him had increased slightly. It was indeed a fiery toad. No wonder it didn't make any moves in the cave just now. It turned out that the opponent could only play its advantages in such a wide scene. LV Pin couldn't help but feel lucky that he didn't think too much and ran away directly. Otherwise, if he saw that the opponent was slow in the cave and wanted to turn around to make up for it, he might get into trouble as soon as he got close to the opponent's mouth. The temperature of this thing was so high that the crystal material might crack as soon as it came into contact with it, not to mention his small arms and legs that didn't have much protection for the sake of lightness. This guy is much more difficult to deal with than the electric turtle. What's more, if he keeps making noises like this, he might wake up other toad monsters. At that time, they will concentrate their fire and he won't be able to run away. Moreover, there are many green plants nearby. If you are not careful, a sea of fire will ripple. Mubai, who had been aiming at the vital points of the toad monster, pulled the bowstring and frowned. Fortunately, this guy was almost motionless when he launched the attack, and the hole that LV Pin had poked was still bleeding, so Mubai's arrow attack was effortless. The silent arrow broke through the air and pierced directly into the snow left by LV Pin. The frost arrow skill took effect, and the toad monster was frozen. Then Mubai used his hand speed that was almost so fast that it could leave an afterimage, and continued to shoot arrows, causing the internal organs of the toad monster, which had already frozen into ice lumps, to be continuously damaged. This is the exclusive skill of Mubai's professional archer, the archery flash. The performance of the equipment can be improved through skills, so that the condensation of the arrows no longer takes time as before, which also allows the user to quickly draw the bowstring and shoot arrows in a short time. The skill lasts for a total of 6 seconds. Generally, beginners can barely reach a speed of 3 arrows per second as long as they are not clumsy. A skilled archer can shoot 5 arrows per second. After repeated practice, a gifted archer like Mubai can now reach the level of 6 arrows per second, that is, shooting 36 arrows in a row within 6 seconds, which can be said to be quite remarkable. However, although this skill is quite good, it still has certain disadvantages, that is, the power and accuracy will drop sharply. Unless you rely on extremely strong static and dynamic vision and adjust the power according to your own state, the arrows are very likely to miss, and it is difficult to continuously hit the same body part accurately. Even a good player like Mubai who was familiar with his profession, in such a short shooting time, 7 arrows missed, 3 arrows could not break the defense due to insufficient power, 10 arrows attacked elsewhere, and only 16 arrows all pierced the hole that LV Pin had poked before. The fiery toad, which could still throw viscous liquid to attack, suddenly shrank in place as if it was stuck and could not move. The blood bar value in LV Pin's vision also dropped rapidly. Under Mubai's swift attack, the blood bar of the fiery toad was less than 100, and it was bleeding. Mantis shrimp mimicry. Knowing that the opportunity was rare, LV Pin quickly stepped forward and had already wrapped himself in crystal substances. The alienated hands of the armor suddenly blasted forward, Warhammer air cannon. The alienated fist slammed into the fiery toad, and the skin suddenly sank into it. There was a loud bang, and the powerful impact force broke a big hole in the toad's skin. The heat wave formed by the second wave of shock waves instantly crushed the internal ice lumps caused by the frost arrow technique into ice debris, and the blood bar instantly bottomed out. Then the shockwave heat wave directly blasted the corpse of the fiery toad away, smashing it on the distant mountain to form a pool of meat mud. The battle was finally won by the cooperation of the two. Because of the noise caused by the fighting, Lupin, who felt obvious movements coming from other caves, did not dare to stay and looked for a more private place to hide. After finding a relatively hidden place in the grass, he entered the stick insect mimicry, and the color of his body gradually became similar to that of the surrounding things. At this time, Lupin was like a dry tree trunk, and the vine ring took effect. The vines wrapped around himself, making him look more real and different from the surroundings. The environment blends into one. Then the group of fire toads crawled out of the cave as expected. They were helpless in the face of the puddle of flesh. However, because they could not find any trace of the two men, they had no choice but to return to the cave. Later, Lupin, who felt that they should not have attracted their attention, released the mimicry and gathered with Mubai. I am indeed right about the quantity. It must be at least double digits. If we are surrounded by them collectively, we will not get anything good to eat. But it is really strange. Why don't we see that one with an arrow wound on its body? As for the fiery toad, if the target is difficult to confirm, it will be a bit troublesome to execute it. Lupin, who thought he could use this opportunity to observe the mission target, was a little disappointed. Since Ma In Man would explain it like that, there should be no mistakes. Could it be that the guy ran away because he was seriously injured? If he wasn't there, the activity in the area in front of them is a big trouble for them. Maybe you weren't affected by the movement just now. After all, there should be toad monsters from caves far away from here that haven't come out. It's very likely that they are one of those few. But this is also a good thing for us. At the very least, the specific location has been confirmed, and these 10 toad monsters can be left alone for the time being. There is no need to waste energy on such useless efforts. By the way, have you gained anything in terms of genes? Mubai, who felt that the fire toad's attack method was really good, couldn't help asking. If he could get the full genes of this monster, Lupin's strength would definitely be greatly enhanced, just like before. Got the same power as a mantis shrimp. Although the attack methods of sticky substances are a bit disgusting, their power is also tolerable and underestimated. I didn't get the gene, but it wasn't completely fruitless. I got a racial talent called Raging Fire, which was integrated with my previous Flame Demon Flash skill. The power should be improved, and it can also be used as a bonus. The only thing I don't have is that fire skills may not be effective against these guys, otherwise I can try their power with these guys. Although he did not obtain the full coverage gene, Lupin was somewhat satisfied with the racial talent. Next, as long as they found the fire toad with arrow wounds and explored the existence of agave, their mission would basically be completed, but these toad monsters are really not easy to mess with. Fortunately, Mubai's frost archery was extremely effective for them due to the conflicting attributes. As long as they kept teasing the monsters like this, there was always a chance to annihilate them all. It's not bad to have such a gain. In this case, let's focus on those guys who didn't come out just now, but you'd better restrain yourself. The noise you made just now was too big. It will if we lure them all out. They can't always return to the cave obediently. If they are going through such an action, it is very likely that we will be in trouble next time. Mubai couldn't help but remind him of this. Learn. Lupin, who understood what kind of noise his Warhammer air cannon could make, smiled helplessly. But do you think it was the big guy that Ma'in Man encountered before? Lupin, who continued to use sound waves to detect the situation, said half-jokingly. Stop being so talkative. If that's the case, we'll have no choice but to go home. Mubai moved his hand, using the equipment recovery mechanism, and the armor-piercing arrow that was originally hidden in the flesh returned to his hand, obviously ready to deal with the next target. Lupin, who was using his sonic skills to investigate, frowned. What's wrong? Mubai naturally felt something was wrong. Those guys look honest and courteous, but now they are hanging around the edge of the cave, ready to trick us at any time. That is to say, they are not good at hearing. If they are like those white teeth people, we might not be in our current position. All have been exposed. Lupin, who can clearly judge the situation in the cave by using his sonic skills, is naturally aware of the danger hidden in this tranquility. Now he is sure that if they make any noise that slightly affects the environment, it will inevitably cause them to all focus on the fire, and they cannot continue. Jumped in. In that case, let's stop for the time being and record the locations of the toad monster caves that may be targets. We will come back to investigate after a while. Let's go look for the agave first. Mubai, who understood the seriousness of the matter, lowered his tone and naturally would not choose to continue to advance rashly. Afterwards, the two people agreed not to stay any longer and headed southeast. They had already explored the area given by Giorgio before, and there was no sign of the existence of agave. Even if they found some things that might be suspected of agave roots, it was obviously impossible for the two of them to do such an immoral thing as digging the roots. Although it is a bit regretful, it is not unexpected. After all, agave is different from toad monsters and has a certain value. Not to mention the possibility of being picked by others, the fact that the electric turtles regard them as a food source also shows that it is difficult for these medicinal plants to be kept in a complete state. But in order not to disappoint the little Tsundere Jolio too much, they were also going to change their mind. Since they couldn't find the agave, they would head to the living area where the electric turtle might exist. Thinking about it in reverse, since the two are related to each other, Mubai does not believe that there will be no agaves in areas where there are a large number of electric turtles. At most, the two of them will encounter some dangers. But it's not a big deal. As long as the existence of the agave growing area is confirmed, even if you really can't defeat the opponent, you will have to go back to the outside world to recruit reinforcements. Later, when Lupin and the others followed the map and discovered the location of the electric turtle group, it was already half an hour later. At this time, they were still hiding in the hidden grass to observe. Unlike the previous fire toads that were in a sleeping state and had slow projection, this group of electric turtles was undoubtedly very sensitive to changes in the surrounding environment. Lupin and the others did not dare to act rashly. After all, although the small group of electric turtles in front of them was small in number, but there are about 7 or 8 of them. If they are accidentally surrounded by thunder cannons at close range, they will not be able to escape no matter how fast they are. They are like a group of land battle tanks. As for the small group, there is naturally a difference in the size of the turtles. Fortunately, the largest one this time is not as scary as the electric turtle they dealt with before. It is also slightly smaller, just a little larger than an ordinary minivan. The smallest ones are no different from ordinary turtles. But at this time, LV Pin and his team did not focus their attention on them. Instead, they were looking at a demonized plant growing in a conspicuous position in the distance. The fat leaves were unfolding like flowers, and the whole body was blue and white, with some serrations on the edges of the leaves. If their judgment was correct, this should be the agave that Jolio entrusted them to find. It looks like it is growing well, and there should be no problem in bringing it back. The highest health bar value is more than 600, the lowest is more than 300, and the median is about 450. However, there are so many of them. If they are not careful and are concentrated by them, it may be troublesome. LV Pin, who knew the power of the thunder roar cannon, did not dare to be careless. Before, he was exhausted by the snakeskin movement of an electric turtle. Now there are so many, there is no escape. It is definitely unrealistic to use the same attack methods as before. We'd better find a way to separate them and then break them down one by one. This way, we can minimize the risk. And we must also pay attention to the agave picking. It is not a risk-free process. If we fail in this kind of thing, it will not be a good thing for us. We must always pay attention to the changes in the soil under our feet. Mubai frowned, feeling that this matter was extremely difficult. Their current situation was like 2 hunters who wanted to go to a beehive to collect honey under the protection of a group of grizzly bears. Not only did they need to break through the grizzly bears' defenses, but they also needed to be alert to the attacks of the bees in the beehive. This task was really troublesome, but fortunately, it was not completely impossible for the 2 of them to deal with it. So how should we lead them away now? It would be best to divide them into several batches and defeat them one by one, so that the pressure would be less. If the number is kept at 2, it would be easy for us to deal with it. Otherwise, let me lead them away and find a chance to destroy them later. LV Pin, who really couldn't think of any other way, felt that he should solve this matter simply and roughly. No, this is too dangerous. After all, this is a group. If you go out and attract their attention, you might be targeted. Don't go out yet. Let's act separately. I will use the bow and arrow to attract their attention. If we can attract 1 or 2 to leave the group, we will take them as targets and annihilate them first. Don't rush. Mubai spoke, and LV Pin, who really couldn't think of any other way, could only obey the order, enter the snake mimicry and slide, looking for a suitable ambush location. Mubai, who was pulling the bowstring, had a serious expression on his face. He set his target on an individual that was obviously isolated by other electric turtles. This electric turtle was considered medium in size in the group, and looked no different from a small car. He aimed at the other's head, and Mubai, who did not use the armor-piercing arrow, let go lightly. The silent arrow broke through the air and instantly hit the electric turtle's head, and there was a painful howl. At the moment of releasing the arrow, Mubai did not even take a look at the specific situation. After many battles with monsters and other enemies, he has already developed the habit of moving positions as soon as possible after launching an attack, especially in the current situation of facing a group of people. Naturally, he should not continue to stay in the place where the attack is, otherwise he will only fall into a desperate situation. The dense green plants around him are the best snow hiding area for himself. At this time, it is undoubtedly the best choice to fight a long-range tug-of-war with the opponent. Then, just as he expected, the place where the 2 of them were just now suddenly became the place where the electric turtles attacked with thunder roars. It's more powerful than I thought. Let alone the small arms and legs like the white thighs, even if I use crystal materials and armor, I'm afraid I can't hold on for 3 seconds under such intensive attacks. LV Pin said in a low voice while hiding in the distance and watching the miserable situation of the place where the electric turtles concentrated their fire. On the other side, Mubai was also groping carefully. After hiding himself with the help of the surrounding environment, the bowstring could not help but tighten again, and it was obvious that he was ready to attack. Although his arrows barely hit the vital points before, the damage to the electric turtles was not very serious. After all, they were just ordinary arrows that came with the hard bow. The purpose of such an attack was just to lure the opponent out. Although the electric turtles were furious, they showed no sign of wanting to split up. The silent arrow broke through the air again, and this time it aimed at the smallest electric turtle, directly poking its eyes blind. This made the turtles furious again, and they jumped like land battle tanks and came to the place where Mubai attacked, but the opponent had already run away. Such an attack can not only consume them to a certain extent, but also has a more obvious effect. Although Mubai was not found this time, except for the two medium-sized electric turtles and the largest electric turtle who stayed in place to protect the young turtles and Agavi, the other three electric turtles began to patrol the surroundings even if they did not find the traces left by Mubai, unlike before. This time, hiding became more cautious. Mubai did not dare to launch an attack like before, but it was a good thing for the two of them. After all, the purpose of splitting the turtle group has been achieved. After a while, looking at the electric turtle wandering not far from him, LV Pin, who had entered the stick insect mimicry from the beginning, was not worried that he would be noticed by the other party. This was the unlucky turtle that was shot in the head by Mubai's arrow before. Because of the arrow wound, it was bleeding and its health bar was slowly decreasing. The health bar that originally started with 500 was now only more than 400, and it was now close to LV Pin's position and offset from the position of other electric turtles. Naturally, LV Pin felt that this opportunity was worth seizing. Through the health bar, he could know Mubai's current position. Although it was not clear whether Mubai knew his current position, at least he was very sure that the other party would definitely focus on the direction of Tequila and the electric turtle under the premise of hiding himself. Maybe he had already strung the armor-piercing arrow and was ready to attack at any time. What he needed now was the signal for him to attack the lone electric turtle. Because he knew that the opponent was furious, and because they were facing each other, LV Pin did not rush to attack, but just waited for the opportunity. When the electric turtle turned around, he instantly transformed into a human form, holding the Zhangba snake spear and falling from the sky, charging a skill bonus, and stabbed the head directly. Boom! Being hit so hard without any defense, there was no suspense. The electric turtle's head was directly stabbed on the ground by the snake spear, unable to move. Because the head was restricted, it was even more unable to use the thunder cannon to counterattack, just like fish on a catfish plate, at the mercy of others. The fist covered with crystal material suddenly smashed down, grabbing the head and bombarding it wildly, and then seeing the blue lightning flash on the opponent's tortoise shell, LV Pin, who had been prepared for this, quickly retreated to avoid the sharp edge, not wanting to be affected by the opponent. In the distance, when LV Pin made a sound, Mubai, who had already aimed the arrow at the fallen electric turtle, released the arrow lightly, and instantly hit the head and went straight to the internal organs. The frost arrow technique took effect again, and the blood bar in LV Pin's field of vision hit the bottom directly, and the electric turtle lost its life. Boom! The turtle group, which had already fallen into a state of rage due to harassment by unknown enemies, was furious again, and because of LV Pin's noise, Mubai's position was not exposed. Thunder roar cannons were fired at LV Pin's place as if he was not afraid of his life, and the atmosphere was tense in an instant. Even though the attack speed of the thunder roar cannon was slow, LV Pin's scalp was numb when he suddenly saw such a dense attack and blockade. He turned around and ran, not daring to stop at all. Boom boom boom. Because he killed an electric turtle, LV Pin felt like he was chopping electric wires with a kitchen knife. It was so exciting. And because LV Pin went too far this time and killed the electric turtle, they were no longer as stubborn as before and guarded the Agavi. They all chased after him. After a moment, they all disappeared in a flash. Knowing that this opportunity that LV Pin had fought for was rare, Mubai would not waste it. He believed that with LV Pin's strength, there should be no problem in escaping, but the time was bound to be a little limited. He had to seize the opportunity and pick the Agavi. Even though the biggest trouble, the electric turtle, had been eliminated, Mubai still did not dare to take risks. He pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow towards the vicinity of the Agavi, but there was no unusual movement. This made Mubai a little bolder, but he did not dare to relax the bowstring in his hand. Just after he took a few steps forward, the ground suddenly changed. Mubai, who felt the soft soil under his feet bulge, reacted quickly and took advantage of the force to jump into the air to avoid the attack. Knowing that he was being targeted, Mubai twisted in the air and took out the cloud-piercing upper string, aiming the tip of the arrow at the Agavi. As a demonized plant, the Agavi seemed to have some human nature. After knowing that Mubai had the intention to attack it, the earth thorns broke out of the ground to protect itself. Mubai, who was not surprised by this, fired arrows. Although the power of the cloud-piercing arrows was not as good as the armor-piercing arrows, it was far more powerful than ordinary arrows. In a flash, many earth thorns were broken. Mubai also twisted in the air and took out the short blade at his waist, and landed on the ground with the help of the flying sand. Many earth thorns attacked with concentrated fire, but stopped at the moment when they were about to hurt Mubai. Their shoulders were only about half a meter away from him. This was not because they had no intention of hurting people, but because the tip of Mubai's short blade was hanging above its root at this time. The disgusting smell coming from the sharp tip made it hesitate. Is it really necessary to fight to the death for the sake of a momentary pleasure? Since you know how to consider the damage that my attack will cause to you, you should also understand that we don't need to fight to the death. I will cut off a little bit of your leaves. Although it is a bit helpless, it is also the simplest and safest way to solve this matter, isn't it? Think about it. Mubai said this without any panic on his face, and as the earth thorns beside him gradually retracted, he quietly retracted the sharp blade stained with poison. This is a special juice from a demonized plant called the poison sac tree, which is extremely toxic. It was also given to him by Jolio before they set out. It is said that this is what he must use when preserving agave materials. Agave is extremely disgusted with this smell and is also restrained by this toxin. So Mubai would make such an aggressive move under such a forced situation. After all, he is different from Lupin, who can fight powerful monsters in close combat. Once the advantage of long-range attack is gone, he can only let these monsters slaughter him. Fortunately, there is no danger. Later, when Mubai found LV Pin with the agave material, it was already getting dark. Now the two of them came to the place where they had lured and killed the toad monster before. Those guys were so difficult to deal with. Not to mention that they almost lost their lives, they almost couldn't get their snake spears back. They should have gotten the agave or something, right? Although he complained, LV Pin still handed back the armor-piercing arrow that Mubai had used to attack. I picked a few leaves. The sheer quantity should be enough. There shouldn't be any special situation on the toad monster side. Mubai couldn't help but speak after putting the armor-piercing arrow back into the quiver. Although the previous battle with the agave was a bit dangerous, fortunately it was safe. The target has appeared, but the situation is a bit difficult. The health bar of the largest toad monster has exceeded 1000, which is only slightly less than that of brother Zheng Yong. It may have reached the flood level. With the strength of the two of us, it is completely seeking death to take action at this time. LV Pin couldn't help but lower his voice and pointed to the group of toad monsters that appeared in the distance. There was indeed a toad monster with obvious arrow wounds and even a few arrows stuck in it. It was moving among the group. That should be their target. After taking a look at the other party, Mubai couldn't help but shift his attention to the biggest trouble of this operation. The huge toad monster that looked like the size of an ordinary building, its skin color tended to be blue, which formed a sharp contrast with other toad monsters. Mubai didn't know if this was a change after the monster entered the flood level, but at least he was sure that even if the two of them fought to death, they would never be the opponent of this toad monster. After all, there is a watershed between the two levels of the prehistoric world. No matter how well the two cooperate, it is difficult to overcome the limitations of this level, unless there is a clear advantage in numbers. It seems a bit risky to rely on only the two of us. If it is just the toad with more than 700 HP, we can deal with it. Moreover, if there are so many of them, we'd better find a way to separate and divert them, otherwise they will be finished if they are attacked by concentrated fire. LV Pin can imagine what a tragic scene it will be when so many toad monsters spray out sticky burning substances and hit them. There is almost no suspense about the fact that they will be beaten to death. Otherwise, follow the previous set of tactics to deal with the electric turtle group, which should be able to play a role. LV Pin couldn't help but feel that the previous set of tactics was still worth trying. No, it's too risky. These guys are different from before. They are not in that half-asleep state. What's more, it's night now. Our vision is too blocked. If we are not careful, we will be wiped out. There is no need to be so reckless. Mubai, who knew that the status of these toad monsters at this time was not comparable to that of the day, couldn't help but speak. After all, they were at a disadvantage right now, and the opponent was at home. Such a rash attack would only make the situation more unfavorable. They must find a way to expand their side. Advantages. In that case, we might as well go back home and go directly to brother Zheng Yong and the others for help. There is plenty of time anyway, and there is no need to finish the matter tonight. Since Mubai had already said that he was not sure, Lupin, who felt that there was no need to risk his life, naturally wanted to retreat. However, Mubai shook his head lightly, obviously not thinking that the matter was unfeasible. It's not like I have to run away. At least there are two ways to solve this matter safely. It is really rare to confirm the location of the fire toad. Who knows whether I can find the target so accurately next time, so this matter it's better to resolve the matter as soon as possible. The first method is to wait here tonight. As long as we are careful, our location should not be exposed. Always pay attention to the location of the target toad and where it will go afterward. Wait until early tomorrow morning before taking action. Once the toad enters the soul, although it's tiring, but it's also the safest method. Just stay up late and you can ensure your goal and not lose it. The second method is to observe the life and rest of these fire toads. They sleep in the cave during the day and only move at night. Unless they store food in the cave in advance, they will not be able to survive unless they eat soil. Stay here at night. Looking for food will inevitably mean leaving here, which means that their groups will naturally divide. We can use this great opportunity to accurately behead the target without attracting the attention of the group. However, this plan has certain limitations. Uncertainty. Mubai couldn't help but put forward his own thoughts on this. However, for the second plan, he is obviously more yearning for it, but he is also a little unsure. After all, he cannot predict everything correctly, but these two methods are the most feasible that he can think of at present. In any case, this is far better than a head-on confrontation. In this case, let's follow the second method. It's too dangerous to spend the night in this ghost place. You have to keep your nerves tense at all times. Even Iron Man can't bear it, let alone if he is discovered. On the contrary, it will be more dangerous. Let's wait and see. If it is as you expected, they will still look for food, then we will look for opportunities to catch up. Rather than looking for opportunities to take the initiative to attack, Lupin obviously felt that it was more dangerous to stay where he was and let time pass. These toad monsters were not as slow as during the day. They stared with a pair of red eyes as if they had opened the Sharingan. Today, this night, even if they dig a hole and bury themselves in the soil, they will probably be noticed by the other party. Being too cautious is not a good idea if they want to survive the time. Then the two of them carefully observed the situation regarding the fire toad. Although I can't figure out whether the other party is a carnivore or a vegetarian, the things around them are obviously ordinary grass plants, and they don't look like they bear fruits. What's more, even if their food source is grass, such a large ethnic group as really they have already eaten all the food, so it is inevitable that they will leave here at night. Mubai, who was watching the phenomenon of the toad monster group, spoke. Then, as he expected, the toad monster group that had always gathered together gradually divided, no longer gathering together, and instead wandered around. Naturally, Lu and Pin would not stand still and continue to follow the target's small group, always paying attention to the surrounding movements so as not to expose themselves. After gradually getting closer, Lu Pin and the others discovered that these toads were digging in some wet areas, and they didn't know what they were looking for. Are these stinky toads really here to eat dirt? Lu Pin only felt that the thinking of monsters is really beyond the comprehension of humans. The small group where the target is now has gradually moved away from other groups and remained at 4. Only the target has a health bar value that exceeds 600, while other toad monsters basically remain at the beginning of 500. It is still difficult to deal with them at the moment. Use your brain a little bit. How could they do such a stupid thing? What we are looking for now should be the green-looking bugs. Maybe there is an opportunity. Wait until the other party is farther away from the other toad monsters. The sound of fighting will not attract the attention of their tribe, so we will launch an offensive while they are devouring food. Mubai, who only thought the other party was joking, rolled his eyes, and then spoke in a serious tone. There are 4 targets that need to be killed now. If you want to get back the ring that Ma'in Man left in the opponent's stomach, this means that you need to dissect it. The corpse, the other 3 will only be an obstacle. Lu Pin, who felt it made sense, nodded slightly. Is there any plan? Since there are 4 targets we need to face at the moment, we must focus our efforts to deal with one of them first. Only in this way can the pressure on the 2 of us be greatly reduced. You first approach in mimicry, and I will use armor-piercing arrows to break through the defense of one of them and freeze its internal organs. At that time, you will directly transform into a human form and use the Warhammer air cannon to crush its internal organs that are frozen into ice lumps. In this way, the opponent will inevitably lose its combat effectiveness in a short period of time. In this way, the number of toad monsters we need to deal with will be reduced to 3. You remember to move the snakeskin and directly charge the 2 walking root bombs. When the time comes, they will definitely attack you like a mortar. At that time, I will use archery flash to help you share the pressure of target attacks. Just throw it directly into the opponent's mouth. 2 walking bombs should be enough to choke the opponent. If it doesn't work, I will use the cloud-piercing arrow to finish up. But no matter how fast our offensive is, there will definitely be 2 toad monsters left. To dissect the toad monster's body, at least one person is needed. Just let me do it, but the other 2 toad monsters will need you. Temporarily stalling for time. Knowing that it would be difficult for the 2 of them to deal with the 4 toad monsters, Mubai opened his mouth to tell his battle plan. Now that the small group of toad monsters was getting farther and farther away from other groups, it was also a good time to attack. After all, they had to wait until they were full. If you have enough time to return, it will basically be difficult to find opportunities. Therefore, we must make a quick decision now, take away the ring and run away quickly. But throwing a bomb into the opponent's mouth is a bit too dangerous. What if the ring blows up? Although he felt that the plan was feasible, Lupin, who knew the power of the walking root bomb, could not help but consider this issue. Mubai shook his head slightly and said, if the ring can stay intact in the monster's stomach for so long, it shouldn't be destroyed by this little battle. Okay, then I'll sneak over first. After Mubai made his plan, LV Pin obviously had no opinion and performed snake mimicry again. If it doesn't work, remember to run away directly, don't be too stubborn, don't worry about me, anyway, I will be one step faster than you. Because this action was a bit dangerous, Mubai couldn't help but kindly remind him. Don't worry, be sensible. LV Pin, who was very confident in himself, twisted his snake body and sneaked all the way. Watching the other party move forward to a more suitable attack location, Mubai also aimed at the most convenient target for LV Pin to attack at the moment, concentrating on it. Not only was LV Pin waiting for his attack signal, he was also waiting for the toad monster to show a flaw, when the other party opened its mouth and swallowed the greenworm in its mouth. The arrow in his hand suddenly fell out of his hand. Boom! The poor toad monster hadn't felt the crisis coming, and was instantly penetrated by the strong impact of the armor-piercing arrow. The poison sac tree sap and frost arrows evenly applied on the arrowhead worked together. With part of the internal organs and intestines frozen into lumps of ice, and the venom seeping through, this has already made the toad monster's situation precarious, but the most troublesome thing at the moment is not this, but Lupin, who is transformed into a human form in front of it, and is alienated. His hands suddenly shot forward. Boom! Before the other 3 toad monsters could react, Lupin's Warhammer air cannon hit directly. His fist sunk into the skin, followed by a second shock wave of heat, which instantly crushed the toad monster's internal organs and blew it away. Go out! Although there is no direct instant kill, the health bar value is still less than 100 at this time, and the combat effectiveness is completely lost like mud. Coupled with the bleeding state, it is estimated that it will not take long to burp. Lupin's reckless attack also aroused the anger of the other 3 toad monsters. It was no different from what Mubai had predicted before. Countless viscous substances with hot temperatures erupted from the mouth, attacking Lupin like cannonballs. Lupin, who was holding the walking bomb tightly with both hands, had already expected it, and directly protected himself with several firewalls of fire demons. Although the 2 were of the same type of attack and defense, they could still have some effect. On the other side, Mubai, who was hiding in the dark and was also nervous, was not idle either. He used the archery technique to quickly condense the arrows and shot them all at the target toad monster. He immediately missed the opponent and blocked the attack. Suddenly, this immediately created an opportunity for Lupin. The walking bomb, which was already hot in his hand, was thrown at the right time. By chance, it hit the toad monster's mouth. There was a loud bang and flames shot straight into the sky. Due to the internal explosion, the impact was almost devastating. The poor toad monster lost its life because of its unique attack method. However, in order to gain the opportunity to attack, Lupin, who could have escaped safely, fell into crisis. The thick substance falling from the sky defeated the firewall defense. The armor was overwhelmed after isolating part of the substance. What followed was a crystal on the surface of the skin. The crystallized material cracked the moment the 2 collided. Feeling the burning sensation in his arms and body, Lupin gritted his teeth and kept running wildly while holding his head. With the current intensive attack, there was no chance for him to get close. If he didn't get close, he would probably be burned alive by the sticky substance. On the other side, because Lupin killed the target with 1 shot, Mubai couldn't help but aim his last sharp weapon, the Cloud Piercer arrow, at the 2 fire toads. At this time, he was not in a hurry to attack, but just took advantage of the night to sneak through the forest, looking for the most suitable place to attack. You have to wait until the moment when their attack pauses. Only in this way can you truly create the right opportunity. Mubai, who was observing the frequency of their attacks, thought in his mind, constantly adjusting the angle according to the distance between himself and them, and the sap of the poison sac tree dripping from the arrowhead of the cloud-penetrating arrow. The string of the hard bow had already been tightened, and when the positions of the two-toed monsters in his field of vision were aligned, Mubai, who knew that the time to attack was coming, did not hesitate and fired the arrow instantly. In terms of impact, cloud-piercing may not be as good as armor-piercing, but the extremely long attack distance also determines that it is far better than ordinary arrows, especially with the bonus of precision strike skills. It directly penetrates the toad monster's big eyeball and pierces it. On the opponent's skin, the two attacks stopped immediately. Flaw. Finally, Lupin didn't have to run away in frustration like before. He turned around and sprinted. First, his hands were alienated, and a Warhammer air cannon blasted them away alive. Then, holding a snake spear of 8 feet in hand, he beat the two toad monsters alive. With this fierce force, he beat the two toad monsters alive, and because it is difficult to launch an offensive like before, this toad monster really has no way to counterattack except relying on its own thick flesh to withstand the attack. Knowing that Lupin was creating an opportunity for himself, Mubai did not dare to waste time. He took out the sharp knife from his waist and went to the target toad monster corpse. He quickly dissected the corpse with the sharp knife. Dissecting the corpse of a toad monster is undoubtedly a technical job. Even though Mubai is a veteran who has dissected monster corpses many times, he must handle it carefully. After all, if he is accidentally contaminated by the sticky substance, he will have to peel off the skin. Mubai could only rely on his own experience and the temperature of the corpse when his hands touched it. Fortunately, he was able to successfully remove the ring from the stomach pouch. What makes this even more puzzling is that I don't know what material this ring is made of. Not to mention it is twisted and deformed at this time, and even the color of the ring itself cannot be seen to have changed much. The whole body is single silver. Of course, Mubai is not sure whether part of it has faded. Old Lu, let's go. Mubai, who had obtained the ring, said hello and left. On the other side, Lupin directly used brute force to push the toad monster in front of him away, and said in an unhappy tone, "Toads, I will come play with you next time when I have time." After saying this, Lupin did not dare to stay any longer. He followed Mubai's footsteps and disappeared in a flash. Because of the excessive force, his hands were in severe pain. If he continued like this, the situation would only get worse. Where is the possibility to continue playing with these two toads? The next morning. After handing the ring and tequila to the two of them last night, after a long battle, the two nervous people finally had a rare chance to rest. After a good sleep, only then was he woken up by Jolio, who had dark circles under his eyes, and they went to his research room together. It is said that he made some important breakthrough last night when he was studying agave materials. Unlike Mubai, who was full of energy at this time, LV Pin, who was walking on the road, yawned from time to time. After yesterday's battle, he had a lot of nightmares last night. Even though the burns on his body had been healed by fireflies, he felt uncomfortable and panicked when he thought of being tightly wrapped by the sticky object of the toad monster in his dream. Looking at Jolio, who was walking in front with two dark circles under his eyes but still energetic, LV Pin found that he really didn't know how to understand this guy, nor did he know the body structure and daily routine of these white fang people. He was still in the mood to hide in the house to study those broken leaves in the dark and windy night. A moment later, the two visited Jolio's laboratory for the first time. It was completely different from the mess that LV Pin had originally imagined. The laboratory that was originally destroyed by the electric turtle was now tidy. Except for some damaged but reluctant miscellaneous items piled in the corner, basically all other objects had been placed. "Jolio, you called us here specially. Is there something you want to tell us? Does Main Man have something else to tell us?" Mubai couldn't help but ask. Main Man had already told them about the method of passing on the manufacturing drawings of Yubata, and promised to pay attention to them once they got the news from Bata. However, because he wanted to see his good sister Jenny, he might encounter danger on the way, so he asked them to act as bodyguards. The two people who wanted to get to know other white fang people naturally had no objection. Now the time for the explanation is very close, and Mubai doesn't want to delay if there is nothing important. "After all, you have helped me a lot. The agave material I got this time has helped me a lot, and I have made some breakthroughs because of it, so I also want to give each of you a gift, which is what I just developed last night. I hope it can help you to some extent." Compared to his previous attitude of not caring about people, Giorgio's words were obviously more humane at this time, and he turned around and took out the box in the drawer. You don't have to be so polite. After all, we are not in a mutually beneficial relationship. We both said we were just helping. Although he was polite, after hearing about the gift, Lupin's glowing eyes were hard to hide. This arrogant kid is quite good at being a human being. If you want to get something, you must pay an equal price for it. This is my principle in life. You can get tequila, but you must have taken certain risks. So I hope you can accept this gift. At least it can make me feel more at ease. Not wanting to owe too much favor, Giorgio opened the box. Inside were two blue-white gloves. The material was a bit similar to silk, but it seemed more delicate. Feeling the puzzled gazes of LV Pin and the others, Giorgio couldn't help but explain, "This is a glove that I developed through the magical plant agave, which can control the soil. It can barely be regarded as a kind of equipment. As long as it is used properly, it can control the surrounding land like agave, forming an attack and defense effect. This is my first attempt at equipment, and you will also be the first batch of agave gloves. I have been thinking about the results in this area for a long time. Although there may still be some defects, there should be no problem with simple use. Let's go to a spacious place first and I will demonstrate it to you," Giorgio said proudly after putting on the gloves, and at this time LV Pin also found that the gloves were not a pair, but separate, both for the left hand, which means that both of them have a share. The switch of the gloves only needs to snap your fingers. The range of the controlled soil is also related to the input of one's own Tao power. It can be controlled according to one's own fingers, thereby affecting the changes in the surrounding soil. You watch it. Giorgio couldn't help but try it while wearing the gloves. After he snapped his fingers, he gently lifted his index finger from his palm lying flat in front of him, and the ground 5 meters in front of him changed. One after another, huge fingers broke out of the ground. The attack effect formed by the condensation of soil was still quite powerful. A layer of rock-like things was attached to its surface, making it more threatening and controllable by Giorgio's gloves. The highest peak can reach a fist as big as a house, and the longest attack length of the earth spike can reach about 10 meters. However, if it is for the pursuit of size and limit, the power will be greatly reduced. However, this thing is obviously a great burden in terms of consuming physical energy. Just trying it has a great impact on Giorgio's physical energy, and he kneeled on the ground and panted violently. Although a big reason is also related to his limited Taoist power, it is enough to show the degree of consumption of Taoist power and physical energy by these gloves, which is not something that ordinary people can use. This is my first time trying this kind of equipment, and there may be many imperfections. You try it first. If there is anything wrong, tell me and I will help improve it," Giorgio said, snapping his fingers to close it, and then handing the gloves to the two. After seeing the power of the agave gloves, the two did not refuse anymore. After getting it, they could not help but go to the house where my in-man was. At this time, in the Lotus Mountain area in the outside world. Zheng Yong, who was supposed to act with the military, came here at this time. Regarding the handling of the alligator turtle, the military has achieved phased success. Like the red-eyed white scales in the Lotus Mountain area, it can be regarded as a verbal agreement to divide the land and govern, and the two will not offend each other. Although this is a helpless thing, it is also the most reliable way for the local government of Lining City. At present, the military is making every effort to deal with the loose monsters from outside, as well as some local animals and plants that have been affected by the power of the inner world and mutated into monsters. These 2 points are mainly the primary goals. The reason why Zheng Yong came to the Lotus Mountain area, which is considered a forbidden area by ordinary people in Lining City, was not to carry out the so-called mission, but to follow the call of the inner voice. If ordinary people enter this forest full of monsters, they will definitely be devoured by the monsters hidden in it, but Zheng Yong moved forward without any hindrance at this time. Ordinary monsters were afraid of his power, and the white-scaled snake tribe that occupied the mountain as the king also made way and allowed him to enter the depths of the forest. It was not until he came to a strange building made of pure white crystals not far away that he stopped his steps, because he felt a chilling breath from it. The last time he felt this way was when he was an ordinary person, and the powerful divine turtle was the same. There is indeed such a powerful existence in this Lotus Mountain area, and Zheng Yong's face is serious. The door opened automatically with a clatter. Zheng Yong frowned at this. After obtaining the inheritance of the divine turtle and changing his job to the legendary professional shield demon, he has not been so nervous for a long time, but even so, he entered the house neither humble nor arrogant. "You are here." As soon as he stepped into the house, a crisp female voice came into his ears. A woman in white clothes and a veil on her face appeared in front of him. She sat in the distance and sipped tea, revealing a quiet and beautiful profile. After the words fell, she turned her head to look at Zhang Yong, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be a little scrutinizing, as if she could see the most delicate things in people's hearts. This made Zhang Yong's scalp tingle. It was so powerful that it was hard to describe in words. It was not a force from the same dimension at all. And this familiar and irresistible aura, was it the so-called same kind? Could the red eyes and white scales, a divine blood monster, also be able to take on human form? Although due to his anthropomorphic form, the red eyes and white scales are no longer as shocking as when he was a monster, Zhang Yong knew in his heart that such an opponent would only be more threatening. After all, no matter what, the nearly endless surge of power in the opponent's body cannot be ignored at all. Just feeling the power of this breath has already made him, a master among humans, tremble. This is simply not possible for ordinary people. It is difficult to look directly at, like the power of a god. Fortunately, this man with red eyes and white scales didn't seem to have any hostility towards him. After being slightly shocked at the moment of entry, he calmly regained his momentum, which made him sigh in relief. At the same time, he also felt the horror of the god-blooded monster. If it was hostile to humans, it would be a terrible thing. At least Zhang Yong knew that if the other party intended to attack humans, it could tear the entire Laning city apart in minutes. It's not difficult at all. Are you afraid of me? Good luck, kid. She looked at Zhang Yong, who was like a stupid piece of wood at this time with red eyes and white scales, and spoke in a teasing tone. Her voice had a calm and calm charm, and she was confident that she could. It is also due to its own strong strength, which makes people feel very comfortable listening to it. It's a little bit psychological. After all, it's rare to meet someone as powerful as you. Zhang Yong is not self-righteous and cunning about such trivial matters. That's not necessary. Since you and I are the same kind now, as long as you don't do something stupid, I won't be your enemy. This is a tacit understanding between many divine blood monsters. I know that you and those humans are in the same group. We have made our purpose clear a long time ago. I have no intention of being your enemy, nor do I want to get involved in your so-called battles. All I want to do is it's just that in this reincarnation of war, the village is kept peaceful. Different from the indifference towards Lu Pen and the others, red eyes and white scales still spoke somewhat softly at this time. This may also be because they also contain divine blood. That's really disappointing. I originally thought that you and the government could have more cooperation with each other. Zhang Yong felt helpless that the village the other party mentioned should be Xinshou village. He originally came here, he had some hope before. But now that the other party said this, it already means that it is completely impossible. After all, such a powerful existence is no longer bound by the rules of the world and cannot easily change his mind. I have no intention of getting involved in the battle between the human and insect clans. However, we are both of divine blood. If you have any confusion about the battle, it is not a bad idea to come to me for some answers. Red eyes and white scales obviously still want to express their gratitude to those of the same kind. Zhang Yong took a little care of him. In that case, I would like to thank you, senior here. Zhang Yong was somewhat grateful when he saw the kindness in the other person's words. He understood the importance of this to himself. No need, I am an old acquaintance with the underworld turtle that you have inherited. This small favor is not a big deal. What's more, if you bathe in the divine blood, sooner or later you will inevitably become a being beyond the universe level, comparable to the gods. It's just a favor. Akane Shirajan obviously didn't care about this kind of thing. But senior, don't blame me for asking you a question. What is the reason why you go to such great lengths to protect the existence of Novice Village? This is not because Zhang Yong is curious about gossip. He always feels that it is inevitable. There are some unknown past events hidden, which are related to the war between the human and insect tribes. As a god-blooded monster, the opponent must not do anything meaningless. Being too curious can easily kill yourself, but it doesn't matter. If you want to ask why, it may be because of a promise. After saying this, the red-eyed white scales stopped talking. A promise? Zhang Yong said this sentence and fell into deep thought, but he had no thoughts. But this time in the other world. Ma Ying-man, who put the ring on her hand and looked at it repeatedly, was undoubtedly in a happy mood. The ring in front of her was lost and recovered, which really made her happy for a long time. As long as she had this ring in her hand, she would not have to break the friendship with her good sister. After all, this is a good relationship for her. They white yars are really important. At present, Lupin and the others were following them, passing through teleport points many times. After a while, Lupin could vaguely see the buildings in the distance and couldn't help but step back and look carefully. Does your friend actually live in a village where Bayer people gather? Lupin, who felt that there were quite a lot of buildings, was a little surprised. Originally, he thought that Jenny would be a retail investor like Ma Man and the others. It seems that after all, such loose and independent self-employed people are not common among the Bayer people. Jenny lives in a small village where our tribe gathers. I may buy the walking bomb here later. The bata larvae you want, as well as the research materials that Jolio told me. Using himself Ma Man, who was calculating the required amount with her fingers, was inexplicably cute. After raising his head and looking in the direction Lupin was looking, he couldn't help but kindly remind him, the town where Jenny lives is not there. It's called Tatar Town. It's a town under the jurisdiction of the Tatar Principality. Although it is remote, it has complete facilities. There are teleportation crystals that can be used to teleport to other towns. Lu and Pin couldn't help but their eyes lit up when they heard this. Is it a town governed by human civilization in the other world? It's inexplicably interesting just thinking about it. Lupin felt that this town was very necessary to explore. After all, their own understanding of human civilization in the other world was only based on Calais and Ma Man only described it in words. If you have the chance, it is best to understand it by yourself. Seeing it is better than hearing it 100 times. If you are interested, you can check it out. In terms of currency, although the Tatar Principality also has its own unique coins, the gold, silver and copper coins you get from killing monsters are also universal, because this currency can be exchanged with ancestors and survivors. Therefore, it is also very popular among human civilizations around the world. It can be regarded as one of the many conventional currencies. There is no problem in purchasing things. If you want to go, just go and hang out, don't bother me, but I've already prepared a lunchbox for you. When the time comes, you must remember to come to the village where the Bayers live, which is probably right there. My man pointed to the distance and said, Jenny's house, you just need to find the mushroom house at the end of the village. You won't be mistaken. Lu and Pin were naturally very interested when they heard this. But Lupin was still curious about this and asked, but aren't you a guest at your good friend's house? Why do you have to prepare your own lunch? Is it possible that this is also the tradition of your Bayer people? Of course not, we Bayer people are also very warm and friendly, but how should I describe the food cooked by my friend? Anyway, it is not to my taste. I think it should be the same for you, right? Okay, there's one more thing I want to remind you. When you get to Jenny's house, you'd better not describe her appearance in any way. This is not what a guest should do. While arguing about their own Bayers, Ma Man couldn't help but think of something important. She mentioned something about her friend's appearance to the two of them. According to Ma Man's description, because she was born with mixed blood, Jenny's body shape and appearance were somewhat strange compared to other white Yayers with pure blood. This also made her feel inferior to others since she was a child, and she had almost no friends. The evaluation was extremely sensitive. As Lu and Pin were first-time guests, Ma Man certainly didn't want them to hurt her friend's fragile heart. Of course there is no problem with this, and we won't do such a thing. We will keep our mouths shut when the time comes. Mubai assured in a strict tone. And the other party's description couldn't help but make Lupin a little curious. Apart from anything else, Bayer women are naturally somewhat indescribable to human aesthetics. Of course, he wouldn't be able to hurt others in this way. Mentioned in front of Ma Man that such a friendship boat can easily capsize at a moment's notice. And if the body and appearance are so ugly that even the Bayer women cannot accept it, and Ma Man, who has a better personality, treats it as a taboo, what an indescribable gesture it will be. Lupin couldn't help but be curious about this, and connected it with the toad monster he saw last night, but thinking about it, it shouldn't be so inhuman, but no matter what, he had to be mentally prepared. It's because of such a trivial matter of appearance that it's not worth it. Then Lupin and the two of them bid farewell to Ma Man and headed towards the town. The journey of just a few kilometers was not difficult at all for the two people who had strengthened their bodies. After a while, the two people couldn't help but sigh when they saw the scene of the town in front of them. The architectural style is not too different from any other in the outside world, but it has some similarities with the buildings in Novice Village, but the overall style is still somewhat different, not as simple as it is. As for the clothes of these people, there is no similarity with the Novice Village at all, and the same is true with all kinds of clothes in the outside world. However, Mubai found that some of them still had some stains on their clothes. Factors of clothing from the outside world. I don't know if this is related to the small broken ball city-state. After all, it is very likely that the time travelers will bring some clothing habits from the outside world here, thus changing the certain direction of the trend. And because of their completely different clothes, Lu and Pin became completely aliens on the street. After noticing their existence, many people pointed at them, obviously confused about their identities, but Mubai and the others also discovered that although the other party was curious, they were not hostile. This was undoubtedly a surprising thing. If the existence of the small broken ball city-state is not a secret here, wouldn't the two of us be regarded as time travelers by them? Looking at the curious eyes of others, Lu Pin couldn't help but murmur to this, but because of his excellent strength, he was not in a hurry. It's not strange to be thought of like this. After all, our original identities are indeed like this, but the people in the other world are really strange. They are completely different races. I just don't know if there will be any language barriers to communication. Or are they the same as the people in Bayer and Shinsho village? Mubai, who was also not afraid of the gaze of these people, looked calm and composed. Not to mention anything else, if people who don't know much about the outside world and the inside and outside world really travel here, they will definitely not feel that there is a connection between the two. I'm afraid these people have already been accustomed to the existence of time travelers. It seems that the relationship between the two should be relatively harmonious. And the auras of these people, even children, have basically reached 200 and above. They are incomparable to people in the outside world. The strength of the two of us alone exceeds ours on this street. I'm afraid there are more than 10 of them. The people in this world are really powerful. Because of the convenience of his profession as a life measurer, Lu Pin can accurately analyze the strength of the people in front of him based on their health bar values. After all, there is a certain connection between the blood bar and the power value. This is not surprising. After all, the inner world has been wrapped in Tao power from the beginning. Relatively speaking, in terms of strength, it is naturally easier to achieve breakthroughs in cultivation than people in the outer world. This is a natural advantage, and its own the feedback of strength on people's status is also obvious. If you look carefully at their skin condition and mental outlook, they are obviously different from those in the outside world. Although it is not as convenient as Lu Pin, who can clearly see the health bar value, Mubai, who has judged through some details, clearly understands the gap between the two, and they are completely different in spirit. And because Lu Pin and the others did not behave strangely, people on the street stopped paying attention to him after paying a little attention. This allowed the two of them to move around without restraint. The two did not stop, but went to a nearby clothing store to change into 2 sets of suitable clothes, and bought several other men's and women's clothes to take away, ready to take them back to Lin Yun and others for research and imitation. After all, if people from the outside world enter in modern clothes, it would be too conspicuous. Touching the clothes on his body, Mubai couldn't figure out what kind of material it was, but it was extremely tough and not easy to damage. The clothing store also sold equipment such as leather armor, but the price was too expensive, so the two did not buy it. After all, small money is limited. Feeling that there was plenty of time next, the two decided to take a good stroll. As Ma Inman said, although the small town covers an area of a small area, it is small but complete, and basically let Lu Pin and the others see the exotic style of the other world. The two first purchased a set of maps of the Tatar Principality and the world sold in the town. Although they were not much different from the maps that Kale gave them, they were relatively more detailed, with place names noted in some places, which was very rare for them. In this case, they also saw the so-called Yubata, which was indeed a very different kind of insect as described by Main Man. Lu Pin only felt that it was somewhat similar to the Den Den Mushi in One Piece, but relatively speaking, it was not so exaggerated and more humane. It can be used for voice transmission, communication, and video playback between each other. The signal is extremely strong. It is completely communicated through the sound transmission between the Bata insects. As long as the mature body is selected instead of the larvae, the signal can basically achieve the effect of unimpeded signal transmission in the inner world. It is not clear whether the inner and outer worlds can communicate, and there is no way to have entertainment activities. It can basically be said that the strength of the mobile phone signal is completely exposed. Unlike the common modern smartphones in the outside world, the price of Chuan Yubata will also fluctuate due to different functions, and the price of finished products is even more amazing. And because only that store in the town sells finished products, after seeing the price, Lu Pin and others gave up the idea of purchasing 2 units. Compared with these expensive mature Chuan Yubata, the manufacturing drawings given to them by Mainman should be the simplest larvae version. The signal may be relatively poor, but according to the other party's description, at least there is no problem in contacting in the Tatar Principality. Each Chuan Yubata has its own exclusive number. As long as you make a call, you can connect successfully. Whether you can get a few out now depends on the news from Ma Man. Near noon. Because of the reasons they had agreed with Ma Man before, LV Pin and the others naturally would not continue to wander around the town. This trip to the town of Tatar Principality undoubtedly gave them a lot of knowledge. The village where the Baya people live, Baika village. Unlike the town buildings, it is not as fancy as the town buildings, and there are tall walls around it. The buildings in Baika village are relatively short, and the outer wall is just surrounded by a circle of wooden walls that look old. LV Pin, who took a look, doubted how much effect this wall could play when attacked by monsters. It was no different from a decoration. After the two people who entered the village reported the name of Ma'in Manjolio, they did not encounter much obstacles. Obviously, these Baya people are all connected to each other. The mushroom house was not recognizable because of its unique appearance. Although there were many shops managed by the Bayir people in the village, the two people who had only the return fare left after shopping in the town naturally did not dare to make any plans and went straight to the mushroom house. Approaching the mushroom house, a unique fragrance made Lupin and his friends excited. I can't tell that Ma'in Man is a good cook. Lupin swallowed his saliva because he thought it was the smell of bento because the other party said that Jenny's cooking skills were poor. Since the world situation changed drastically, they either grilled meat or wild vegetables every day. They haven't had a hot meal for a long time. Now they can try the delicious food of the Bayir people. Following the smell, Lupin pushed the door and came to the kitchen, looking at the two unique cooking pots in front of him that were shaking because the temperature reached the limit. Lupin, who was inexplicably curious, was about to lift the lid of the pot when he was patted on the shoulder by a fat and short hand behind him. It is very impolite to try to eat without the master's consent. Lupin smiled awkwardly when he heard the familiar voice of Ma'in Man. At the same time, he turned his head with a prepared heart. Ma'in Man still had the iconic bloated face, but the person standing next to her made Lupin stunned. Although she wore a hood to cover most of her hair, her delicate face like an elf still made Lupin's smile gradually disappear. Damn, who is this beauty, Jenny? Lupin's original fantasy was undoubtedly broken. He originally thought that the other party had to look like Mr. Krabs' daughter Jinjin, like a whale, but now, he saw a ghost. A moment later, at the dining table. Because of the previous situation, Lupin, who was still inexplicably embarrassed, sat around the table with several other people, looking at the covered casserole in front of them, with steam coming out only through the hole. The aesthetics of these Bayir people are really weird. They actually think black is beautiful and fat is precious. The darker the skin color, the closer to perfection they are in their eyes. So this makes mixed bloods like Jenny become aliens in their eyes. Compared with humans, this aesthetic view is almost completely reversed. To be honest, this makes Lupin doubt what kind of existence they are in the eyes of Ma'in Man. Are they just two ugly men? To be honest, when they first met, the title of green to hair oil forgive grass might be a friendly evaluation of them. After all, the entire human civilization may be aliens in their eyes. Even Jenny, a mixed blood who is as beautiful as an elf, is called a freak. This is enough to explain what the aesthetics of the Bayir people are like. He looked up and glanced at Jenny, who was now lowering her head and afraid to look at Lupin and the others. To be honest, this look made Lupin's head big. However, knowing that it was not good to stare at other people's faces all the time, LV Pin immediately shifted his attention to the casserole in front of him and said with some expectation, I can smell the fragrance coming from the house from a long distance. I am looking forward to your cooking skills, Mayanman. Let me see the delicious cuisine of the Bile people. LV Pin, who broke the delicate atmosphere with his words, lifted the lid of the pot with an expectant expression. Then he quickly covered it with a stiff expression. Looking at Mayanman's somewhat expectant gaze opposite, he smiled awkwardly and responded, the little thing looks so unique, did I take the wrong one? No, this is the lunchbox I prepared for you. It is different from the one made by Jenny. It is fresh. Come and try it. My cooking skills are famous in this village. Main Man obviously didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Mubai lifted the lid of the pot and looked at the green and fat insects lying quietly at the bottom of the pot with boiling soup. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He was wondering why a white-toothed person like Main Man who didn't have strong fighting power would meet the toad monster at night. Now the truth is out. Isn't this the thing that the fire toad eats? Don't be like this. The insect is very nutritious. The toad monster has such a strong flame attribute because it likes to eat the mucus in the body of this insect. You have helped me so much, of course I have to reward you. Don't look at it. It looks ugly, it tastes very delicious. Seeing that the two were unwilling to try, Main Man persuaded them. After listening to what Main Man described, Lupin couldn't help but suppress the discomfort in his heart and lifted the lid of the pot in front of him again, but closed it decisively after taking a look. If he was asked to eat this ghost thing, he would choose death. If he ate this thing, what would be the difference between him and that uncivilized toad monster? Main Man, we accept it in terms of intentions, but after all, human eating habits are still somewhat different from those of the Bayer people. This kind of thing cannot be forced. Even Mubai, who had never had any requirements for food, felt a little bit of resistance at this time. This could no longer be called human food. Although the world was undergoing major changes that had not happened in a century, they still not so depressed that you want to eat bugs. Although Main Man was a little disappointed with this, she did not continue to force it. Lupin, who had no appetite for this insect, really wanted to give Mubai a thumbs up, but now that he recalled the fragrance he smelled outside the house before, he couldn't help but be confused. And then when Jenny opened the lid of his casserole, he realized that his thoughts were a little too limited. In terms of aesthetics, there was a clear gap between the white Yayers and ordinary humans. The same was true for the pursuit of food. It's literally the complete opposite. Then Lupin not only licked his face but also ordered a bowl of casserole rice from Jenny. This is a cereal called coconut rice. It is different from the rice cereal in the outside world. It is said that each fruit seed can reach the size of a coconut and has a hard shell. It is also a crop often eaten by the people in the southern region of the Tatar Principality. It tastes similar to rice. But how much of it has a faint coconut aroma? With the aroma of rice and the prepared sauce, Lupin and the others had a rare and delicious meal. It is said that the appearance of this crop is somewhat similar to that of coconut trees and requires manual picking. However, relatively speaking, the yield cannot reach as high as that of rice. After all, the size of the fruit is there. In this case, although the yield is small, the economic benefits created are also very optimistic. Mubai felt that this might also be related to the Tao power contained in the other world. By the way, Main Man, I'm afraid there are a lot of monsters in this mountain forest. With so many Baya people gathered here, don't we have to worry about being invaded by monsters? Recalling the crumbling wooden walls that he had seen before, Lupin, I feel that is definitely not the basis for resisting monsters. It is indeed just a symbolic wall. It is mainly used to prevent some domestic animals from escaping. In a sense, it can also be regarded as a dividing line from the area where monsters live. After seeing that Lu and Pin did not resist the food they cooked, Jenny, who had always been shy from the beginning, rarely showed a shy smile at this time. Because of her mixed race, she was often looked at strangely by the Baya people. She rarely spoke to other people in the village, let alone going to a town not far away. She could truly be called a friend. It's just the two of them, Main Mangiolio. She has rarely left the village since she was a child. This is the first time she has met the rumored humans. They are the legendary humans from the outside world. It is normal for her to be curious about this, so it is the same as hers. Her appearance is ugly and obviously different from other beautiful and loyal Bayer people, but her gaze does not seem to be resisting, but rather a very unique gaze. Jenny couldn't tell exactly how to describe this look, but it was definitely the first time she had seen it. Then looking at the curious looks of Lupin and the others because of her words, she couldn't help but muster up the courage to explain to them the reason why the Baya people could live and work in peace and contentment all over the world. As a minority under the jurisdiction of the Tatar Principality, the Bayars are protected by state soldiers, and they also have their own unique way of dealing with monsters. According to the description here, the monsters in this world are not completely loose. In addition to the unique ethnic forces, there are also many clear territorial boundaries in terms of territory, which are ruled by the most powerful monsters in the area. The comprehensiveness of the territory. Like the fire toads, electric turtles, etc. that Lupin and his friends encountered before, they basically curled up in the small area they owned to look for food, and were managed by more powerful monsters. Even like the giant blue toad that Lupin and the others encountered before, and the 100-meter snapping turtle that occupied the coastal area in the outside world, they once again deeply acquiesced in the area under their jurisdiction, and the rest of Mogu Street must obey their jurisdiction, otherwise they will suffer the result of expulsion or massacre. The size of the territory is mainly determined by strength. Although fights are basically indispensable, in these instances, they are basically under the jurisdiction of Hongji's monsters. The monsters in the territory will be relatively stable and orderly, and relatively speaking internally. Harmony mainly excludes external forces. And these lord monsters that are constantly gathering will obey the orders of the powerful divine blood monsters and respect them as kings. In addition to their own power comparable to the gods, this is also the power of the divine blood monsters. Has the power to command the world's monsters. The same is true for the Baika village where they are now. Because it is within the jurisdiction of the monster, the leader of their village has reached a consensus with the Lord Monster. The Baya people can live and rest freely in the territory under the circle. There is no need to worry about the intrusion of monsters, and this will also come at a certain cost in order to maintain the normal life of the Bayer people. It is said that it is a white tiger with a body as huge as a mountain. It usually resembles a humanoid and lives in the bamboo forest not far away. It is the most powerful flood-level monster nearby and controls a large territory. It has extremely strong power, bite force and agility, making it a ferocious monster even in the entire Tatar principality. It is said that it has also made a shocking sculpture of flattening a hill with one palm. It can be said to be one of the most powerful monsters in the southern part of the principality. That is to say, the white tiger governs a large area of territory including Baika village and nearby towns. Even the Tatar principality government has taken some consideration and agreed to divide and rule, and not invade each other? Isn't it the existence second only to the god blood monster? It's too fierce. After hearing what the other party said, Lu Pin didn't think there was anything wrong with the Tatar principality's policy. After all, the existence of monsters is a threat that cannot be ignored for any human civilization in the world inside and outside. Compromise is also a wise move when necessary. Of course, the difference in strength between the flood-level monsters is huge. It can be said that there is a huge difference between heaven and earth. The white tiger is called Thunderjaw. In terms of strength, it can be said that it is infinitely close to the top of the flood-level existence. The flood-level monsters living in its territory must also submit to it. The lord monsters are also divided into small lords and big lords. In addition to the difference in strength and the size of the territory, the biggest difference between the two is the connection with the divine blood monster. The latter can even be given a name by the divine blood monster and become its follower, which is a very honorable thing. Because he couldn't leave the house, he could only stay at home and read some books. The real name was obviously more knowledgeable than Ma'in Man. When he saw that Lu Pin and the two were interested in this topic, he did not hesitate to use what he knew. Yes, it is rare for him to find someone to chat with him now. Is it important to be able to communicate with a divine-blooded monster and get a name from it? Lu Pin couldn't help but recall the scene when he met Red Eyes and White Scales. Apart from being shocked by the opponent's power, it seemed like nothing. Could it be that humans and monsters have different ideological consciousnesses? That's of course. Most of the monsters in this world, even after breaking through the flood level, rarely get their own monster names. Except for their own epiphany and awakening, there is no other way than to be given a name by another powerful being. Let alone an eternal existence like a divine blood monster. This is equivalent to the king of the Principality of Tatar conferring a hereditary nobleman on an ordinary person on the street. The real name is not just an ordinary name for the monster. It is impossible for ordinary small lord demons to be favored by divine blood monsters, let alone the potential for autonomous awakening. Among the ways to obtain a true name, independent awakening and name-giving by divine blood monsters are the most precious, allowing them to break through the bloodline boundaries, have higher potential, gradually reach the peak, and become the strongest. It is said that many monsters awaken their true names. Can you bathe in the divine blood and evolve into a divine blood creature? After Jenny's explanation, it solved the doubts in the minds of Lu and Pin. They couldn't help but sigh. The Bayer girl in front of them was so knowledgeable. You have to know what they had just paid to read books in the bookstore in the town. The information was not as detailed as what the other party explained. I didn't expect that a small name could have so many implications for a monster. Lu Pin couldn't help but sigh at the magic of the monster's existence. However, since divine blood monsters are so rare, they are probably existences that are hard to ignore for all countries in the other world. How many divine blood creatures are there in the entire other world? Can you please tell me about this? Jenny. She couldn't help but ask God. Mubai, who was curious about the blood monster, asked. He had also paid attention to this when browsing the information before. Unfortunately, there were only limited records about divine blood monsters, which could answer his doubts. In the next fight against the Zerg, there is no doubt about the role that the god-blooded monsters can play. There is already information about this, and he naturally hopes to know more details. Unfortunately, Jenny was obviously a little embarrassed about this issue. She shook her head slightly and said, "How many divine-blooded creatures are there in the entire world? This is still a mystery. At least what is known so far, there should be 4 in the Principality of Tatar. A god-blooded monster. They are the southern black snake, the northern dark turtle, the eastern white crane, and the western fuliu. Thunderjaw is the follower of the divine blood black snake, one of the powerful lords who manages its southern territory. Once he becomes the divine blood and reaches the Joe level, he is a being who can stand up to the gods. Even the head of state must pay 3 respects and not dare to offend him." Jenny couldn't help but explain what she knew to them, leaving the two of them deep in thought. Nanshan snake must be the one with red eyes and white scales. After all, the local areas are relatively well matched. I didn't expect that apart from the small circle of Lotus Mountain, the old guy actually has so many younger brothers in the other world. Fortunately, he doesn't have any. I have offended her. Lupin felt a little happy thinking about this. "Mr. Lupin, did you say you have met the legendary Master Xianxi?" Although Lupin just whispered in a low voice, Jenny, who has sharp ears, still heard it in her heart. "I think I have seen it before. It is a white-scaled snake with a body length of more than 10,000 meters. Because the inner and outer world traveled to our city, I later found out that it was the so-called god-blooded demon me. I also met her twice. I said a few words." Lupin said. "Then you are really lucky. Even the current king of the Tatar Principality does not have to meet the divine blood creature a few times, let alone have the opportunity to talk to it." Jenny said this in a truly envious tone. She did not leave home, and her understanding of the outside world was limited to what was recorded in books. She was also extremely curious about the legendary divine blood monsters. Unfortunately, she might not have any in her life. Opportunity met. Lupin could only smile helplessly at this, but to be honest, he would rather not have such luck. After knowing the horror of the god blood monster, he realized that he was really lucky that he did not cause any trouble. Unless one becomes one of them like Zheng Yong, human beings simply don't have the ability to compete with them. Not to mention their near-invincible abilities, the beast type alone is enough to scare people. After lunch, accompanying Jenny, the two of them wandered around the Baika village. Since they had no food, the two naturally had no intention of staying and consuming anymore, and then escorted Ma Man home. 2 bata larvae were left and entrusted to Ma Man to make them, while Lupin and the others decided to take the remaining 2 larvae back to Lin Yun and others for research. Because all the money had been spent, Ma Man helped pay for the money temporarily. They could reimburse it when they returned, so it didn't matter. The next morning, unlike returning to the outside world at this time, Lu and Pin had a good sleep. After experiencing the last setback, the Zerg duo had to choose to temporarily evacuate Laning City to protect their own safety because of Zheng Yong's existence. Looking at the scene of the dilapidated town in the distance, unlike Laning City, which stopped its losses in time and was not affected by the monsters, the Fuyun city in front of us was obviously extremely seriously affected by the monsters. From a distance, you can see many collapsed buildings, wandering around. There are even more monsters on the streets. This place looks pretty good. At least it's much more pleasing to the eye than the previous rural place. But I don't know whether it will be the place where the divine blood is. Situ, let's forget what happened this time. There won't be another time. Oh, don't test my patience. Su Fu, who jumped off the boat, had a cold expression on her face. The recent setback obviously made her feel very bad. How can I be so lucky to encounter them continuously in a short period of time? I can barely find a place to stay. Now that I know the location of the divine-blooded monster in Laning City, it will be relatively easy to deal with things in the future. The strength of the two of us alone is not enough. As for the lessons learned this time, I will keep them in mind. Who could have known that Cheng Yaojin would show up halfway in the end? Someone on the human side has inherited the divine blood, which is not a good thing for our tribe. This matter must be spread and help be sought from the tribe. And that damn kid, I will tear it into pieces one day. The black robe man who also suffered a setback was in an even worse mood. He was naturally the Situ mentioned by Su Fu. Compared with the powerful Zheng Yong, he obviously hated LV Pin who had ruined his plans many times. If it weren't for that guy, he wouldn't have ended up in such a mess. It's probably rare for people like you and me to be expelled because of our inferior strength. It's also thanks to you that I have to accompany you and be laughed at. Seeing Situ's face gradually becoming gloomy, Sufu stopped nagging and couldn't help but change the subject and said, "But we do need to pay more attention to that kid named LV Pin. Not only in terms of strength, that guy always makes people feel that he is not simple." Sufu, who was also very wary of LV Pin, obviously attached great importance to this enemy. After all, a big reason why they failed last time was related to this guy. "Any news about other similar creatures staying in Laning City?" Situ asked, looking at the mushrooms in the coastal areas around him, and gradually cutting a hole in his hand with a knife. Blood dripped, with a strong deprivation attitude, and immediately acted on the area in front of him, and the vitality was immediately charred. Many crustacean monsters began to crack and completely turned into nothingness before they figured out the situation. "Anyway, I will never let that kid go." Situ, who crushed a shrimp into minced meat alive, closed his eyes silently, so he sensed something. Then he looked up and looked in the direction of the street in the distance. A thin figure stood there, quietly watching the two of them. The arms and exposed legs were wrapped in white bandages, which floated in the wind without being completely overlapped. The skin was white, and the pair of crimson eyes were emotionless, looking calm and self-assured. "You are such an unlucky human, it's better that you come. Anyway, my body has reached its limit." Xing Tu, who had not noticed the strangeness of the situation, just moved forward, but was stopped by Sufu, who stretched out his hand. Sufu looked at the other party with a subtle look, and then said, "Look carefully, this guy is not an enemy, but one of our kind. He must have sensed our existence and came here on purpose." After hearing this, Situ immediately sensed that Sufu was not joking. And this person's aura is not inferior to the two of them. He is a guy that cannot be ignored. You should know that the other party has revealed this aura without being an enemy of them. Maybe he is a lucky person in the tribe who has broken through the Hong level. I didn't expect to meet the same kind in such a place, but it's a pity that this place is full now, and there is no clue of any divine blood creatures. Although the strength of the two of you is not strong, it is already good compared to other compatriots. There is no need to stay here. The words of the bandaged man seemed indifferent, and he ordered them to leave without considering their face. "You don't have to use such rhetoric, sir. We have our reasons for coming here, but are you the lord of this area?" Sufu naturally couldn't really leave because of the other party's words. Originally, they came here to seek help from their compatriots. "Why did you learn the monster's way of talking?" "But it's not true. In terms of strength, I may be stronger, but I am not the leader of the tribe in this city." Seeing that the two people in front of him really had no intention of leaving, the bandaged man couldn't help asking, "If you have anything to say, please say it quickly. My patience is not very good, but I won't do stupid things like killing each other. Don't make me feel disgusted. What I hate most is the hypocrisy of humans." The bandaged man, who really didn't want to waste time on the two people, looked lazy. "We came here for other reasons. This matter is related to the god blood monster. If you are not the boss of this area, please don't embarrass us. This time, the two of us came to seek help from our compatriots. The matter of god blood is related to whether the tribe can win. I think you should understand what this means, right?" Sufu's tone became serious at this time. The bandaged man, who originally had a lazy look in his eyes, couldn't help but brighten up after hearing this, and turned around and said, "You two come with me, I will take you two to see the leader." The two people who had expected it naturally followed silently. "What should I call you, big brother?" Situ knew that he might have to rely on the other party to deal with Zheng Yong in the future. At this time, his attitude was completely different from that of treating humans. After all, although their Zerg race did not have as many people as humans, they were a collective after all, and their attitudes towards each other would naturally be different. "Cain of Huangquan, you can also call me Xiaozhe," Xiaozhe said in a flat tone. "Huangquan?" The two were shocked when they heard the name of the organization, and their eyes turned from a little respect to the man in front of them. Xiaozhe didn't seem to care about their gaze, just looking far ahead. Laning City. As for the current situation of the Zerg duo, LV Pin and his friends were naturally not clear. When they woke up in the morning, LV Pin and his friends, who were supposed to go to the inner world to level up as planned, unexpectedly participated in the meeting between Lin Yun and Zheng Yong. When they met, LV Pin and his friends not only reported all the intelligence they had obtained, but also mainly reported the map submission and the things about Yubata. Whether it is Marley or the walking root bomb, they are undoubtedly the main objects that the military needs to study. After all, these two are equivalent to important evidence for the improvement of medical and portable weapon power. It's a pity that the results obtained in this regard are ultimately unsatisfactory. The basic values of the soldiers in the army have also been greatly improved. At least according to the detection of LV Pin's humanoid detector, the genes in them are basically close to the value of 300 blood bars. You should know that the blood value of an ordinary adult in the outside world is no more than 100, which can be said to be a very significant improvement. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people have a better foundation. Unfortunately, there are few outstanding individuals like LV Pin Mu by Lin Yun. It's a pity that it is undoubtedly a pipe dream to want to enter the inner world with such strength. If the monster division has so many doors, then it is undoubtedly unrealistic for the current Lining City to organize people to enter. It is better to send elites to enter as in the past, mainly to search for intelligence. Zheng Yang and I are a little short of time, so I may have to trouble you during this period. During this period, Lin Yun, who had been actively promoting the movement of monsters in the city and quelling the chaos, had somewhat dark circles under his eyes. However, the achievements they have achieved at the moment are undoubtedly enough to comfort their hearts. Through the unremitting efforts of their military and police, the basic order in Lining City has basically been restored. There are some heart-wrenching sacrifices among them, but now Lining City has become one of the first cities in the country to suppress the power of monster fluctuations. This is undoubtedly an inspiration to the people of the city and can also set a good example for other regions. As for the divine blood creatures, I think we'd better be more vigilant, use the goal of coexistence as the main purpose, cultivate goodwill, and try to guide it to our human camp. Mu Bai, who tapped the table, couldn't help but express his opinion. After knowing that the management of monsters in this world relies on the Lord system, the threat of divine blood monsters has undoubtedly increased to another level. As for the response to other flood-level monsters, it has also changed because of this. The whole country calls for cooperation with powerful monsters. The relationship between them is mainly coexistence. For the time being, we should learn from the Tatar Principality's model of dealing with monsters in order to avoid the innocent sacrifice of more people in military police. The relationship with the god-blooded monsters needs to be handled more carefully. After all, we have learned from the experience of the beautiful country before. In addition, in the struggle between humans and insects, they need to rely on the existence of each other. It's a pity that there is information about the divine blood monsters. Currently, what is known across the country is only the red eyes and white scales in Lining City, and there may be signs of divine blood monsters in the snow area, so the existence of the other party does not have any effect at the moment. There is so much dispute, this is a rare blessing. I have already held consultations regarding the matter of red eyes and white scales. Unfortunately, it is unlikely that she will lean towards the human camp in a short period of time. However, she probably doesn't have a good impression of the Zerg either. This is very important to us. It's a good thing, as long as she remains neutral. Mingzhi and other surrounding areas will not be affected for now. Zheng Yang's tone sounded serious as he recounted his previous meeting with Akame Belan. Everyone who heard Zheng Yang's description couldn't help but fell into deep thought. In the end, Mu Bai broke the atmosphere and said, "Let's put aside the matters regarding red eyes and white scales for now. As long as we don't provoke her, the most important thing right now is Brother Zheng Yang's safety, and the Zerg's movements. Brother Zheng Yang is the first person known to mankind to have inherited the divine blood. The two guys have probably escaped from Lining City before. If there is a connection between the Zerg groups, then Brother Zheng Yang is the news that it is a creature with divine blood is very likely to be spread. And the matter concerning the savior involves the dispute between the human and insect races, and disaster will inevitably brew." After that, the other two people agreed. After all, they suffered a big loss in intelligence last time. It should be impossible for the Zerg to have no contact with each other. There is no need to worry about this. With my strength, at least there should be no problem in protecting myself right now. Although after seeing the red eyes and white scales, Zheng Yang understood the gap between himself and the truly strong. But I thought that as long as I was careful enough, I shouldn't have to fear the Zerg. What Mu Bai said makes sense, it's better to play it safe. You can almost be said to be the only seedling in the country now, and it is related to the victory of the struggle between the human and insect tribes. Anyway, the order in Lining City has been stabilized. You will be the only one in the country during this period. First, fix the activity area in the Lianhua mountain area and the inner world. This way, with the presence of red eyes and white scales, your safety can be somewhat guaranteed. If something big happens, I will come to you to discuss it again. Lin Yun couldn't help but say this. I understand. I will try not to go out and move around as much as possible during this period. I happen to have some confusion about professional use, so I can take advantage of this period to practice hard. Zhang Yong, who also understands the importance of his identity, will naturally not resist. There is a consensus on this point. By the way, Lin Yun, the reason you brought us here is because you have something very important that you need to tell us? Mu Bai, who had already been familiar with Lin Yun and the others, didn't speak with the same acquaintance as before. Well, it's mainly about things about Baishir City. Lin Yun frowned when he mentioned this matter. Shiraishi City is one of the cities that is relatively adjacent to Laning. The two places are not only geographically adjacent, but also have similar dialects, and they also rely on each other for business exchanges. It is a pity that the current situation of such a brotherly country is completely different. Unlike Laning City, which has gradually restored order, Baishir City is also one of the few cities in the country that has cut off contact with the outside world. Whether it is online information or the government, they are all disconnected from the outside world. This is undoubtedly a very strange and abnormal thing, like a ghost town. The origin of this incident originated from the request for help conveyed by the local government of Shiraishi City some time ago. If you encounter such a player in normal times, the military region will naturally dispatch troops to reinforce the scientific research. It is in an emergency period. It turns out that you were also in turmoil at that time, so Lin Yun just sent a reconnaissance team to investigate the situation, because after sending the request for help, the military region and the local government of Baishir City completely lost contact and were unable to understand. What is the situation of the other party? The situation in Laning City has eased, so more detectives need to be sent to other cities to prevent the situation in the region from becoming more troublesome. Not to mention that the superiors have issued such an order to them. Even if they have not, Lin Yun will still take care of the affairs of Baishir City. I have heard about the affairs of Baishir City on the internet, but the situation has become so serious that there is no news even in the communication between the governments? Then what about the reconnaissance team sent before? It is not that there is no response at all. After listening to Lin Yun's description, Mu Bai obviously realized the seriousness of the matter. After all, so many days have passed, and there has been no news transmission on the internet, and no escapees have been found. This is almost impossible in this era of almost transparent information, unless it is like in the other world, all electronic equipment has failed. No news has come, which may be the worst news. Lin Yun looked a little lonely. She had experienced too much during this period, whether it was the death of her comrades or the most unforgettable betrayal of Su Fu. Each time was a shock to her soul. Although she had been forcing herself to accept it and dealing with everything that happened in Lining City at her best, there might be a limit after all, which made her inadvertently show this loneliness on her face. Okay, I understand, Mu Bai, who understood what happened in his heart, sighed, and then asked casually, then what are your thoughts on this next matter? You can't just leave it alone. There must have been some instructions from above, right? If there is anything we can do to help, just ask. Glancing at Zhang Yong's clenched fists hidden under the table, Lu Pin couldn't help but said righteously. Perhaps it was due to some influence from Zhang Yong and the others, and what he had experienced during this period also made Lu Pin feel that he should no longer have the mentality of being too high-minded and unconcerned about matters that had nothing to do with him. Laning City was able to gradually restore order in a short period of time, with a small amount of help from him and Mu Bai. More efforts relied on the unity of the military and police, the cooperation of the people, and the policy aspects of dealing with monsters. It's correct, he sees all this. Lu Pin himself has no intention of sacrificing himself for others. He has no way to force himself to smile brightly like Zhang Yong when facing the death of someone he cherishes, and he has no so-called biggest dream of saving the world. He just wants to be an ordinary person, and wants the country in front of him that has lasted for 5,000 years to restore its former order, without having to worry about the existence of monsters and bugs. In the past, when I read apocalyptic novels, he would always act as the protagonist, but now that he is actually in it, he finds that it is not as unbearable as what the book said, and he does not feel the same as being one of them. The pleasure brought by any killing makes me miss the past days. He didn't know what his current situation would be like if there was no stopwatch at this time. Whether he stayed at home and was dejected, waiting for rescue, or he followed the white thighs all the way. This means that he is destined to never become an ordinary person, so now he also hopes to use this power to restore order to the country in front of him and do his part. Lin Yun, who was looking at Lu Pin sincerely in front of him and originally planned to discuss it with him but felt that he might be rejected, gradually became serious. There is a certain danger in this operation. It is unclear what the unknown direction will be. After all, no one in front of us can explain what exactly happened in Shiraishi City. However, we cannot let it go. After all, we have severed ties with the outside world this time, but there are millions of people, even if there is a sea of knife and fire, as long as there is a slight possibility of saving people, they must not give up. Lin Yun spoke in a serious tone, and then took out the map he had prepared. Unexpectedly, a large area where Baishur City is located was clearly marked with a red circle, which even included the edge areas of many other cities. Lin Yun tapped his finger in the direction of the red circle. Probably in this entire area, according to sources, it is said that this large area where Shiraishi City is located is surrounded by white fog. It is impossible to see what is going on inside. Beidou is also ineffective. Here there seems to be an extremely strange gravitational magnetic field nearby. This time I will send 2 special operations teams to cooperate with you. They are all excellent soldiers who will be sent to the other world later. Soldiers with a health bar of more than 300, totaling about 60 people, are high-quality soldiers on the front line against monsters. Arms, the best of the best. This time you will mainly focus on reconnaissance of intelligence. In terms of weapon configuration, you will use conventional hot weapons configuration. I will arrange armored vehicles for you. There is nothing you can do about land battle tanks. After all, the distance is too far and there may be too many variables on the road. I will arrange transportation for you. Lin Yun frowned fiercely. Originally, she planned to send Wu Ji to escort Lu Pin and the troops to their destination, but the situation was too subtle now, and the white mist was too weird. For some reason, there was always something wrong with him. After all, no one can explain how the millions of people in Baishur City are connected to the outside world. If the electronic equipment in the area shrouded in white mist really fails, then Lu Pin and the others enter in an armed helicopter, and they crash. The possibility of a machine is really too high. Then what are you going to do? When will you take action? Lu Pin was naturally not dissatisfied with this arrangement. After all, they mainly focused on exploration operations. This afternoon or tomorrow morning? Lin Yun said. Tomorrow morning, this way you will have more time to arrange personnel. In the afternoon, I'm afraid it will be getting late by the time we get there, and the reason why people in Baishur City have intermittent contact with the outside world is indeed very likely. Because the electronic equipment is all malfunctioning. We are very likely to encounter such a predicament by then, and then this operation will be meaningless. Myanmar's larvae Ubada should be almost completed by now, so both of us will each hold one. As a contact baseline, it will be more meaningful and safer to act this way. Mubai couldn't help but express his own opinion on this. That's okay, I'd like to make it tomorrow morning, but it's really troublesome for you. Originally, this matter should be left to me and Zhang Yong, but with our current status, Zhang Yong is not allowed to act, and I have to do it. If I don't get out of my way, the only people I can rely on are you two. At this time, Lin Yun's words were a little apologetic. After all, it was not good to bother the two of them all the time. Don't worry, since we have agreed to this matter, we will definitely try our best to complete it, and we will try our best to find out more information. Knowing that there were only 2 of them to rely on, LV Pin would not refuse. I still think that this arrangement is a bit omission. If we rush in all at once, it will always be dangerous. It is better to leave the soldiers near the area we entered during the war, waiting to attack at any time, and the 2 of us will go in first to find out the situation. If the electronic equipment fails, we will use the Yubata to convey the information inside, and then decide whether to send rescue according to the situation. Mubai felt that this was most likely related to the failure of the electronic equipment. After all, for now, there is really no better reason. In this case, let's arrange it according to what you said. Lin Yun obviously also felt that this arrangement was safer. The next morning, it was successfully retrieved from Ma Yinman. The 2 people who can develop products had already tried it with Lin Yun last night, and it was quite successful. Although there is no way to try it completely in the true sense, at least there is no problem in applying it to this operation. LV Pin and his partner took a ride in a special military and police car. They finally arrived at their destination near noon. Comrade Xiaolu, Comrade Xiaomu, please pay attention to safety on the way. The driver accompanying the Special Forces team this time was also an old acquaintance of theirs. The actions in the past few days made Wang Feng, who had experienced the sacrifice of many comrades, look more solemn. Same here, Brother Wang, remember to be careful. Mubai and Lu Pin, who had long been familiar with each other, could not help but return a military salute. Then he turned his head to look at the white fog in front of him, swallowed his saliva, and his eyes became firm. No one can tell what is in this white fog. White thigh, what should we do if we are forced to separate later? To be honest, LV Pin is a little panicked now. We can only take it one step at a time. I will keep the Yubata on at all times, and the same goes for the mobile phone. If we encounter any danger once we enter, we will just run away. Don't hesitate, and take your own life as the priority. Mubai said in a serious tone. Then the two held hands and groped their way towards the white fog. When their hands touched it, they felt dizzy. LV Pin felt that the space around her was distorted, the light was dim, and an indescribable sense of oppression made it difficult for her to breathe. The surrounding scene was like a kaleidoscope, dissipating in pieces, which was really hard to describe. When the fog in front of him was gradually cleared, and all the scenes appeared in front of LV Pin, he couldn't help but be stunned. The scene in front of him was sunny and sunny. From a distance, he could see the blue sky with a few clouds. The town didn't look dilapidated at all, which was completely different from what he had expected. Only the warm 5 fingers in his hand made him feel a little relieved. Hey, by sure, what's wrong with you? The tender female voice behind him froze his expression. Turning his head, she was wearing a pink and white long skirt, her long hair and eyebrows were slightly wavy, and her cheeks had a few freckles, which didn't seem to be inconsistent with her already fair skin, but added to her characteristics. LV Pin was a little stunned by the girl in front of him. He didn't know how to describe this feeling. It was obviously the first time for the two to meet, but it seemed as if they had met each other a long time ago. This was a very mysterious feeling. LV Pin didn't know how to describe it. It was as if a series of memories that didn't belong to him were forced into his head and held him alive. He squatted on the ground with a pale face and held his head with both hands. LV Pin looked a little painful at this time, his eyes were dull. This was a feeling he had never had before. By sure, what's wrong with you? The girl was really a little panicked when she saw her boy like this. Strange iron lumps that can fly in the sky, white-scaled snakes as long as mountains, armor as gorgeous as gold, potential enemies of mankind. At this time, LV Pin's eyes were dull, and he said something intermittently. It wasn't until a while later that this meaningless muttering stopped. He looked at the anxious expression of the girl in front of him after recovering a little bit of energy, and his dry lips moved slightly. By Xiaoyu, has the battle between humans and Zerg ended? Although his consciousness seemed to have recovered, LV Pin's condition was very strange at this time, which was very different from usual. What are you talking about? I feel like I can't understand you. Are you sick? After saying this, Bai Xiaoyu couldn't help but reach out and touch the other person's forehead. Not only did it not feel hot, but it was somewhat cold. LV Pin's eyes gradually became brighter. Sorry, it feels like a very long dream. I saw many strange things, monsters as big as hills, a magical country completely different from the domain, and there is no need to worry about the influence of the curse. People can travel freely. As LV Pin said this, his eyes were rarely filled with longing, looking at the sky. The sky was still so blue, and there should be no edge, but at this time, it was limited because of the tall and thick walls around it, and it was like sitting in a well and looking at the sky. The tall walls protected people's safety while also imprisoning their freedom. If you can only sacrifice your freedom in exchange for your life, and don't know how to fight back, then what's the difference between humans and pigs and sheep in captivity? LV Pin's eyes were a little unwilling. It's really strange. I feel that Bai Sure is a little weird today, as if he was really a little confused. I heard someone say that everything in the dream seems to be the opposite of reality. Bai Xiaoyu obviously noticed the obvious difference between her boyfriend in the past. Although she used to like to say these strange things, is it really okay in the state just now? Xiaoyu, although I know that the next words may seem a little selfish to you, please forgive me. I still have to make such a decision. After returning this time, I plan to apply to join the 8 departments. I want to understand what the outside world looks like. When LV Pin, who was already weak, said this, his face was obviously struggling. Then he looked at Xiaoyu in front of him and looked serious. Xiaoyu's expression was obviously a little stiff when he heard this, and the smile on his face gradually withered. Although it was a little unexpected, it was not surprising in the final analysis. 2 seconds later. If you want to do it, don't worry about it. I will support you. Xiaoyu smiled again, which surprised Lu Pin. We have known each other since childhood. I also know what your thoughts are. Your longing for the outside world has never stopped. I also know that it is because of me that you have been struggling and not taking action. But now you don't have to worry, no matter what, I will always support you. Lu Pin, who looked at the other party's smile, was inexplicably moved in his heart and silently held the other party's hand. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Lupin didn't know how to express his feelings in words. No, as long as you always pay attention to your own safety, it will be fine. Shiraishi, didn't you say that? I have always wanted to see what the sea outside the territory is like. Will it be the same as what is said in the book? It is wider than the lake, and has no edge like the sky. Standing on the high wall, you can see how vast the sky is, but you can never see the sea. Is there really a blue and golden beach? The lovers hugged each other silently, looking at the person they cherished most in their lives, and said in a quiet tone, "There will be a day when we can see the sea." After saying this, he couldn't help but recall the intermittent memory fragments in his mind. The dreamlike scene made him unforgettable. If everything described in the dream was true, then he had seen it in the dream. Is it the so-called sea? Can you follow your heart and have true freedom? Let's go back, Xiaoyu. Looking at the high wall still standing there in the distance, Lupin felt a little tired inexplicably and had a severe headache. Then with Xiaoyu's help, the two of them left. But what he didn't notice at this time was that in the distant street and alley, a man with crimson eyes was watching them quietly, extinguishing the burned-out cigarette in his hand. His dead fish eyes looked dull, and his expression had a slightly lazy look, but pedestrians around him would know how to keep a certain distance when they crossed paths with him. Some people were even too afraid to look at him. Just then a strong man walked out of the alley. Hey Shirtu, help me keep an eye on that kid over there. If he applies to join the 8 divisions in the future and his conditions permit, try to get him to our side. His words were a little soft, and he always showed laziness. It was completely different from the aura he released, and he looked completely less capable than the strong man next to him. Deputy Commander, are you familiar with someone? Shirtu said, looking at Lupin's back. It feels like it will be a good seedling, so give it a little more attention. Also, don't be too curious about what I tell you in the future. Sometimes it's not good for you to do this. Putting on the uniform on his shoulders, the young man spoke calmly. Yes, Shirtu, who was accustomed to his leader's bad temper, naturally didn't say much. Hey, 1 against 7, big guy, you two seem to be in a good mood today, and you're quite on time. With some dark purple hair fluttering in the wind, the oncoming girl showed a hearty smile and a carefree look. Although it was a hot day, she insisted on wearing a red and white scarf, and there was a strange figure behind her. The small electronic device was shaky, as if it might fall down at any time. Do we look like we're in a good mood? You're late, newcomer. You're a full 7 seconds late. Please pay more attention to your propriety. Also, call me Wenfu. For those who have extremely strict rules, Daki is obviously very dissatisfied, but now that he is familiar with it, he seems to have become somewhat accustomed to this unpleasant title. What you say is really boring. What's more, didn't we already have eye contact just now? From that moment on, I was already present, wasn't I? He walked over, not even close to 1.7 meters tall. The purple-haired woman who could barely reach the stone shoulders obviously didn't care much about what her boss said. What's more, I'm not the last one to come, am I? Don't be so strict with newcomers, senior. Although you don't have to worry about your appearance and strength, but you are so petty, let alone your girlfriend in the future. Well, maybe I won't even be able to find the best sexual partner. The purple-haired girl yawned indifferently at this time. 1,007 snorted slightly at this, obviously not wanting to answer such a boring topic. Don't think that you can disrespect the deputy commander so much just because you have performed a little better, little girl. Also, where did you learn all this dirty talk? At least you should look like a woman to me. Shirtu was obviously very dissatisfied with the purple-haired girl's inexplicable attitude. You are completely different now from when you were outside the territory, Senior Shirtu. The purple-haired woman always had a sense of laziness in her words. Finally, she changed the subject and said, then what should we do now? Continue to find someone else. How many seniors are you going to keep waiting here? If you continue to wait, the task will not need to be carried out. Shirtu said. Then what can be done? Who knows that today is a day off? It's not hard to understand why you would want to sleep in. The purple-haired woman said in a casual tone. Tell me a little more respect when you talk to the deputy chief and seniors. You kid, he is our strongest support when we are outside the territory. Taking advantage of her height, the stone pressed directly on the purple-haired woman's head. Seeing the two of them playing around, 1-7's expressions gradually became unhappy. If you're still in the mood to talk too much here, hurry up and follow me, kid. Those ungrateful bastards, let us visit you now. Follow me, you too. Because of the other party's casual attitude, he couldn't help but glance at him, and then he walked ahead, leaving the two people behind him helpless and followed him. But at Mubai's side, unlike Lupin's weird situation, he was truly confused at the moment, looking at the people moving around in front of him, and the scene that completely subverted his worldview. Report to Major Green, the soldiers have been completely assembled, please give orders at any time. Seeing the soldier in front of him wearing a hat with a seagull pattern saluting him, Mubai, who had traveled through time for a long time and finally regained his consciousness, was inexplicably hesitant. Familiar uniforms of blue and white, and an endless sea of people as far as the eye could see. Even Mubai, who had always thought very clearly, was a little stunned at this time. You guys should rest where you are and remember to be prepared. Mubai, who really couldn't figure out the situation, could only speak in confusion. After the soldier responded, he immediately organized his team and was ready. This made Mubai breathe a sigh of relief and couldn't help but observe his surroundings. This kind of time-traveling situation was really difficult for him to understand. He could barely remember the mysterious situation before, as if his body had been snatched away, but now accept that his identity seemed to be the Major Green mentioned by these soldiers, although it is not clear what the situation is, but it is obviously better not to do anything that goes against common sense at the moment. Originally, according to Lin Yun's instructions, they were supposed to carry out the mission of exploring Baishur City. But why did he come to this place inexplicably? It was impossible to predict the situation. And what about Lupin? Shouldn't the two of them be together now? What happened? Could it be that the two of them really died when they entered, and then he traveled to this place? Mubai, who really had no thoughts, couldn't help but look around. The uniforms of the people around him undoubtedly made him feel very familiar, but for a while his mind couldn't turn around. When he saw a flag fluttering in the wind in the distance, he couldn't help but freeze. The iconic pattern and the dense Navy soldiers around him completely woke him up. World government? But Mubai, who was more receptive, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling at this time. Major Green, what happened? The soldier who had noticed that his commander was not in a good condition could not help but speak. As Major Green's adjutant, he was obviously worried about his commander's current condition, although he was also extremely nervous at the moment because of the upcoming war. Is it because of some enemy that such a big battle is needed? Looking at the execution platform standing in a prominent position in the distance, although he already had some idea in his mind, Mubai couldn't help but swallow nervously. With his own powerful pupil enhancement, he could clearly see the face of the freckled boy kneeling on the execution platform in the distance. The expression on the face of the Navy soldier who heard this question gradually became gloomy. Obviously, he also knew that his Changwon was a little too nervous. Finally, he spoke helplessly, Major Green, do you think our Navy really has the possibility of winning this war? After all, we are facing one of the four emperors who dominates the New World in the second half of the Grand Line, and is known as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. As soon as this name came out, the faces of the surrounding soldiers became obviously a little ugly. They were all elites dispatched from the South China Sea branch. They were all elites among the elites who were fighting against the pirate forces. But the enemy they had to face this time was the Whitebeard pirates, one of the four emperors. In the past, pirates with bounties of over 100 million were difficult for them to face, not to mention that this time they encountered a super pirate with a bounty of about 5 billion. Does the Navy really have a chance to win against such an opponent? This time, they may not have a chance to return to the South China Sea. Even though he had expected such a situation, Mubai couldn't help but look gloomy at this time. It was really hard to imagine why he would have to deal with such a tense situation. This was really beyond his understanding. If everything he faced was real, then how could he return to his original world? Wouldn't he stay in this ghost place for the rest of his life? Could it be that once he entered the area covered by the white fog in Shiraishi City, he might face such a situation? That would be really weird. At this moment, his wrist hurt inexplicably. He raised his hand and saw that his wrist had inexplicably cracked open a wound, and he could vaguely see a strange protrusion. Mubai, who felt that the soldiers around him didn't seem to notice this, immediately felt something strange and pulled it out regardless of the pain. Experience the war in front of you, ensure your own survival and lead half of the soldiers to survive. Looking at the note in front of him, Mubai was a little dazed. The soldiers around him didn't seem to notice his abnormality. The note in his hand then turned into a wisp of white smoke and dissipated, and the wound on his wrist also healed miraculously. Mubai couldn't help but look around, frowning badly. He felt that the world in front of him didn't seem to be as real as what he was experiencing now. It was as if there was a pair of eyes hidden behind the scenes staring at him, guiding him what kind of experience he should have. It was really unsettling. However, facing the current situation, it seemed that he had no choice but to do what the note said. After all, he couldn't find any way to leave here. He had no right to choose. It was inevitable to keep himself safe, but these soldiers frowned badly when they thought of this. If the world in front of him was related to the animation of One Piece, regardless of why such an encounter occurred when carrying out the mission in Shiraishi City, it would probably not be long before the Whitebeard pirates would appear. At that time, the war between the pirates and the navy would inevitably be a mess. Mubai didn't know how much the combat power system was different between the pirate world and the inner and outer worlds filled with Dao power training and physical exercise, but if he intervened in the war between the Whitebeard pirates and the navy's top brass, he would probably be killed if he didn't die, not to mention the seemingly incompetent chickens around him, so he had to find a chance to withdraw first, or stay alive for a while until the war was over. But how to evacuate now would still be a big problem. After all, Akainu was there. If he was a deserter, he would most likely be killed by the other side. It was undoubtedly unrealistic to run away at the beginning. The best way was to let these young people be like him and not rush too hard. Only in this way could he ensure less casualties. Complete the task assigned by the note. As for what would happen after completing the task, it was not within his consideration. He just hoped to leave here. Moreover, if he could encounter such a situation when entering the white fog-shrouded Shiraishi City, then where were the people of Shiraishi City itself? Will he experience the war in front of him like him, or travel to another world? When he thought of this, Mubai felt a headache for no reason, and then shifted his attention to the task at hand. If the next plot is correct, the Whitebeard pirates' raid should be on the seabed, a raid in terms of naval strategy, that is, in that place. Looking at the empty sea in the distance, Mubai frowned badly. When the Whitebeard pirates appear, they will definitely give the navy a warning, trigger a tsunami, and then Admiral Kuzan will use the fruit ability to freeze the sea surface to create a battlefield. Although he is currently in an advantage in the navy due to his identity, in fact, any node where these major events occur may be doomed if they are slightly close. So now he must avoid his troops from intersecting with this real thing, and when these things are over, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates will inevitably be entangled with the navy generals, and the vicious pirates will fight with the navy elite. In this situation, it might be a chance for Mubai to escape. After all, in such a melee, as long as you don't act too much and try to fish in troubled waters a little, you won't be caught by others. After all, Akiji and Kizaru are professional slackers. Akainu spent most of his time fighting with Whitebeard, except for sitting and pretending to be deep at the beginning. Sengoku was in charge of Garp, and other high-ranking navy officers also focused their attention on Whitebeard. Who would be stuck in the brain and keep staring at a small navy lieutenant at that time? The most important thing at the moment is to avoid the next plot, the nodes that may cause danger, and to protect the group of young men under his command as much as possible under the condition that their own protection allows. Hey, listen to me, you are all elite soldiers I have trained for many years in the South China Sea. The next war will be far beyond the imagination of all of you. Be careful of the opponents you face this time. They are all vicious pirates in the New World. They will not fight like we did in the South China Sea. A hasty charge will only lead to sacrifices, especially when facing the pirate cadres and captain-level figures under the jurisdiction of the Whitebeard pirates. Dealing with such enemies will only lead to fearless sacrifices, so you must obey when the time comes. There is no room for error in my command. Captain-level cadre-level figures will be dealt with by admiral-level officers. I know very well what kind of strength you have. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. While maintaining your own safety, use your remaining energy and do a good job. What you should do. He didn't even know the names of the soldiers in front of him, and he didn't even know what the strength of Major Green he represented was, but now Mubai could only rely on his own identity to become a living doctor. But sir, if you only know how to protect yourself, how can you possibly win this war? Under the current situation where the heroes are excited, Mubai's ambiguous words are obviously still easy to cause trouble. Came the rebuttal from other soldiers. Mubai, who had expected this, seemed unfazed. Instead, he stared at the other party with sharp eyes and said in a straightforward tone, "Are you questioning the order issued by the superior? Kid, who do you think the opponent you need to face this time is?" Together with Roger the Pirate King and Shurji the Golden Lion, they are known as the three legendary pirates. The bounty exceeds 5 billion. They are known as living legends. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, do you have the courage to face a man with the power to destroy the world? Please be careful, You have never seen the level of a New World pirate. Do you know how many pairs of eyes are staring at the battlefield in front of you right now? If you don't obey the commander's order at this critical moment, then you can go back to the South China Sea. At this time, Mubai couldn't care about what changes would come after these words. Anyway, he would first serve him with a hammer and beat him, and the majesty brought by Major Green could obviously still play a certain role. Yes, after saying this, the soldiers suddenly became more honest. And such reprimands undoubtedly had a counter effect, causing other soldiers to turn their attention to their side, including many naval officers. As for my strategic arrangements, you don't need to tell me what to do. As a soldier, you only need to obey orders. As for whether you can win the final victory, it is not your concern at all. Do you think the Navy will lose? It's cowardly for you soldiers to save your lives? Are you kidding? Whitebeard is certainly scary, but who do you think we are? The Navy will lose, and justice will lose? We have the naval hero Lieutenant General Garp who defeated the Rocks pirates and is known as the world's most powerful with 3 powerful generals, the most elite 100,000-strong navy in the Four Seas Paradise, and the support of more than 170 participating countries of the world government. How could we possibly lose? The reason why I want you to protect your own lives at all times is because you are still young enough to make greater contributions to the Navy's maintenance of the stability of the great shipping routes. I don't want you to die prematurely on this battlefield. Remember this for me. Words, soldiers. Mubai pulled out the blade from his waist and raised it high. Justice will prevail. For the Navy, give your hearts. Mubai said. Yes, Your Majesty, Major. The surrounding soldiers suddenly felt as if they had been beaten to death. Looking at this scene, Mubai, who had a solemn expression on his face, was also inexplicably helpless. He was a little bit involved. Would what he said be a bit too much? He just wanted to teach these soldiers the concept of running away if they can't be beaten, and it's okay to be cowardly. Why do I feel that these guys might just attack Whitebeard now, which is a mistake, a mistake? Rumble. Suddenly, there was a strange noise from the sea in the distance, like a white whale breaking out of the sea. The visibly bright special coating completely isolated the seawater, and huge ships came unexpectedly, shocking the hearts of many navies. Are you here? Mubai, who could only regard the blade in his hand as a life-saving straw, frowned sharply. At this time, Lu Pin was in a world. Unlike Mubai who had to face the next fucking war, he was huddled in bed and his consciousness was a little confused. Countless memory fragments rushed into his mind, merged, and dissolved. Eventually, his soul gradually became attached to the body in front of him, and his consciousness awakened. It feels like I've had a crazy dream. Orphans, childhood sweethearts, high walls, cursed spirits, things outside the territory and inside the territory? Did you faint immediately after entering that ghost place in Baishur City? These things are all. It feels so familiar, as if it were real, just like stopping the watch and entering a weird dream, inexplicably stuffing a lot of messy things into my mind. By the way, where is the guy with white thighs now? Lu Pin, who had just woken up, was still not very conscious, feeling the warmth coming from the sheets. Although the surrounding environment was unfamiliar, he had already formed a subconscious habit and still turned sideways to get out of bed. But at this moment, his hand accidentally touched a soft object, which made his expression freeze. Turning his head to look, he immediately saw a person with his back turned to him. Lu Pin? Is it you, White Thighs? His brain circuit was already very strange, and he suddenly thought of an extremely bad situation, and his expression was stunned. But then, looking at the other person's long wavy hair, his face relaxed again. He thought too much. After all, this should be a woman, but what on earth is going on? Could it be that he traveled through time and somehow missed the most important golden G-spot with the heroine? LV Pin's hands were shaking at this time. He was too curious about the appearance of the girl who might have had sex with him. He tiptoed forward and lifted a corner of the bedsheet, wanting to take a deeper look, but was afraid that it would not pass the review. Finally, he had no choice but to give up and decisively got out of bed and wrapped himself up like a dumpling. What on earth is going on? LV Pin was inexplicably a little excited while his scalp was numb. Then he checked the things on his body. The clothes that originally belonged to him had disappeared without a trace, not to mention the mobile phone, communication equipment such as Chuan Yubata, and the storage ring had also completely disappeared. Although the stopwatch was still on his hand, it was in a very strange standby state and could not even be used. Lu Pin also found that the appearance of the stopwatch seemed to have changed compared to before. It felt like an ordinary mechanical watch. This made him feel a little nervous as he had inexplicably lost the barrier of his hand. Fortunately, the system space is still usable, but apart from the Zhangba snake spear, there is nothing important in it. As for skills, because the stopwatch is disabled, there is only one charged attack left, and the exclusive skills of his profession. Moreover, through life measurement, he found that his upper limit of blood bar is only more than 200, which is simply a ghost. It's a bit difficult. It seems that the things in Baishur city are not as simple as expected. LV Pin looked a little ugly when he saw his appearance at this time through the mirror in the room. Although the face in the mirror is 70% similar to LV Pin himself, his figure is obviously thinner and looks more handsome. However, no matter how similar, this is definitely not LV Pin himself. No wonder even the blood bar value has become completely different. It turns out that it is not the same person at all. In other words, those scattered and loose memory fragments are not fake at all, but the memories of the original owner of this body. What is the situation now? Entering Baishur city to carry out a mission, he died as soon as he came into contact with the white fog and traveled here? LV Pin felt a little numb on his scalp. To be honest, this was the only possibility he could think of at the moment. But what kind of inexplicable thing was this? Just when he was about to make his own contribution to rescuing the people of Baishur city, he generously sacrificed himself and came to this ghost place? LV Pin felt that his head was a little strange for some reason, and he couldn't help but sit on the ground in a daze. At this time, he felt a sharp pain in his calf, and there was an obvious abnormal bulge on his skin. Feeling strange, LV Pin cut open the wound and pulled it out of his femur, and saw a bloody note. I found a woman named Fengawa and gave her a weapon that can play a role as a gift. You are very likely to encounter danger in the next 3 days. Please survive. LV Pin was also a little stunned when he saw the note, and then frowned badly. It is said that this is the golden finger obtained after traveling through, or this matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Does he still have a chance to go back? LV Pin just felt more and more difficult to understand. But anyway, since this is the only thing that needs to be done now, he must make 100% effort for it. The experience after obtaining the stopwatch during this period has also made him mature a lot. Since it can't be changed, just go with the flow. If you can go back, go back. If you can't go back, you can only obey the arrangement of fate and continue to live in the world in front of you. Then LV Pin didn't stay there in a daze, but explored the things in the house. He found a source of water and simply rinsed his mouth and wiped his face, then found a suitable outfit to put on neatly. LV Pin looked in the direction of the bed. After finding that the other party was not awake, he didn't dare to disturb him anymore, and pushed the door out and closed it. On the street, LV Pin was a little dazed looking at the surrounding scenes. The shouting of a newspaper seller that made people feel a little old-fashioned sounded at his mouth. He found a few green and yellow coins in his pocket, asked for a newspaper, and then read it at a roadside snack stand. LV Pin obviously didn't recognize the words on the newspaper, but they were the same as the language used in the novice village and the other world. Although he had never seen this kind of words before, LV Pin understood the meaning of it. The latest coordinate positioning transmitter will be pre-sold in 5 days. The first 500 buyers can get the secret technique of spells_magic forbidden ice crystal. What's the connection? Although he has traveled through time, LV Pin, who has not obtained the original owner's original memory, obviously has no common sense of this world. The buns that he waited for a long time are also hard to death. The bowl of soup that was brought later is even more indescribable. It's a bit like the soup made by Kang Shuibo seasoning, but relatively speaking, the taste is a bit indescribable, and it really makes people don't know how to complain. That is to say, the people in this world are completely trapped by high walls. Outside the walls, there are large tracts of land that can be used for grazing and planting. They are protected by a spell barrier called the Void Spirit Realm and are completely isolated from the outside world. The area inside the city wall is called the Inner Domain, and the area outside the city wall is called the Outer Domain. The city in front of us, which is shrouded in the Void Spirit Realm, is called the Carl City-State. It is under the management of the Kingdom of Furlay. It is one of the 4 city-states with the most advanced economic development except the capital. LV Pin glanced at the steamed bun that he couldn't squeeze because of the cold. He felt that he could easily smash the plate in front of him with this thing. Even the rural area with such a poor diet is worthy of being called a good economic development. It's really a Buddha. Studying the information in the newspaper, plus the fragmented and loose memory fragments in his mind, LV Pin couldn't help but get these information. But why did this setting sound a bit familiar? I thought there wouldn't be giants. LV Pin was inexplicably curious about the situation outside the domain. According to the information in the newspaper, if ordinary people enter the outside world isolated by the void spirit world and inhale too much cursed energy in the air, they will be paralyzed at best. The lucky ones can rely on their strong physique to survive, but they may not be able to escape the fate of being weak and sick in the future, and the serious ones will die directly. And some people with strong willpower who can withstand the invasion of cursed energy by their own will may be directly cursed and transformed into a monster called Chi, and lose their human identity from then on, and it is difficult to cross the barrier of the void spirit world. They can only linger with the outside world and become evil spirits that devour the essence of living beings. Therefore, the people inside the city wall also lost the possibility of entering and exiting the void spirit world. Of course, most of these restrictions on entry and exit are only for minors. Apart from the civilians and mercenaries who have to take risks for their lives and have to embark on this road, the only ones who can truly have the right to enter and exit the barrier of the void spirit world in this city-state are the official organizations called the 8 departments, which are special departments under the management of the Kingdom of Fairy. They are the Patrol Guard Force, the Intelligence Research Force, the Assassination Tactics Special Force, and other 8 administrative departments under the management of the royal family, which have the right to enter and exit the void spirit world to perform tasks. That is to say, the basic world has been figured out now. The most important thing next is to find the woman named Fenghua. Only by finding her can the conditions for completing the task be met. Moreover, the note said that I might be in danger during this period, so I must always pay attention to this point. But it is really not an easy thing to find a woman whose name is only known in such a big place. What if there is a duplicate name? Let's try our luck later. LV Pin bit the bun in his hand hard, almost breaking his teeth. He frowned. The original owner was also a poor man. He didn't have much money left after paying for the newspaper buns. If he wanted to find someone, he would have to pay for traffic and intelligence. And the weapon was also a big problem. He wouldn't give away the Zhangba snake spear. If he had known earlier, he should have searched the house for kitchen knives and fruit knives before leaving. Hey Bai Sure, LV Pin, who was thinking about the weapons, didn't hear it. Bai Sure, LV Pin turned his head and looked at the familiar female voice behind him. The girl in front of him was a little dazed. She pointed at herself with her finger. When he glanced at her hair, he suddenly woke up. Hey Bai Sure, didn't I tell you that I would prepare breakfast? And didn't you say you were going to participate in the application of the 8 departments? Why did you come out wearing this clothes casually? Xiao Yu took out the coat and put it on Bai Sure. She was inexplicably worried about her boyfriend's condition. Was it because he was too nervous? I just saw that you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't want to disturb you. Facing the girl in front of him, LV Pin really didn't know how to respond. Really, isn't it because of you? Xiao Yu's cheeks were a little red, and she helped Pin to tidy up his somewhat messy collar, and then said, then I will accompany you to the place where you apply for training soldiers. Okay, let's go. LV Pin, who had no idea about what to do at the moment, naturally would not reject the arrangement given to him by the other party, but the original owner of this body actually wanted to join the 8 departments? Although according to the information in the newspaper, joining any of the 8 administrative departments is very likely to represent danger, it also means the freedom to enter and exit the barrier of the void spirit world when performing tasks. But it doesn't matter. Maybe I can use this to find the woman named Zhang Hua. Let's leave it to fate. But even if you apply, it seems that you have to become a training soldier before you can be assigned. The subsequent situation did not allow LV Pin to think about it, and the girl half-heartedly went forward with him. Glancing at the girl holding his arm at this moment, LV Pin didn't know how to describe his complicated feelings. He felt like Lao Su who got a wife for no reason. By the way, did he cheat on the original owner of his body last night? And it was a childhood sweetheart who had known each other since childhood in the orphanage, and it seemed that her name was Xiao Yu. LV Pin frowned hard as he tried to piece together his memory fragments, and his thoughts became clearer. If the consciousness is not clear, it shouldn't count. How about trying again tonight? LV Pin muttered in a low voice, and then turned his head to find Xiao Yu's gaze beside him. He immediately trembled with a guilty conscience, and acted as if he was hesitant and couldn't say anything. Bai Sure has been really strange these 2 days. Xiao Yu couldn't help laughing at LV Pin's performance, but it's really interesting. I haven't seen you so nervous for a long time. Xiao Yu is very happy. LV Pin could only smile awkwardly. He really had to thank the owner of his body for paving the way for him. Unlike Lu Pin, who was still in the mood to flirt with the original owner's girlfriend, Mu Bai, who had experienced the war, was already covered with scars. Since he had experienced the monster chaos, he had a little experience and understood the volatility that might be caused by the war. But he found that he had underestimated it after all. Even though he was far away from the main battlefield, the impact was enough to make him tremble with fear. He even had a narrow wound on his chest, which he could only tie up with clothes. The subordinates he originally led could also afford to die and get hurt. The death toll was probably as high as 1/3. In this chaotic battlefield, there were also many people who were lost. It was needless to say what the fate of these people was. Fortunately, it should not constitute a mission failure at the moment. There was nothing he could do about it. At the beginning of the war, Mubai could still lead his subordinates in and out with his authority as a school-level officer, but as the war situation became increasingly tense, he unknowingly became what he is now, and it was difficult to change. After all, the physical fitness of humans in the pirate world was completely beyond his imagination. Even the miscellaneous soldiers were probably far superior to the professional soldiers trained like Brother Wang Feng in the outside world. There was no special means of measuring life like Lupin, and it was even more impossible to infer a character's specific strength by judging whether he was a passerby face, as in the previous life. Although he had tried his best to avoid those captain-level characters in his impression, he still accidentally provoked a captain. He was directly slashed by the opponent's flaming blade. If it weren't for the rescue of Vice Admiral Hiwashishin, he might have died now, especially after Luffy and Buggy joined the battlefield. The situation became even more chaotic and completely messed up. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for him to protect himself, let alone the group of frightened chickens behind him. By the end of the war, he was already unable to hold on. "Report to Major Green, I found the bow and arrow you asked for. Many brothers have died. The ice is full of corpses. Those escaped prisoners are too powerful. They are all desperate criminals who have taken stimulants. Brothers are no match for them at all?" The person who said this was the thorny soldier who had refuted Mubai's words before. After experiencing the battlefield in front of them, the soldiers' original excitement of justice and victory had obviously passed. Except for some who were red-eyed because of the death of their comrades and rushed forward with their heads held high, most of them were infected by the terrifying atmosphere shrouded in the battlefield in front of them. This was the true portrayal of the hearts of most naval soldiers except for the officers at the naval officer level. This fear was constantly magnified. After all, no matter how elite they were in the Navy, they could not stand the killing scene in front of them. The number of pirates and Navy corpses that fell in the battlefield in 10 seconds was more than they had killed in their entire lives. The sea surface had been dyed red by blood. The sticky blood in the smooth ice surface made it slippery. To move forward, they could only walk on the corpses. In this case, unless they were extremely determined, it would be difficult to resist the fear brought by such killing, because no one knew who would fall next. This would be one of the most tragic battles in the history of the Navy. All troops should prepare for battle. The main focus is defense. Do not attack recklessly. Follow my command and find the right opportunity to break out. If you continue to be surrounded here, you will only be trapped and killed by these pirates. The blade used before had already been split in half by the captain of the supporting role. Now that Mubai had this good quality hard bow in his hand, he felt a little more confident. He took the arrow in his hand, pulled the bowstring to its full extent, and the arrow with the effect of frost arrows broke through the air and instantly hit the shoulder of the killer Navy prisoner in the distance. Damn, is it that guy Admiral Akiji? Most of his body was directly frozen into ice lumps. The prisoner who mistakenly thought that he was being taken care of by the Admiral of the Navy screamed in pain. Major Green? The soldiers who really didn't expect Mubai to have this skill were undoubtedly shocked. Follow me, charge out. After feeling that he had occupied this body, his physical strength had been continuously improved, and even the effect of frost arrow skills had improved. Mubai did not stay any longer, and called his subordinates to move straight towards the gap that had been broken before, with arrows in his hands ready to break through the line of soldiers. Several arrows shot out of the air, killing many prisoners who had not reacted. Mubai, who wanted to break out at this time, obviously used all his skills to lead the team to the marginalized area. I will never let you, little devils like you, who are born with sinful blood, blew up the sea like this. Ice cubes _ violent pheasant mouths. Akiji, whose arm turned into ice, spoke in a cold tone. Don't underestimate the Whitebeard pirates, Navy, mirror fire. Ace, whose fist was also burning with flames, suddenly struck forward, and the collision between ice and fire detonated the whole scene. Have you all escaped? Seeing this scene, Mubai frowned badly, and because of the heat wave formed by the interaction of ice and fire, they were also slightly affected in the marginalized area. Some soldiers who followed him and kept moving forward could not even open their eyes because of the air pressure. Everyone, cheer up and rush out at this opportunity. Seeing the surrounding pirates doing the same, Mubai naturally knew that this was a rare opportunity and led his men to continue charging. Taking advantage of the moment when these pirates were stunned, Mubai continued to use arrows to attack in the case of surprise attack, and moved towards the more marginalized areas, trying to avoid himself and the team from being affected by the main battlefield. After all, if Ace was killed by Akainu next, the battlefield would be completely out of control. However, just when he was about to lead the team to a safer area, a man with scars all over his face and who had strangled the pirate's neck with his hands appeared in front of him, making him stop and swallow nervously, feeling something was wrong. I have been paying attention to you since just now. Do you want to be a deserter? Kid. He threw the pirate's body in his hand out like throwing away garbage, swept past Mubai and hit another prisoner hard, staring at Mubai with a sharp look and frowning. Doberman was undoubtedly extremely angry at this time. The blade wrapped in armament hockey was stained with blood. He could obviously see something from the direction that Mubai led the team forward. At this critical moment of the war, someone was cowardly enough to want to act as a deserter. This was absolutely unforgivable. If it weren't for Mubai's momentum of killing the pirates and releasing them just now, which made him hesitate, he would have already killed this little major with his sword and enforced military law. Didn't you enjoy talking big before the war? Why, now that you've seen the cruelty of war, are you ready to surrender? Kid. Pointing the blade in his hand straight at Mubai in front of him, Doberman suppressed his anger and said, "Are you worthy of the word justice behind you? The soldiers behind me also have their families. I have no complaints about sacrificing here to kill pirates and maintain peace on the sea, but I will never allow meaningless sacrifices. I am their superior, and I will never allow them to sacrifice worthlessly in a small aftermath of a battle between strong men." It feels that Mubai is really unlucky to be entangled with such a hawkish vice admiral at this time. The vice admiral's aura is really hard to ignore. This guy is stronger than the extra captain he dealt with before. This is really a big trouble. Meaningless sacrifice is simply nonsense. Fighting for justice and sacrificing one's life is not the consciousness that every Navy soldier should have. Blindly avoiding is simply a woman's kindness. Mubai's words were like lighting a gunpowder barrel, which made the already angry Doberman completely explode. Holding the blade, he wanted to make a sword energy slash, but Mubai, who was observing his performance, took the initiative and shot an arrow with the effect of frost arrows. For Doberman, who has two color domineering, although Mubai's discovery speed is extremely fast, it is extremely easy to cut off the arrow with his own armed color domineering, but after using the observation color to detect the movement behind him, he did not take action and let the arrow pass by. With a snap, the head of a pirate who wanted to sneak attack was hit, and the corpse fell down and died directly. Doberman calmed down a bit after taking a look at the pirate's corpse, but he still looked at Mubai with anger. However, the war in the distance had obviously changed. As Akainu and Ace fought, the scorching heat waves they generated even affected them, and the focus of the whole audience was immediately attracted to them. As for the final result, it goes without saying that under the restraint of the fruit ability and the huge gap in strength, Ace was defeated in the end, and was hit in the heart by Akainu in order to protect Luffy. He fell to the ground weakly and hugged his beloved brother. Has this sinful blood finally come to an end? As a hawkish general among the high-ranking Navy officers, Doberman naturally wished that the two brothers with sinful blood would die here. However, when Akainu was grabbed by the head and pressed on the ground by Whitebeard, Doberman's smile was restrained and his eyes widened. Damn it, everyone, go out, assist Admiral Sakaski, and never let the Straw Hat Boy Luffy go, and completely wipe out the Whitebeard pirates. Doberman, who encountered this situation, didn't care about small fish and shrimps like Mubai at this time. He broke through with the armed color-wrapped blade. He wanted to go to the center of the battlefield to reinforce Akainu. After all, with the death of Ace, the current battle situation has become completely chaotic. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates came on the field, trying to save the Straw Hat Boy before the Navy took action, and cooperated with Whitebeard to besiege Akainu. The situation has become really bad. At present, Whitebeard is in a rage. In this case, if the captains of various teams assist in the siege, the situation may become even worse. The Navy must seize this opportunity to establish victory. Mubai, who was finally no longer threatened by Doberman, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He turned his head and looked at the direction of the battlefield. He knew the plot well and understood that the war was about to end. So, if he survived, would he have completed the task on the note? Then he led his subordinates to the more marginalized area without stopping. Perhaps it was Mubai's words just now that inspired their desire to survive. No one followed him. Although they have come to a safer area, in fact, this war has just reached the climax. Next, the White and Blackbeard pirates will appear, Whitebeard will die in battle, and the war will usher in an inevitable turmoil. During this period, he must find a way to survive until Red Hair arrives. Thinking of this, Mubai touched the wound that was still aching and frowned. The situation did not change much afterwards. With a mentality of seeking stability, Mubai finally welcomed the end of the war. When Zhangguo announced a ceasefire between the two sides, no one noticed that a strange blue light appeared on a small major at the edge of the battlefield. Baishur City. Shrouded in white fog, Baishur City undoubtedly brought an indescribable sense of weirdness. The originally noisy city now seemed quiet, and the town did not seem to have changed much from the past. There seemed to be no signs of being invaded and destroyed by monsters here. Instead, there were many petrified human-shaped stone statues, and there were also other stone statues similar to cats and dogs. Now they are scattered everywhere in various buildings and streets, which really makes people feel weird. And in a certain area close to the edge of the white fog, the stone statues of LV Pin and Mubai fell to the ground, maintaining the previous hand-holding posture, as if they were forced to stay in this weird state for some reason, but this weird state did not last too long. As a wisp of white mist floated on the stone statue of Mubai, cracks on the surface gradually emerged. The white skin was exposed in the constant shaking, and the sound of violent panting came. After breaking the fragments of the stone statue on his body, Mubai greedily inhaled the fresh air and regained his life. Looking at the scene in front of him in a daze, Mubai felt that he should be completely out of the pirate world and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that he should be back. It's really lucky. No matter what, as long as he is back, it's good. If he really stays in the pirate world forever, it would be terrible. Then when he saw Lupin next to him, he didn't wait to be stunned. He touched the surface of the stone statue with some doubts. It was very hard, as if a layer of metal surface was attached, and it had the glossy feeling of pebbles. In addition, the stone statue fragments on the ground were obviously separated from him. Will the phenomenon of time travel be triggered after entering Shiraishi City and contacting the white fog? People in the time travel state will be petrified and their consciousness cannot be awakened. Only by completing the task number assigned by the note can they get out of the petrified state and wake up from the real world. In other words, is it possible that Lupin, like me, has just entered an alternate dimension similar to the world of One Piece? He hasn't woken up yet, which is really troublesome. Based on the information currently obtained, Mubai can only make the current summary helplessly. In other words, have the entire Shiraishi City population and the previous rescue team entered a state similar to time travel? Looking at the stone statues that can be vaguely seen in the distance, Mubai also understood the seriousness of this matter. Many of these stone statues are directly collapsed rubble. If the task on the note is completed, it can safely escape and travel through the world to remove the petrification. If it fails, what will be the outcome? After unbuttoning his clothes and finding that the wounds he had in the pirate world were not brought to the present world, Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. He had a vague answer in his mind about what the fate of those who failed would be, but he was not sure. Then he collected the things he had brought with him. Electronic devices had completely lost their effectiveness. The mobile phone could not be used for communication, let alone to confirm that it was suitable. It was directly in black screen state. Mubai had no choice but to use the military rations stored in the storage ring to fill his stomach, and then carried the heavy stone statue of LV Pin. Looking from afar, through the hazy white fog, the outline of a giant tree that reached the sky gradually became clear, as if it stood in the most central area of the city. Through Mubai's own enhanced pupil power, he could vaguely see the hazy outline, with an indescribable sense of distortion. There was something wrong with this thing. There is absolutely no such thing in Baishur City itself, and it is impossible for plants to be demonized to this extent. How tall is this thing? His sight gradually shifted upwards, and more than half of his vision was covered by the outline of the giant tree in front of him. Just the tip of the iceberg revealed made his hair stand on end. 10,000 meters? Or far more than that. The telescope taken out of the ring fell, and Mubai, who looked up at the sky, could vaguely see the willow catkins dancing without wind. For the first time in history, he felt that he was as humble as an ant, and he could also understand the shock of Lupin's state of mind when he saw the white-scaled snake that was more than 10,000 meters in size. This tree is definitely a divine blood creature, far from being comparable to the 100-meter alligator turtle. It is simply Two creatures in different dimensions. Mubai is now sure that the cross-petrification events caused by the white fog must be related to it, and it is its own ability. Originally, these things that seemed incredible to him and like miracles have become natural after swallowing them. It was because they were too limited in their thinking before and thought the divine blood creatures were too simple. Although it was shocking that they used the power of their size advantage to blow up the aircraft carrier alive, in fact, this could not explain the powerful strength of the divine blood monsters at all. Maybe it was just a flat attack from the opponent, just a simple physical attack method. After all, from the perspective of the Zerg opponents they faced, the sufficient abilities they possessed were so strange that people could not defend themselves. Even humans could transfer skills and apply many skills as long as they practiced Taoism. It didn't make sense that the power of the divine blood creatures pursued by the human race and the Zerg race was just brute force that relied on physical attacks. They were confused by the huge size of the opponent at the beginning. Mistakenly believing that the huge size was the basis of their powerful strength, they fell into the misunderstanding of distinguishing strength by size. This is simply bullshit. Southern black snake, northern mingue, western cloud crane, eastern white willow. This is eastern white willow, one of the 4 strongest divine blood creatures in the Tatar Principality, along with red-eyed white scale. Is this the power of the universe? Mubai had to admit that he was shocked by this power, and at the same time, he also felt powerless. After all, if this was an event caused by the divine blood monster, it was far beyond his control. Even the military could not intervene. Whether he could wake up from the petrified state depended on his personal will and ability. Mubai inexplicably felt his own insignificance. He was also worried about whether LV Pin could wake up. After all, LV Pin was different from him. His brain circuits were more strange. He might really think that he had traveled through time. Although there was a note as a guide, if the task conditions were too difficult and there was no way to complete it, would he really stay there forever? And no one could tell what this petrified state was like. There was no way to determine how long it had been, but at least after Mubai woke up, he was in a state of extreme hunger. If he was in a petrified state and could not offset this negative state, he would starve to death and die of thirst. That would be really embarrassing. I just hope this kid can do better. Mubai said helplessly after glancing at the stone statue behind him. Then he couldn't help but cheer up and carry the stone statue to move forward. There are at least millions of people in Baishur city. He didn't believe that he couldn't find someone who could break through his own limits and get rid of petrification. One person's plan is short, 3 people's plan is long. As long as enough people are found to discuss, there is always a way. Maybe those who wake up earlier can know more. And it's better to find a way to contact Lin Yun and others outside. Only by conveying this specific situation can we avoid greater losses to the military and police. After all, such a situation is not something that ordinary rescue teams can play a role in. Maybe the red-eyed white scales, who are also divine blood creatures, can know something. Zhang Yong can help ask how to solve such a situation. And at this time in Lu Pin's world, he didn't get rid of the petrification state, so he naturally didn't know the situation outside. At this time, he looked at the staff in front of him who was checking his own resident handbook. His hand holding Xiaoyu was a little sweaty, and he could faintly smell the perfume coming from the other party. Don't be so nervous, it's like you're here to register for marriage. It's just a simple application for training soldiers, right, Baishur? Which department do you want to join? Jiang Lin, who was familiar with her own work, spoke up. She is a newcomer who has just entered this industry. She is obviously willing to allocate time to ask these insignificant things. Can you choose the department you want to join now? LV Pin was obviously a little surprised by the smooth process. It's so easy to pass the civil service exam in this world. Isn't it a trap? It seems to be an extremely dangerous position. Of course not. After becoming a trainee and getting certified, you will be assigned to a department based on your physique, gene sequence, and psychological quality. Unless a department head insists on valuing you and wants you, otherwise basically it will follow this set of procedures. The reason why we ask your wishes is just to make it easier to choose from the qualified departments after your own conditions meet the standards. It can be regarded as respecting the trainee's preferences. It is undoubtedly a taboo for newcomers to enter departments that they are not familiar with and do not agree with. This is also fine for both parties. Of course, in order to prevent too many trainees from being too concentrated in one department, the review department will also select the number of people according to their wishes for allocation. From the several people who meet the same standards and choose the same preferred department, those with better conditions will be selected for allocation, and those with worse conditions can only be transferred down. So now you can also prove that you are more inclined to tell me the department, and I will help you count. Jiang Lin explained to the two very patiently. This question was a bit difficult for him. After all, he didn't know what the 8 departments were. He couldn't even report a few names, so what was the choice? Then which department carries out missions outside the domain more frequently? Mu Bai really didn't know how to answer, so he could only throw the question to the other party. Anyway, he was also curious about the outside world. He didn't even do this homework, and he only picked hardcore and ruthless young people? Jiang Lin looked at Lu Pin's performance and felt a little helpless, but out of professional ethics, he didn't show his emotions on his face. Instead, he patiently explained to her, in this Carl City state, the assassination tactics special forces with their headquarters here are naturally more frequent. They are the elites mainly responsible for overseas investigation tasks and are the most elite troops in the charge. But as a trainee who knows nothing, I advise you not to have such an idea. The probability of death in this department due to overseas investigation is also the highest. If you don't want your girlfriend to be left without support at a young age, it's best not to make this option. And the personnel deployment of this department is also of a high standard. Not only does it require qualified physical fitness, fighting skills, or professional technology, but it also requires a genetic sequence that can be coordinated in a team. What is your genetic sequence? If there is no suitable genetic sequence, everything is in vain. Although Jiang Lin was inexplicably sprinkled with dog food and was in a bad mood, she still didn't want the young couple to be separated from each other too early. She kindly reminded him that because the requirements for the assassination tactics special forces were too high, they were basically veterans dispatched from other departments to form a team to cooperate. But there are special cases like the training soldiers joining the team, but if there is no suitable gene sequence, then the only possibility is undoubtedly cut off. And this question stumped LV Pin again. What the hell is the gene sequence? Is it the basis for the human beings in this world to cultivate strong power like Tao power? But he knows nothing. It seems that it should not be yet. After all, it has just been a short time since adulthood. In this case, it is even more necessary to consider it. You two can discuss it. I will give you half a minute to consider it. Jiang Lin, who looked at the other party in a daze, obviously misunderstood and silently helped LV Pin to register. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yu beside him, and found that the other party was looking at him. Don't think too much about me. No matter what choice you make, I will support you. Although she was still a little worried, Xiao Yu obviously didn't want to hinder her boyfriend. Thank you. LV Pin's tone seemed sincere. To be honest, he was really envious of the original owner. If you still want to make this choice, I suggest you buy a gene activation potion first. It's safest. Although going outside the domain may awaken your own gene sequence, you may end up losing both your money and your life if you follow those mercenary teams. I have filled in your intention, but you must register your gene sequence. You have met the basic physical data requirements. Go back and wait for news. Jiang Lin knew that no matter how much she persuaded him, it would be useless, so she stopped talking. After all, this was not her job. She looked at the physical examination reports she received from other colleagues, and then handed them back together with LV Pin's declaration of resident status. The most basic application process for trainees was completed. LV Pin's physical report was still very good. As long as he had a good enough gene sequence, the possibility of joining the Umbu was still very high. After all, the Umbu was indeed short of manpower during this period, and more potential seedlings were needed. However, we had to wait for news on the specific situation. Thank you, Miss Jiang. LV Pin thanked her repeatedly after glancing at the name on the other party's work ID. No, this is just my job. Anyway, not many people are applying for trainees during this period, so it doesn't count as a waste of time. I am Jiang Lin from the Intelligence Research Department. I occasionally help here part-time. If you are lucky enough to become a colleague in the future, please take care of me. Jiang Lin, who felt that LV Pin would become her colleague without any accident, stood up and extended her hand. LV Pin smiled as he shook her hand and then quickly withdrew it. Then he remembered that the other party was in the intelligence department, and he couldn't help but ask tentatively, "By the way, Miss Jiang Ning, I wonder if I can ask you about someone? It shouldn't interfere with your work. I am mainly responsible for autopsy and on-site investigation, and I am mainly responsible for handling intelligence research between the Umbu. I am not very good at finding people, but I have nothing to do anyway. If you have any questions, just ask." As long as it does not involve the privacy of the department, I will try my best to help you answer it if there is a way. Jiang Lin, who had a good impression of the two young people in front of him, did not refuse. After all, after glancing behind them, there was not even a queue. I just want to ask you about a person named Jiang. LV Pin had not finished speaking when a purple-haired woman who suddenly attacked from a distance hugged Jiang Lin tightly and interrupted his topic. Sister Jiang Lin, I miss you so much. Why didn't you tell me when you came here? The purple-haired girl's words were full of resentment. She hugged Jiang Lin tightly like an octopus, ignoring the presence of two outsiders beside her. LV Pin. Really, you should be more careful. There are other people here. You are not allowed to laugh and play during work. Besides, you should be on duty. Why are you here now? Although her tone was blaming, she was helpless with Jiang Lin, who had only known her for a few days but had a lot in common with her sister. After all, this girl always knew how to please her. We did go on a mission yesterday, but we ran into some trouble. Some people were injured because of it, so we can only take a vacation for a while. Whether we will take action depends on the order of 1 against 7. Who makes him our deputy commander? The purple-haired girl said helplessly, but she didn't reveal the content of the mission at all. After all, it was related to the secrets of their assassination tactics special forces. It's something that even Deputy Commander Wen Baihut is troubled by, and a team member was injured because of it. It seems that your mission this time is not easy. You should be okay, right? You won't be injured, right? Although the purple-haired woman didn't explain anything, Jiang Lin was still a little surprised to hear the news, and couldn't help but ask worriedly. After all, every time the UMBU members conduct an overseas investigation, it is very likely to cause casualties. This is also the reason why she advised Lu Pin before. Compared with other departments, the UMBU is too risky. Don't worry, who am I? How can I suffer a loss? It's just that Sister Situ was unlucky, so she was injured. It's not a big problem that will hinder her. Maybe it will be fine in a few days. Otherwise, let's find time to go see her later. What do you think? Although the situation she encountered was indeed a bit dangerous, the purple-haired woman who had overcome the difficulties at this time obviously didn't care, and looked carefree. I really can't do anything about you, but there is no problem to visit Sister Situ. Anyway, not many people applied today, so I might go later. I'll get off work normally. If time permits, we'll go over and take a look. Jiang Lin didn't care about it. Then she remembered that there were LV Pin and others next to her, and she couldn't help but say, they came here today to apply for training soldiers, and they are also willing to join the assassination tactics special forces. Maybe you will be colleagues in the future. Hearing Jiang Lin change the subject, the purple-haired woman turned her attention to LV Pin. After taking a look, her expression suddenly turned 180 degrees. Tisk, ugly man. The purple-haired woman, who has never liked men, naturally didn't have a good face, but after taking a look at Xiaoyu next to her, she couldn't help but smile like a flower and decisively surrounded him. Hey, little sister, are you here to apply for a training soldier? My name is Jiang Hua, and I'm now a member of the Dark Department. Let's be friends. Stay as far away from this boring and stinky man as possible. I'm very familiar with the deputy director of our army, and I'm highly regarded by the superiors. Maybe it won't be long before you can become a regular and take on the banner of a captain. If you have a good relationship with me, I guarantee that you will be successful in the future and have a smooth career path. Ignoring the existence of LV Pin next to her, the purple-haired woman was like a different person in her attitude towards women, which made LV Pin feel very uncomfortable. He even suspected that this woman had a problem with her sexual orientation. But then he was shocked again when he remembered the other party's self-introduction. He looked at the woman in front of him with some surprise. Is this guy the target of his trip? Hey, what are you looking at? I don't care whether you can join the UMBU or not. If you dare to stare at me like this again, I will chop you. The purple-haired woman's face suddenly became ugly when she felt LV Pin's gaze. It was obvious that she was too lazy to pay attention to such an insignificant guy. Then she was entangled with by Xiaoyu with a giggle. It was difficult to figure out her personality like a naughty child. This made LV Pin feel troubled. This woman was beautiful. With the background of purple hair, her youthful charm and fair skin made her look like an elf. Compared with Jenny, whom LV Pin had met before, she was more heroic between her eyebrows and eyes, with a self-confidence that was difficult to conceal. But her personality was so bad, and her attitude towards men and women was so double-standard. When Lu Pin thought of this, he felt helpless, but now that he had found the other party, the matter of sending the gift had been settled, and it seemed possible to complete the note mission. Young lady, why don't you speak? It's hard for me to speak alone. What's your name? After that, Zhang Hua ignored Lu Pin and chatted with Xiao Yu without saying a word. This also made the other party shake his hand in distress. Apparently facing such a strong sister, he was a little overwhelmed and said helplessly, "You will make Xiao Yu very distressed, Sister Jianghua." Xiao Yu, that's a nice name. As soon as Jianghua said these words, a chestnut fist came from behind and hit her head. The pain made her scream, and when she saw who was behind her, she was even more shocked. Like a cat with exploded fur, it opened its teeth and claws, wanting to take off the bandage on the opponent's head. "You damn big guy is going crazy. It hurts a lot, okay?" Zhang Hua covered his aching head and was about to cry in pain. "This damn rock, a barbarian. You don't even use honorifics like senior? After all, he is the benefactor who saved your life yesterday. Didn't the deputy chief ask you to find the guy with 3 swords? After waiting for so long, you are wasting it here. Time, I see you are really itchy." Shirtu looked different from yesterday, with a lot of bandage marks on his body, obviously because of the many injuries he sustained in yesterday's battle. As the tank with the most health in the team, isn't it natural for you to carry damage? Is it possible that you still ask a little bean sprout like me to carry it, always putting on the airs of a senior, not to mention that there is no Sister Situ? If you are here, how can you possibly find that Lu Qi? Isn't this mission to bury people? Although he still looked unconvinced, Zhang Hua was obviously giving in when faced with the powerful stone. After all, if it was the deputy chief instead of a stone, it might not be a fist hitting the head, but a knife slashing the back of the neck. A dog's life is at stake, a dog's life is at stake. It's really surprising that Captain Li will come here today. Jiang Lin, who just saw Shirtu entering the door and walked away quickly served the tea. Shit, his real name is Li Gu. He is one of the many squad captains of the ANBU. He is directly under the management of Deputy Minister Wen Baihe. In terms of his position, he is much higher than them. In terms of temper, he is also relatively mild among the many squad leaders, so he also has a close relationship with the Intelligence Research Department. He has a good relationship with the people, unlike other department heads, who have great official authority. Miss Jiang is also here to help today. Shirtu, who was thirsty after walking all the way, naturally did not refuse. The anger in his heart seemed to have dissipated a lot because of the tea. Of course, this may also be the reason why the beauty Jiang Lin was nearby. But when he raised his head and glanced at Lu Pin, his brows furrowed again. If you don't look at all the gorgeous beauties here, you must not be in a same-sex attraction and have a problem with your sexual orientation, Senior Shirtu. Zhang Hua, who has a strong desire for revenge and rarely finds an opportunity to scold Shirtu, will not let it go. But Shirtu obviously didn't care about this. He still looked at Lu Pin in front of him and felt that he looked familiar. After a moment, he suddenly realized it and patted his thigh. Lu Pin was so frightened that he trembled. Because of Zhang Hua's misleading words, the atmosphere became so heated. This guy is the only one among everyone present whose health bar value has exceeded 4 digits. He is only a lot more than Zhang Yong. If he gets entangled with him, his small body will definitely die. I remembered. Aren't you the boy the deputy commander told me to take more care of? You actually came to apply for training as a soldier. It's quite interesting. Shirtu, who looked at Lu Pin up and down, obviously felt that this was the case. It's really fate, and I also feel that this guy has something to do with his boss. Otherwise, Wen Baihe would not be a person who would help strangers, let alone waste his energy on a passerby he met on the street. There must be an unclear relationship between the two, and they might be relatives. That's why the deputy commander suggested pulling the other party into the ANBU. What, you know this guy after a dozen of them? Zhang Hua was undoubtedly a little surprised. After all, the red-eyed young man who was their boss has always been a loner. Now I am inexplicably connected to a man. How much water is in it is really doubtful. Could it be that this bastard is looking at mung beans? One leg. Zhang Hua, whose gossip mentality was suddenly aroused, showed a funny smile. After a while. Judging from his age, his physical fitness is barely adequate. He has not been in contact with curse energy when he was a minor. This can be an extra point. Judging from the ranking of previous training soldiers, the overall conditions are relatively good. He has special assassination tactics. The only regret about the level of the troops is the genetic sequence. Because there is no awakening, there is no way to summarize the specific potential. This still needs time to be confirmed. You can apply for a Gene Awakening Potion subsidy. It will not cause financial pressure on the training soldiers. I also have the intention to join the ANBU, which is good. Lupin was still in a daze, while Jiang Hua was thinking evilly about how to satisfy his curiosity. In this regard, Shirtu considered the information Jiang Lin handed him, and finally stamped the seal he carried with him on the certification position, and a simple contract certification was completed. This kid is a seedling that can be molded. Our ANBU Team 2 has made an internal decision first. Other departments don't have to deal with it. If they are not convinced, they can go to the deputy chief to play with him. Shirtu felt that he came at the right time today and was in a good mood. After all, in recent years, the number of training soldiers in the city-state of Karl has dropped sharply. The number of talents worthy of training by the Umbu is even rarer. The young people of the city-state have gone to other departments for comfort, which puts the Umbu in a very awkward atmosphere. If not, there would not have been a precedent of recruiting people like Jiang Hua who have defected to others into the Umbu not long ago. By sure, right? From now on, you are a trainee of the second squad of our assassination tactics special forces. Just like this undisciplined girl Jiang Hua, you are a newcomer recruited by the second team not long ago. The second team is under the personal jurisdiction of Deputy Minister Wen Baiha and is mainly responsible for investigating foreign events. From today on, you are one of them. Come to the headquarters to report in the afternoon. Taking advantage of his height, Shirtu pressed Jiang Hua's head, causing dissatisfaction on the other side. Yes. LV Pin, who just reacted, saluted hurriedly. Although he didn't know why things suddenly went so smoothly, since he had this opportunity, the gift-giving thing was no longer far away. Moreover, he was very likely to encounter danger during this period. Being with a group of strong men from the Umbu would increase his safety factor invisibly. As for what would happen after giving Jiang Hua the gift and surviving for 3 days? It would determine whether he could return to the real world. But the more he felt what he had experienced before him, the more he couldn't help but wonder. If he really returned to the world because of this, would that mean that the world in front of him was really false? But what I am experiencing now undoubtedly feels real. I just hope that I still have the possibility to go back, Lupin sighed. At this time, in the outside world, Lining City. It has been 3 full days since they severed contact with Lupin. This period of time is undoubtedly difficult for Lin Yun to get through. After contacting Wang Feng and the others, Lin Yun told them to stay in place and be vigilant. Lin Yun hung up the phone with difficulty, and then tried to call Mubai and the others again, but there was no response. There was no movement in Ubadat at this time, and there was no response to the information spread. It was disconnected like other electronic devices, and there was no way to know the situation of Lupin and the other two. Is there still no way to get in touch with the two of them? It has been almost 3 days. Zhang Yong, who came back from the other world and pushed the door in, also frowned fiercely. He was now very worried about the safety of the two of them. They were worried, because at this time, Lupin and the others, like the previous task force, had no news. You're here. Seeing Zhang Yong's arrival, Lin Yun's mood eased significantly. If it still doesn't work, just let me go over and have a look. Otherwise, if you delay like this, the situation will only get worse. Moreover, this is also related to the lives of millions of people in Shiraishi City. We cannot continue to delay it, otherwise the risk will only get bigger. At this time, Zhen Yong said in a serious tone. During this period, due to the contact with red eyes and white scales and the guidance he received from the other party in combat, he became more proficient in using his professional power than before. He no longer just relied on instinct to fight, and became more confident in facing the Zerg raid. Now he is the only one that Baishur City can rely on. If he doesn't take action, how can Lupin and the others be allowed to die in vain? This is not the result he wants. But this is too risky after all. Let's not talk about your movements. You may be under the observation of the Zerg at all times. This trip to Baishur City really contains too many risks. Even Lupin Yubai and the others are in danger because of this, which shows that this matter is not that simple. What should I do if I get involved in it again? Lin Yun is obviously still hesitant about this. After all, the risk is too great. Although she also knows that Zhang Yong may be the best person to solve this matter, she will not pay compensation if something happens. After losing his wife, he lost his troops again? To be honest, now she really regretted entrusting the task to Lupin and the others. If this were not the case, the two of them would not be in danger. But if you don't do it, it will never change. Comrade Lin Yun, since God has given me this power, then I have the obligation to use it on the right path. If I don't make a choice, let time if time goes by, the people of Baishur City and the Lu Pin brothers will only lose the possibility of survival. I know what my current identity means, but if there is no way to use this power, what is the difference between me and the flowers in the greenhouse? Zheng Yang sounded serious. Let me think about it for a moment. Lin Yun was indeed a little entangled at this time. After all, the impact of Zheng Yang's use of his trump card was too much. It would take a lot of time to report to the superiors for instructions, and the order had been issued before, asking her to take good care of Zheng Yang's safety, restore the stability of the area around Laning City, and never let this trump card be exposed to the public. It was within the sight of the Zerg, so it was damaged. Thinking of this, Lin Yun became more and more entangled. Finally, after sighing helplessly, he apparently agreed to Zheng Yang's application. It had been 3 full days and there was no longer any further delay. There was no time to wait for Lu Pin and the others. The news must come, and action must be taken. And just when she was about to ask Zheng Yang to take action, the Chuanobada that had been placed in a conspicuous position suddenly heard a buzzing sound, which made the 2 frowning people feel happy. Clicking on China Unicom, the sound of rapid breathing suddenly came from the other side. After a moment, Mubai's weak voice came, "This is Baishur City, can anyone hear me?" The voice seemed intermittent, but for Lin Yun at this time, it was a great comfort. Zheng Yang, who had been not in a good mood during this period, breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to use Chuanobada to convey the information meant that it's great that the 2 of them have not yet reached a desperate situation and are still alive. This is Laning City. I am Lin Yun. Comrade Mubai, have you encountered any trouble that is difficult to deal with? Where is Lu Pin? The safety of both of you should not be threatened, right? Lin Yun asked with a somewhat anxious tone. As for Lu Pin, he may not be able to speak for the time being, but don't worry, it doesn't mean there is no possibility of him being rescued. The circumstances of this encounter are a bit subtle, and I'm afraid it won't be clear in a short time. Having just experienced a battle, Mubai stroked his wound, his brows furrowed. Do we need to send rescue personnel? Wang Feng and the others are outside Baishur City now? Judging from the tone of his voice, Lin Yun obviously noticed something was wrong with Mubai's body at this time. You must not rashly send people in. I have said that the troubles encountered this time are completely different from those encountered in the past. You must not touch the white fog, as it will be life-threatening. The situation in Baishur City is far more serious than you and I imagined. It is more likely to involve the divine blood creatures. You must not act rashly. Knowing that ordinary people would be in trouble if they encountered it, Mubai would naturally not let Lin Yun and the others take risks. Then he told them all the information he knew, including the fact that the people in Baishur City, the world they encountered this time, were petrified, and that the situation in Baishur City this time was very likely related to the divine blood creature Dong Bailu. The white fog surrounding Baishur City was one of the other party's attack methods. Does that mean that most of the people in Baishur City have fallen into a petrified state of crossing to other worlds? You also encountered a huge willow tree that reached the sky and was so huge that it was indescribable. If it was really a surprise attack by the divine blood creatures on the people of Baishur City, then this time the trouble would be huge. Hearing Mubai's description, Lin Yun immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. After all, it goes without saying what the divine blood creatures mean to the entire human civilization in the outside world. Moreover, this time they were the first to show hostility towards human civilization. Let alone whether they have the ability to fight back, the key is that they don't even know how to fight. The other side is basically a mobile nuclear weapons depot, which can explode at any time. If it is not handled properly, it may cause a chain reaction, and the entire human civilization will be buried with it. No one is qualified to issue an order to attack. Moreover, their city of Lining has just barely stabilized. The military and police forces that can be mobilized are much more sufficient than those in the surrounding cities. However, they have to negotiate with the 100-meter alligator turtle to minimize the loss of personnel. There is no way they can fight head-on with the divine blood creature. Well, although this may be a dangerous signal sent by the divine creatures to human civilization, we must not force it at the moment, especially when Baishur City is very likely to be full of Zerg spies. Not only will there be no benefit in launching an offensive against the willow tree, it may also completely intensify the conflict and push the other party to the Zerg camp. Don't act rashly and wait for news from my side. And the other party may not really be hostile to humans. After all, the white mist seeps out and affects the surrounding environment. It may just be the passive skill of the other party. We should still try to negotiate. There is no condition to compete with the divine blood creatures now. Mubai, who can barely figure out what the other party is thinking, naturally will not let the other party do stupid things. Unlike Lin Yun, who only had a face-to-face encounter with the red-eyed white scales, Mubai, who has truly witnessed the power of the divine blood creatures, knows exactly how the other party exists. This weird and difficult to deal with white mist may just be a passive skill. If they really get angry, with the little power they can gather now, they may not even be able to scrape the bark of the other party. But since this huge willow tree is likely to come from the same principality of Tatadar as Akame Balan, maybe Akame Balan knows something about the willow tree. If there is a way, let Brother Zheng Yang ask more questions. Maybe we can find a way to solve this problem. If you want to fight against the god blood monster, you must rely on the power of the theology monster. Thinking of this, Mubai couldn't help but suggest it to the two of them. After saying a few words to reassure them, Mubai hung up the Chuan Yubata and frowned at the corpse that was still warm not far from his feet. The Chuan Yubata they originally carried was completely petrified at this time because it was managed by LV Pin and could not be used. The reason why they could contact Lin Yun and the others at the moment was also thanks to the corpse brother who had delivered the equipment thousands of miles away and Mubai's own ability to remember everything he saw. It is said that Yubata was found from the other party. His identity is still skeptical for the time being. However, when he found the two of them, he was obviously hostile. This is why Mubai told Lin Yun that there might be Zerg spies in Baishur City. This guy's eyes were dull just now, and he was obviously controlled by someone. Maybe it was one of the weird Zerg abilities. After all, Shuefu's ability before was to control the other party's flesh and blood through almost contact between the two parties. When this guy was fighting with him just now, his eyes were obviously dull and his movements were slow. Maybe he was controlled by the Zerg ability. Of course, it is not ruled out that the other party is from the inner world. At present, things like Yubata have not been popularized nationwide, so it should not be possible that he is from the outer world. If the Zerg intervene in this matter, it will be really troublesome. People outside can't get in, and people inside can't get out. At this time, I am the only one who can be mobilized. What should I do? The divine blood creatures alone are difficult to deal with, not to mention the Zerg intervention. Mubai, who is now isolated and helpless, only feels powerless. However, it is now said that Yubata can communicate with the two places, which means that the speed of time is the same. At least he is really in Baishur City. This is one of the few good news at the moment. However, since we already know that there is an insider, we must be more careful. Baishur City has a population base of millions. Even if all of them enter the petrified state of crossing the world, there must be a lot of people who wake up. This may be a force that can be united. Although it may not play a big role, it is better than nothing after all. It is undoubtedly a foolish dream for him to save the entire Baishur City alone. They must also do their part for their hometown. What a pity! If this guy wakes up, at least my current situation won't be so passive. What kind of world is he experiencing? Mubai sighed helplessly after taking a look at LV Pin, who was still lying on the ground in his original state. At this time, LV Pin naturally didn't know what kind of huge changes Baishur City was experiencing, nor did he know whether he could wake up at the moment, and how much impact it would have on Mubai's safety. After trying Xiaoyu's cooking skills, LV Pin searched for a kitchen knife at home in the afternoon and went directly to the headquarters of the Assassination Tactics Special Force. During lunchtime, he discussed with Xiaoyu and some books left by the original owner. He finally understood what the so-called gene sequence was. It is not so strange news in this world that excessive inhalation of curse power will affect the human body itself. It can almost be said to be common sense. This point is, relatively speaking, not as good as the Tao power of the inner and outer worlds, which can invisibly enhance the system of the inhaler, and relatively more side effects, but in fact, as long as you know how to apply it, these two powers can be used in battle to a certain extent, and such power is called spell. Because of his own life measurement skills, LV Pin, who can use this to judge the health bar values of people on the street, can also basically understand the gap between humans in this world and ordinary people in the inner and outer worlds. If compared with the outer world, which is far from being a hard truth, ordinary people are far better, and compared with the natives of the inner world, they are slightly inferior, it is very likely related to the low living standards of people in this world. After all, apart from the relatively affordable price of inferior wheat flour, the consumption ratio of other foods such as meat is surprisingly expensive. People on the street also look pale and thin, which is obviously caused by long-term malnutrition. Such people can still maintain such a high health bar value, which is enough to show the original strong physique. Compared with the spells that can be used in battle, the role of the gene series is somewhat similar to the professions of players in the inner and outer worlds, and it also determines everyone's combat tendency after awakening. Most people will awaken after inhaling spell power many times after adulthood. Of course, those ordinary people who have always lived in the city walls and have never crossed the barrier of the void spirit world are another story. After a while, Lupin arrived at the destination of his trip, the headquarters where the ANBU were gathered. Although it looked very tall, it was actually not much different from ordinary civilian buildings. However, as soon as he approached the area in front of him, a cold air hit his heart, making him nervous. This was the first time he had ever felt this way, except when he faced red eyes and white scales. Even when he was approaching the territory of the 100-meter snapping turtle and carrying out the task of capturing the man in black robe, he had never felt such a sense of oppression. In the small building complex in front of you, there must be a monster hidden that is difficult to ignore. This also made him feel at ease. After all, this time he went out to give Jiang Hua a gift, hoping to a large extent to get the protection of the strong ANBU. After all, the note also said that within the next 3 days, it is very likely that he will encounter danger, and having someone to protect him finally makes him feel more at ease. It seems that this department is relatively transparent, without too much mystery. Is it possible for a department with such a famous name to be like this? No wonder there are no trainees with suitable conditions to apply. There will definitely be no profit. Although it was different from what he expected, Lupin, who was quite fond of it, continued to move forward and saw a man guarding the door in the distance. His body was swaying as he leaned against the wall, his head lowered as if he was taking a nap. It wasn't until he sensed someone else approaching that he quietly opened his eyes, his sharp eyes like an eagle's eye impressing Lupin. What are you doing sneaking here? Kid, you're looking at me like that. Do you want to ask for directions? His blonde hair and white short shirt with some sweat stains, all signs indicate to Lupin that if he lets this guy lead the way, Baobuki will fall directly into the pit. This wild three-sword swordsman can be seen at a glance. Very unreliable. But it's true that people cannot be judged by their appearance. Although this guy looks young, he is just like the stone he met before, with a health bar value that exceeds 4 digits. Although it is relatively weak, it is far from the small arms and legs now. Lupin can provoke anyone, and the gatekeepers are all of this level. This ANBU is a bit interesting. Well, are you deaf? You didn't hear me talking to you. Lu Sandow, who was already in a bad mood, silently touched the handle of the knife with his hand, looking like he was about to fight if he disagreed with him. He had just been driven crazy by Sitana. The mother-in-law gave him a beating, and now he doesn't mind finding an unlucky guy to teach him a lesson. Misunderstanding, I am a newly recruited training soldier from Captain Lee of the 2nd team. I am here to report. I am one of my own, brother. Lupin, who felt that the other party did not seem to be joking, could only give in. Training soldiers? They were recruited by Brother Sure too. There are quite a few newcomers during this period. They have paired up with that arrogant brat. Since you are from the 2nd team, I will spare your life. Lu Sandow, who had half unsheathed his sword, silently took it back and continued to lean against the wall with his arms crossed and spoke. As for the location of the 2nd team, the one in the corner that is in disrepair is the right one. My name is Lu Sandow. If the other teams or if anyone dares to cause trouble for you, just come to me if you want to regain your position. Don't lose the people of the 2nd team. Then he continued to take a nap. Lupin, who felt that the 2nd ANBU team was really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger, did not stay any longer. After entering the building, he headed towards the corner the other party mentioned. When he looked at the mahogany door in front of him that was obviously a bit shabby, which was different from other houses, Lupin first tried to knock on the door out of doubt about Lu Sandow's nature as a road idiot. Come in. Lupin was relieved when he heard Shure's familiar tone, and then opened the door and entered. Captain Lee, trainee Shiraishi is here to report. As soon as Lupin, who just wanted a thigh to hug, entered the door, he saw Jiang Hua's eyes as if he was looking at Aqua. This guy looked like an idiot. Seeing his restrained look, Shure had no choice but to wipe his boss's buttocks. Shure, who was handling the documents in front of him, also nodded slightly, indicating that he should not be too nervous to sit down, and then looked at Z, who was imprisoned in this room by him. The hair girl goes to pour tea. Are you kidding me? You still want me to serve this kid, serve tea and water, but there is no door? Because of his incompetence in doing things, he was punished by 7 people and was put in a solitary black room for a while. She was extremely unhappy, and there was no way she could play the role of a maid for a while. At least you are not the last newcomer now, can you give me a little more senior look? What's more, before the deputy chief went out, he had already told me that during this period of confinement, you must obey my orders unconditionally, even if you have a bad temper. She's a bit smelly, but she's still a pretty woman anyway. You don't want to make me angry and make me do something strange, Zhonghua girl. Umbu is not a place where there is reason, let alone the premise of the deputy commander's order. Shirtu, who pretended to be gloomy, stared at Zhonghua in front of him and said, you should understand what I mean, right? Hey, you're trying to get acquainted with a man, do you want to disgust me to death? Zhonghua, who took half a step back, had a stiff expression. Feeling that the atmosphere was getting increasingly anxious, she could only give in, yes, you win. Looking at Zhonghua, who was swearing, but finally brought the tea honestly, Shirtu shook his head helplessly. In a sense, this girl was not difficult to motivate. Report to the captain, I'll go help. Lupin, who felt that the atmosphere with this guy was really tense, changed the subject and followed him up after the other party waved his hand. Damn big guy, knowing that I have a different sexual orientation, he still comes to disgust me. Zhonghua felt scared when he recalled the burning atmosphere just now, and he became more and more swearing. After getting 2 cups of oolong tea with ingredients, he turned his head and saw LV Pin's smiling stupid face. Ah? Who are you showing this stupid look to? Do you want to see me make a fool of myself? For this kind of man whose appearance is obviously above the average line, she has never had any good feelings. After all, this is a potential enemy. Senior Shirtu said that I just came here today and I am not familiar with anything, so I also want to learn from Senior Zhonghua. If there is any work that needs me to do, please tell me. Looking at the other party's health bar, LV Pin was not surprised to find that it was only 400. After all, her identity was a training soldier, but she didn't know whether she had awakened gene sequences. He's not stupid. He knows that his identity is a free labor. It's a pity. If it were a woman, maybe I would be happier. Feeling that this guy is sensible and not a troublemaker, Zhonghua doesn't mind having such a free labor job in the future. After all, he has the respect of a senior. Please take good care of me in the future. This is a gift I specially selected for you. I will need you and other seniors to take more care of me in the future, so please accept it. Lupin, who presented the square gift box that he had prepared long ago and made excuses for himself to give gifts, felt that the atmosphere was created just right, as if he was a newlywed looking for cover. A gift? You are quite sensible. By the way, the little girl Xiaoyu who came here with you before is your girlfriend. Zhonghua obviously doesn't have much interest in gifts. After all, if you give something to a woman you don't know, you'd dare to spend a lot of money on it. It's just a small piece of jewelry that's not expensive, or it's a useless fashion piece of junk, similar to headscarves and earrings. How could she be interested in such things? A small fish? That's right. Lupin didn't know why this guy's focus was always strange. Your wife is very kind. From now on we will be brothers. After patting Lupin's shoulder solemnly, Zhonghua focused on the gift box in front of him. If it's a gift, don't expect me to return the gift. He opened it without much expectation, and then, with a stunned expression, Zhonghua took out this unimaginable thing. Good steel is used on the blade, and the evenly wound burnt edge line is faintly visible. Although the wiped clean handle is old, it still gives people a simple and unpretentious texture. It is also specially tied with a ribbon, which looks fresh and like a mirror. The sword-like blade shone with a little light, vaguely reflecting Zhonghua's face. A kitchen knife, the in-hand type. Zhonghua's head was a little square for a while, and she couldn't think of anything like this if it broke her head. Isn't this guy mentally retarded? Or is this a threat? If you give this to Sister Situ, I think she will be quite happy, but you'd better get a new one. Zhonghua, who had no idea what this guy was thinking, could keep a smile on his face. In this sense, it is already a great face. Sorry, I gave it to you by mistake. Actually, this is what I wanted to give you. Seeing the change in the other person's face, Lupin, who knew that this task was too much to handle, still knew what was going on. With some pain, he took out the thing wrapped in black cloth from his back. It was the Zhangba snake spear. This was also the case when there was no other way. This is the last move he has prepared. This is an old friend who has been with him for a long time. Zhonghua, who originally had no high expectations for this, took one look at it, and was immediately attracted. He waved this well-made, 8-foot-long snake foot-like work of art in his hand. Because the equipment itself there is no reason to bind attributes, so she will not be repelled. Because it is the equipment that comes out of the system when monsters explode, it is far more high quality than the ones made by ordinary blacksmiths in the city-state. Holding it in your hands and wielding it like a tiger makes you have trouble finding good weapons during this period. Jianghua felt happy. This is a good thing. If this thing is not mistaken, it should be a Yuanli weapon. Is it really just a gift to me like this? Jianghua, who knew that this thing was expensive, was obviously a little surprised. This guy looked poorly dressed, but he gave such a lavish gift. You have to know that she might not be able to get a substandard Yuanli weapon for a month's salary of an ANBU trainee. This thing seems to be of good quality. It might be more expensive than some inferior source weapons, so why did you give it away? To a guy you've only known for a short time and yet you haven't given him any good looks? Jianghua's eyes changed when he looked at Lu Pin. He was a waterfish, and he was a very talkative waterfish. If he was so sensible, she would protect him from now on. If you don't say anything else, just tell your brother if you have anything to do from now on. I will never delay what I can do to help. Even if you accidentally die due to the execution of the mission, don't worry, your wife will be taken care of by me. Jianghua, who solemnly patted Lu Pin on the shoulder, looked serious. Lu Pin, who wished he could slap this living thief twice, had a smile on his face and in his heart. Although losing Snake Zhang made people feel a little distressed, he could not help but speak again after completing the task. This is a gift for seniors, please accept it. Several other seniors have weapons with them, but you don't. That's why I want to give you such a gift. If possible, please take more care of me in the future. Needless to say, Lu Sandao, the former gatekeeper, came with 3 weapons. As the captain, Li Gu carried 2 big axes on his back. With his burly figure, he looked like a living warrior. As for the other members of the second team, he has never seen the leader who is the deputy commander or the mysterious Situ, but at least Jianghua is the only one without weapons at the moment, so the chance of him sending weapons has increased. Although I feel a little sad for this only piece of equipment, at least the mission of the note is half completed for now. The only thing I need to worry about is my own safety. Don't worry, you will be protected by me from now on. Jianghua put away the snake spear and rarely showed a cheerful smile on her face. After all, she had gained real benefits. She meant what she said. Actually, I did encounter something very reassuring recently, but I have a very bad premonition, as if I will encounter some danger due to this, and I always feel uneasy for no reason. After giving the gift, Lu Pin gradually started to get into the theme. Is it because you feel that you will be in danger because of your own genetic sequence? Jianghua, who didn't mind helping his younger brother solve the problem, asked. The scarf wrapped around his neck moved slightly, but Lu Pin obviously didn't notice this, and even more you won't know the sound of the voice in the other person's head. My genetic sequence has not yet awakened. It shouldn't matter much. It's just that I have had such a mysterious premonition before, and it happened like a premonition. That's why I feel so uneasy this time. It's just that I don't know what the reason is. Naturally, Lu Pin couldn't explain things too clearly. If it's just a hunch, there's no need to worry too much. But since your genetic sequence has not awakened, maybe it is also related to this aspect. I am only a little stronger than you, so I can't help you too much. Big deal, if you still feel uneasy during this period, then just stay in the ANBU. Unless it is due to your physical condition, no one will dare to go here, and it will be better to keep yourself safe. Jianghua, who had no better way to do this, had no choice but to give his own suggestions. Anyway, the team's requirements for training soldiers are not very high. What's more, you are still new here. The team's requirements for you should not be very high. During this period, just stay with Senior Shirtu and the others. As for if I want to give you any advice, continuously communicating with the voice in his mind, Jianghua continued, but during this period, I suggest you not to get too close to water sources, similar to lakes and rivers. As for whether you believe it or not, it is up to you. Anyway, I suggest it's safer to just stay at the ANBU headquarters. That's it. If there's nothing else, I'll see you next time. If you have any other questions, you can ask Senior Shirtu to solve them. After finishing speaking, Jianghua left with the flavored oolong tea without stopping. Lu Pin, who glanced at her back, frowned. He always felt that this guy was not as simple as he seemed, or it was his illusion. 2 days later, Lu Pin, who felt that his life was in danger, also obeyed Jianghua's instructions during this period and stayed at the ANBU headquarters. He and Xiaoyu never went back to their little home and kept working at the headquarters with peace of mind. Chores, and have a deeper understanding of the world in front of me. I also understood why the kingdom established 8 divisions and explored the outside world. The Fairy Kingdom is not the only human civilization country in the world. The information is almost openly disclosed in the entire archives. However, relatively speaking, the intelligence information from other countries is extremely scarce. This may also be related to the limited information and communication conditions with each other. After all, human civilizations with different living habits, dialects, etc. are scattered all over the world, which means that there are many regions covered by ethereal spiritual barriers, forming inside and outside divided. To communicate with other city-states in the Kingdom of Fairy, they still need to communicate through underground passages and overpass walls, let alone contact with other kingdoms. In this world, let alone mobile phones, there is no way to continuously transmit strange things like Ubada. Besides, there isn't one, let alone a strange teleportation array like the one in the other world. However, it is said that this world has developed something called a city return positioning device. It is not clear how effective it can be, but I think it should not be as convenient as a teleportation array. Communication equipment can be said to be extremely rare. It is said that not only are its functions simple, but it is also only owned by important departments such as the 8th Military Department. It is said that this is also related to the limited resources of Fairy Kingdom. Although the Kingdom of Fairy has distinctions between domestic and residential areas, and many lands in the outer planting and grazing areas are regarded as the country's foundation, in fact, after satisfying the self-sufficiency of the citizens, the remaining resources have become extremely scarce and difficult to use for science and technology, development and other needs. After all, the inner domain has been used for living, while the outer domain provides wheat fields and pastures. It is basically difficult to gather resources that can be used for development outside the rare mines. Under such circumstances, exploring outside the domain has naturally become the best choice. In order to carry out extremely difficult extraterritorial investigation tasks, 8 departments were formed to deal with this task. In the process of continuous exploration and experience, they were looking for resource areas that could be utilized by the kingdom. Because each department is different, the potential and development direction will be completely different. Even if it was the more thankless department, Lupin originally thought it would be a relatively high-level existence like in the world of Naruto. However, because there were few connections between kingdoms, it seemed a bit nondescript and too true to its name. You are really a homebody. You have been able to live in this shabby room for so long. The broken documents in the past 6 months have been sorted out. These miscellaneous things are really boring. The deputy chief really likes to be difficult for others. Yes, it's a rare day to have some free time. Do you want to go out with me for a walk? He stretched out the stone in front of him that was supposed to be solved by Wanbaya, and then spoke to the free labor force who had been helping him for 2 or 3 days. During this time, the other party's performance also made him more and more satisfied. This kid knows how to behave and is worth training. It is difficult for the training soldiers themselves to be of much help to other members of the ANBU team. Now they can quickly assume their own position and play their best role, which is also a sign of understanding. To be honest, although he is the captain of the second team, he is actually led by the deputy captain, which makes him the true captain, like an agent, and the team is already sparse. That girl from Zhonghua is a genius. She disappeared as soon as the confinement time passed. The three-sword swordsman is also a road idiot, so he asked him to help him pour a glass of water. From yesterday until now, he has not even been seen. Who knows how to escape? No matter which place he went to, he might end up leaving the country with his personality. In the past, there was Situ, that girl, who could help a lot, but she was injured in the last mission. It was rare to have a few days off. It was really unkind to ask the injured to come over and help the deputy commander deal with these messy things, so this guy Shiraishi is rare and valuable right now. Captain Lee, do you want to go out? Lupin, who had just 3 days left before his deadline, naturally did not want anything to happen. He felt that he was not familiar with other teammates, and Lu Sandow was not around. If Captain Lee also if you go out, you won't be able to handle a wave of enemy attacks. After all, the documents have been settled, and there is one thing that I need to go out and find out. You must be bored to death after staying in this room for so long. After the matter is resolved, do you want to go out for a drink with me? How many drinks? The remote tavern by the east gate is a must. The dancers there are really squirming, and you can watch the taste when paired with hard liquor. But it is a favorite place for some mercenaries and old men from the 8 departments. Your genetic sequence potion comes from a regular channel, and the price is too high for you. I can't bear it, so I'll go over there and ask you, maybe I can get some gossip. Go there and have a look. I'll show you the world. Don't call me captain anymore. The people on the team are not used to being called like them. From now on, just call me Shirtu. As our second team you can't embarrass the team, do you understand? Shirtu said, feeling that the opponent's genetic sequence was always uncertain. He was not so arrogant about his own people. You, Senior Shirtu. Lupin, who felt that Li Gu was really reliable in front of him, couldn't help but responded, and then remembered Jiang Hua's instructions and continued, by the way, Senior Shirtu, if the place I want to go this time is related to lakes and rivers, maybe I can't get over it, because I always have a very bad feeling. Although he said this, Lupin was actually a little uneasy in his heart. After all, his three-legged cat skills are only a little better than an ordinary person. If he really encounters any danger, all his efforts may not be enough. It was all in vain. After all, even the Zhangba snake spear used to save his life had been sent out. If he really encountered an enemy, he wouldn't have to fight with a kitchen knife. Lakes and rivers? Did you just peek at my files? The place where I'm going to deal with things this time is near the moat. If you don't want to drink, just say so. There's no need to find such complicated reasons. I won't force you. Shirtu frowned, thinking that the other party must have seen the files he was reading and wanted to find an excuse to say so. No, Senior Shirtu, it's just like that. LV Pin, who felt that being so hesitant would only ruin his good impression, simply told the whole story, including his recent vague feeling of uneasiness and the things Jiang Hua told him to pay attention to. In order to make the other party more convinced, he also changed Jiang Hua's kind reminder into a more serious warning to show the credibility of the fact that he was really likely to encounter danger, so as to attract the other party's attention. After listening to what LV Pin said, Shirtu frowned even more. Obviously, he would not doubt it because of the strangeness of this matter. After all, he was the captain of the dark organization after all, and he was not unable to judge whether others were lying by their words and facial expressions. Although he looks honest and loyal, this is a compulsory course for their line of work. In his opinion, Lu Pin's words may be a bit exaggerated, but he is obviously not joking. If this matter involves the other party's life safety, then as the captain, it is naturally unreasonable for him to let his subordinates fall into danger, and in this world, premonitions are sometimes very accurate. Especially at present, the other party's gene sequence has not awakened, and the sequence ability may be related to this aspect. Although Jiang Hua is a ghost, her premonition has always been accurate, and she will not meddle in other people's affairs for no reason, so you should pay attention to safety during this period. Let's do this. If you continue to stay here, you may encounter danger. Instead of doing so, you might as well follow me. In this way, even if you really encounter any danger, at least I, a tall man, will be there to support you, and by the way, this uncertainty factor will be solved, and you will sleep more peacefully in the future. Shirtu, who is confident in his own strength, seems to think that avoiding blindly is only a temporary solution. It is better to take advantage of his busy time to solve it together. But it's too dangerous to do that. If we really provoke some powerful enemy, it won't affect you, Senior Shirtu. If it doesn't work, I'll just stay here. Anyway, this is the headquarters of the Umbu, and no enemy should be bold enough to rush here. At the mention of going to lakes and rivers, Lupin felt uneasy for some reason. He always felt that it might be safer to stay here. He didn't want to fail. Hiding blindly will only make time more troublesome. It's better to cut the grass and solve it. Don't worry, no matter what happens, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen. Besides, this matter may be related to the cursed spirit. Maybe even the deputy chief will be dispatched. If even I can't stand it, he can still take action. The deputy chief is the strongest in the entire Umbu. If even he can't save your life, then it's a kind of helplessness. He is very confident about the powerful strength of his boss. Then I'll leave it to Senior Shirtu. Since the other party has already said so, it is difficult for LV Pin to refuse. After all, if he doesn't even have this little determination, he will appear too weak. Outer domain, on the road. Looking at the faintly visible river in the distance, stepping on the dark stone path deliberately left to distinguish the wheat fields. Smelling the wheat fragrance, LV Pin, who was originally a little nervous, gradually calmed down and gradually walked towards the river at the edge of the outer domain. From afar, he could see the tall city wall and the light ring with the barrier of the void spirit world. As long as you pass this wall, it basically belongs to the outer domain. The cursed gas has advantages and disadvantages for humans. If it cannot be used reasonably, it is actually not much different from chronic poison gas. When you carry out the investigation mission together next time, you must obey our arrangements and cannot act without authorization. Do you understand? Looking at the high wall, Shirtu couldn't help but speak, and LV Pin responded very sensibly. By the way, Senior Shirtu, isn't the outer domain clearly separated from the inner domain by the void spirit realm and the city walls? In this case, is it possible that cursed spirits may appear at the edge of the outer domain? LV Pin felt that this was different from his understanding in the books. Shouldn't the void spirit realm barrier be able to isolate all cursed energy? What you said can only be regarded as the surface. The void spirit realm is not omnipotent. Although it can block most things related to cursed energy, and cursed spirits are one of them, there are still omissions. There is no way to make a 100% accurate judgment. For his subordinates who have never been involved in the outer domain investigation, Shirtu is obviously willing to explain patiently, which can be regarded as laying a good foundation for LV Pin first. The protection provided by the void spirit realm is not omnipotent. It does not mean that the cursed spirits themselves cannot survive in the area protected by the void spirit realm. It can only be said that the barrier of the void spirit realm itself is an invisible high wall that can purify and filter out the adverse effects of the cursed power itself in the air. You can also imagine it as emitting an indescribable smell. The cursed spirits will instinctively resist such a smell and are unwilling to approach. So most of the cursed spirits who have not developed independent consciousness will also instinctively resist the location of the void spirit realm and hide far away. The powerful cursed spirits will be crushed by this smell and their strength will be greatly reduced. The cursed power barrier used when performing tasks is also developed based on this principle. Because there are so many kingdoms, human civilization can continue. But you also know that it is precisely because of this that the void spirit world cannot be fully protected. As a veteran who often performs off-domain investigation missions, Shirtu obviously has a wealth of knowledge about the outside world that cannot be underestimated. He also knows that the people of the kingdom of Furley should be prepared for danger in times of peace and not enjoy comfort too much. In other words, the periphery of the area covered by the void spirit fruit barrier can only be regarded as an alternative isolation zone in a sense. Humans will not be affected by the smell and can enter and exit normally, but once they go to the outside world without the barrier to filter the cursed gas, they are prone to infiltrate into danger. The situation of the cursed spirit is just the opposite. Because of the instinctive resistance to the smell of the void spirit world, they will not approach it under normal circumstances, but this is not completely absolute. It is just relatively speaking that the cursed spirit in the state of approaching the void spirit world will be suppressed in terms of strength. After listening to Shirtu's description, it was not difficult for Lu Pin to understand. The young man is teachable. In a sense, it is true. It is also because of this that there is a distinction between the inner and outer domains. By concentrating the residential areas of the city-states in a relatively central place, a natural buffer zone can be effectively formed to avoid being affected too much. Basically, most city-states have such a strategy. Because we need to be vigilant at all times to see if the cursed spirits can invade the domain, so there are so many defensive cannons installed on the high walls of the outer domain, mainly to prevent the cursed spirits from air raids, and because of the need for external water sources, moats and other rivers are also the cursed spirits. An important base for invasion. Although the City Defense Resources Department of the 8 departments is responsible for it, it is inevitable that there will be omissions. This time, it is said that they found signs of cursed spirits in the river basin, so they asked our Umbu's second team to come to assist in the investigation to avoid the spread of the situation. From Shida's attitude, it is obvious that this is not the first time that he has helped the City Defense Resources Department to clean up the mess. After all, compared with those young masters who can only talk about it on paper and may even be weak in the face of cursed spirits, their Umbu was an expert in dealing with cursed spirits. Using the river to invade the city-state? These cursed spirits are really cunning. If they are really allowed to sneak into the residential area, it will be a big trouble. LV Pin is not sure how threatening these so-called cursed spirits are, but judging from Shirtu and other established departments, it is obvious that they are not less threatening than monsters, and they can withstand the crushing of the breath of the void spirit world, and they must be more powerful among the cursed spirits. It is inevitable to be cunning. Although we instinctively resist, the void spirit world has brought us a lot of convenience and security, but in fact it is this instinct that makes humans more attractive to cursed spirits than other places. Compared with the outer world where it is difficult to see people, the existence of hundreds of thousands or even millions of people living in front of them undoubtedly means an irresistible attraction for them. Do you know why the kingdom has always banned pregnant women and minors from setting foot in the outer world? Sure too, who wanted Lupin, a newcomer, to know more about the cruelty of the outer world, spoke up immediately. I know about minors, but will pregnant women also be banned? I can understand minors, after all, they are not experienced in the world and are prone to impulsiveness and put themselves in danger. But what is the reason for pregnant women? Could it be that it will affect the fetus in the belly because of the inhalation of the curse? Lupin, who felt that many things were not recorded in the book, couldn't help but be curious. He had a limited understanding of what the cursed spirit was like, and it seemed that it should be something far more difficult than monsters. It is somewhat similar to what you think. Unlike minors, if pregnant women are exposed to an unexpected and unaltered environment for a long time, extremely terrifying things will happen, especially when they are affected by the environment and the cursed energy and become cursed spirits. In this way, extremely terrible things will happen. Compared with other creatures, the cursed spiritization of humans is undoubtedly very different, and it is far beyond the reach of other creatures. Although other creatures also have the possibility of awakening gene sequences, the probability is much smaller than that of humans. The gene sequences of most of us gradually take effect after the legal age of 18, and are awakened after merging with the cosmic force contained in the air. Occasionally there will be some special cases, which is not strange. Just like the deputy captain, it is said that he awakened his own sequence in his youth. The determination of whether the cursed spirit can have extremely high potential is also related to this sequence. First of all, once humans awaken their own sequence, even if they are eventually cursed, in a large part the power of the sequence will also disappear, and even if it does not disappear, it will be greatly weakened. If they are minors, there will basically be no such changes. After all, they themselves are unlikely to awaken their own sequences. In this case, if they rely on their strong will to survive and become a cursed spirit, there is a high probability that they will become an extremely unstable factor. Because in the process of becoming a cursed spirit, they have the possibility of continuing to grow. In other words, even if they lose their human consciousness after becoming a cursed spirit, they are very likely to regain control of their bodies by awakening their own gene sequences. At that time, they will be the enemy of the entire human civilization, especially when they have extremely powerful sequences. Sure too explained patiently. It is precisely because of this that if there are signs of stepping into the outside world during the period of underage, it is a serious crime. After all, they do not have the ability to save their own lives. Moreover, it is difficult to judge a person's potential. Before the awakening sequence, no one can predict how the future will develop. If you accidentally establish a strong and sensitive person like Wenbaiha, it would be really tragic. After all, it is equivalent to subtracting a strong human and establishing a strong enemy. As for pregnant women, there is no need to say more. The threat is even more serious than that of minors. Even if they have awakened the gene sequence as adults, if they are married or have had sex with men, then when they are eroded by the curse and become cursed, the fetus in their body is very likely to mutate, which will develop into a very serious phenomenon and become a monster called Mafu. When mentioning this name, Shita's tone was extremely serious. Mafu? Generally, when attacked by cursed energy, shouldn't they become cursed spirits? Hearing another term, LV Pin couldn't help but feel curious about it, and also noticed Shita's nervousness. Cursed spirits can only be regarded as a general term. Generally speaking, people or creatures affected by cursed energy will evolve into 4 types of cursed spirits with relatively detailed records, namely, demons and monsters. Mafu was a monster beyond the norm, which has evolved from a human fetus with the highest potential plasticity. I have never seen such a powerful existence, but the deputy commander once told me that I must never have any intersection with such a monster, which is far from being comparable to ordinary cursed spirits. After explaining this, Shirtu didn't continue to talk. After a while, the two arrived at the destination of this trip, near the moat. The end of the black hair has a little silver, and the Umbu uniform is casually draped over the shoulders. Although it is messy, it is still free and easy. When he feels the gaze of others, Wenbaiha quietly opens his eyes. Her scarlet eyes looked at LV Pin, who was looking at her boss curiously, with a hint of scrutiny. When their eyes met, LV Pin was immediately shocked and somewhat intimidated by the other party. This was the only first time besides facing red eyes and white scales. Although no hostility was released, it was frightening. What made him even more nervous was that in front of such a powerful human being, his life measurement skills rarely lost their effect. There were 3 question marks on the blood bar value that should have been clear. In such a situation, he could not do anything at the beginning. It appeared when he encountered the red-eyed white scales. Is this guy at the wild level? It was not unusual for Lupin to have such thoughts flash through his mind. Even the hundreds of snapping turtles he had encountered before had not encountered such a situation. You must know that the opponent's health volume was close to tens of thousands. Unless some special means are used, just the fact that the opponent's health bar value exceeds 10,000 is enough to scare people to death. No wonder people like Shirtu are so convinced of the opponent. This is really the level that humans can achieve. It is simply a living monster with divine blood. However, because the combat power systems of the two worlds are completely different, Lupin is not too stubborn to accept death, but he is indeed a strong man who cannot be ignored. We've really recruited him, and he arrived on time, but it's not a good habit to ask your boss to wait here, Shirtu. Wenbaiha looked unhappy at this time. Isn't that because I want to help you deal with those broken documents? Deputy Chief. Shita's words left Wenbaiha speechless for a moment. Vice Commander Wenbaiha, training soldier by Sure will report to you. Lupin looked serious. Wenbaiha just responded perfunctorily. After all, he was such a cold person. Then he walked towards the location where the staff were investigating, and the two followed him obediently. Although this time, the City Defense Resources Department was mainly the main force, and the ANBU cooperated to help. In fact, staff from the Intelligence Research Department also participated in this investigation. Looking from a distance, Lupin saw an old acquaintance who had been given to him before. He left a good impression on the staff member Jiang Lin. Jiang Hua, who had never been seen at all, was also among them. At this time, she tied the snake spear that Lupin gave him behind her back and mingled with the girls from the Intelligence Research Department in front of her. This made Lupin feel helpless. Why do guys like to get involved in women more than men? Although it doesn't seem like she is a woman, it always feels like something is wrong. You guy, I didn't inform you, but you actually came here. Wenbaiha was obviously a little surprised when he saw Jiang Hua. He must have just arrived, after all, he didn't notice this guy's whereabouts just now. After all, I am a member of the second ANBU team, 1 against 7 seniors. Jiang Hua looked disgusted, then noticed the two Shirtu people behind by he, and couldn't help but curiously said, Senior Shirtu is finally not at home? And boy Baishir, why are you here too? Didn't I tell you? Recently don't get too close to rivers and lakes. My premonitions have always been accurate, but it's also true. There are 7 of them here now, so there won't be any trouble. After saying hello, Jiang Hua ignored a few people and turned around to continue talking to the girls from the intelligence department next to him. The 3 people who were already used to this didn't pay much attention to them. Wenbaiha, who heard the strange feeling in Jiang Hua's words, glanced at Lupin, and Shirtu immediately explained the things about Lupin. Perhaps this was also the reason why the skilled man was so bold. After listening, Wenbaiha just nodded. The head didn't take this matter to heart at all. Taking the information from the staff of the City Defense Resources Department with a little fear in their eyes, Wenbaiha said to the 2 of them, Originally, there was no need for me to come here personally for this matter, but I happened to be free, so I came to help you when I could. Hold on, Shirtu, take the newcomers and handle this matter. After taking another look at the contents of the file, Wenbaiha didn't care and threw it to Shirtu. He obviously wanted him to take 2 training soldiers to solve the matter. After all, he believed that Shita's ability could easily solve it, so it was considered a problem. Give Lupin, a newcomer, a chance to experience. This time he really just came over to calm things down. Deputy Chief, you are really happy to have your leisure time, and you are too busy for us. Shirtu, who had taken the document, couldn't help but complain. Then he was attracted by the content of the document. After a while, he sorted out his thoughts and said, 1 person drowned. 2 people are missing. They are both 13 or 14 years old. How could they be here? It is unreasonable for Shirtu to have such doubts. After all, this is a relatively remote area in the outer world. It is very abnormal for a child of such a young age to come here. Children of nearby farmers, it is very normal for this kind of thing to happen. After all, there is a natural water source here, and many people come here to get free water from all the way. Most of the young men from the City Defense Resources Department also I will turn a blind eye, who would come to such a ghost place if nothing happens. Even though many people from the City Defense Resources Department were present, Wenbaiha did not care about exposing their background. These few people did not dare to show any dissatisfaction with this, but kept their heads low, and many people even accompanied him because of this. Laughing, it looked funny. After all, no one dared to provoke the red-eyed young man in front of him. This is a real monster, there is no need to offend him for such a trivial matter. This naughty boy can really cause trouble for others, but it's a pity that he is so young. The stone that closed the documents in his hand was obviously helpless, and then handed it to Lupin, who was watching. Is there something similar to an unknown creature dragging the children to the bottom of the lake? Senior sure too, could it be a cursed spirit from outside the territory? Lupin, who had limited knowledge of cursed spirits, couldn't help but ask. Maybe it's also one of the monsters. Generally speaking, we'd better not relax at all now. If it's a water-based monster, it won't be easy to deal with it. Shirtu said in a solemn tone. Because they were conducting out-of-territorial investigations, they rarely experienced water battles, so they were not skilled in this aspect. If the opponent was a cursed spirit related to this aspect, they were good at hiding in the water. Hiding their whereabouts is indeed a big trouble for them. Senior Shirtu, if all creatures can be transformed into cursed spirits, will they maintain their original form after they become cursed spirits? After all, humans should be able to maintain their original forms, right? Lupin couldn't help but asked curiously. Same as humans, other creatures will naturally have the same result. However, the cursed spirits are a bit strange. Not only can they maintain their original state before being transformed into cursed spirits, they will also green up under such circumstances and switch between the two modes. The advantage potential shown will be completely different. For example, the alienated creature we encountered this time is a big fish. Not only can it maintain its previous fish form, but it can also move faster. It may even awaken its intelligence and transform into a human form. It is not impossible. Such cursed spirits are the most threatening to the city-state, because not only are they powerful, but their invasion of the city-state is purposeful and not just following instinct. Shirtu, who was walking forward, spoke in a calm tone, and then couldn't help but grab Zhang Hua's ear, who was trying to get through, and forcibly interrupted the conversation between her and the young lady, and they went to the place of work together. The bloodstains at the scene were not cleaned up and were kept as they were. Several staff from the City Defense Resources Department were already waiting there. When they saw Shirtu coming with someone, they immediately came over to greet him. I didn't expect that it would be someone from your second team who came to handle this matter. Captain Lee, I feel relieved with you here. Now the entire river area has been blocked, and the monsters should also be trapped. Basically, it has been determined to be a cursed spirit. It is not clear where it came from, but it is certain that it is a dangerous species capable of biological mimicry. A man who looked like a junior leader was obviously an old acquaintance with Shirtu. He made it clear from the beginning how dangerous the matter was. The bloodstains on the scene obviously could not be those of the missing children. Thinking of what they had just done, already had a battle with the cursed spirit. Of course, the specific situation may not be optimistic. Don't talk about those things that are available or not, little Wang Tu, please explain to me in detail what the situation is. Shirtu silently took the information card from the opponent's hand. The data card shows a battle image between the combatants of the City Defense Resources Department and the cursed spirit. This is a relatively common recording spell. Although the people of the City Defense Resources Department have limited combat capabilities, they still have no problem doing these small things. The clumsy and cumbersome fighting posture frowned when he saw the stone. The professional lens conversion and image continuity made him even more speechless. He felt that these young masters seemed to be relatively professional in this area. The co-writing scene looked so miserable, but all you saw was a few tentacles emerging from the lake? Shirtu no longer knew what words to use to comment. And Lupin, who was following him and seeing all this, felt it was hard to describe. Through life measurement, he also knew the health bar values of these people. Basically, they were above 300 or 400. There were also many people who were no worse than him in the outside world. The little king in front of him was already close to 4 digits, not inferior to the level of the men in black robes, but facing the tentacle monster, they were completely beaten, and they didn't know how to seize the opportunity to fight back. It's completely a kindergarten style of play. As the natives of this world, these guys have extremely powerful power. They should know how to use this power better than laymen like them. Why do they feel like they are just a bunch of losers? Damn it, at least Lupin felt that if he and Mubai cooperated, there would be no problem in beating up a group of them. It would be extremely embarrassing. You guys are so good that it's hard to describe in words, but this time the cursed spirit does seem to have a lot of skills. Have you discovered any other special characteristics? Shirtu, who knew what kind of strength the young masters from the Ministry of Resources were in front of him, stopped talking about it for a few words and instead asked about tentacle monsters. And Xiao Wang too, who knew that Shir was too lazy to scold their department, naturally could only laugh awkwardly, and then said, there is no doubt about the huge size. This time we also suffered a lot because of it. Several team members it's injured, and the sticky liquid secreted by the tentacles seems to be poisonous. These words immediately made sure too and the others look serious. If it has poison, it is most likely a charm-type cursed spirit and it can resist the instinctive rejection of the barrier of the void spiritual world. I am willing to explain that the strength is extraordinary, but I don't know whether it can imitate the human form and have the ability to perform illusions. Once this guy enters the city-state's residential area, he will definitely become a big problem and must be dealt with here. The smile on his face faded, and sure knew the seriousness of the matter. After hearing this, Lupin couldn't help but be a little confused and asked him about the specific differentiation of cursed spirits. The so-called cursed spirits are most commonly divided into 4 types: demons and monsters. According to normal principles, humans and other creatures must be fixed in these 4 types after they are spiritualized. At most, the possibility of ionic bonds is that's all, and since they are deliberately distinguished, it means that they are both cursed spirits, and they have very significant differences in their abilities. I want to explain it to you, and I don't have time right now. Let me explain some of the most basic characteristics to you, so that you can understand the differences between them, as well as their obvious strengths and weaknesses. Sure too was obviously willing to answer his subordinate's curiosity. The so-called monsters are mountain spirits. They are also the monsters most likely to be formed after the transformation of all living creatures. Among them, humans are the most likely to be transformed. There is a high chance that they will have territorial constraints and increase their strength. In them, quickly condense the curse energy in the territory you belong to increase your strength. Unlike the other 3 kinds of cursed spirits, they seem to have a certain resistance to sunlight after leaving their own field. However, it is still difficult to come up with a true standard for the evaluation of this field. Some of them have relatively high potential. The powerful presence cannot be ignored. In terms of physical strength, it can only be said to be average. There is nothing particularly strong, but some humans will have extremely high potential after becoming cursed spirits. Of course, this also makes them have a very fatal weakness, which is the possession that can almost be called the gate of life. Stone said. Possession? LV Pin frowned when he heard a new term again. Generally speaking, when a chi-type cursed spirit loses its mind, the heart will become the most important weakness and possession. Once injured, it will be seriously injured or even die. Once this type of cursed spirit awakens its spiritual wisdom, the heart will no longer be their weakness, but will instead change into the thing that they place the most faith in during their lifetime, which is the so-called possession. It may be a small incident like a ring or a jewelry scarf. Such a situation usually occurs in human-shaped cursed spirits. Such opponents are not easy to deal with. Of course, except for extremely rare exceptions in terms of invading city-states, the possibility of this type of cursed spirit appearing is also extremely low. After hearing the last part, Lupin suddenly understood. It seems that among the 4 most common types of demon-shaped cursed spirits, they are most likely to be formed after human beings are cursed. However, because of their instinctive awareness of territorial occupation and fear of sunlight, their weaknesses also make it difficult for them to launch effective attacks and invasions against city-states. Compared to the former, the charm type is relatively rare. It possesses extremely strong illusion skills, mental power, and poisonous effects. And because of its extremely powerful spirit, it is far easier to awaken intelligence and easier than the other 3 types. Because of this, even if the original identity is not human, you can still use this powerful mental power to physically transform into a human form, which can be said to be the most difficult opponent that the city defense needs to face. Just when Shirtu was about to introduce the last 2 to Lupin, a strange noise came from the center of the lake in the distance, which immediately caught the attention of several people, causing a wave to ripple in circles. I didn't see anything just now. Could it be a big fish? Lupin, who had no experience in dealing with cursed spirits, obviously still felt that everyone had overreacted. When the river area is controlled by a cursed spirit, the movements of all creatures cannot be controlled by themselves. You must be too much of a novice. You don't even understand these things. Zhang Hua, who was nervously holding the snake spear in her hand, did not dare to relax at this time. She had already tried to go to the outside world with Team Shirtu and the others, but unlike Lupin, she understood how difficult the cursed spirit was, let alone this time. What needs to be faced is a charming type that has never been faced before. Illusion poisons and other things sound very tricky. Even though there are 2 tall men, the deputy chief and Shirtu, who are holding on, if something goes wrong and one of them dies accidentally, wouldn't it be a big loss? However, nothing happened afterward, which seemed to indicate that everyone was a little too nervous. Is it really just an unlucky fish? Or maybe it's because the watershed is too wide, and the cursed spirit has limited control, so it just disconnected? This situation couldn't help but make Jiang Hua doubt himself. You shouldn't be so weak to be able to invade this city-state. You should remotely control the fish to cause trouble, or you might be too bold. However, this can be equivalent to provoking us, right? The clay figurine still has 3 points. As for fire nature, let alone someone as big as Sure too. Because there was such a commotion, everyone's nerves were tense and then slowed down. There shouldn't be any news from other sources. The cursed spirit is very likely to come ashore now, but we must not let it happen. Faced with this self-righteous provocation, Sure too was obviously a little angry. Xiao Wang too, who had already taken the communicator to ask his subordinates about the situation, shook his head helplessly. Basically, we have sent people to guard the more important water areas. It should be unlikely that there will be any mistakes. There are always people assigned to guard the river confluences. If we want to force a breakthrough, there will definitely be news, so that guy should still be in the river now. The little Wang too couldn't help but say, because this invasion of cursed spirits is mainly the responsibility of their city defense resources department, so under the premise that this matter may have a major impact, no matter how much you usually behave, you have to use the best possible method at this time. Face it with a serious attitude to avoid being punished by your superiors. In order to prevent the cursed spirits from invading the residential areas in the inner domain and escaping, which would cause endless troubles, they went all out this time and sent the entire department's elite to various important nodes to guard them in case of accidents. He also went out of his way to ask ANBU for support, which was quite a favor. Especially the favor he owed to Wenbaihe, a red-eyed young man, and he might have to pay it back twice in the future. The relationship between the 8 departments was already complicated. Although he was also a small boss in the resources department, if he really took on the responsibility, what kind of responsibility is there? Maybe someone from above will take the blame. Let them pay attention. This guy is very cunning, but he must not capsize in the gutter, otherwise the impact will continue to expand and affect the residential area. You cannot bear the responsibility, absolutely. We cannot let down our guard, we must nip it in the cradle without leaving any consequences. I don't care about those troublemakers in the patrol army. Their involvement will only make things more troublesome. I will notify the other brothers in the ANBU. If there is time, try to arrange for people to come over. There are only a few of you. Personally, I'm afraid I can't stand it anymore. If this guy escapes, the pressure the city-state will have to face may be even greater. After all, no one knows whether this cursed spirit has any group actions. Sure too, who knew that every intrusion of a cursed spirit was no small matter, kindly reminded him. Thank you, brotherly Gu. Xiao Wang too, who even changed his title at this time, had a smile on his face. In this special period, he will naturally not refuse any assistance that can be used. No, for this small favor, they will still give the deputy commander's face, but I think you should understand how to stand in line in the future, in terms of resources, rather than prefer the patrol army, who talks but doesn't do anything. It's better to lean towards us, do you understand? Sure too put the weapon away silently. I understand. Xiao Wang too, who knew the stakes involved, could not show any cowardice. Of course, whether this could be regarded as a performance of the City Defense Resources Department was up to him personally, but his tendency to manage resources in the future would naturally be biased towards ANBU Team 2, this can be regarded as a benefit. Sure, who understood what the other party was thinking, naturally didn't care about this ambiguous attitude. He just felt the change in his breath and couldn't help but glance at the figure of the woman coming from a distance. Snap! As soon as the woman ran to Wenbaihe, she fell to the ground with a loud bang, then stood up, patted the dust on her body, and anxiously told her boss something. He didn't know what important matter he had to do. Hearing this, Baihe frowned, and then he waved to Sure too and shouted, Sure too, I have something urgent to deal with. I'll leave it to you. Don't be careless. Understood. Although he didn't understand what happened, Sure, who had absolute trust in his boss, naturally wouldn't ask to stay. Then when Baihe left with the woman. Is that sister also from our second team? Situ I have never seen before? Lupin, who had never seen that woman before, couldn't help but think. No, Situ is probably still staying at home and sleeping in, but he can be considered a member of our second team. He is responsible for logistics and is also the assistant to the deputy chief. She listens to Zuorua. The stone spoke. It's great to be the deputy minister, and you can also have your own personal assistant, But Zwa assistant? 1 against 7? Lupin thought of something and found it inexplicably funny. Jiang Hua, who was originally staring at Zhuo Ruo's back with a silly smile on his face, paused after hearing what he said, and stared at Lupin with a strange look. His expression seemed a bit complicated. This guy couldn't be that coincidental, right? She couldn't help but be curious about Lupin, but she didn't show it on her face. And with Wenbaihe's departure, it actually has some impact on the mentality of the people around him. After all, no matter how weird Wenbaihe's character is, with his strong strength, he is still the backbone of the whole audience. If he leaves now, he will still be there after all. It makes some people uneasy. It's better to find a way to force that cunning guy out first. I don't have time to play this kind of hide-and-seek game with that guy right now. Try to get rid of this guy before the deputy chief comes back. You two follow me closely, but don't fall behind. Let's see how the people from the second team exterminate the cursed spirit. Quietly walked towards the river water. Jiang Hua also held a snake spear, winked at Lupin, and then followed, obviously ready for battle. Suddenly there was a change in the air, and Shirtu, who had been prepared for a long time, narrowed his eyes, took off the axe from behind with lightning speed, and suddenly swung it towards the empty front. Boom! A loud bang hit his ears, and silver blue light shot straight into the sky. The previously powerful stone axe seemed to be stuck by something. Under the resistance of a powerful force, there was a faint vibration that could not be ignored, and the originally invisible things gradually revealed their true appearance. It turned out to be a silver blue tentacle tip. You are quite capable. I actually hid it until now before I discovered your existence. If it hadn't been for the flaw that was inadvertently exposed just now, I might still be in the dark now. Feeling the strength of the opponent's tentacles, the expression on Shida's face did not change at all, and even if he had spoken first, the other side seemed to have no intention of responding. The two people who suddenly touched each other immediately released their strength. Shirtu held an axe in his hand and quickly stepped back. Lupin and Jianhua were guarding behind them. Although the people from the City Defense Resources Department did not look like fighting, they reacted quickly to this situation and gathered in a group, looking directly at the enemy in front of them. At this time, the tentacles continued to shrink back and squeeze, as if they had entered a black boundary, and finally gathered into a graceful young man standing by the water, quietly watching the people in front of him. Have you really succeeded in forming a human form? This is really troublesome. You two need to be careful. I may not be able to protect you now. Try to stay with the people from the City Defense Resources Department. At least it will be safe. There is nothing to worry about. After sensing the opponent's aura, Shirtu obviously understood how difficult this guy was. It is not easy for him alone to deal with an opponent of this level. Unfortunately, this type of opponent can be dealt with easily with 3 swords, but that kid is not here now. And even if he didn't need to say anything, Lupin, Jianghua and the others were smart enough to stay away. Lupin was a little nervous holding the sword he had just taken from the ANBU armory. After Wenbaihe left, Shirtu was undoubtedly the most powerful among everyone present, but the opponent's HP was slightly stronger than his. This was not good news. After all, the thick blood is Stone's advantage in this aspect. At present, it is slightly worse than the opponent, let alone other aspects. If he alone, he may not be able to have much effect. Especially if the battle continues for a long time, it is very likely that you will be at a disadvantage. Did your aura really expose you? But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the difficult guy has been lured away. Now I'll let you guys have fun. It seemed that he had just learned human speech not long ago. The boy in front of him, there is a clear sense of childishness in his words. Did you come here with a purpose? What kind of intentions do you have? It felt like this guy would appear here, and Shida's tone was serious with a certain purpose. At the moment, the deputy chief was obviously led away by the other party. Although he didn't know what happened, he must figure out this guy's purpose no matter what. Although the opponent's strength should not be underestimated, they currently have a numerical advantage, and it is not impossible to capture them with the human sea tactics. Do you think I will be the one who wastes too much time talking to the enemy? I seem to be a little underestimated, but it doesn't matter. I'll kill you all here. Although the cursed boy looked young, he was obviously not easily fooled by stones. He raised his hands forward, spread his fingers flat, and blue tentacles shot out of the ground, and finally turned into a person. Blue octopus monsters of different sizes floated as if under his control. This guy can actually turn his limbs into soldiers? Lupin, who knew through the life measurement skill that the health bars of these octopus monsters were all above 300, was panicked. This was much more powerful than his current small body. Lupin only felt that the curse spirit should not be underestimated. It seemed that when the city defense support department was mobilized just now, the opponent was not serious at all, and now he was ready to take action. I haven't seen such a strong power of living beings for a long time. Let you become nutrients and make me stronger. Kill. The cursed spirit boy, who couldn't help but want to devour all the humans in front of him, immediately gave orders, and countless cursed octopuses began to attack the surrounding humans. Then he took out a sawtooth big knife out of thin air and collided with the stone axe in front of him. For a while, the two of them were in a state of momentum, and neither could do anything to the other. King versus king, general versus general, Stone took the brunt of the fight with the cursed spirit boy head on, and the others naturally had to shift their attention to the octopus monster next to them. For a while, it was hard to tell who was better. Although it was already expected that these guys would launch an offensive, Lupin, who didn't have the stopwatch to play a role, was obviously a little difficult to resist. These octopus monsters were not only extremely fast, but also had toxic bodies and could release paralyzing currents. Lupin accidentally suffered a loss at the beginning. Moreover, as octopuses, their bodies are extremely soft, so even if an extremely sharp blade cuts them, the effect will be extremely subtle. At least Lupin feels that his strength cannot hurt the opponent, and it may even be affected by the paralyzing electric current. It was a bit difficult to dodge the attack of the octopus monster. Suddenly, a blue tentacle broke out of the ground and was about to attack Lupin. With a snap, the snake spear stabbed directly. Jianghua nailed the tentacle to the ground, allowing Lupin to find a chance to break free. Be careful, getting entangled by these guys will not have any good results. Compared with Lupin, who was not in combat mode at this time, Jianghua, who was already stronger than him, seemed to be able to deal with it easily. Although there were many octopus monsters at the moment, the two of them were not actually safe in the end. Sorry, we have to find a way to break out. The octopus monsters are obviously appearing more frequently in places closer to this guy. We are too weak, so let Senior Sure 2 deal with them. Otherwise, our lives will be in danger. The attack range of these guys is too wide and the speed is too fast. We can't react in time. Lupin, who knew that he was rescued by the other party once, spoke up. Knowing that he could fall at any time at this time, he began to become serious. Although the sword he got from the armory was far less skilled in use than the snake spear, the sharpness of its blade also made up for his lack of strength to a large extent. Although it was difficult to maintain the rhythm at the beginning because of the lack of a stopwatch, after gradually becoming proficient in the weapon and entering the state, he was now getting better at dealing with the octopus monster with the help of position judgment. After a while, following Jianghua, who used the Zhangba snake spear to break through the gap, the two came to a more marginal position together, temporarily avoiding the main battlefield that was in the limelight. Because the two of them were the weakest among the people present, except for the staff of the Intelligence Research Department, even if they were unwilling to become sandbags to bear the damage, the City Defense Resources Department could only let them temporarily leave the battlefield in order to protect themselves and get a chance to breathe. Not bad, Xiaobai, I thought you might piss your pants when you saw these things. This is a rare sight in the city-state in the past. You can actually participate in the battle. It's also a great awakening. Obviously, you are a rookie who hasn't even awakened the Gene series. Although he has left the battlefield, Jianghua still holds the snake spear and dares not relax at all. Taking advantage of the rare rest time, he adjusts his breath and talks with Lupin. It's okay, not too much pressure, but these guys are just the other side summoned brothers, not to worry about, but I don't know if Senior Sure 2 can continue to hold on. Once he loses, the situation will be reversed. Lupin, who felt that these octopus monsters were basically the same level as the electric turtle toad monsters he had dealt with before, did not feel too much pressure. If he hadn't traveled here and his own strength had been greatly weakened, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. This is the first time I've seen a charm-type curse spirit. It's really well deserved. It's so outstanding in terms of physical skills and its own abilities. I just don't know if it has a genetic sequence. If it does, it might gain a greater advantage in this battle. Jianghua, who was observing the battle situation at this time, spoke, and the situation was indeed as he said. At the moment, Sure 2 was obviously at a disadvantage and was suppressed by the cursed spirit boy. If this continues, won't Senior Sure 2 be in a bad situation? Lupin, who had thought that he could at least hold on, suddenly felt like he was going to capsize. It would be a bit innocent to capsize in such a ditch, after all, it has already reached this point. I originally thought that with the protection of the strong men in the Ambu, I could win the whole process safely. If I had known this, I might as well stay at the Umbu headquarters. Don't worry too much. After all, Senior Shirtu is the captain of the Umbu, a capable general who fights 7 men alone. At least he will have no problem holding on for a while. His gene sequence is 211 steel-armed. In terms of defense and offense alone, he is one of the best in the melee faction. Look, this big guy has already taken it seriously. Jiang Hua, who felt the situation change, spoke up. LV Pin followed what he said and forgot about passing the opponent. At this time, Shita's body shape changed. His muscle lines became rich and full. His already strong body became even taller and more powerful. His body expanded like a giant, and his skin had a bronze luster. The addition of this gene sequence not only made Shirtu look much stronger, but even under LV Pin's observation of life measurement, the opponent's blood volume doubled and directly became the beginning of the word 2. Then, relying on the addition advantage, he continued to fight with the boy in front of him, and with the help of powerful force to suppress the reverse, the battle between the two gradually became tense, and for a while, no one could do anything to the other. It's a pity. Although Senior Shita's steel armor is strong, it obviously doesn't have much advantage over this guy. If Lu Sandao was here now, he wouldn't be restrained by this guy. If the two of them attacked together, they wouldn't be so passive. That guy who fought 7 alone is really something. He was not there at such a critical moment. Jiang Hua, who knew that Shita's enhanced state could not be maintained for too long, spoke up. There was still a gap in strength between the two, especially when it was unclear whether the other party had the gene sequence. If he still had a trump card, Shita's situation might be dangerous. And at this time in the main battlefield, relying on the stone added by his own gene sequence, he can easily withstand the attack of the cursed boy. Compared with himself, this guy's extremely fast speed undoubtedly occupies a considerable advantage, but the boy's calm appearance really makes him feel that the situation is a bit bad. The gene sequence of iron armor is strong, but it obviously has its limitations. Just like the current situation, he actually used only the lightest mode in the gene sequence state, and did not exert the most powerful power of this sequence. It is precisely because of this that he barely kept up with the battle rhythm of the boy in front of him. If you want to use the most powerful sequence power of iron armor, although you can get a positive increase in strength in a short time, the speed of your physical energy consumption will also increase, and you will become more inflexible. At that time, you will obviously become a living target and be slaughtered. If you can know that the cursed spirits in the void connection area are indeed not to be underestimated, the opponent's strength should be greatly weakened at present, but he still fights back and forth with him. If the area we are in now is outside the domain, I am afraid that no matter how hard I fight, I will not be able to hold on for too long. These people in the City Defense Resources Department are really useless. There is not even one person who can lend a hand. Looking at the staff of the Resource Department who were dealing with the octopus monster in front of them, they were all beaten to pieces. Shirtu felt that the overall level of the 8 departments had really been lowered, and they could not help at all. They were completely holding them back, especially at Xiaowan too. He's just a noob. Is it possible to effectively improve one's own power defense through genetic sequences? It's a bit interesting, but this level is far from enough. I will not continue to play this boring game with you next time. I will kill you cleanly here. Your life will become the nutrient for me to continue to grow stronger. The eyes of the cursed boy who said this were calm and without any emotion. He saw black mist constantly evaporating from the surface of his body. An indescribable sense of oppression suddenly made Shirtu frown. Human beings are bound to be creatures that continue to weaken due to time. Only cursed spirits can become eternal existences. Countless turbid black mist volatilized and attacked the stone like substance. Stone, who didn't dare to be careless about this, waved the axe in his hand. The surface of the axe flashed with golden light. He vividly used his own magic power to scatter it, and then quickly distanced himself to avoid being affected. This black mist is obviously not as simple as it seems on the surface. Some personnel of the City Defense Resources Department who were closer were affected, and they hugged their faces and huddled on the ground, crying and wailing. They didn't know what kind of pain they were experiencing. Just looking at it makes people feel cautious. Gene sequence? This is a bit troublesome. Feeling that if he touches this black fog, he may not end up well. The pressure on stone has doubled. The advantage he has gained temporarily with the help of steel weapons may also disappear. It happens to be the type that is most difficult for me to deal with. The black mist continued to spread outwards, eventually shrouding the scene in front of it. Whether it was Shida's home field, everyone in the city defense resources department, and even people on the fringes like Lupin and the others were deeply trapped in it, and the situation worryingly, after the black mist formed and enveloped him, the aura of the cursed boy became even stronger. Did this guy actually forcibly borrow the power of the sequence to offset the impact of the void spiritual world? This is troublesome. Now he is locked by this guy, and he is trapped here and can't get out. Jiang Hua, who understands the current situation, obviously feels that the situation is not optimistic. The stone itself is in this battle. It does not have an advantage and is at a disadvantage. At present, the opponent's genetic sequence can have a covering effect on the surrounding environment, which will only make the situation worse. More unpredictable, greatly strengthening itself. This was the first time she had seen such a powerful cursed spirit. If she continued to delay like this, Shirtu would only be defeated. Wouldn't that be terrible? Why don't we retreat now and find Deputy Commander Wenbaiha? Otherwise, if this continues, sooner or later the whole army will be annihilated here. Even without Jiang Hua's reminder, he can still know it through life measurement. The cursed boy's blood volume was now infinitely close to that of a stone. Lupin naturally knew that the situation was not optimistic, so he had no choice but to run away first. We can't escape, didn't I just say that? Now we have been locked by these black fogs. If we want to leave here, we will definitely be tracked by them, and then directly killed and devoured. Not to mention the strength of the two of us, we are at the bottom. It is absolutely impossible to resist the power of the black mist. We can only wait and see what happens and hope that other reinforcements will come, otherwise Senior Shirtu alone will not be able to sustain it for long. Jiang Hua, who was originally confident that Shirtu would be able to hold on for a while, couldn't be sure at the moment. This really made Lupin feel unsure. This time, he was really in bad luck. Maybe he would really end up here. We can only hope that reinforcements will come in time. Looking at Shirshur, who was clearly at a disadvantage at this time, Lupin could only think helplessly in his heart. At this time, on Wenbaiha's side, the steps that he had been taking quietly stopped, and their assistant Zua, who had been following him for half a step, stopped moving forward because of the other person's stop. The expression that was originally still humane gradually converged, catching a gaze like Wenbaiha's. It was no longer as concerned as before, but with a sense of indifference and fear. The power of the man in front of him undoubtedly made him look at him. He looked like a monster. She had never seen such a powerful human being. He pretended to take a few steps back naturally, knowing that the other party had discovered his weird assistant Zua. Momo took out the sharp blade at his waist and tried his best to regulate his sharp aura as smoothly as possible. Wenbaiha didn't care at all about the behavior of the beauty behind him. He just looked far away in the direction they came here before and said in an indifferent tone, "I really can't bear my temper. I originally thought that guy would wait for me to leave. We should start when we are far away. With this level of aura, that guy sure too may not be able to withstand it. It would be really troublesome to go back the way he came." Although there were only him and Assistant Zwot at the moment, he seemed to be communicating with the air now and didn't pay attention to Assistant Zwot at all, which made the other person feel extremely insulted. But even so, he still dared not move forward. Wenbaiha stood there quietly, as if an old monk was in trance. It looked like there were flaws all over his body, but as a cursed spirit, he could not resist it. His instinct told him that the man in front of him was definitely not someone who could be easily provoked. The crimson-eyed Wenbaiha said that this man was indeed the strongest ANBU and was completely invincible. "Since you don't like to play by the rules, then I can only close the net for now. But it's a pity. I wanted to use you to catch the real big fish. But it makes sense. Who would be stupid enough to tell two cannon fodders their real location?" Watching the black mist gradually rising in the distant sky, Wenbaiha turned his attention to Assistant Zwa behind him. He glanced at him with his red eyes and froze. The wind blew, and the golden wheat fields in the distance were like the ocean, which was unforgettable. The full ears of wheat swayed and fell gently. This was the crystallization of the labor of many farmers in the Kale City state. The ears of wheat swayed, just like a headless body with blood gushing from its neck. With a little silver white hair tip, it embellished the black hair. The expression was a little lazy at this time, watching quietly, and the delicate facial features and delicate skin created a kind of cold beauty. As a cursed spirit, she did not understand what humans called aesthetics, but just the eye contact was enough to shock her, especially since now only her head was left being gently lifted up by the man in front of her. Blood was still flowing from his fingertips, but it was as if Wenbaiha had just done something insignificant, and there was no way for him to have any emotional fluctuations. So how should I deal with you next, Miss Curse Spirit? Wenbai has stared at the other person's eyes quietly and spoke. At this time, on Shida's side, the muscle lines with a golden luster were strong and powerful, and he withstood the attack of the huge tentacles in front of him, but Shirtu, who had been fighting for a long time, obviously no longer had the calmness at the beginning. Hot sweat was pouring down his forehead. He relied on this weapon to block and dodge, and no longer attacked as quickly as before. The flaw revealed when dodging also became an opportunity for the black mist to attack. Shirtu, who was forced to do nothing, could only block with his arms. He was immediately attacked, and he gritted his teeth in pain, but refused to make any wails. He silently endured it all, looking at the cursed spirit boy with anger in his eyes. Are you already in such a mess? You are bound by this useless body, and you are doomed to have no chance of defeating me. I have to admit that you are one of the few strong people I have ever seen, so I have changed my mind. How about turning you into a cursed spirit? What do you think? I didn't expect that Shirtu could actually support the cursed spirit boy in his hands for so long. He obviously changed his mind at this time. After all, assimilating the other party into a cursed spirit is obviously more valuable than swallowing. You know how to assimilate humans into cursed spirits. Are you really capable of racial reproduction? In this case, even if I die, I have to leave you here. Shirtu is obviously clear about his own physical condition, but the current situation is related to the safety of the Kale City state. Even if he dies, he must delay time and hold on until others arrive. What a pity! If you voluntarily transform into a cursed spirit, the chances of success might be even greater. Since you insist on doing so, then go and die. After receiving a clear refusal from the stone, the cursed spirit boy did not stop at this time and suddenly launched an offensive. After adapting to the pressure of the void spirit world, his speed is now faster than before, as if he is getting braver and braver. In an instant, he crushed the stone with the help of the all-pervasive blue tentacles. The pressure on the stone, which could only be relieved by the axe, doubled. In the end, with the lightning-fast attack speed and the fact that the stone's physical energy was severely consumed at this time, he used his busy body to forcibly shake the axe away. The blue tentacles entangled, and the boy followed and stepped on the stone on the ground with one foot. Because the physical energy consumption has reached the limit, the power stimulated by the use of the gene sequence at this time gradually subsided. The swollen muscles of the stone gradually shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally changed to the original appearance. The whole person was also severely fried because of this battle, and he looked extremely bad. There was no trace of the previous cheerful chat with LV Pin. Because of the powerful shock force just now, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The consumption of this battle for him was obvious. At the moment, he had no chance of turning the tables, which made the hearts of the people who were suffering from the battle with the octopus monster sink to the bottom. Now that I can understand the gap between you and me, I will give you one last chance. Either surrender or die. The cursed spirit boy who wanted to take the other party as a servant spoke. The outer domain has always followed the law of the jungle. What kind of blood is often there, naturally needless to say, and as a cursed spirit among them, if you want to consolidate your own ruling position, it is naturally impossible to fight alone, and it also needs to unite all the forces that can be used as much as possible. And conquering human strongmen and assimilating them into cursed spirits is undoubtedly a very good choice. Kill me, don't even think you can get anything from me. None of the men in the second team of the Yambu are cowards. Sooner or later, someone will avenge me. Stone, who has always been persistent, obviously cannot betray his beliefs, let alone allow himself to become a pawn of the cursed spirits. Humans are really incomprehensible. They value their lives so much, but the choices made by individuals are completely different. Well, I'll fulfill your wish over there. I will let them be buried with you. By devouring your lives, my power will become stronger. Sooner or later, your boring persistence will appear ridiculous in front of a human who chooses to live in disgrace for his life. The cursed spirit boy, who has completely lost his patience with this, obviously will not hold back any longer. The blue tentacles suddenly turned into silver-blue crystal blades, and suddenly stabbed at the stone. This immediately made everyone's heart rise to their throats. After all, if Shirtu died, they would be the next to be killed. However, when Zhang Hua, who had sharp eyes, saw the figure of a man behind the cursed spirit boy, he could not help but feel relieved. He quietly retracted the Zhangba snake spear behind him. Hey, little brother, the sudden soft words made the cursed spirit boy stop the sharp blade hanging between Shida's eyebrows. He put his hands in his pockets. When Baiha, who was not far behind him, looked at him coldly. I don't know when he came to such a place, and he didn't even trigger the judgment of the black mist. You make me embarrassed. Although you are so embarrassed that people can't recognize you, the guy under your feet, when Baiha's expression did not change at all, and his lips moved slightly, but he is my friend. Looking at the red-eyed young man whose aura was not much different from that of an ordinary person, although the other party did not release a strong aura of oppression at the moment, he could not help but feel nervous. However, if he gave up and spared Shita's life, he would feel unwilling. After all, wouldn't it be meaningless? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but make up his mind and stabbed Shita. Suddenly, the space moved. He realized that something was wrong and fled. When he turned his head, Baiha was still standing there quietly, as if he had never moved. Shita, who fell to the ground, was panting violently, and his life was temporarily saved. All this seemed as if nothing had happened just now, but the faint vibration in the air made the cursed boy understand that this was not his illusion. This guy is indeed as powerful as described in the rumors. Then the cursed boy, who knew it was time to evacuate, did not continue to waste his energy. He waved his hand, and countless octopus monsters suddenly turned into nothingness, reducing the physical consumption in this regard with extreme seriousness. Are you just thinking about leaving? The thinking of you cursed spirits is really hard to understand. I am standing here with this group of old, weak, and sick people. If you want to kill me, this is a great opportunity. Looking at the stone being lifted up by Jianghua Lupin and the others, Baiha, who knew that there was no big problem with the other party, didn't pay much attention. He took out his hands from his pockets and quietly walked towards the direction of the cursed boy. The cursed spirit boy was somewhat nervous, but his identity as a cursed spirit also made him unwilling to surrender in front of the man in front of him. He was an immortal cursed spirit, so how could he show fear in front of a human being? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart, and a black mist suddenly appeared all over his body. This black mist seemed to be tinged with some dark thunder, which made his whole body feel stronger, even stronger than when he was dealing with the stone just now. In the first 3 points, when facing Baiha, he was obviously completely serious. This powerful force also gave him some confidence, and his eyes looked confident. Gene sequence 177_Yulzifa not only can effectively enhance its own speed and power, but also can use itself as a breeding ground to breed powerful waiters with the Yulze attribute after breaking through the first level of its own gene lock, making them it turns into its own tentacles and minions, feeding back to itself. Those octopus monsters just now were the cursed monsters raised by the cursed boy, just because. This ability didn't increase for long, so it couldn't really exert its terrifying effect. That being the case, with such a powerful genetic sequence ability, the young man in front of him will inevitably become a unique strongman in the future world of cursed spirits. This is a power that makes him proud. Did this guy still hide it from the beginning? Shita, whose face turned pale, looked at the scene in front of him. He was obviously a little surprised that the other party broke through the gene lock. After all, if the other party fought with him in this posture from the beginning, if so, I'm afraid he may not be able to persist until now. Although it is not difficult for him to break through the gene lock, the aspect he prefers is the absolute increase in strength, and the speed will be reduced to an indescribable point. It may also play a big role in cooperating with team battles. If it is like this, he is good at fighting against spell spirits with speed, but he may not be able to hold on for as long as he did with the low-end version of the steel weapon just now. This shortcoming must be made up for in the future. As for whether Baiha will overturn now, how possible is it in Stone's opinion? At this time, Baiha, who was watching the opponent put on such a fighting posture, frowned slightly. You cursed spirits who have broken through the gene lock are as strong as monsters. It is really scary. I have to face enemies like you. I have worked so hard to get here. Will you be killed later? Just kill him, it's really bad luck. Although he said he was panicking, in fact, except for a slight frown, the expression on Baiha's face basically didn't change much. It was obviously just talking and playing a wave of ridicule. And how could the cursed spirit boy, who had always been proud because of his noble status, endure such stimulation? After the breath is adjusted to the best state, it launches an offensive like a swirling thunderstorm. The mist wrapped around itself carried thunder and lightning, and it was so fast that after images appeared, making it difficult for ordinary people to observe its movement trajectory with the naked eye. However, Baiha, who saw this scene, just raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He didn't move quietly until the sharp blade in the opponent's hand was half a meter in front of him. Although the cursed boy's attack was fast, Baiha always seemed to be slightly faster than him. The blade passed by the clothes, but it was never able to cause any damage. The two of them were like dazzling lights, attacking and defending. presenting everyone with a movement battle that cannot be missed. No matter how the cursed boy speeds up his attacks, Wenbaiha is always just as quick as a cat playing with a mouse. This fighting rhythm of hitting the air with his hands every time he attacks makes him tired, but he has nothing to do with it. The method, this man obviously seems to be full of flaws, but he is always difficult to figure out and difficult to capture. This is completely exposed by the other party deliberately. Wenbaiha, who easily avoided the opponent's sharp blade thrust, passed by him, and easily leaned back to back against the opponent, moved smoothly and casually, leaning against the opponent's body and falling back naturally. He spoke teasingly into the young man's earlobe. Although you monsters who have broken through the genetic lock are indeed very strong, but it is such a pity that I am invincible in this city-state. This kind of harmless but extremely insulting behavior undoubtedly completely angered the cursed boy. He turned his head and launched a fierce offensive. Unfortunately, for Wenbaiha, who could easily see the opponent's body trajectory, this was basically as fast as a turtle and was not worth mentioning. In the easy evasion again and again, the opponent's movement skills gradually slowing down, Wenbaiha began to lose patience. If you waste your energy rashly like this, it won't have any effect, so why do you always want to break through your limits? By the way, should you consider how to escape now? After all, if you continue to delay like this, his hand silently rested on the handle of the knife at his waist. Wenbaiha, who was gradually losing patience with this cat and mouse game, rarely smiled, but there is no chance. He drew his sword forward and waved it gently. The sword swing lasted only a moment, and even the cursed boy couldn't clearly see the trajectory of the opponent's sword draw with his powerful eyes. The speed was so fast that by the time he reacted, except for his head, his body had already been shattered into tens of thousands of pieces, and blood dyed the ground red. It was as if the young man's head in this pile of minced meat widened his eyes, with endless hatred in his eyes. Damn it, if I could become stronger, how could I be insulted by a human like you? Power, I want power. The cursed spirit boy, who had never been humiliated by humans, had obviously completely lost his mind. Countless blue tentacles broke out of the ground and attacked the already relaxed resource department staff and Lupin and others, wanting to devour them and turn them into nutrients for themselves to continue fighting. But just when it was about to succeed, the tentacles froze. You really don't cry until you see the coffin. You regard living beings as the equivalent of replenishing the physical energy consumed in a battle, you guy. Looking at the bloody blade in his hand, Wenbaiha's silver hair fluttered in the wind. He looked at the pile of minced meat in front of him with an indifferent face and said, "What do you regard life as?" As these words fell, the cursed spirit boy, who could barely maintain a stable breath, suddenly became distorted, and finally split directly, and his head changed into countless fragments due to the internal tearing. This was not because Wenbaiha attacked him again, but it was inevitable due to the previous attack. Wenbaiha had launched tens of thousands of slashes in the previous moment. It was not that he did not attack the head, but in order to make the cursed boy feel the despair better, he deliberately increased the speed of swinging the sword, so that when the blade broke the skin tissue did not even notice that it was hurt. It was like glue sticking together, barely keeping it together, until the cursed boy was too excited just now, and the head that was rarely glued together split apart and evolved into what it is now. Finally, under the unwilling wailing of the cursed boy, the minced meat turned into a wisp of Japanese black mist and dissipated in the sky. The same was true for the blue tentacles, as if they had never left any traces in this city-state. Such a powerful curse spirit that broke through the genetic lock was still unable to parry Wenbaiha's sword with a gentle swing. The gap between the two was clear at a glance. After completing all this, Wenbaiha's expression did not change at all. He just quietly walked in the direction of Shirtu and the others, looking at the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone in the resources department and the complexity of shit his eyes. After all, the opponent who was difficult for him to deal with was killed by the deputy commander with a single blow. This was very embarrassing. In response, Wenbaiha glanced at the injuries on his body and just patted Shu's shoulder. Hearing a strange movement, he couldn't help but glance at the direction of the river and said in a calm tone, "It seems that he is not completely stupid." "I know. Did you leave a return spell here specifically to escape?" Wenbaiha, who had expected it, was not surprised by this. After all, the reason why the other party was able to escape was largely because he let his guard down, otherwise there would be no way he could escape like this. "Ah? You actually let him run away like that? One fight against 7, wouldn't our actions be meaningless?" Jiang Hua, who originally thought that Wenbaiha would chop the opponent into ashes with a single knife, suddenly looked surprised. Obviously he couldn't understand what this guy was thinking. It was obvious that he was an opponent that could be easily dealt with, but now he let the opponent go first. Bang! As soon as she finished saying this, she received a chestnut punch from Shirtu. The vice chief on the other side glared at her, saying that there must be a reason for such a decision, which made Zhang Hua couldn't help but itch with hatred. It's just a long-term way to catch big fish. A cursed spirit of this level is not a threat at all unless it invades a residential area. What's more, I have memorized this guy's aura. If I dare to invade the city-state next time, the most important thing is to chop him with a knife. The most important thing about this invasion is that it is not as simple as it seems on the surface. We have to find a way to find out the guy who made such an arrangement. Wenbaiha didn't care at all about the complaints from his subordinates. Wenbaiha obviously had his own ideas. He didn't pay any attention to the threat that this cursed boy could pose. This was also the foundation of his own strong strength. What he was interested in right now was the black hand behind the scenes that was promoting the progress of this matter. Perhaps this is the huge trouble that the city-state needs to deal with. However, what no one noticed at this time was that Lu Pin, who was still marveling at Wenbaiha's powerful strength, gradually showed a blue luster that could only be observed by himself, and his eyes became chaotic and dull. Constantly switching and transforming for a while, the colors change brilliantly like a kaleidoscope, eventually forming countless phantom fragments. The consciousness twists and gathers, and changes into a whole again. What's wrong with you, kid? You're so scared. Zhang Hua, who noticed his weirdness next to Lu Pin, couldn't help but pat the opponent's shoulder. Lu Pin looked at the familiar but unfamiliar face in front of him, and his expression gradually became wrong. The jaw and eyes looked complicated because of this, which really puzzled Zhang Hua. At this time, in the outer world, Shiraishi City. The road was bumpy, and as white mist rose, cracks gradually appeared on the originally petrified body surface, gravel fell, and Lu Pin's originally chaotic consciousness finally began to wake up. Mubai was overjoyed when he noticed the strange change in the stone statue he was carrying behind him. However, he was currently in a dangerous situation and could not allow him to stop at all. He could only continue to move forward with Lu Pin, who was gradually waking up, on his back. At this time, there were two fast dogs chasing them behind him. Different from ordinary monsters, they were as strong as the zombie dogs in Resident Evil, and they gave people an extremely indescribable sense of intimidation. It was clear that Mubai, who was entangled with them and found it difficult to escape, naturally did not dare to confront them head-on. After all, these zombie dogs are just one of the things that are difficult to deal with. What is even more troublesome is the owner behind these dogs, the man with a split face who laughs so unpleasantly. Mubai has no doubt that the other person is a member of the Zerg tribe. Once he is caught, it is self-evident what the outcome will be. At this time, the petrified fragments on Lu Pin's body gradually peeled off after waking up, and a few barks could be vaguely heard. Everything he experienced after the time travel was still clearly changing in his mind, just like the memory fragments were deeply imprinted in his mind, making him unforgettable. Unlike Mubai, who just went through the war on the top and maintained his self-awareness at all times, Lu Pin, who had just woken up at this time, obviously made certain cognitive errors. After all, the world he traveled through was too real. In this violent shaking feeling, it is even more difficult to quickly adjust the state. However, this chaotic and gloomy state did not last long. At least when Lu Pin opened his eyes dizzily and looked into the eyes of a huge, hideous, and ugly dog head, this indescribable fright and visual impact also had made him sober up immediately. Seeing that the zombie dog's sharp teeth were about to bite him, Lu Pin clenched his fists with almost no hesitation. His watch suddenly flashed with light, and the crystalline substance instantly wrapped around his fist and forearm. Lu Pin suddenly punched forward out of instinct. Boom! Even though his body had just recovered from the petrified state, Lu Pin's instinctive power could only hit the dog's head and crush its skull, sending it flying away. At the same time, his body mimicked a snake, broke free from the vines that Mubai had used to bind the stone statue, bit another zombie's neck, wrapped his body around it, and bound it to the ground alive. The scales on his body gave rise to giant tooth-like crystal substances, which instantly shredded it, and then he turned into a human again and climbed up in a pool of blood. It feels so real that it's hard to believe. What I've experienced is fake. Am I LV Pin or by sure? Is that world really fake? LV Pin, who felt the power of his body again, had already awakened, but the impact of the two real worlds still made it difficult for him to choose, just like a person who had just awakened from a dream. It seems that you have experienced a lot this time. How is it? There shouldn't be any problems with your body, right? I've been alone for a while, but it's been a little bad. Seeing that it was LV Pin who finally woke up this time, Mubai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but when he looked into his eyes, he could also observe the confusion in his eyes. I think it was the illusion after the crossing that caused him to have cognitive errors. After all, LV Pin entered the petrification much earlier than him. It's okay, but it's a bit overwhelming to switch between two worlds at the same time. Could it be that you have the same situation? What's going on? After hearing what the other party said, LV Pin, who immediately understood that Mubai should have had the same experience, did not doubt it. After all, they both entered Shiraishi City together, and from the probability alone, there is a great possibility that they are in the same situation. It's just that relatively speaking, the other party seems to have woken up much earlier than himself. Hurry up and adjust your state. There is no time to delay any further. After the words fell, Mubai immediately told LV Pin everything he encountered after entering Shiraishi City, including the things he experienced in the world he crossed, and the situation they both need to face now. You said you crossed into the world of One Piece and experienced the top war? LV Pin was shocked when he heard Mubai's description. The confusion caused by crossing two worlds also changed. He said that his head was a little confused about his old friend's experience. After all, no matter how hard you think, you can't cross over to the fan fiction world. Although Mubai described his experience as extremely easy, even if you use your brain to think about it, LV Pin knows that the other party's experience must not be that easy. It is a blessing to be able to come back alive after crossing over to such a battlefield. And after listening to Mubai's current information sharing, LV Pin understood the reason why they crossed over in the petrification of the entire Baishur citizens. He finally understood that this matter was actually related to the divine blood creature. It's really terrifying, and it actually has such a powerful ability. In general, this is our current situation. I contacted Lin Yun and the others some time ago and asked Brother Zhang Yong to go to Chimu Belan to ask about the situation of Willow Tree. However, I have not received a reply yet. But I think the military and police should not be able to provide substantial assistance. During the time when you were unconscious, I did try to find other people who had practiced to unite our strength, but unfortunately there was no progress. Instead, I provoked the Zerg people and evolved into the current situation. Now the situation of the two of us is not safe. We are being targeted by the Zerg people. Watching LV Pin gradually adjust his state, Mubai took out the Yubata to contact Lin Yun and the others while describing the current situation, and informed them of LV Pin's awakening. He also took the opportunity to ask about Zhang Yong's news. Unfortunately, Zhang Yong has not returned to the base yet. In other words, we now need to be vigilant not only that the white mist of Willow Tree can be activated again, causing the crossing to happen, but also beware of the Zerg enemies hidden in the dark? LV Pin, who understood the seriousness of the matter, frowned immediately. This situation is really troublesome. Don't worry, I have held on until now by myself. Now if we two attack together, we will not be completely powerless to fight back. The most important thing now is to survive and find out whether the purpose of the Zerg coming here this time is related to the divine blood creatures, otherwise the situation will only get worse and worse. Silently hanging up the Yubata in his hand, although the current situation is still not good, at least Mubai feels that it is still much more optimistic than before. After all, with the blessing of LV Pin's powerful fighting power, at least he can deal with the enemy without being chased and bitten by two zombie dogs like he just did. After all, before, he not only had to worry about the burden of LV Pin's stone statue, but also had to go deep into the enemy camp to investigate the situation alone. It was always relatively speaking, and he needed to take something into consideration, not as free as now. LV Pin, who understood the situation, also nodded lightly, and then told Mubai about his experience during this period after crossing without hiding it. Unlike the previous bizarre dreams that were gradually forgotten after the experience, everything he experienced after crossing was imprinted in his mind, making him unforgettable. Ghosts and monsters? Cursed spirits? Although he had not experienced it personally, just by hearing these descriptions, Mubai could understand how wonderful LV Pin's experience during this period was, as if he was experiencing his life again. I think it was because it was too real that he felt a great sense of dislocation at the beginning. However, LV Pin did not continue to discuss this matter with him in depth, but first checked his own system space, and the empty space grid immediately made him frown. Is the thing really gone? Although he had expected it, LV Pin still had a headache when he saw that the Zhangba snake spear had disappeared at this time. That world was indeed not made up, and his only weapon was now broken there. What should he do next? Confused, Mubai couldn't help asking, and finally LV Pin told him the tasks he needed to perform in the note mission, and the embarrassing situation of not having a suitable weapon at the moment. So, it seems that the world you traveled through is indeed a real world. After all, your Zhangba snake lance was left there. So, the situation I encountered in the One Piece world should be the same. If tens of thousands of worlds you travel through are completely real, then the power of the divine blood creature in front of you is too strong. After listening to LV Pin's description, Mubai felt his scalp tingling. Before there was solid evidence, he had always thought that people who entered the petrified state were likely to fall into a space similar to an illusion dream, but now it seems that his initial judgment was wrong. With such a strange power, do humans really have the qualifications to fight against it? In this case, the red-eyed white scales, which only show their size advantage in front of humans, may also have a strange power that makes people shudder. In this way, the importance of Zheng Yong as the only seedling of human divine blood is even more needless to say. No wonder the natives of the other world are so obsessed with whether the savior will sign a contract. The divine blood creatures are also stronger than they imagined. However, Mubai did not continue to be obsessed with this issue, but took out a Tang sword from the system space and handed it to LV Pin. This was the equipment that they had exploded when they followed me to fight monsters and monsters. It was left for him to defend himself in close combat. Because he was used to using bows and arrows, it had never worked. But in this case, it can work. LV Pin, armed with the Tang sword, felt more confident for a while. In the end, the two of them did not stay for long. After briefly explaining how to arrange things, they headed towards the willow tree. At this time, Zheng Yang was here. He got the information about the willow tree from Chimu Balan and rushed to the military base near the Lotus Mountain area. Because they were of the same kind, he had a greater chance of getting information from the willow tree and had a deeper understanding of it. It was unrealistic to defeat the willow tree head-on and save LV Pinyabai and the millions of people in Baishar City. After all, only the same kind could defeat the willow tree, and they had to be of the same level and attributes. This was unrealistic for them now. Chimu Balan couldn't have gotten involved in this matter inexplicably. So if you want to solve this matter thoroughly, you have to use cleverness. Although there is no way to defeat the willow tree head-on, you can also use certain conditions to let the other party leave on its own. Although the god blood willow is powerful, it is actually the same as Akame White Scale. It can also simulate human form and possess true wisdom and thoughts. Naturally, it will have likes and dislikes for certain things, and this is also the key point that they can use to make the willow leave on its own. According to Akame White Scale's description, the god blood creatures are connected to each other, and the willow is also her old friend. When they were in the other world, both of them were in the principality of Tatar. Because it is a plant, the god blood willow can be said to be extremely docile among many god blood creatures. Even in the other world, it basically stays alone and will not easily harm other monster races. It can be said to be a very standard home tree. Although it has no particular preference for food and other needs, it is extremely demanding in terms of the location and quality water source of the planting area. It can even be said to be paranoid. Therefore, in the inner world, this willow tree is different from other divine blood creatures. It has no territorial jurisdiction of its own. Basically, it will directly settle down in a place with good water quality. Therefore, in the inner world, it often happens that it settles down in other people's homes. It can be said that it is the most wandering divine blood. Only when the water quality of the place deteriorates, it will choose to teleport away from its nest in Logan space to find a place more suitable for its own residence. It is precisely because of this that this divine blood willow tree has become the object of dislike for other divine blood creatures. After all, even if they are of the same kind, no one would like a huge willow tree to harm their territory, and then mess up the place and leave. If Zheng Yong remembered correctly, he remembered that the springs in the mountainous area of Baishar City were famous far and wide. It was not for the purpose of attacking humans, but for the purpose of settling there. It was hard to say whether it had any intention to attack humans. After all, Chimu Balan said that the willow tree was extremely gentle and should not be hostile to humans. Maybe it was just because of its huge size that it could not hold back its strength for a while, causing the people of Baishar City to be trapped in the crossing incident. There was still room for saving this matter. According to Chimu Balan's description, the best way to remove the petrified state of everyone was to force the willow tree to leave. Only by keeping a distance would the effect of the white mist lose its effect, allowing these people to survive. Otherwise, there was basically no way to solve this matter. After all, no matter how gentle the character of the god blood willow was, once it wanted to solve this matter violently, it would inevitably escalate the conflict. We must tell LV Pin and Mubai about this. Only by solving the water source problem can we force the willow tree to leave without conflict. Zheng Yong, who knew the importance of this matter, could not help but speed up his pace and head towards the base. But at this moment, a strong sense of uneasiness shocked his heart. He felt as if something was staring at him. He stopped quietly and looked around. At this time, the forest seemed quiet. Zheng Yong could not even hear the sound of monsters in the surrounding forests. This was very abnormal. Quietly, paper flowers fell from the sky, which made people puzzled. Zheng Yong, who realized that something was wrong, became serious. He squinted his eyes and vaguely saw two figures looming in the distance, both of them looking at each other. "Hey, brother Chose, this big fool seems to have discovered us. It's really troublesome. I originally thought that I could teleport him into the white fog and turn him into a stone statue before he noticed us. Now it seems that there is not much possibility. This is the first time I have seen such a powerful human being." The girl in front of him seemed to have a blank surprise in her eyes, wearing a white robe. Although she already knew that the other party was a divine blood, she was still surprised when she saw such a powerful human being for the first time. This was because the other party could feel the spatial movement caused by his ability. At this time, she turned her hands into palms and pushed them against each other. Under the use of her own Tao power, an extremely unstable cube condensed between her palms, with a few paper flowers floating in it, making it difficult to understand its role. The spatial movement mentioned by the girl seemed to be related to this. After all, it is divine blood. Even if it is just a human, although the distance between the two places is a bit far, the space should still remain stable and innocent. Xiao focused his attention on Zheng Yong. Obviously, he had regarded this human as his biggest enemy. This was indeed an opponent that could not be ignored and was very strong. Don't worry, there is no way such a big mistake will happen at this time. Keeping stability is a piece of cake. Do we have to do it now? Wu Qiu said. When the paper flowers fell, she had already marked Zheng Yong in space, and the other party could not escape. In this case, let's do it directly. Don't let the corpse dog wait for too long. After dealing with those two insignificant little ghosts, that guy may be bored now. At this time, Xiao Zhe said in a flat tone. After all, if he continued to delay, it would be very likely to provoke the black snake. What's more, he also wanted to compete with this guy. Understood, then the anticipated space journey is about to begin. After hearing it, Wu Qiu pushed his palms forward, and the cube rushed forward directly, turning into a beam of light and attacking directly. Zheng Yong, who had anticipated this, blocked it with his shield. However, this beam of light attack was obviously not comparable to ordinary physical attacks. Even the shield that could easily block ordinary attacks in the past was now useless. After being blocked, the beam of light directly changed direction and attacked Zheng Yong from another angle. Knowing that being hit by this beam of light would definitely not bring him any good, Zheng Yong would not compromise and quickly dodged. Unfortunately, how could a person's speed match the light? After pulling back a distance, Zheng Yong, who could not hold on any longer, was still hit by the light and enveloped by it. The strong sense of spatial distortion made him feel dizzy and depressed. Unlike the previous battles he had experienced, Zheng Yong's cognition gradually deviated under the cover of this light. He could feel that the space around him was changing, and an indescribable complex emotion surged in his heart. He knew that a strong enemy was approaching, so he did not dare to be careless. The taste and pain of the blood from biting the tip of his tongue made his mind clearer. When he reacted and observed the surroundings, it had already turned into a quiet bamboo forest, filled with mist, like a fairyland. In this ethereal world, it brought people a sense of uneasiness. Zheng Yong felt the gaze of others. Suddenly, the sound of a pipa came into his ears, making Zheng Yong frown. The big strings are like heavy rain, and the small strings are like whispers. It should be a blessing to hear such classical sounds in this bamboo forest wonderland, but Zheng Yong's frown has not relaxed yet. As if he has sensed the murderous intent in the sound of the pipa. She is dressed in red as blood, and the raccoon mask covers her beautiful face. The axis is turned and the strings are plucked, and the music continues. The dead leaves on the branches fall, and the light bamboo leaves keep turning, as if they are also affected by the sound of the pipa and the wind direction, and finally fall on the quiet lake. The originally quiet, mirror-like lake surface suddenly becomes turbulent. The woman in red is still sitting in the distance, holding the pipa in her hand, and the strings are still playing. But Zheng Yong, who felt that the sound of the pipa seemed to come from all around without any blind spots, felt an indescribable sense of oppression. The red-dressed woman plucked the strings faster, and the sound of the pipa was still beautiful, but with a bit of bleakness. The surrounding space fluctuated, and Zheng Yong became more alert. Suddenly, the air not far away from him moved abnormally. Zhang Yong, who noticed something was wrong, held a shield to block, and immediately blocked the stabbing blade. The figure passed by him, and the two were dislocated. The cloth strips with bandages on his body danced in the wind. What was unforgettable was the handsome face and the eyes with bleakness. After just passing by, the figure of the bandaged man disappeared again. The two of them only had this simple fight, and they immediately understood the strength of the other party. It was a pity that after this confrontation, when Zhang Yong looked around again, he did not see Qiu Zhe's figure. The other party had already disappeared into the forest. The only thing that came into his ears was the intoxicating sound of the pipa of the red-dressed woman. Afterwards, Qiu Zhe often launched attacks on Zhang Yong, but they were all easily resolved by him holding his shield, like an assassin hiding in the bamboo forest, looking for any possible flaws in Zhang Yong. He needed to be alert to Qiu Zhe's attacks at all times, and he had to guard against the sound of the pipa eroding his state of mind. This made Zhang Yong's pressure at this time self-evident. Knowing that the situation would become worse if he delayed like this, Zhang Yong did not stay in place to waste his energy, but held the shield and sword and went directly to the direction of the red-clothed woman, wanting to kill the enemy in front of him. Although he could not be 100% sure of the identities of these enemies at the moment, from the fact that they had such powerful strength and deliberately targeted him, it seemed that they were Zerg people. An attack designed to target him? It was really bad. I didn't know where this place was. If the information obtained from Akane Belan could not be conveyed, there would be big trouble. When he thought that this matter might be related to the lives of LV Pin and the other two, as well as the safety of millions of people in Baishur City, his eyes became firm, and he wanted to leave here more and more. It was a pity that she had the courage to face Zhang Yong. This woman in red naturally could not be like a living target, allowing him to slaughter her. When Zhang Yong approached with his shield and sword, wanting to kill her, her body dissipated like a phantom fragment and turned into ashes, which made Zhang Yong frown and look around. The sound of the pipa never stopped. Zhang Yong, who was observing the surroundings, suddenly found countless red-dressed women sitting in the purple bamboo forest, as if they had performed the clone technique, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. It's not that simple. Is this the power of the Zerg? Zhang Yong frowned, knowing that the other party should be the same as the black rogue man Su Fu before, and it was his own unique Zerg power. Whether it was this troublesome pipa, the woman, or the bandaged man who was hiding in the dark and wanted to attack him, it also meant that it was probably not an easy thing for him to leave this place easily. But no matter what, he had a reason to leave this ghost place. Thinking of this, his eyes became firm. When the sharp blade in the void attacked, Zhang Yong did not dodge like before, but directly held the other party's arm tightly with 5 fingers. The tip of the blade was suspended a few centimeters away from the eyebrows. The two sides wrestled and looked at each other, and no one was willing to give in. You are really a lucky person blessed by God. A guy like you who can bathe in the blood of God is really enviable. You have no possibility of escape now. You must have this ability, and you can also understand how weak and pathetic humans are. Then I will give you a chance to choose here, either choose to surrender to us, or die because of it. Although forcibly depriving the blood will make the divine blood no longer pure, it also means the possibility of gradually becoming stronger. Don't think that we really have nothing to do with you human divine blood. At this time, Qiu Zhe's tone contained a threatening tone. Knowing the nature of human beings, he obviously still felt that the other party was very likely to surrender. It was a pity that he encountered a tough problem this time. It's really shameful. You know clearly that the enemy is paying attention to you, but you are still trapped in a trap. If there is a crack in the earth, you really want to get in. As for being a gang with you, standing on the opposite side of humanity and the motherland, stop joking. Zhang Yong, who felt that the other party was humiliating him, sounded decisive and resolute. At the same time, he was unwilling to accept his own negligence. If he really wanted to become a human traitor, it would be better to just kill him. Stubborn and restless human beings, it seems that you have no choice at all. In this case, just die for me. I will make good use of your divine blood power. Although the choice Zhang Yong made surprised Qiu Zhe, it was not completely beyond expectations. Then, driven by the sound of pipa, the two people who were evenly matched fell into a fight. But at this time, it was on Lu Pin's side. Compared with Zhang Yong who was in trouble, the situation of Lu Pin and the others was not that bad. After solving all the troubles along the way, they came to the bamboo forest in front of them to rest for a while after going through many hardships. It feels like the Tao Force content in the air has obviously changed. It seems to be more concentrated. Just breathing can help restore physical fitness. Mubai stared at the bamboo forest in front of him and spoke. After all, we are very close to the willow tree. Maybe there is a certain connection between the two. Lupin, who felt that there should be a connection, couldn't help but speak, and then wiped the blood-stained blade between the bamboo leaves, and moved closer. As the distance as we get closer, the size of the sacred blood willow tree becomes more clearly visible, making it unforgettable. Along the way, he defeated many enemies with this newly obtained Tang Dao. The zombie dogs and cats we encountered at the beginning, and then the scene monsters that gradually became weirder. It is said that these all come from the masterpieces of a certain Zergman's ability. These monsters are basically controlled by his ability. You will know that these are because Mubai had a chance encounter with him and luckily escaped from his hands and survived. Came down, and the pursuit of the two of them has never stopped since then. Fortunately, now that Lupin has joined the team, the two of them have had a smooth journey along the way. By the way, there hasn't been any news from Lin Yun? It's been so long. Brother Zhang Yon doesn't even have a reply. I just hope he doesn't run into any trouble. Looking at the bamboo forest in front of him, Lupin felt inexplicably uneasy, and he didn't know if it was his imagination. Maybe something happened. Miss Lin Yun said that she has lost contact with Brother Zhang Yon. Now she has entered the mountainous area to explore and search. Maybe there is something happening on the Zerg side. She asked us to try to be as safe as possible. Stay tuned and we will be notified as soon as there is any news. In order to make it easier for Mubai, who tied Chuangobada to his waist, to speak, such a long time had passed, but there was still no news from Zhang Yon. This, in a large sense, already explained the problem. Stabilizing is not as easy as just saying it. Blindly escaping will only completely lose the possibility of survival. What's more, that guy is so scorching that we have no place to hide even if we want to. Lupin felt inexplicably aggrieved when he thought of what he had encountered along the way. Although the two of them had no problem dealing with these little zombie dogs and seemed monsters with their strength, this feeling that they could be driven away. But it's really annoying. After all, he has been aggrieved by his strength since he traveled to the world of cursed spirits. He didn't expect that he would still encounter such a situation after returning to the outside world. Lupin, who was originally thinking about how to avenge this revenge, suddenly heard a twitch in his ears, as if he vaguely heard the sound of a pipa playing strings. In this situation, hearing such a pleasant sound of playing an instrument undoubtedly made Lupin suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Hey Bai Thai, have you heard something? Before you could finish your words, you noticed that Mubai's expression became a little strange, and his eyes suddenly shifted to somewhere, looking in the direction he was looking. Lupin couldn't help but pause, the smile on his face gradually faded, and his hand unconsciously touched the Tang Dao at his waist. A pure and flawless white robe was draped over her body, with a hint of blood red on the edge of the robe, adding a strange charm. Her pink-white short hair was shiny, and her delicate Lolita face almost made Lupin think that his second-dimensional wife had appeared in the world. However, the thought that there might be a filthy Zerg body hidden under the opponent's beautiful body made him wary of it. He held Tang Dao in his hand and his eyes were cold and handsome. Mubai's eyes were a little surprised at first, but he later calmed down. In this case, the possibility of the opponent being an ordinary person is almost zero, and there is a clear gap between the previous monsters with slit faces and zombies. It seems that they are the same Zerg body as the men in black robes, a proper boss level. Characters, facing such an opponent, must be very energetic. 888, this health bar value is quite auspicious. Be careful with the white thighs. Although this guy looks delicate, he is definitely not that simple. Lupin, who confirmed through the life measurement, immediately told Mubai the details of the other party. Fortunately, it was okay. Well, although I don't know what the opponent's ability is, at least it's not a monster with a health bar worth more than 4 digits. As long as they cooperate well, the two of them still have the possibility of defeating each other. It's really boring. Brother Kuzawa doesn't want to play with me. Senior Corpse Dog is really a bad joke. I won't kill you until now. I'm so bored. Otherwise, the blood-red Higgin flower held in his little hand gently shaking, the girl released a hand to hold her chin, looked at the two of them and said, "You two, come play with me." The two people, who did not dare to let down their guard because of the other's harmless words, gradually moved closer. I'll attack the upper road, you attack the lower road, and try to end the battle before this guy uses his abilities. Mubai frowned as he felt that the identity of the other party was not simple. In terms of blood volume, there was not much difference between them and the man in black robe, but the sense of threat this girl gave him was far greater than that of the man in black robe. This is definitely not a simple thing, and the two names she mentioned just now must be from the Zerg team. Maybe the man with the split face from before is the opponent's companion. Hey, at least pay some attention to me. I feel so embarrassed when you keep silent. Bai Wugo was obviously bored. At this moment, the two of them were talking to themselves and were unwilling to pay attention to her, which made her feel even more bored. At the moment when she lowered her head slightly, LV Pin and the other man, who were aiming for the opportunity, launched an attack instantly, as fast as lightning, and it was difficult for ordinary people to react. LV Pin took the lead in attacking her with a weapon, while Mubai plucked the bowstring and aimed at the opponent's chest and shoulder. The arrow was almost synchronized with LV Pin and attacked Wugo together. If faced with such an attack, Bai Wugo was obviously not panicked at all. Instead, the corner of her mouth raised slightly, and when she was about to be attacked, she lightly snapped her fingers. The surrounding space suddenly twisted and changed. Although LV Pin's attack hit, the touch of the blade vibration made him stunned. The broken bamboo joints fell in front of him. How did he inexplicably hit a bamboo? Could it be that he was under an illusion? And then something even more fucked up happened. He suddenly felt a pain in his shoulder. He looked up and saw that it was Mubai's arrow that pierced his shoulder. Blood flowed out like a spring. Yao Shi didn't seem to be like that. The two of them stared at each other in confusion.